In a world where humans coexist harmoniously with Pokemon, our protagonist, Zvocchi Da, emerges as the illustrious heir of the Zvocchi family, beginning his journey with a Shiny Beldum, a Pokemon of rare distinction that he finds himself among contemporaries of various regional champions. Witnessing how Da deftly maneuvers through challenges with finesse, brother has grown even stronger. When will I ever surpass him? Exclaims Daigo. Da is truly my idol, proclaims Cynthia. This man is so cool, exclaims Gardevoir. My aspiration is to become like Teacher Da, declares Ash. Chapter 1. The Silver Beldum. Asterisk, asterisk. In the Hoenn region, in the city of Green Ridge, a pair of pudgy little hands rubbed the eyes of a child who appeared to be merely 4 years old, gazing up at a flock of swablu, adorned with red faces and yellow beaks, their black and white feathers glinting in the sunlight. Is that a swablu? My heavens, I have been transported into the world of Pokemon. The child, with short silver hair, clad in a light blue leisure outfit and black sneakers, is none other than our protagonist, Zvocchi Da. Not a native of this Pokemon realm, Da hails from a place called Blue Star, where he lived the mundane life of a corporate worker, toiling from 9 to 5 without any particular hobbies. Save for his passion for Pokemon, one fateful day, while engrossed in playing the newly released Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, he dozed off, only to awaken in a forest, greeted by the very scene he now beholds. Young Master Da, where are you? A voice calls from afar. Snapped back to reality, Da suddenly experiences a flash of enlightenment as a torrent of intertwined memories floods his mind. My goodness, I have become the esteemed heir of the Duin Manufacturing Company, and I have a younger brother named Daigo. If only I had a system that would grant me a splendid start. Beep, detecting the host's fervent desire, the ultimate trainer system is at your service. A synthesized electronic voice resonates within Da's mind. To Da, this unmelodious sound is akin to a celestial symphony. What capabilities do you possess, system? Host, the system can assist you in becoming the mightiest trainer. Beep, the host has received a starter gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes, please. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Eye of Truth, Holy Power, a personal pocket dimension, 1 aptitude enhancer, a random item, and a Pokemon egg. Host Da. Gender, male. Age, for years. Pokemon none. Skills. Eye of Truth, can perceive the information of any Pokemon and related items. Special ability. Holy Power, can enhance a Pokemon's defensive stats during battles. Items. Aptitude enhancer, 1 Pokemon egg, a personal pocket dimension, random item. Beep. Interference from an anomalous magnetic field detected. The system is entering sleep mode. System, please don't sleep. What am I to do without you? No matter how fervently Da called out, the system remained unresponsive. That moment. An elderly man, his hair a lustrous silver, sprinted towards Da, accompanied by a speedy Houndoom. Young master, I have finally found you. Are you unhurt? The elderly man, panting heavily, grasped Da's shoulders. From Da's memories, he recognized this man as the Zvocchi family's butler, Arnold. I'm fine, Grandpa Arnold. His gaze then shifted to the Houndoom, activating his Eye of Truth. Pokemon, Houndoom. Gender, male. Owner, Arnold. Type, fire. Ability, flash fire. Aptitude, elite. Level, mid-elite. Held item, charcoal. Moves, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Flare Blitz, Flamethrower, Crunch, Dragon Tail, Sunny Day, Extreme Speed, Solar Beam. In this realm, Pokemon are categorized by levels. Beginner, Intermediate, Elite, Gym Leader, Near Champion, Champion, Tier 3 deities, Half Master, Master, Tier 2 deities, Half Guardian, Guardian, Tier 1 deities, and the Creator God, Arceus. For nearly a millennium, no Guardian-level trainers have emerged, leading people to regard Master level as the pinnacle of achievement. Soon after, Da followed Butler Arnold back to a villa nestled on the outskirts of Green Ridge. A rotund, middle-aged man with silver hair dashed out of the villa, enveloping Da in an embrace. My son, thank the heavens you are safe. This man is none other than Zvocchi Mushin, the president of Duin Manufacturing Company. That I'm fine. As the three entered the villa, another child, with silver hair and of similar stature to Da, was frolicking with 2 metallic Beldum. 2 shiny Beldum. Da was astounded by the prowess of the Zvocchi family. 2 shiny Pokemon were a true rarity. This must be my younger brother, Daigo. He activated his Eye of Truth to examine the Beldum. Pokemon, Beldum, shiny. Gender, none. Owner, Daigo. Type, Steel/Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Aptitude, Master. Level, Early Beginner. Held item, none. Moves, tackle. He then turned his attention to the other Beldum. Pokemon, Beldum, Shiny. Gender, none. Owner, none. Type, Steel/Psychic. Ability, Clear Body/Light Metal. Aptitude, Half Guardian. Level, Early Beginner. Held item, none. Moves, tackle to oh my. I can hardly believe one of them possesses Half Guardian level aptitude. If I were to use the Aptitude Enhancer, would I not soar to Guardian status immediately? These two shiny Beldum were indeed the initial Pokemon prepared by Zvocchi Mushin for his two sons. Da bounded over, playfully tapping Daigo on the head before lifting his own shiny Beldum in his arms, initiating a warm introduction. At that moment, Daigo, rubbing his head, looked up at his brother with an innocent expression. Seeing both of his sons, President Zvocchi offered a gentle smile. Hello, Beldum. I am Da. We shall be partners from now on. Da knelt, extending his hand toward his Beldum while channeling his holy power. The Beldum gazed at Da, its silver head nuzzling against his palm. At this juncture, Daigo approached, eager in his demeanor. Brother, let us have a Pokemon battle. Observing his younger brother's earnestness, Da smiled subtly. It is essential for my brother to learn resilience from a young age. Let him experience the harsh lessons of reality. Very well, Daigo. Grandpa Arnold, would you kindly serve as our referee? Da beckoned to Butler Arnold. The two brothers positioned themselves on the grassy expanse of the villa, commencing the Pokemon battle between young Master Da and young Master Daigo. Each will utilize one Pokemon, and the match concludes once a Pokemon is rendered unable to battle. Daigo, you may begin. All right, brother. Beldum, use tackle. Beldum, evade as he approaches, and aim for his side with tackle. As Da finished speaking, a surge of white energy enveloped Beldum, courtesy of his holy power, enhancing its defensive capabilities. The sight left President Zvocchi slightly agape. Da possesses psychic abilities. With a resounding thud, Daigo's Beldum toppled to the ground, its eyes spiraling in defeat. Young Master Daigo's Beldum has lost its ability to battle. Hence, the victor is young Master Da. Concerned, Daigo scooped up his Beldum, worry etched on his face. Beldum, are you all right? It was my poor command. The Beldum shook its body, signaling Daigo not to fret. Well done, Beldum, Da exclaimed, twirling his Beldum in delight. Arnold, please take Daigo and Beldum for some healing. President Zvocchi gestured for Butler Arnold to escort them away. He then turned his attention to Da. Da, do you possess psychic abilities? Dad, what are psychic abilities? Do you feign a look of perplexity as he gazed at Zvocchi? Super abilities are extraordinary powers that provide Pokemon with additional support during battles. Much like the radiant beam you just conjured to connect you with your iron dumbbell. Honestly, I am uncertain what that phenomenon entails. How about this? In a couple of days, Dr. Ison and his apprentice, researcher Oda, will be visiting. We can have them assist you in understanding it. All right, father. Chapter 2. The Egg Hatches. Daigo entered his room with a steel bell and opened the system panel. Although the system was dormant, the panel remained functional. Host, Daigo. Gender, male. Age, for years. Pokemon, Steel Bell, Shiny. Skill, True Eye, can see through any Pokemon and Pokemon-related items information. Special ability, Holy Guardian Power, can enhance the Pokemon's special defense during battles. Items, Qualification Enhancer, 1 Pokemon Egg, removable, Pocket World, random item, can be opened. Daigo clicked to open the random item. A stone tablet, imbued with a metallic texture, appeared on the panel. Steel Tablet. Increases the power of Steel-type moves by 20 for the Pokemon carrying this item, one of Arceus's tablets. I must be extraordinarily lucky to have drawn the Steel Tablet. He promptly retrieved the Steel Tablet, and a heavy aura of steel emanated from it. The steel bell at his feet excitedly rubbed against Daigo's leg. Daigo presented the Steel Tablet to the steel bell, which immediately abandoned Daigo's leg to nuzzle against the Steel Tablet. The steel bell is quite the character, Daigo thought, his expression revealing a hint of exasperation. Well, this was meant for you anyway. Let us have you carry it. In a miraculous moment, the Steel Tablet seamlessly fused into the Steel Bell's body. Pokemon, Steel Bell, Shiny. Gender, none. Owner, Daigo. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body, Light Metal. Qualification, Master. Level, Early Proficient. Item held, Steel Tablet. Skills, Tackle, Iron Head. Truly worthy of its name, the Steel Tablet elevated the Steel Bell significantly, even allowing it to learn Iron Head ahead of time. The Steel Bell, brimming with excitement, spun around Daigo's feet. Subsequently, Daigo used the Qualification Enhancer on the Steel Bell. A sphere of white light enveloped the Steel Bell, which had been spinning, now coming to a halt. After observing for a moment and noticing the white light had not yet dissipated, Dayue took out the Pokémon egg. Pokémon egg, unknown hatching time, 7 days. Dayue began to explore the pocket world, which contained forests, mountains, lakes, rivers, snowfields, deserts, volcanoes, and oceans. My goodness. This is essentially a miniature Pokémon world. I could raise Pokémon here without a care. With this thought, the steel bell suddenly materialized in the pocket world. After waiting for over an hour, the white light faded, revealing the steel bell within. Upon seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, the steel bell panicked momentarily, but upon spotting Dayue nearby, it calmed down and leaped into his embrace. Ouch! You nearly knocked the wind out of me, steel bell. Take it easy. Dayue grimaced, clutching the steel bell. The steel bell appeared slightly disheartened. Don't worry, steel bell, we're partners. Dayue quickly reassured it. Only then did the steel bell beam with joy. Dayue, holding the steel bell, pointed to the surroundings, saying, "This will be our secret base from now on." The steel bell nodded, brimming with excitement. 7 days later, a beam of white light shone in Dayue's bedroom. A humanoid Pokémon resembling a smoldering piece of charcoal opened its blue eyes. It was a charcoal minion, and it appeared to be shiny, as its normal variant has red eyes. Charcoal, charcoal. The charcoal minion rushed into Dayue's arms with great enthusiasm. Hello there, charcoal minion. Welcome to this beautiful world. I am Dayue, and this is Steel Bell. Dayue gestured towards the window, introducing himself and the steel bell to the charcoal minion. Pokémon, charcoal minion, shiny. Gender, male. Owner, Dayue. Type, fire. Ability, flame body. Qualification, master. Level, early novice. Item held, none. Skills, glare, ember, scare, smoke screen, flame burst. Phosphor flame, nightshade, energy ball, clean sweep, smoke, shared fate. Truly a testament to the system's quality, the skills were fully stocked. This child likely has a parentage linked to either Dreaming Nia or Desert Nia, considering it possesses shared fate. I need to ask my father to help me acquire a curse armor. I prefer assassins over cannons. After providing the prepared moo moo milk for the charcoal minion and instructing the steel bell to keep an eye on it, Dayue exited the bedroom. Arriving at the study door of Zvocchi, Dayue knocked gently. Come in. Zvocchi's deep voice resonated from within. Dayue entered to find Zvocchi tinkering with an unknown device. Dayue, what brings you here? Zvocchi glanced up at Dayue. Father, a couple of days ago, Steel Bell and I found a Pokémon egg in the nearby woods, which has just hatched into a charcoal minion. I would like you to help me procure a curse armor. Dayue had already prepared his statement. Oh, you lucky boy. Do you aim to evolve it into a Sanyan Blade Demon? Upon hearing it was a charcoal minion, Zvocchi finally set aside the device, gazing at Dayue with astonishment. My son has awakened psychic abilities and has discovered the extremely rare charcoal minion egg. He could undoubtedly be the successor of the Zvocchi family. In the original world, the heir of the Zvocchi family was Daigo, the champion of the Hoenn League and one of the Elite Four. Subsequently, Zvocchi followed Dayue to his room, and upon seeing the blue-eyed charcoal minion, he was equally taken aback. A month later, a silver-haired scholar arrived at the villa accompanied by a young man. These two were none other than Dr. Eisen, a renowned researcher from the Hoenn region, and his apprentice, researcher Oda Kawaki, the future Dr. Oda Kawaki of Hoenn. They conducted an examination of Dayue's holy guardian power and, after extensive research, discovered it to be a new type of psychic ability, distinct from psychic power or a power. Overcoming power, evergreen power, and dragon guardian power. This ability enhances a Pokémon's resistance to special and physical attacks, maintaining substantial resistance even when faced with type disadvantages. As Dayue was the first possessor, he was granted the privilege to name it, which he designated as Holy Guardian Power. Over time, Dayue learned that the fairy type had yet to be unveiled in this world. Thus, he proposed his hypothesis regarding the fairy type to Dr. Eisen, demonstrating it using his Shinado, which withstood an attack from a wind speed dog, to validate his claim. In the ensuing days, Dr. Eisen remained at the villa, collaborating with Dayue to explore and study the fairy type. During their research, Dayue successfully evolved his EV into a Sylveon, building upon the foundations of Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolteon. He acquired data on Umbreon and Espeon from a regional researcher in Chengdu, and on Glaceon and Leafeon from the Sinnoh region. By integrating the newly discovered Sylveon, he compiled a comprehensive list of Eevee's 8 evolutionary forms and published a thesis on Eevee evolution. Consequently, Dayue was recognized as a researcher and received an Eevee family portrait. Shortly thereafter, he published a paper on the fairy type, achieving the remarkable feat of becoming the youngest Alliance Doctor in history on his 8th birthday. Chapter 3. The journey begins. Hoenn region, Canaz City. In a building brimming with modern technology, a young boy stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. Behind him loomed a silver steel beast, its body disc-shaped, with sturdy legs extending from all four sides. It possessed a pair of crimson eyes, and an X-shaped golden metallic cross adorned its face, with its eyes positioned at the lower corners of the X. Its abdomen was graced with a large mouth. Pokémon, Metagross, Shiny. Gender, None. Owner, Daiwa. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body, Light Metal. Qualification, Master. Level, Early Champion. Carried items, Steel Plate, Metagross Mega Stone. Abilities, Body Slam, Iron Head, Hammer Arm, Bullet Punch, Psychic, Iron Defense, Agility, Mind Crush, Comet Punch, Metal Claw, Magnet Rise, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Cannon Beam, Meteor Beam. Iron Hoof Ray, Wide Area Combat Power. On the other side stands a humanoid creature clad in deep purple armor, wielding two swords forged from flames and ghostly powers. Its golden eyes resemble those of a ruthless swordsman. Pokémon, Shiny Chandelure. Gender, Male. Trainer, Du. Type, Fire Ghost. Ability, Flash Fire. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Near Champion Peak. Item, Metronome. Skills, Glare, Ember, Scare, Smoke Screen, Flame Vortex, Will-O-Wisp, Nightshade, Flame Charge, Cleanse, Smoke, Shared Fate, Sorrow Sword, Swords Dance, Shadow Claw. Flare Blitz, Dragon Claw, Solar Blade, Close Combat. This individual is our protagonist, Du, with short silver hair, adorned with spectacles, draped in a white lab coat, and a ring on his right index finger, set with a multicolored stone bearing a pattern akin to genetic sequences. Host, Du. Gender, Male. Age, 10 years. Pokémon, Shiny Metagross, Shiny Chandelure, an Eevee family portrait, and Gardevoir. Skills, True Sight, capable of discerning the information of any Pokémon and Pokémon-related items. Special ability, Sacred Guardian Power, enhances the Pokémon's special defense during battle. Items, Pocket Universe, Evolution Keystone, Swampert Megastone. Du discovered the Metagross Megastone and the Keystone while rummaging through his father's collection, alongside the Megastones for Boskage and Swampert. The Megastone for Boskage was given to Dowei, who is now 9 years old and will soon embark on his journey. Metagross and Chandelure. Today marks the commencement of our adventure. Beta. Flame. Returning both Pokémon to the Pocket Universe, Du strides out of Duin Company, heading to the dock bound for Wudo Town, where he intends to acquire a Feeba. As a Pokémon League researcher, Du is expected to undertake a journey. Hence the League granted him the opportunity to select one of the starter Pokémon. Without hesitation, Du chose Feeba and requested to visit the breeding ground for selection, to which the League readily consented. In his previous life, Du's favorite starter was Swampert, capable of defeating a Caterpie with a single punch, a truly explosive scene. Upon arriving at the dock, he boarded the vessel bound for Wudo Town. By evening, the ship reached its destination. He then summoned Gardevoir and utilized teleport to arrive at the breeding ground. Pokémon, Gardevoir. Gender, Female. Trainer, Du. Type, Psychic Fairy. Ability, Trace. Qualification, Near Elite 4. Level, Mid Elite. A farmer-dressed gentleman was already waiting at the entrance of the breeding ground. Mr. Aquan, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Du said, retracting Gardevoir and shaking hands with Uncle Aquan. Not at all, Dr. Du. I just stepped out a moment ago. After exchanging pleasantries, Uncle Aquan guided Du to the habitat of Feeba, a group of Feeba with blue skin and agile physiques, adorned with prominent orange gill flaps and large tail fins, captured the attention of the two. May I take a look before making my choice? Of course, please feel free. Uncle Aquan gestured for Du to proceed before entering a small house adjacent to the habitat. Once Uncle Aquan had entered, Du activated his true sight to observe the nearby Feeba. Pokémon, Feeba. Type, Water. Ability, Swift Swim. Qualification, Near Elite 4. Near Elite 4, Near Elite 4. Near Elite 4. Gazing at the surrounding abundance of Near Elite 4, Du felt overwhelmed and continued deeper into the habitat. Pokémon, Feeba. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Elite. Gradually, he ventured into the inner sanctum of the habitat, where Marsh Stomp and Swampert began to appear. In the center lay a wetland, where a pink Swampert frolicked with 3 Feeba. Pokémon, Feeba. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Champion. Pokémon, Feeba. Type, Water. Ability, Swift Swim. Qualification, Champion. Pokémon, Feeba. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Master. Spotting a drowsy Feeba with master-level qualification stirred Du's heart, and he decided to select it. Approaching Swampert, he pointed at the master-level Feeba, declaring, I wish to take this child. I will guide it to the pinnacle of this world. Swampert. The pink Swampert regarded the Phoeba, and then Dayu, beckoning him, sensing the presence of other powerful Pokémon emanating from Dayu. Pokémon, Shiny Swampert. Type, Water. Ability, Swift Swim. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Near Champion. Dayu smiled slightly, retrieving the Pokeball containing Chandelure. Chandelure, prepare for battle, go. Flame. Use Swords Dance. Swampert. A torrent of water enveloped Swampert, charging directly at Chandelure. The Swords Dance in progress was abruptly interrupted as Chandelure was knocked back. Fortunately, Dayu's Sacred Guardian power mitigated the damage, allowing Chandelure to rise swiftly. The self-combat awareness of wild Pokémon is truly formidable. Chandelure would need to train diligently alongside Metagross upon returning. Continue using Swords Dance. Flame. Swampert, employing the same tactic, unleashed another water jet. Swampert. Such a familiar maneuver would not suffice. Chandelure deflected it with Swords Dance. As the water jet was countered, the enhancement from Swords Dance was successfully conferred upon Chandelure. Observing the situation, Swampert distanced itself and unleashed Hydro Pump. Chandelure countered with Sorrow Sword, slicing through the water column and striking Swampert, simultaneously initiating close combat. Swampert knelt, gasping for breath. Return, Chandelure. Dayu called back Chandelure and approached Swampert with a healing spray. The two exchanged a knowing smile. As the sun set, Dayu emerged from the breeding ground, cradling a Phoeba. Chapter 4. The Cave of Stones and the Metagross Megastone. Pokémon, Phoeba. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayu. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Master. Level, Late Beginner. Carried item, Mysterious Water Drop. Skills, Tackle, Water Gun, Rock Smash, Rock Slide, Protect, Water Pulse, Body Slam, Double Edge. Now, it is time to train at the Cave of Stones near Wudo Town. The following day, Dayu arrived at the Cave of Stones with Phoeba, with the shiny Metagross also released. Chandelure had suffered considerably at the hands of Metagross the night before and was yet to recover, leaving a significant psychological impact on Phoeba. Upon the appearance of Metagross, Phoeba immediately hid behind Dayu. Metagross, your intimidating presence has frightened this little fellow, Dayu remarked. Beta? Metagross grinned at Phoeba. Jump, jump. Although Metagross displayed a friendly demeanor, its grin was too daunting, causing Phoeba to tremble in fear. Metagross turned to see its mischievous trainer chuckling, feeling utterly helpless. Beta. Very well, let us proceed. Waterleap Fish, your training task today is to battle the Pokémon within the stone cave. Activating the powerful flashlight. We stepped into the depths of the cave, the bright beam illuminating the fluttering Zubat. Metagross, use Psychic. A surge of psychic energy ensnared the soaring Zubat. Dayu opened his true eye, selecting the sole Zubat with elite potential to capture in a Pokeball, while the remaining Zubats were sent into his small world. Amassing a total of 30 Zubat, alongside the one in the Pokeball, making it 31 in total. With one person and two Pokemon, they advanced further. Encountering small Geodude along the way, all swiftly defeated by Waterleap Fish's Water Gun. Waterleap Fish's strength had now risen to the early stages of proficiency. Dayu also treated the injured Geodude with healing spray before sending them into his small world. The small world yielded 18 more Geodude, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Amidst their joyful monster hunting, stones occasionally fell from above, yet Metagross skillfully deflected them with Psychic, alleviating Waterleap Fish's fear of this elder brother, who even dared to leap onto Metagross's head to frolic. Alright, let us take a moment to rest and have a bite to eat. Beta, Leap. Dayu retrieved energy cubes and sandwiches from his small world, and together with his two Pokémon, they began to eat. In the small world, Shinedo also held energy cubes, feeding them to the Tsangyin Blade ghosts. Although Shinedo was not particularly strong, her ability to assist Dayu in caring for his Pokémon was exceedingly practical. A shadowy figure lurked at a distance, observing Dayu and his Pokémon as they enjoyed their meal. As the figure's gaze fell upon them, Metagross, who was munching on an energy cube, momentarily paused. And Dayu, deeply connected with Metagross, immediately sensed the change in his companion. The two exchanged a knowing glance, nodding slightly. Metagross, use Psychic. A wave of psychic energy enveloped the shadowy figure. Just as the figure attempted to flee, it was ensnared by the psychic wave, drawn before Dayu, who observed it flailing in a state of panic. The Pokémon before him was a female Chansey. Species, Chansey. Gender, female. Type, normal. Ability, natural cure. Potential, elite. Level, proficient peak. Status, hungry. What fortune it was to encounter an elite Chansey. Dayu presented an energy cube to Chansey. Upon seeing the energy cube, Chansey's panic subsided as she devoured it voraciously, her hunger overwhelming her composure. Take your time, there's plenty more. He then offered additional energy cubes along with a bottle of moo moo milk. Chansey expressed her gratitude with a cheerful lucky. After their meal, Dayu successfully captured Chansey, adding a Pokémon doctor to his team. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the cave. How intriguing. Waterleap fish, return. Metagross, let us investigate. Dayu withdrew Waterleap fish and ventured deeper into the cave with Metagross. Huh, I never anticipated finding so many Cacnea here. This is a windfall. A scarred, ominous middle-aged man confronted him, accompanied by a Houndoom and a throng of Cacnea. Protecting the Cacnea was a Bastiodon. Species, Bastiodon. Type, Steel Rock. Ability, Sturdy. Potential, Near Champion. Level, Elite Early Stage. Species, Houndoom. Type, Fire Dark. Ability, Flash Fire. Potential, Elite. Level, Near Elite Peak. Bastiodon, compelled to shield the Cacnea behind it, endured the relentless assaults of Houndoom. Witnessing this, Dayu immediately commanded Metagross. Metagross, unleash Meteor Mash. A torrent of champion-level steel energy coalesced in Metagross's arms, surging toward Houndoom, who was currently unleashing Flamethrower. With a thunderous crash, Houndoom was sent flying, rendered incapable of battle. Who are you? I am here to apprehend you. Pokémon Hunter. Metagross rendered him unconscious with a psychic wave. Dayu swiftly bound the man with rope. Bastiodon regarded Metagross with a wary expression. Bastiodon. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to capture you. Without further ado, Dayu issued a challenge. Who could refuse a near champion Bastiodon? If it weren't for the restrictions of Waterleap Fish's upbringing, he would have long desired to capture that shiny Swampert and its two offspring. Cacnea. Cacnea. Bastiodon called out to Metagross, as if conveying something. Metagross nodded, relaying Bastiodon's message to Dayu. Essentially, Bastiodon expressed gratitude for their rescue of him and the Cacnea. Yet he could not be captured as he needed to remain to protect them, and he was willing to offer a treasure as thanks. Dayu nodded in understanding. Bastiodon, I can provide you and the Cacnea with a safe and comfortable environment, so you need not worry about being separated from them. Only a fool would choose treasure over that. I desire them all. Bastiodon, albeit slightly puzzled, nodded in agreement. Dayu then focused his thoughts, transporting them directly into his small world. You shall reside here from now on, where it is exceedingly secure, and no ill-intentioned individuals shall intrude. He then produced a Pokeball, extending it toward Bastiodon. Bastiodon surveyed the surroundings, clearly satisfied, and upon glancing at the Pokeball, allowed itself to be captured. Dayu subsequently acquired 114 Cacnea. Upon exiting, he released Bastiodon once more. Without hesitation, Bastiodon began to dig into the wall's corner. A radiant stone emerged from the soil. A megastone from Metagross. I shall gift it to Dayu when he embarks on his journey. A minor incident occurred as Bastiodon inadvertently caused a cave-in while digging, crushing the unfortunate hunter beneath the falling rocks. Dayu swiftly secured Houndoom's Pokeball, sending it to the small world for the Tsangyan Blade Ghost to educate properly. He then summoned Shinado, using teleport to exit the stone cave. Chapter 5. The Fighting Gym's boxing badge. Upon emerging from the stone cave, Dayu arrived at the finest hotel in Wudo Town. Prior to his journey, Zvocchi had bestowed upon him an unlimited black card. Thus Dayu had no need to stay at a Pokémon Center. The following morning, Dayu made his way to the fighting gym to engage in a gym battle. Upon entering the gym, he approached the front desk with purpose. Hello. I am here to challenge the fighting gym. Very well. Have you registered for the Alliance tournament? I seem to have forgotten to register. Dayu wore an embarrassed expression. No worries. Please take out your Pokédex, and I will assist you in registering for the competition and notify the gym leader. Thank you for your help. The Pokédex was a gift from Professor Eisen before his departure, though it was seldom used due to the true eye. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a karate gi, exuding vigor, emerged from within the gym. Greetings, challenger. I am Ping, the gym leader of the fighting gym. Welcome to your challenge. Hello, Mr. Ping. I am Dayu, and I appreciate your acceptance of my battle invitation. The two entered the gym, where the referee awaited in the designated area. The fighting gym battle commences now. Each participant may use 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when all of one side's Pokémon have lost their ability to battle. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Then, let my partner take the stage, the Brave Boy. Species, Brave Boy. Type, Fighting. Ability, Guts. Potential, Gym. Level, Early Proficient. Thus, let us proceed. Zubat. Pokémon, Zubat. Gender, Male. Trainer, Dayu. Type, Poison Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, Early Proficient. The challenger strikes first. Zubat unleashes Confuse Ray. A beam of light directly strikes the fearless boy, plunging him into a state of confusion. A commendable tactic, as it effectively disorients the fearless boy, summoning his resolve. The fearless boy attempts to endure. Zubat must not grant him an opportunity. It employs Air Cutter. Zubat. The fearless boy executes a clap attack, interrupting him. Zubat's Air Cutter is thwarted by the fearless boy's sudden strike. Remarkably swift recovery. Zubat employs Leech Life. The fearless boy retaliates with Rock Slide. Boulders materialize mid-air, cascading down towards Zubat. What? After a cloud of dust settles, Zubat lies on the ground, reduced to dizzy eyes. Zubat has lost the ability to battle. Please send forth your next Pokémon, Challenger. Du tosses forth another Pokeball, and Swampert emerges onto the field. Swampert, how shall you engage, Challenger? The fearless boy executes a clap attack. Swampert is struck directly, stumbling backward. He retaliates with Revenge. Swampert charges fiercely at the fearless boy, sending him flying. Utilizing Water Pulse, he resolves the matter. The relentless assault leaves the fearless boy in a daze. The fearless boy has lost the ability to battle. Please, Gym Leader Omping, send out your next Pokémon. It's time for Makahita to take the stage. Pokémon, Makahita. Type, Fighting. Ability, Thick Fat. Qualification, Gym. Level, Late Proficient. Swampert fires a Water Gun attack. Makahita deftly evades and counters with Arm Thrust. Makahita rolls to avoid the water gun and positions itself before Swampert, raising its palm to strike. At that moment, the U.S. Sacred Power infuses Swampert, allowing it to withstand the oncoming attack with minimal damage. Swampert retaliates, executing Revenge. Hitback. Swampert delivers a blow to Makahita. Makahita is revived. Just waiting for your revival, it employs Protect. Water Pulse concludes the confrontation. Makahita follows suit, succumbing to dizziness. Makahita has lost the ability to battle. Please, Gym Leader Omping, substitute your Pokémon. At this moment, a brilliant white light radiates from Swampert. Has it evolved into Marsh Stomp? A Pokémon with orange gills, eyes, and belly. Its body and head is sky blue, while its dorsal and tail fins have turned black. Pokémon, Marsh Stomp. Gender, male. Trainer, Du. Type, Water Ground. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Master. Level, Late Proficient. Item, Mystic Water. Skills, Tackle, Water Gun, Rock Smash, Rock Slide, Protect, Water Pulse, Takedown, Revenge. Mud Shot, Earthquake, Surf, Muddy Water, Hydro Pump. Congratulations, Challenger. Your Swampert has evolved into Marsh Stomp. Thank you, Mr. Omping. I look forward to your guidance with Marsh Stomp. Marsh Stomp. Now, I shall send forth Hitmonlee. Shassa. Pokémon, Hitmonlee. Type, Fighting. Ability, Limber. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, Elite. Hitmonlee, return, Marsh Stomp. Would you not utilize your freshly evolved Marsh Stomp in battle? No, he is yet to fully acclimatize to his newfound energy. I entrust you with this, Espeon. Mimi. Pokémon, Espeon. Gender, male. Trainer, Du. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, Early Elite. Hitmonlee gathers energy. Espeon employs Future Sight. Hitmonlee unleashes High Jump Kick. As Hitmonlee finishes charging, he suddenly appears behind Espeon. At that moment, Du smiles radiantly. Espeon uses Substitute. Hitmonlee's attack misses entirely, countering with Psychic. A powerful wave of psychic energy strikes Hitmonlee, inflicting a tremendous amount of damage. Revival. Mr. Omping truly enjoys employing Revival, however, just as Hitmonlee approaches Espeon. The previously utilized Future Sight activates. A Psychic Force envelopes Hitmonlee mid-air. Future Sight. Mr. Du's strategy is indeed impressive. At this juncture, Hitmonlee also succumbs to dizziness, and Espeon emerges victorious. Hitmonlee has lost the ability to battle, as all three Pokémon from Gym Leader Omping have lost their ability to fight. Challenger Du emerges triumphant. The referee renders the final verdict. Hooray! Espeon, we have won. Mimi, congratulations, Du. Here is your proof of victory over the Fighting Gym. The Fighting Badge. Thank you very much. Du receives the Fighting Badge from Gym Leader Omping. Fighting Badge obtained. Mimi, Du exits the Fighting Gym, making his way towards the Pokémon Center, where he entrusts Espeon, Marsh Stomp, and Zubat to nurse Joy. Meanwhile, within the small world, Metagross is training alongside Chandelure, Beldum, and Houndoom. Ever since being knocked unconscious by Metagross in the Stone Cave, Houndoom has been trembling at the sight of Metagross. As they train, Metagross's momentum grows increasingly powerful until it reaches its peak, successfully breaking through to mid-champion level. Although both Chandelure and Metagross possess Gym Leader qualifications, Metagross, equipped with a steel plate, encounters no bottlenecks whatsoever. The beleaguered Chandelure remains stuck at the peak of Near Champion. Chapter 6. Cynthia and Gardenia. The following day, Dayu arrives at the dock and boards a ship returning to Canas City. Upon entering his cabin, Dayu immediately steps into the small world to assist Metagross and the others in their specialized training. By noon, the ship reaches Canas City. A man in a suit and sunglasses stands at the dock, and upon spotting Dayu disembark, he hurries to greet him. Young Master Dayu, welcome back. Kuroda, why do you always dress like an evil organization member? Dayu looks at Kuroda with disdain. Kuroda is the secretary of Zvocchi Mukjin. You jest, young master. Where are Father and Dawu? The president and young master Dawu are currently entertaining guests from the Sinnoh region. Following closely behind Dayu, he answers cautiously. Which family warrants Father's attention? As the president of the renowned Devon Corporation, celebrated throughout Hoenn and the world, Zvocchi Mukjin's daily agenda is exceedingly busy. Those worthy of his personal reception must undoubtedly possess a superior status or be of comparable standing. The Temple clan and the Gardenia family. Do you know their purpose for visiting? Not yet. Upon their arrival, the president instructed me to fetch you, young master. However, it seems they brought 2 stones. Kuroda briefly describes the characteristics of the stones, and Dayu nods slightly. By the way, young master, there is a Pokémon exchange festival ahead. Would you care to take a look? Sure, let us go and see. The Pokémon Exchange Festival. The atmosphere is lively, with a variety of Pokémon gathered, including some from other regions. Pokémon, Pikachu. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Qualification, Gym. Level, Early Proficient. Pokémon, Scyther. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Swarm. Qualification, Gym. Level, Mid Proficient. Pokémon, Blissey. Type, Normal. Ability, Serene Grace. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, Early Proficient. As Dayu beheld the magnificent milk-can of Quasi-King level, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Beside the grand vessel stood a child, approximately 10 years of age. Greetings. Might I inquire if this milk-can is available for trade? Dayu approached the child to inquire. Indeed, my name is Ikaru. My family owns a ranch, and I am about to embark on a journey. Hence, I wish to exchange this milk can for a starter Pokémon. Ikaru's excitement was palpable as he noticed Dayu's interest. He had extended this trade proposal to many, yet all had declined. What do you think of Cocodora? If that suits your fancy, I would gladly trade with you. Upon hearing of the rare Cocodora, Ikaru leapt with joy. Dayu commanded his Metagross within the small world to capture a Cocodora of gym qualifications. He then accompanied Ikaru to finalize the trade of the milk can. Upon seeing the Cocodora, Ikaru expressed his delight, bowing deeply to Dayu before departing with his new Pokémon. Dayu, in turn, was pleased to have acquired the milk can. Pokémon, Pidgey. Type, Normal Flying. Ability, Tangle Feet. Qualification, King. Level, Intermediate Proficiency. This Pokémon was reminiscent of a backpack-carrying uncle. Excuse me, might I trade my Zubat for your Pidgey? Dayu approached the uncle to engage in conversation. Following the conclusion of the martial arts gym match, his Zubat had evolved into a Golbat. However, Dayu believed that a Pidgeot capable of soaring with him would be far more advantageous. Hence he proposed the exchange. The uncle readily acquiesced. After successfully trading 2 Pokémon, Dayu found no further desirable Pokémon. Thus, he returned to the Duin Company with Kuroda. Upon entering the building, he encountered 2 golden-haired maidens emerging. Kuroda promptly approached them. Miss Cynthia, Miss Gardevoir, what brings you out? The tales from Grandma were exceedingly dull. We yearn to venture out for some shopping, Cynthia replied with a charmingly naive expression, tugging at the drowsy Gardevoir beside her. Shortly thereafter, Daigo dashed down from the upper floors, his excitement evident upon seeing Dayu. Brother, you have returned. Did you obtain the waterfish? Of course. I also acquired the gym badge from the martial arts gym. It felt gratifying to impress his younger brother. That is simply marvelous. I too wish to begin my journey and challenge gyms. You shall be able to travel next year. Dayu reassured Daigo with a pat on the shoulder. By the way, I have a gift for you, something I specifically sought from the stone cave. In truth, it was merely a fortuitous find. Dayu silently added to himself. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a radiant stone, presenting it to Daigo. Is this a mega stone for Metagross? Daigo inquired instinctively. Dayu nodded affirmatively. Thank you, big brother. I adore you. Daigo exclaimed, embracing Dayu and spinning him around. Dayu felt dizzy from the whirlwind. Sister Cynthia, that stone resembles the one father brought. Gardevoir whispered to Cynthia upon spotting the mega stone from Metagross. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. I could utilize my psychic powers to snatch that stone and present it to father. He would surely be delighted. Just as Cynthia attempted to intervene, Gardevoir had already activated her psychic abilities. A torrent of psychic energy surged towards Daigo, but in that instant, a resplendent silver light erupted from Dayu, shielding them from the onslaught, dissipating the psychic force mere inches from their vicinity. Had Dayu been a moment slower, Daigo might have sustained irreversible damage to his neural pathways, rendering him a fool. What are your intentions? Dayu positioned himself protectively in front of the astonished Daigo, casting a keen gaze at Cynthia and Gardevoir. Despite being a transmigrator, his 5 years of companionship had forged a deep bond with his younger brother, and he was genuinely furious at anyone who dared to threaten Daigo. Metagross, I summon you. As Metagross emerged, it sensed its master's fury, its demeanor transforming into one of fierce protectiveness, exuding the aura of a mid-tier champion. Beta. At that moment, a Pokémon appeared, its upper body adorned in green, while its lower half was white. It possessed a slender torso with a robust and rounded rear, along with powerful legs. Its chest and back bore sharp, red protrusions, and its arms resembled sickles, featuring retractable blades at the elbows. Its head mimicked that of a gladiator's helmet, with a white face and a light cyan crown, flanked by spiky appendages. Pokémon, Galade. Type, Psychic Fighting. Ability, Justified. Qualification, Champion. Level, Mid-Tier Champion. Galade. Upon its arrival, Galade countered Metagross's imposing presence. As the two sides faced off, Zvocchi and a middle-aged man with golden hair arrived, followed closely by an elderly woman clad in a lab coat and spectacles. What transpired here? Zvocchi inquired hastily. Kuroda stepped forward to recount the earlier events to Zvocchi. Upon hearing the account, the typically affable Zvocchi's countenance darkened with rage. Any father would be incensed at the thought of his son nearly becoming a fool. Gardevoir, what is the meaning of this? Do you think Zvocchi is easily trifled with? Zvocchi roared at the middle-aged man. Chapter 7. Battle against the Psychic King of Sinnoh. Gardevoir, recognizing her misstep, lowered her head in silence. Zvocchi, there may be a misunderstanding. Gardevoir's father sought to explain, but Dayu would not permit it. I care not for your intentions. Should you lay a hand on my brother, do not expect to leave unscathed. During their journey, Dayu had heard Kuroda mention that they had brought 2 megastones, one of which was undoubtedly for Rayquaza, while the other presumably belonged to Garchomp. Since discovering the megastones in Zvocchi's collection, Dayu had encouraged him to procure more of them. Dayu had unwavering trust in Zvocchi, especially after witnessing Metagross's mega evolution. Zvocchi had diligently sought after these stones and amassed quite a collection over the years. How about this? Let us engage in a battle. If you emerge victorious, I will reveal the secrets of these 2 stones. Should you lose, they shall belong to me. Observing the gathering security personnel, Gardevoir's father reluctantly acquiesced. The group proceeded to the battleground, and Dayu addressed Gardevoir's father. One-on-one, what say you? Agreed, let us commence Alakazam. Pokémon, Alakazam. Type, Psychic. Ability, Inner Focus. Qualification, Champion. Level, Peak Champion. Metagross, I entrust you with this battle. Youngster, I am the Psychic King. It is not too late to concede. His agreement to the battle stemmed from both necessity and the confidence that a Psychic King could not possibly lose to a child. Dayu removed his glasses, stowing them in his pocket. Those familiar with Dayu knew that he was about to engage with utmost seriousness. He placed his left hand upon the keystone resting on his right index finger. Respond to my bond. Illuminate with your brilliance. Metagross, Mega Evolve. The keystone radiated a tapestry of vibrant colors, intertwining with the megastone on Metagross, creating a dazzling connection. As the blinding light faded, Metagross's 4 legs transformed into 4 robust arms that extended forward, while 2 smaller arms sprouted from its back, one pair slightly larger than the other. The metallic cross on its face shifted to blue, and a sharp spike protruded from its jaw. Pokémon, Mega Metagross, Shiny. Gender, None. Trainer, Dayu. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Tough Claws. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Peak Champion. Items, Steel Plate, Metagross Mega Stone. Abilities, Tackle, Iron Head, Hammer Arm, Bullet Punch, Psychic, Iron Defense, Agility, Zen Headbutt. Meteor Mash, Metal Claw, Magnet Rise, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Cannon Beam, Meteor Beam, Iron Tail Beam, Wide Area Power. Metagross has evolved once more. The onlookers, save for Daigo and Zivix Mushin, were left agape. Mega Metagross with Iron Defense. Dayu issued commands first. Alakazam employed Hypnosis, truly deserving of the title of Psychic Master. Gardevoir responded swiftly. Psychic. Mega Metagross unleashed a psychic wave from its center, radiating outward. This technique was inspired by the battle between Shizuku and the Melissa Gym Leader in the animated series, where it was invented as a counter-shield against her expertise in hypnosis. Thanks to Dayu's modifications, Mega Metagross no longer needed to spin around to execute the move. After successfully dispelling the hypnosis, Mega Metagross employed Iron Defense once again. Upon realizing that its hypnosis had been thwarted, Gardevoir issued another command. Alakazam initiated Calm Mind, followed by Shadow Ball. As expected from the Psychic Master, Alakazam could use Shadow Ball while meditating. Mega Metagross activated Iron Defense once more. Dayue commanded Mega Metagross to employ Iron Defense for the third time, with the power of the Holy Domain further enhancing Mega Metagross's defenses. What should have been a significantly effective Shadow Ball failed to inflict any damage on Mega Metagross. Now, it is our turn to counterattack. Mega Metagross unleashed Meteor Mash. With its limbs unified, Mega Metagross charged towards Alakazam. Alakazam defended. A green protective shield enveloped Alakazam. Upon the collision of Meteor Mash and the shield, a loud bang sounded, and the shield shattered, causing Alakazam to crash heavily to the ground. Alakazam, are you alright, Alakazam? This is Dayue's defensive strategy. Ultimate defense is the strongest offense. 3 consecutive iron defenses maximized Mega Metagross's defense, further bolstered by the Holy Domain, enhancing both its physical and special defenses. This defense indirectly amplified its physical strength, thereby increasing its offensive capabilities. Coupled with the fact that Metagross's Mega Evolution granted it the ability of Tough Claws, which enhances contact moves. Alakazam being knocked down was practically a foregone conclusion. Alakazam struggled to rise from the ground. Alakazam used Recover, followed by Teleport. Mega Metagross unleashed a flurry of attacks. The 2 Pokémon danced in the air, one pursuing, the other fleeing. Alakazam fired Shadow Balls in rapid succession while retreating. Reflect. The Shadow Balls ricocheted back. At this moment, Gardevoir's expression turned a shade of green. Teleport, seal. Sealing my Reflect? Dayue waved his hand. Thunder Punch. The moment Alakazam reappeared, it was struck by Mega Metagross. Just as Alakazam had regained a modicum of strength, it was once again sent crashing to the ground, dazed. Hooray, brother has won. With the battle concluded, Mega Metagross reverted from its Mega state. Although Metagross had sustained little damage, its power was reliant on the Mega Stone, resulting in significant stamina depletion. Dayue readjusted his glasses. The crowd gasped once more at Metagross's transformation back. Gardevoir withdrew Alakazam and approached Dayue. I have lost. Then, according to our wager, those 2 stones belong to me. One is mine, the other belongs to Dr. Kawaii. There is no issue with mine, but I can't decide on Dr. Kawaii's. Upon hearing this response, Dayue raised an eyebrow. Dr. Kawaii stepped forward. Dayue, my stone can also be given to you. Having heard of Dayue's ascension to doctor from her position as a Sinnoh doctor, she was well aware of his accomplishments. Nodding at Dr. Kawaii's words, Dayue replied, I will make the effects of this stone public. Dayue, not wishing to be overly assertive, considered that Mega Stones available on the market had already been collected by President Zvocchi, thus he was indifferent about its disclosure. Thank you very much, let us depart. Dr. Kawaii, having received the answer she sought, led her group away. As they left, Gardevoir shot a resentful glare at Dayue. If looks could kill, Dayue would have died 1,000 deaths. It is worth noting that Metagross had experienced an elevation in its prowess through Mega Evolution. In the subsequent days, Dayue compiled information on Megastones and published a paper on Pokémon Mega Evolution. This paper detonated within the academic community like a colossal nuclear bomb, driving countless scholars into a frenzy. Dayue's mentor, Dr. Eisen, called him immediately to inquire about the Megastones. Dayue shared the data with Dr. Eisen, who hung up the phone, elated. Next came a call from Oda. Although Dayue had announced Mega Evolution, he had not provided a Pokédex entry for the Megastones. Chapter 8. The Canaz Gym Rock Badge. After completing the paper on Megastones, Dayue began preparing for the Canaz Gym Challenge. One morning, Daigo knocked on Dayue's door. Big brother, wake up. We're heading to the gym. Still in a deep slumber, Dayue was startled awake, opening the door to deliver a playful smack to Daigo. What are you making such a racket about so early in the morning? You told me to wake you up. Daigo murmured, clutching his head. Dayue shot Daigo a glare before turning to change his clothes. Shortly after, Dayue donned his attire, and the 2 brothers washed up before enjoying a hearty breakfast. The brothers then set off in Kuroda's car towards the Canaz Gym. Upon entering the gym, the receptionist warmly greeted Dayue and his companions. After all, the headquarters of the Duin Company was situated in Canaz City, and the gym's equipment was custom-made from them, leading to a familiar rapport. At that moment, a radiant young woman emerged. Anaki. Upon seeing her, Daigo enthusiastically greeted her. You little rascal, call me sister, not aunt. Aki playfully pushed Daigo aside. Isnt this little Yu? Have you missed your sister? Aki teased Dayue. You're quite a bit older, and your daughter is nearly our age. You still wish for me to call you sister? Dayue replied with a smirk. You cheeky brat, just wait and see how I'll make you pay. Let us wait and see. Aki was the gym leader of Kanaz, and her daughter, Diwen, while dressed glamorously, specialized in ground-type Pokémon training. The two arrived at the competition area. The Kanaz Gym Challenge commences now, with each side permitted to use 3 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's 3 Pokémon are incapacitated, and only the challenger has the right to switch Pokémon. Go, Cub 1. A brown Pokémon with a bone in hand, light brown belly, white-tipped fingers and toes, and a short tail appeared in the arena. Pokémon, Cub 1. Type, Ground. Ability, Lightning Rod. Qualification, Gym. Level, Intermediate Proficient. Pidgey, you're up. Pokémon, Pidgey. Gender, Male. Trainer, Dayue. Type, Normal Flying. Ability, Kenai. Qualification, Champion. Level, Intermediate Proficient. The challenger strikes first. Pidgey continuously unleashed Gust. Cub 1 used Dig to hide. Aki calmly issued commands. Return, Pidgey. Swampert, go. Pokémon, Swampert. Gender, Male. Trainer, Dayue. Type, Water Ground. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Master. Level, Pinnacle Proficient. Items, Mystic Water, Swampert Megastone. Skills, Impact, Water Gun, Rock Smash, Rock Slide, Protect, Wave of Water, Ram, Double Edge. Mud Shot, Earthquake, Surf, Muddy Water, Hydro Pump, Sleep, Dream Talk, Strength, Ice Punch. After a period of rigorous training, the Swampert has leveled up. Earthquake. You scoundrel. Lacking honor in battle. Aging exclaimed, leaping in frustration. Karakara. After a prolonged silence, the staff unearthed the battlefield, discovering that Karakara had already succumbed to defeat. Karakara has lost its ability to battle. Please, Gym Leader Aging, send out the next Pokémon. Darn it, go Steelix. Pokémon, Steelix. Type, Steel Ground. Ability, Rock Head. Qualification, Elite. Level, Mid-Elite. Steelix, use Dragon Dance. What are you doing, you tank? Why increase your speed? Dayue sighed in exasperation. Swampert, Ice Punch. The icy energy coalesced in its right hand as it lunged at Steelix. Due to Steelix's considerable size, before it could move much, Ice Punch struck true. Steelix, Iron Tail. Swampert, quickly use Protect. The overwhelming force shattered the newly established barrier. Despite the blessing of the Sacred Realm, Swampert sustained significant damage. Is the level disparity too vast? Swampert unleashed Muddy Water, transforming the rocky battlefield into a watery expanse. The entire terrain was submerged. Steelix, Dragon Breath. Swampert, evade, then use Ice Punch on the water surface. Swampert leaped, channeling its icy powers mid-air, striking down onto the terrain. The water froze instantly, ensnaring Steelix within its icy grasp. Steelix, Fire Fong, melt the ice. Swampert, deny him the opportunity. Hydro Pump. The skills collided, enveloping the arena in a dense mist. Steelix charged forward. What? Swampert was sent flying. Witnessing the battered Swampert, the referee rushed over to assess the situation. Swampert has lost. Swampert. A powerful blue energy enveloped Swampert. It's Torrent. Well done, Swampert. The match continues. Did it reach its limit, exploding with newfound strength? Truly remarkable. Hydro Pump. Steelix, Dragon Breath. The opposing skills clashed, sending shockwaves that rendered the spectators momentarily blinded. As the dust settled, Steelix lay defeated upon the ground. Steelix has lost its ability to battle. Please, Gym Leader Aging, send out the next Pokémon. Well done, Swampert. The familiar white light shone once more. As the brilliance faded, the figure of Swampert's final evolution, Swampert, emerged, its primary hue a deep blue, fins black, and abdomen white. Pokémon, Swampert. Gender, Male. Trainer, Dayue. Type, Water Ground. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Master. Level, Mid-Elite. Item, Mystic Water, Swampert Megastone. Skills, Hammer Arm, Scald, Rock Smash, Rock Slide. Protect, Dragon Tail, Aura Sphere, Double Edge, Mud Shot, Earthquake, Surf, Muddy Water, Hydro Pump, Sleep, Dream Talk, Strength, Ice Punch, Waterfall, Whirlpool, Bulk Up, Mud Bomb. Well done, Swampert. Dayue had possessed Swampert for a month, and upon acquiring it, it already demonstrated formidable combat prowess. Coupled with the training from Metagross and Infernape, its swift evolution was nothing short of extraordinary. After a prolonged silence, Swampert remained unresponsive, prompting the referee to check, only to find Swampert had succumbed to exhaustion. Swampert has lost its ability to battle. Please, Challenger, switch Pokémon. Tyranitar, I entrust you. Pokémon, Tyranitar. Type, Rock Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Qualification, Elite. Level, late elite. Infernape. In this battle, having sustained severe injuries in the previous fight, Swampert required immediate healing, prompting Dewey to opt for a swift resolution. One strike from the Judgment Sword, and Tyranitar was obliterated. Gym Leader Aging's Pokémon have all lost their ability to battle. Challenger Dewey emerges victorious. Here's your rock badge, little you. Quickly takes Swampert for treatment. Alright, thank you. Farewell, Dawu. Dewey expressed his gratitude to Aging, then, accompanied by the still immersed Dawu, made his way to the Pokémon Center. After a session of healing, Dewey gazed at Swampert, wrapped like a rice dumpling, with a resigned expression. Next time, don't push yourself. You have other teammates ready to step in. I intend to lead you to the Champion Challenge, so don't get injured and fall behind. Row. Let's celebrate, shall we? Row. Rock badge acquired. Row. Dewey felt a pang of dissatisfaction towards his team, as 3 crucial members remained unaccounted for. To compete in the Champion League, it was imperative to have 6 high-quality, high-power Pokémon. Currently, the only confirmed options were Metagross, Infernape, and Swampert. The others were inadequate. Chapter 9, Orange Blossom Forest, Part 1. Having secured the Rock Badge and due to Swampert's injuries, Dewey rested at home for 2 weeks. During this time, Infernape finally broke through to the early stage of the champion rank. Once rested, Dewey resumed his journey. This time, his objective was the Orange Blossom Gym, which necessitated traversing the Orange Blossom Forest. After bidding farewell to his father, Zvocchi Mushin, and his brother, Dawu, Dewey set forth towards the Orange Blossom Forest. Upon arriving at the forest's entrance, he released Infernape as his bodyguard, while Metagross accompanied the recently healed Swampert for training. Together, they ventured into the woods. Surrounded by trees, the melodic calls of bug-type Pokémon could be heard intermittently, along with grass-type Pokémon flitting through the underbrush. In such a harmonious and tranquil environment, Dewey felt a profound sense of relaxation. Infernape. Just then, Infernape emitted a call, gesturing towards a thicket on the left. Did you discover something, Infernape? Dewey approached the direction Infernape indicated, with Infernape swiftly following suit. As Dewey neared the thicket, a figure suddenly leapt forth from the foliage, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest, taking advantage of the tree cover. It got away, what a pity. That speed suggests it could be a commendable Pokémon. Reluctantly, Dewey continued onward with Infernape. Shortly after Dewey's departure, the figure returned, revealing a bipedal, monkey-like Pokémon emerging from the thicket. Its body was a vibrant yellow-green, with lighter green markings on its face and chest. Its ears, arms, and tail were a deep brown, complemented by a pair of large yellow eyes. A dark green bracelet circled its wrist, and 2 sticks supported a tuft of leaves resembling hair atop its head. If Dewey were to see it, he would undoubtedly recognize it as the evolved form of the Galar region's starter Pokémon, Zvocchi. As Zvocchi observed, another, larger gorilla-like Pokémon appeared beside it. This creature boasted a deeper skin tone than Zvocchi, wielding 2 drumsticks and a tree stump drum. Indeed, this was the evolved form of Zvocchi, known as Rillaboom. In contrast to the robust Zvocchi, Rillaboom now appeared somewhat aged. Following Rillaboom's arrival, 3 smaller figures joined them, one perched atop Zvocchi's head, while the other 2 sat upon Rillaboom's drum. They sported green bodies with orange-red extremities, brown tails, and ears, their faces adorned with beige eye rings and orange-red mouths. The Zvocchi had also made its entrance. Observing the retreating Dewey, Zvocchi called out to Rillaboom a few times, then set down the Zvocchi on its head and followed suit. After walking for a while, Dewey spotted 2 tents not far ahead. Dayu hurried over to investigate, only to find a man and a woman engaged in conversation beside a tent. Lying beside them was a Pokémon reminiscent of both a gorilla and a baboon, characterized by its pink nose and beige skin. Its eye rings were a deep brown, and atop its head were 2 tuft-like white strands resembling buds, with a collar of white fur around its neck and brown fur on its limbs. This Pokémon was known as the Sloth King, a normal type with the ability Lazy. It possessed champion-level aptitude and was at the peak of the elite rank. Upon noticing Dayu's arrival, the pair concluded their conversation and stood to greet him. Hello. I am Dayu, a Pokémon trainer on a quest to gather badges in pursuit of the Hoenn League, he announced. I happened to pass by and noticed you here. Greetings, I am Qianli, and this is my fiancée, Mei Zico. I, too, am a trainer collecting badges. Hello, I'm Mei Zico. Dayu shook hands with Qianli, realizing he had encountered the parents of Xiao Yao, the protagonist from the Advanced Generation series. Clearly, at this time, Xiao Yao had yet to be born. Mr. Qianli, you are truly remarkable to have trained the Sloth King to such a level. Dayu complimented. Not at all. I believe that with proper training, the Sloth King can indeed overcome its lazy disposition, Qianli modestly replied. Had you chosen to train a different Pokémon, I imagine you would have already reached the elite rank, Dayu jested. Finding a Pokémon with elite potential is inherently challenging, particularly since my specialization lies in normal types, Qianli lamented. While Dayu and Qianli conversed, Mei Zico busied herself preparing lunch. Before long, she invited Dayu to join them for the meal. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Dayu expressed his modesty. Not at all. Fate has brought us together. Come, let us dine, Qianli urged. Then I shall not be polite, Dayu replied. While the Sloth King also received its Pokémon food, having grown accustomed to energy cubes, a change in flavor was a welcome delight. I have never seen this Pokémon before, Mei Zico remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the Sloth King. This Pokémon hails from the Paldea region. Its name is Sloth King, and it is a fire and ghost type, Dayu explained. Truly impressive, Mei Zico exclaimed. Meanwhile, the Sloth King remained sprawled, contentedly munching its food. After lunch, Qianli extended an invitation for a battle. Dayu gladly accepted, with Mei Zico volunteering as the referee. Now, we commence the Pokémon battle between Qianli and Dayu. The match begins. Sloth King, I entrust you. Houndoom, prepare for battle. Houndoom unleashed a trick. The Sloth King executed a surprise attack, interrupting its opponent. The Sloth King, previously drowsy, charged forward, striking Houndoom. Sloth King, display your physique. Striking a pose. The Sloth King showcased its form, but soon fell into a lethargic state. Houndoom retaliated, unleashing a fiery breath. The flames struck the Sloth King, injuring it. Yet it showed no inclination to move. Dark Pulse, press the advantage. Dayu commanded, and the Sloth King was hit once more. Sloth King, enhance your punches, and then use rest. The fighting type move landed effectively on Houndoom. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, and soon both Pokémon surged in energy, breaking through to the initial stage of the elite rank. Mr. Qianli, I believe we should call it here. Agreed. The two trainers approached their Pokémon, administering healing spray. They conversed for a while longer, with Qianli expressing astonishment upon learning that Dayu was the author of the Mega Evolution Thesis. Dayu also shared insights regarding Megastones. Eventually, Dayu bid farewell to Qianli and Mei Zico. Before departing, he entrusted them with a Pidgey, informing Qianli of its potential to become an elite Pokémon. Qianli did not refuse, acknowledging the difficulty of acquiring a Pokémon with elite aptitude due to his modest means, having only stumbled upon the Sloth King by chance. Accepting the Pokeball with gratitude, Qianli sincerely thanked Dayu. They agreed to meet again at the league competition for a rematch. Chapter 10, Orange Flower Forest, Part 2. Having said farewell to Qianli and Mei Zico, Dayu continued his journey toward Orange City. As night fell, he retrieved his camping gear from his small world. The reason he did not simply reside within the small world was that should anyone witness him emerging, they might capture him for dissection and study. The Sloth King switched places with Metagross. The moment Metagross emerged, it noticed a distant presence trailing behind, a Panzage. Given the heightened perception of Psychic-type Pokémon, coupled with the evident level disparity, Panzage was quickly detected. In harmony with Metagross, Dayu also spotted Panzage. Pokémon, Panzage. Type, Grass. Ability, Grass Pelt. Aptitude, Master. Level, Elite Initial. Upon seeing Panzage's attributes, Dayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sensing his intentions, Metagross activated its psychic abilities, telekinetically drawing Panzage closer to Dayu. Suddenly ensnared, Panzage flailed in panic midair as Dayu brandished a Pokeball threateningly. You have two choices, surrender to me willingly or face a beating before being captured. Upon locking eyes with Metagross, Panzage chose the path of least resistance and acquiesced. Pokémon, Panzage. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayu. Type, Grass. Ability, Grass Pelt. Aptitude, Master. Level, Elite Initial. Item, Assault Vest. Moves, Double Hit, Hammer, Wood Hammer, Taunt, Leaf Blade. Knock Off, Acrobatics, U-Turn, Grass Knot, Swords Dance, Grassy Terrain, Grass Oath, Sunny Day, Solar Beam. To Dayu's surprise, yet another Pokémon with its own equipment. After capturing Panzage, he released it once more. Panzage. Panzage pointed toward the distance, indicating a direction for Dayu to follow. Dayu climbed atop Metagross's head, and together they soared toward the indicated destination. Before long, Metagross detected 4 silhouettes. Beta. Are you suggesting there are 4 Pokémon ahead, including a champion level 1? Beta. Metagross nodded gravely as it approached. After a while, Dayu finally beheld 4 figures, a large one and 3 smaller ones. Pokémon, Conkeldurr. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Champion Initial, Champion Peak. Pokémon, Simisage. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Intermediate Beginner. Pokémon, Simisage. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Initial Beginner. Pokémon, Simisage. Type, Grass. Ability, Grass Pelt. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Initial Beginner. Observing the aging Conkeldurr made Dayu realize that Pokémon, too, are ordinary beings who age and eventually pass on. The weakened Conkeldurr regarded Metagross with a serious expression, aware that it was still formidable, even if not at its peak. After Pansage mediated, the tension between the two parties dissipated. I can offer you a comfortable living environment, allowing you to enjoy your twilight years. Survival in the wild is exceedingly harsh, fraught with food scarcity and omnipresent unknown threats. This is why Dayu always releases a Pokémon to accompany him when venturing outdoors. Boom. The mighty Goliath gorilla pondered for a moment, nodding slightly as he called out to Dayu. The Giga Gardevoir translator hurriedly conveyed his words. Do you have any other companions? A thunderous roar erupted from the Goliath gorilla, soon followed by a swarm of Pokémon rushing in. Among them were Shroomish, Breloom, Farfetch'd, Sableye, Rosalia, and Lotad. All were grass-type Pokémon, which Dayu promptly ushered into the small world. The small world had once again reached its maximum capacity. The inventory now included 30 Zubat, 18 Geodude, 113 Kakuna, 1 Goliath Gorilla, 3 Primeape, 33 Shroomish, 3 Breloom, 21 Farfetch'd, 2 Sableye, 9 Rosalia, and 26 Lotad. Upon entering the small world, the grass-type Pokémon eagerly made their way to the forest, where numerous fruit trees flourished, each laden with bountiful berries, much to their delight. Meanwhile, the family of Pansage resided with Shiny Gardevoir and enjoyed the nourishing grass-type energy cubes. Initially reluctant to be captured by Dayu, Pansage soon found the energy cubes irresistible. On the following morning, while Dayu was still in the midst of his morning routine, he received a call from researcher Oda. Dayu, where are you? Have you arrived in Orange City? Oda's voice crackled through the communicator. Gurgle Oda-senpai. I'm still in Orange Forest. What's the matter? Dayu spat out the mouthwash he had been swishing. Well, there's a poaching organization that has been operating near Orange Forest recently. The Alliance has dispatched Fire-type elite, Mura, to handle the situation, but my mentor has recommended you to him. Dayu facepalmed. How could my mentor put his student in such a predicament? Poaching organizations are extremely dangerous. The voice on the other end rolled its eyes. You know how strong you are, Dayu. There's hardly any danger. Just a bit of trouble. Your mentor is only looking out for you, so don't complain. All right. Where can I find Elite Mura? You'll find out once you reach Orange City. Okay, senpai. Goodbye. After hanging up, Dayu took out a sandwich and began to munch on it. After finishing his breakfast, he released his Pokémon, Blaziken, Swampert, and Pansage. Today's training will be under my guidance. Beta, Flame, Swamp, Pansage, Giga Gardevoir. Your task is to continuously compress Steel-type energy. Blaziken, train your Solar Blade until you can use it without charging. Swampert and Pansage, practice against each other. I want to assess your proficiency. Countless Grass-type and Water-type energies clashed, creating explosive bursts in the air, causing nearby Pokémon to scatter in fright. Meanwhile, Dayu observed the scene with a serious expression. Swampert had an excellent foundation, having been rigorously trained by Giga Gardevoir since joining the team, making both the power and speed of his moves nearly perfect for his level. However, his move combinations were lacking, which had become evident during gym battles, where he was frequently interrupted by opponents. His reaction time was also insufficient due to limited training time. He had nearly been taken down by a single wood hammer from Pansage. In contrast, Pansage exhibited a completely opposite state. His instincts were sharp, and his move combinations were swift, yet the power and timing of his moves were far from satisfactory. Compared to the Giga Gardevoir he had personally trained, he fell short. Blaziken had been taught alongside Giga Gardevoir by Dayu, but perhaps due to its innate talent, Blaziken did not exhibit the same flaws as Swampert. While both Swampert and Pansage were progressing remarkably fast compared to other Pokémon of champion caliber, they still lagged behind Giga Gardevoir. Without comparison, there is no pain. Especially since Giga Gardevoir possessed Arceus's plate, its power surged exponentially. As Dayu contemplated how to refine the training regimen for Pansage and Swampert, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. ZZZ host, long time no see. System, you have awakened. Hearing the long-awaited synthesized voice, Dayu was nearly moved to tears. Yes, host, it is truly me. Please do not speak just yet. My time is limited. The moment you extracted the steel plate, Arceus sensed it, and the system forcefully suppressed its power, depleting energy to near exhaustion, forcing it into slumber. Currently, I am granting the host 6 aptitude enhancers. The system will remain in permanent slumber. Is there anything I can assist you with, system? Once the host becomes the strongest trainer, the system will awaken. The energy you currently possess is what the previous host left behind upon becoming the strongest trainer. After a prolonged silence, the system's voice faded away. Du gazed at the 6 aptitude enhancers in his backpack, a look of melancholy crossing his face. Host, Du. Gender, male. Age, 10. Pokémon. Giga Gardevoir, Shiny. Blaziken, Shiny. Swampert, Panzage. The entire EV family. Shiny Gardevoir, Chansey, Bostiff, Houndoom, and Blissey. Skills. True Sight. Can see through any Pokémon and Pokémon-related items information. Special ability. Sacred Power. Can enhance Pokémon's special defenses in battle. Items. Personal Small World. Evolution Keystone. 6 aptitude enhancers. Observing the 2 Pokémon, one blue and one green, still training, Du murmured to himself, these 2 fellows are truly fortunate. If it weren't for the scarcity of aptitude enhancers, I might even consider training Gardevoir. Swampert, come over here. Panzage, train alone. Swampert approached Du. A beam of white light merging with its body. Even Giga Gardevoir, who was distilling steel-type energy from afar, sensed a familiar presence. Noticing Swampert's transformation, Giga Gardevoir grinned. While Swampert absorbed the aptitude enhancer, Du was not idle. He continued to guide Panzage in training its skills. Damn Mura, making us hide here, deep within the forest. 4 bald men were conversing inside an armored vehicle, one of whom was peering through binoculars at Giga Gardevoir. Look, boss, a shiny Giga Gardevoir. The man dubbed boss took the binoculars. Wow, a shiny Giga Gardevoir. This is our ticket to riches. Number 2, prepare the ammunition. Number 3, drive the vehicle. Number 4, keep your eyes peeled. As the vehicle drew closer, the previously training Giga Gardevoir ceased its activities. Beta. In the distance, Blaziken also halted its training, and Du, who was training Panzage, called for a stop. Panzage, guard Swampert here. I'm going to check on Giga Gardevoir. Panzage. Nodding in acknowledgement, Panzage watched as Du dashed toward Giga Gardevoir. Along the way, Du met up with Blaziken. When Du arrived, he spotted an armored vehicle speeding toward Giga Gardevoir. The 4 men laughed heartily upon seeing Du and Blaziken approaching. Big brother, it's an unfamiliar Pokémon. If we capture it, we can definitely sell it for a handsome price. Heh, after this deal, we'll leave Hoenn and make a fortune. Ignoring Du standing nearby, the men continued their conversation, and with a resounding bang, a massive net was launched toward Giga Gardevoir. Blaziken swiftly sliced through the net with its sacred sword. A flash of purple sword light cleaved the net in 2. Who are you? Du demanded, confronting the 4 men in the armored vehicle. Little brat, we are Pokémon conservationists, and we are taking these 2 Pokémon with us. It seems you poachers won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Du raise the keystone high. Respond to my bond. Shine forth your brilliance. Giga Gardevoir Mega Evolve. A radiant spectrum of colors connected Du and Giga Gardevoir, heralding the arrival of Mega Giga Gardevoir. Prepare to face justice. Mega Giga Gardevoir, Comet Punch. Witnessing this spectacle, the 4 poachers were utterly astounded. What on earth is that? Quickly fire the shells. The projectile collided with the Comet Punch, shattering upon impact, while the Comet Punch surged relentlessly toward the armored vehicle. With a resounding crash, the armored car was flattened, the 4 occupants trapped within. Du commanded the Super Metagross to extricate them from the vehicle. The 4 were gravely injured and had succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, a large canine Pokémon appeared before Du, its fluffy flaxen fur concealing its face. With brown eyes and tiger-like black and orange stripes adorning its body, its legs were fringed with fur, and its long tail swayed majestically as it sprinted, exuding an air of authority. Pokémon, Rapidash. Type, Fire. Ability, Intimidate. Potential, Champion. Level, Mid-Champion. As Rapidash approached, Du discerned an elderly man atop its back. Du recognized him well. It was the Fire-type Elite 4-member, Mura of the Hoenn League. Mura, I am Du. As Rapidash drew nearer, Du stepped forward to greet him. Mura leapt down from Rapidash's back. You must be Dr. Du. I've heard much about you. Just yesterday, Dr. Ison mentioned your name. Mura chuckled heartily, giving Du a friendly pat on the shoulder. Turning his gaze toward the Metagross and the Talonflame, he mused, truly impressive. The younger generation is remarkable. Your praise humbles me, Elite Mura. Du replied modestly for once. The 2 men proceeded to bind the 4 poachers and place them atop Rapidash's back. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Du. I shall commend you to the League. There is no need for that. I am a member of the League as well. It is my duty to assist in eradicating criminal organizations. If you insist on commending me, I must ask you a question. Mura scratched his head sheepishly. Is it concerning the Megastones? Indeed. Do you possess the Megastone for Blaziken? It was well known that Mura's strongest Pokémon was his starter, Blaziken. Regrettably, the Megastone for Blaziken has yet to be discovered, and it remains uncertain if it ever will. However, both Houndoom and Camerupt are capable of Mega Evolution. Both Houndoom and Camerupt were also key players in Mura's team. Thank you so much. Until we meet again. With that, Dayu mounted Rapidash and departed in a whirlwind of flames. Dayu shook his head as at that moment, Swampert and Primeape returned. Pokémon, Swampert. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayu. Type, Waterground. Ability, Torrent Damp. Potential, Half-Step Gym Leader. Level, Elite Peak. Held item, Mysterious Water Drop, Swampert Megastone. Skills, Hammer Arm Scald. DD Gold Hook Arm, Thunder Punch, Protect, Outrage, Tackle, Double Edge, Earth Power, Earthquake, Surf, Muddy Water, Hydro Pump, Sleep Talk, Rest, Giga Impact, Ice Punch, Waterfall, Mud Bomb. Upon witnessing this splendid array of data, Dayu nodded in approval. Chapter 12, Orange Blossom Forest, Part 4. Dayu reported the poaching organization incident to Dr. Eisen via communication. Dr. Eisen expressed pride in Dayu's achievements. Over the next few days, Dayu utilized 3 bottles of potential enhancers. Swampert ascended from half-step gym leader potential to full gym leader status, his strength now at the mid-gym level. Pokémon, Swampert. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayu. Type, Waterground. Ability, Torrent Damp. Potential, Gym Leader. Level, mid-gym. Held item, Mysterious Water Drop, Swampert Megastone. Skills, Hammer Arm, Scald, DD Gold Hook Arm, Thunder Punch, Protect, Outrage, Tackle, Double Edge. Earth Power, Earthquake, Surf, Muddy Water, Hydro Pump, Sleep Talk, Rest, Giga Impact, Ice Punch, Waterfall, Mud Bomb. Primeape also evolved into Conkeldurr, reaching gym level strength. Pokémon, Conkeldurr. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayu. Type, Fighting. Ability, Grassy Surge. Potential, Gym Leader. Level, Early Gym. Held item, Assault Vest. Skills, Hammer Arm, Thunder Punch, Roar, Boom Burst, Protect, Giga Impact. Grassy Terrain, Wood Hammer, Taunt, Leaf Storm, Fling, Rapid Spin, Grass Knot, Swords Dance, Grassy Terrain, Solar Beam, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam. Swampert. Conkeldurr. Gazing at the lavish data panels, Dayu appeared calm on the surface, though inwardly he was bursting with laughter. Alright, it's time for us to leave Orange Blossom Forest. He recalled Metagross and Talonflame, leading Swampert and Conkeldurr toward Orange City. After a while, a young boy wearing a straw hat and wielding an insect-catching net appeared before him. Have I finally encountered a novice challenge? Dayu mused, for it seemed that his journey had been marked by battles against the elite and champions, leading him to suspect he had reached the later stages of the game. Let us battle. If you lose, you owe me 1,000 league coins. If you win, I'll let you go. The bug-catching youth produced a Pokeball, issuing his challenge. Come forth, Conkeldurr. Go, Venomoth. Pokémon, Venomoth. Type, Bug Poison. Ability, Compound Eyes. Potential, Elite. Level, Late Skilled. Upon witnessing Venomoth's information, Dayu chuckled, recognizing the boy as a fortified version of a bug catcher. Conkeldurr delivered a powerful strike, sending Venomoth spinning. Your courage is commendable. Dayu tossed 100 coin league notes to the bug catcher and turned to leave. As for why he gave the bug catcher money, it was partly due to nostalgia for the game and partly because Dayu was wealthy, exceedingly wealthy. Unlike other transmigrators, he was not impoverished and did not rely solely on a Beedrill for companionship. Continuing on his journey, they arrived at the edge of a serene lake. Let us have lunch here. Swampert and Conkeldurr eagerly agreed. After their meal, Dayu decided to cast his line for a spot of fishing to unwind. He retrieved the top-tier fishing rod produced by the Devon Corporation and used a water-type energy block as bait. Casting his line, the lure splashed into the water. Dayu waited patiently, occasionally snacking on the treats he carried with him. After swallowing a jelly, the float suddenly dipped beneath the surface, gripping the fishing rod tightly. Swampert and Conkeldurr rushed to assist Dayu. A Pokémon resembling a sea serpent emerged, its body butter-colored, with striking red eyes and 3 black spots beneath its neck. Its elongated head sported a prominent ridge, and its eyebrows extended outward, connecting with its eyelids, the majority being butter-colored while the rest was predominantly red. Additionally, red fin-like appendages framed its head. Its tail was adorned with blue and pink scales, featuring black stripes. At the tail's end, 4 large blue scales overlapped, each marked with a red oval pattern. Pokémon, Milotic. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Potential, Champion. Level, Mid-Elite. Goodness, it's a Milotic. Everyone, pull with all your might. Dayu urged, straining to reel in the Milotic. Just then, a shiny Milotic with blue eyes, blue fur, and golden-red tail scales appeared. Its eyebrows slightly shorter than the previous Milotic. Upon its arrival, it unleashed a water pulse directly at you, but Swampert swiftly used Protect to shield against the attack. The previously captured Milotic seized the opportunity to escape. Pokémon, Milotic, Shiny. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Potential, Master. Level, Early Gym. The shimmering shiny Milotic. Upon witnessing the other Milotic's escape, dove headfirst into the water with fervor. How infuriating. I must capture you. As both Milotic vanished from sight, the irate Du hastily cast aside his fishing rod. After a while, his fury began to wane, and although still irate, he resolutely retrieved his rod. Du could easily summon his Gyarados to flatten this lake, but such an action was unwarranted. He merely sought to capture a Pokémon. After all, there was no need for excessive measures. He baited his hook once more and cast his line, resuming his vigil. At long last, the shiny Milotic was finally reeled in. Let's see how you evade, Swampert. Swampert instantly froze the surface of the lake. As the other Milotic attempted to surface, it was thwarted by the ice. The shiny Milotic retaliated with a dragon pulse aimed at Swampert. Swampert evaded, executing a dynamic punch. Swiftly maneuvering, Swampert spun its arm, striking the shiny Milotic. Hyper Beam. The Milotic shattered through the ice, sent hurtling out of the battlefield by the force of Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam directed at Milotic. Swampert faced the shiny Milotic. The clash began, a symphony of strikes and counters. Swampert pounded on a tree stump, creating a drumbeat. Green vines erupted from the ground, lashing out at Milotic. Meanwhile, Swampert lunged at the shiny Milotic. Ice Beam and Dragon Tail surged forth, colliding with Swampert and Hyper Beam. The vines pierced through the Ice Beam, striking Milotic and rendering it dazed. Seizing the moment, Du immediately tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing her. Swampert continued its fierce battle with the shiny Milotic, yet it held the upper hand. After capturing the perfect Milotic, Hyper Beam also joined the fray alongside Swampert. United, the duo swiftly overwhelmed the shiny Milotic, who was ultimately captured by Du. Pokémon, Milotic, Shiny. Gender, Male. Trainer, Du. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Aptitude, Master. Level, Early Gym. The other was female. These two Milotic were a pair. Following the capture, Du resumed his journey towards Orange Flower City. By evening, he finally arrived in Orange Flower City. He checked into a hotel and indulged in a refreshing bath. Tomorrow, he would challenge the gym. Chapter 13, Orange Flower Gym. Balance Badge. The next day, Du awoke languidly as the sun climbed high in the sky. Life in the wild was indeed harsh. How delightful it was to be in a bed. After lounging for a while longer, he finally rose to wash up. He then enjoyed a sumptuous meal in the hotel's exclusive VIP suite before heading to the Orange Flower Gym. Upon arrival, Du encountered Mr. Natsum, the gym leader. Greetings, Mr. Natsum. I am here to challenge the gym. Ah, Dr. Du, how courteous of you. The two shook hands before entering the battle arena. The Orange Flower Gym battle commences. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when one side's Pokémon are all unable to battle. Only the challenger holds the right to substitute Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Shroomish. Its form resembled that of a kangaroo, predominantly adorned in green and beige, with 2 crimson claws on its limbs. The mushroom atop its head formed a conical shape, with 2 symmetrical red spheres on either side and a central pore. Its tail bore 4 spherical green objects at its tip. Pokémon, Shroomish. Type, Grass Fighting. Ability, Poison Heal. Aptitude, Gym. Level, Elite Late Stage. I leave the shiny Milotic to you. The shiny Milotic made a dazzling entrance. The challenger strikes first. Rain Dance. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain began to fall gently. Toxic. A wave of purple mist drifted towards Milotic. Mystical Shield. A radiant white light erupted from Milotic, dissipating the approaching purple mist. Quick Reflexes. Seed Bomb. Green seeds were launched towards Milotic. Dragon Tail to send it back. Encased in a verdant glow, Milotic's tail swiped at the incoming seeds. Useless. Exploded, Shroomish. Upon contact, the seeds detonated, inflicting considerable damage on Milotic. Recover. After the white light faded, Milotic's wounds lessened. Aerial Ace. Shroomish charged in, delivering a punch to Milotic. Dragon Tail counters. The 2 Pokémon exchanged blows, a flurry of fists and tails. Mega Drain. Don't give it a chance, Ice Beam. Ice energy struck Shroomish squarely in the face, rendering it unable to battle. Mr. Natsum's Pokémon has lost its ability to fight. Please replace it. Let us bring forth Ludicolo. Mr. Natsum released another Pokeball. Its body was green, covered in yellow fur, with large black eyes and an orange beak. A large lily pad adorned its head, resembling a wide-brimmed hat, with a short brown stem and a tuft of yellow fur atop it. Its body bore 2 brown zigzag patterns. Pokémon, Ludicolo. Type, Watergrass. Ability, Rain Dish. Aptitude, Near Champion. Level, Early Gym. Return, Milotic. Go, Conkeldurr. The moment Conkeldurr appeared with his tree stump drum, the arena transformed into a grassy field. Sunny day? Ludicolo initiated Rain Dance. From the onset, both sides vied for control of the weather. Ultimately, Sunny Day triumphed. Had Conkeldurr not utilized a quality enhancer, he would have struggled against Ludicolo. Now, Conkeldurr firmly dominated Ludicolo, who was simply out of luck. Swords Dance. Illusory blades swirled around Conkeldurr. Nature Power. Grass energy coalesced in Ludicolo's hands, launching an attack at Conkeldurr. Acrobatics. Conkeldurr leaped and performed a somersault, evading the assault and striking Ludicolo from behind. Ludicolo was sent flying. Thank you for the sunny day. Solar Beam. Mr. Natsum smiled gently at you. Let us respond with Solar Beam. The 2 beams of light, bolstered by the sunny day, were unleashed almost instantaneously. A blinding white light erupted in the arena, leaving none able to open their eyes. After the brilliance subsided, both Pokémon were significantly injured, but the grassy field's effect restored some of their health. Hyper Voice. Conkeldurr struck the drum, sending a powerful sound wave crashing towards Ludicolo. Dodge. Ultimately, Ludicolo could not evade, crashing heavily against the wall of the arena. Ludicolo has lost its ability to battle. Please replace it. I must rely on you, Sceptile. Sceptile, adorned in green, bore a large tail, with razor-sharp leaf-like appendages extending from its arms, storing nutrients vital for plant life within the seeds on its back. Pokémon, Sceptile. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Gym Peak. Chamo. Return, Conkeldurr. Milotic, you're up again. Milotic was sent forth once more. Rain Dance. Leaf Blade. Following the Rain Dance, Sceptile's blades elongated, slashing towards Milotic and delivering a fatal strike. Milotic has lost its ability to battle. Please substitute Pokémon. Retrieving Milotic. Dayu tossed forth his final Pokeball. Swampert go. Mega Swampert. As Swampert emerged, Dayu raised the keystone high. Respond to my bond. Shine forth. Swampert Mega evolved. A radiant beam of multicolored light illuminated the surroundings as the supergiant Swampert made its grand entrance. This majestic creature boasted even more robust arms and a more imposing physique, with its head fins transformed from 2 to 3, extending backward and merging seamlessly with its similarly elongated tail fin. The orange hues adorning its body had deepened into a vibrant reddish-orange, and the protrusions on the sides of its cheeks had elongated and sharpened. Pokémon, Supergiant Swampert. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayu. Type, Waterground. Ability, Swift Swim. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Pinnacle of the Gym. Held items, Mysterious Water Droplet, Swampert Megastone. Moves, Hammer Arm, Scald, DD Golden Hook Arm, Wild Charge, Protect, Outrage, Tackle, Payback. Earth Power, Earthquake, Surf, Muddy Water, Hydro Pump, Rest, Sleep Talk, Superpower, Ice Punch, Waterfall, Whirlpool, Body Slam, Mud Bomb. Is this what Mega Evolution entails? Mr. Natsum exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lizard King can also Mega Evolve. Thank you, but I shall not hold back. Lizard King, Leaf Blade, Water Flow Break. The battle scene erupted into an intense spectacle. Bolstered by the rain, Supergiant Swampert's speed increased exponentially. Frenzy Plant. Lizard King withdrew momentarily before placing its hands on the ground, summoning countless colossal vines from beneath the earth to ensnare Supergiant Swampert. Through the gaps, Ice Punch. To Mr. Natsum's incredulous gaze, Supergiant Swampert deftly maneuvered through the frenzy of plants, swiftly overcoming the vines and delivering a single, decisive punch that incapacitated Lizard King. With the gym leader's Pokémon rendered unable to battle, the challenger emerged victorious. The Mega Evolution ability of Swampert transforms into Swift Swim, enhancing its speed in rainy conditions. Dayu elucidated. Aha, I concede my defeat wholeheartedly. This is the proof of my loss. The Balance Badge. Alright, Balance Badge acquired. Dayu declared, departing the gym to head towards the Pokémon Center. Chapter 14, The Unknown Totem. After receiving the Balance Badge, Dayu resolved to visit his mentor, Dr. Eisen, in the town of Mabai. At this juncture, Dayu had arrived in the ancient Rose Town, where numerous archaeological teams had congregated. He approached a passing archaeologist for inquiries. Excuse me, may I ask what transpired here? Suddenly, the pondering archaeologist was yanked away by someone, visibly annoyed. Just as he was about to express his frustration, he caught sight of Dayue and instantly transformed, displaying an enthusiastic demeanor. You are Dr. Dayue. Indeed, that is I. May I inquire about the happenings here? The archaeologist eagerly explained. A few days ago, an ancient relic was unearthed, yet no one has managed to unlock it. Through their conversation, Dayue learned that the archaeologist's name was Saburo, a disciple of Dr. Doran, a towering figure in the field of archaeology. When Dayue became a doctor, he had even exchanged insights with him. As they continued their discussion, they arrived near the relic. Isn't that Dayue? An elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair, sporting a mustache and a rotund belly, appeared before them. Dr. Doran, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been a while. Are you here to investigate the relic? I was merely passing through on my way to see my mentor and heard you were here, so I decided to visit. Doctor. Doran draped an arm around Dayue's shoulder. What is so fascinating about this old relic? Would you consider studying archaeology with me? If you agree to be my disciple, I will gladly take you under my wing. Well, I aspire to become a Pokémon master. Dayue subtly withdrew from the embrace. This was not the first time Dr. Doran had extended an olive branch to Dayue. The last time, he had nearly quarreled with Dr. Eisen over the matter. And had it not been for the intervention of other doctors, a physical altercation might have ensued. Dayue's and Dr. Doran's antics left Saburo in a state of astonishment, revealing a side of the usually intimidating Dr. Doran. Noticing Saburo's hopeful gaze, Dr. Doran cleared his throat and gestured toward the relic. This relic bears some strange inscriptions on its exterior, inscriptions I have never encountered before. I have reached out to other doctors, yet none have provided information regarding these symbols. Could you take me to see them? Follow me. The trio approached the relic's entrance, where Dayue observed the door adorned with a myriad of intricate symbols. Although he recognized them as writing, their meaning eluded him. Pokémon, unknown totem. Type, psychic. Ability, levitate. Qualification, level. Could it truly be the unknown totem? Dayue gasped. You claim this is the unknown totem? Dr. Doran echoed, equally astonished. Dayue nodded affirmatively. Is there any method to unlock it? Either we possess the unknown totem, or we must engage it directly. Do you feel assured? Who can claim complete certainty? Dr. Doran fell silent, and after a moment, he seemed to steel himself with determination. You may proceed. Song Yin Blade Ghost, go. Flame. Requiem Sword. That Song Yin Blade Ghost swung its sword toward the relic's door. Upon contact, a crimson light surged from the door, and then a swarm of black-lettered beings materialized, swirling around the entrance. Indeed, it is the unknown totem. A dazzling red glow emanated from the unknown totem as the awakening power was activated. Watch out. Song Yin Blade Ghost. Protect. Beldum go. Protect. Dayue released Beldum, which positioned itself before Dayue and enacted Protect, while everyone else, save for Dayue, succumbed to unconsciousness. Following the awakening power, the unknown totems began to rotate in midair before gradually coalescing. In a burst of red light, an entirely new Pokémon appeared before Dayue. It possessed fiery orange fur, sturdy limbs adorned with iron rings, red star-like structures on its cheeks, and a three-leaf clover emblem embedded in its forehead, with ethereal white smoke trailing behind it. Pokémon, NTI, unknown totem. Type, fire. Ability, intimidate. Qualification, level. With a powerful blast of flames, it surged toward Song Yin Blade Ghost. The flames fused with Song Yin Blade Ghost's form, heightening its intensity. The blaze ability activated. Swords Dance. Requiem Sword. Executing a familiar combination of moves, Song Yin Blade Ghost launched its assault upon NTI. Dark energy converged in its mouth, and NTI clamped down on the Requiem Sword. Dragon Claw. With its other hand, it unleashed a Dragon Claw, striking NTI fiercely. NTI recoiled in pain, loosening its grip. Dual Claw Attack. As soon as it broke free, Song Yin Blade Ghost unleashed Shadow Claw with its left hand and Dragon Claw with its right, relentlessly assaulting NTI. Ultimately, after enduring multiple strikes from Song Yin Blade Ghost, NTI reverted to its unknown totem form, and Song Yin Blade Ghost withdrew. A flash of white light enveloped the unknown totem, causing it to vanish. The battle concluded, and Song Yin Blade Ghost's momentum surged, catapulting it to the mid-stage of champion rank. Dayue returned Song Yin Blade Ghost to its Pokeball and entered the relic alongside Beldum. Inside, the walls were adorned with ancient Pokémon murals, and the distant sound of rushing water could be faintly heard. Dayue retrieved his camera from his small world, capturing the moment with clicks and flashes. As he ventured deeper into the relic, he was greeted by the sight of a small lake. A large fish leaped from the water. Its body bore a map-like pattern, and its head was a light brown hue, while its deep brown body was accentuated with pale brown markings and a prominent red spot. Pokémon, Ancient Spiny Fish. Type, Water Rock. Ability, Rock Head. Qualification, Gym. Level, Early Gym. An ancient spiny fish. Dayue commanded Beldum to capture all the ancient spiny fish in the lake. One by one, Beldum transported them into the ocean of the small world. A total of 41 ancient spiny fish were collected. If the outside world were to discover that Dayue had acquired such a multitude of ancient Arceus fish, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. This creature has long been regarded as extinct. After confirming that no other Pokémon resided in the lake, Dayue departed from the ruins. That night, when Dr. Dolan and the others awoke, Dayue relayed the events that transpired at the ruins to Dr. Dolan, albeit omitting the details regarding the ancient Arceus fish. The archaeologists embarked on an overnight expedition to the ruins, while Dayue returned to the hotel for a restful slumber. The following day, he bid farewell to Dr. Dolan and his companions, continuing his journey toward Wubai town. Along the way, a Milotic laid 3 Pokémon eggs, which delighted Dayue immensely, prompting him to leave a Chansey to care for the eggs. The Milotic family resided in the vast ocean of the small world, a considerable distance from Dayue's villa. The villa, designed and constructed by the Duin Company at Dayue's request, was promptly transferred into the small world upon completion. Dayue seldom stayed there, primarily using it for storing Pokémon equipment and energy cubes surrounded by his Pokémon. After spending 2 days in the small world, Dayue resumed his journey. Traversing through the forest, he finally arrived at his destination, Wubai Town. Chapter 15, Wubai Town, New Companions. At the Eisen Research Institute in Wubai Town, a sweet-faced girl with pink hair, adorned with a star-shaped hairpin, a white dress, and large, captivating eyes approached. Hello, Dr. Eisen. I am Amy from Liu City. Oh, it's Amy. Are you here to select your starter Pokémon? Yes, Doctor, she replied. Just as they entered the institute, Dayue arrived as well. He knocked on the door, and a voice from within called out, "This is the Eisen Research Institute. Who is it outside?" "It's me, Dayue," he responded with a gentle smile. The door swung open, and Odakawa excitedly enveloped Dayue in a warm embrace. "What brings you here?" "I came to visit the professor." They chatted while walking inside. "ISNT that, Dayue." Dr. Eisen paused in his task of retrieving a Pokeball for Amy upon noticing Dayue's arrival. "Professor, it's been a while." Dayue bowed respectfully. During his presentation of the research paper, he had made a groundbreaking discovery regarding the fairy type, but lacked the specific data to support it. It was Dr. Eisen who assisted him in completing the paper. Despite Dayue's desire to credit Dr. Eisen as a co-author, the professor modestly declined. Dayue's admiration for his mentor was as profound as that for his other esteemed teachers, Zvocchi and Daigo. "You've grown taller and more handsome, Doctor." Eisen ruffled Dayue's hair. He, in the presence of Dr. Eisen, the illustrious Dayue, seemed like a child yet to mature. "All right, we can chat later. This child still needs to select a starter Pokémon." Dr. Eisen retrieved 3 Pokeballs from the shelf. First, we have the Froakie. Pokémon, Froakie. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Potential, Near Champion. Level, Beginner. Froak. Next, we have the Trico. Pokémon, Trico. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Potential, Near Champion. Level, Beginner. Trico. Lastly, the Torchic. Pokémon, Torchic. Type, Fire. Ability, Speed Boost. Potential, Master. Level, Beginner. Chick. Upon witnessing the exceptional potential of these 3 Pokémon, Dayue was momentarily taken aback. When did the league become so generous? Which one do you wish to choose? Amy did not gaze at the Torchic, but instead turned her attention to Dayue. "Greetings, Doctor." "Dayue, I am Amy. I would like to exchange my selection for a starter Pokémon for another Pokémon from you. If you do not have one at the moment, you may owe me one." "Oh, what Pokémon do you seek?" "A Swablu." "Would an egg of a Swablu be acceptable?" "Certainly." Amy nodded in agreement. Dr. Eisen began to speak, but Dayue interjected. "This child's father possesses master-level potential, and her mother is of champion caliber. I can also provide a rare, beautiful scale." Upon hearing this, Dr. Eisen refrained from further commentary, while Amy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dayue then pretended to rummage through his backpack, discreetly retrieving the Swablu egg from the small world. This backpack was acquired by Dayue only after arriving in Wubai town, as traveling without luggage would appear rather peculiar. Handing the Swablu egg to Amy, he approached the Torchic. "Little one, do you wish to accompany me on my journey?" "Chick." The Torchic joyfully nuzzled against Dayue's leg. "Here is your Pokeball for the Torchic." Receiving the Pokeball, Dayue captured the Torchic within it. Turning back to Amy, he inquired, "Since you currently have no Pokémon, would you like to travel with me?" "Absolutely." Amy beamed sweetly. Here is the Pokédex and Pokéballs. Dr. Eisen presented a pink Pokédex and 6 Pokéballs to Amy. Thank you, Professor. As Dayue intended to stay with Dr. Eisen for another day, Amy decided to remain as well. Odakawa escorted Amy to the guest room while Dayue sought out Dr. Eisen. Professor, why are the starter Pokémon of such high quality this time? Dr. Eisen sighed. Amy's father is the son of my cousin and a renowned Pokémon doctor, celebrated throughout the league. However, due to a tragic accident, he has departed from this world forever. I am not fully aware of the details, but I learned from the league that it involved Yveltal. This is the reason for the special treatment bestowed upon Amy by the league. The Death Wing Yveltal, Dayue exclaimed in astonishment. As night fell, a graceful figure clad in pajamas sat atop the roof. What are you doing up here alone at this late hour? Dayue asked as he joined Amy on the rooftop. I couldn't sleep. Dayue settled beside her. What are your aspirations for this journey? I wish to become a Pokémon doctor like my father. Really? That is quite an admirable profession. And you? A paragon in the academic world? I aspire to become a Pokémon master and encounter an array of Pokémon. The two continued their light-hearted conversation as the moon hung high, casting a serene glow over the night. Eventually, Dayue rose to his feet. It's late. Let us head back to sleep. Tomorrow marks the beginning of our journey. Good night. Good night. The following morning, Dayue and Amy bid farewell to Dr. Eisen and set forth on their journey. Just before departing, Dayue presented Dr. Eisen with 2 Pokéballs. One contained an ancient Arceus fish, while the other held a Houndoom. Dr. Eisen often ventured outdoors to collect data, and having a Pokémon of elite caliber would ensure a degree of safety. After Dayue and Amy left, Dr. Eisen opened the Pokéballs. Houndoom emerged, affectionately nuzzling against Dr. Eisen. Dayue had instructed Houndoom to safeguard Dr. Eisen, and if it disobeyed, it would face the loving discipline of Metagross, ensuring Houndoom was exceptionally well-behaved. Dr. Eisen appreciated Dayue's thoughtfulness and smiled with satisfaction. The other Pokéball was opened, revealing the ancient Arceus fish before Dr. Eisen. Ancient Arceus fish. Without further ado, Dr. Eisen hurriedly brought the ancient Arceus fish into the research institute. Meanwhile, Dayue and Amy strolled out of Wubai town. Amy opened her Pokéball, and a Pokémon appeared in her arms. It had a pink exterior, a lower body resembling pants, and its head appeared as if tied in braids. At its chest rested an egg-shaped stone. Pokémon, Happiny. Type, Normal. Ability, Serene Grace. Potential, Champion. Level, Intermediate. Happiny. Oh, you possess a Pokémon. This was bequeathed to me by my father. My aspiration is to nurture her into a Pokémon doctor. This little Happiny is truly delightful. Dayue gently tapped the top of Happiny's head, prompting her to burrow into Amy's embrace. Dayue wore a look of exasperation. This little one will be our companion on our future travels. Happiny. Greetings, little Happiny. I am Dayue. Happiny. Allow me to teach you a song. Dayue suddenly expressed enthusiasm. Whether amidst flames, within waters, among grass, or deep within forests, whether beneath the earth or amidst the clouds, the familiar melody resonated as Dayue's journey continued. Chapter 16. Magikarp and Milotic. Dayue and his companions arrived once more at Orange City. Throughout the journey, Amy had traveled with her mouth Agape, the shimmering Gardevoir. The luminous Pokémon of the Paldea region, the champion-level Pokémon, she had become quite desensitized. After resting for a day in Orange City to replenish their supplies, they set forth towards Purple City. On this day, they arrived at a tranquil little lake. Ah, we're back here again. Where's this place? Amy inquired with curiosity. Come forth. Without answering, Dayue tossed out 2 Pokéballs, and 2 Milotic emerged in the small lake. Sensing the familiar surroundings, the 2 Milotic began to frolic joyfully. This is where I encountered Milotic, and it is also the birthplace of this egg, Dayue explained. As if responding to the sentiment, the Magikarp egg gave a slight tremble. It seems this little one feels it too. Amy, let us linger here for a while. The Magikarp is on the verge of hatching. Amy nodded in agreement. The 2 Milotic sensed the condition of the Magikarp egg and swam over. With the female Milotic nuzzling the egg with her head, while the male Shiny Milotic stood guard nearby. How heartwarming. Magikarp, grow up quickly, Amy gently caressed the egg. Meanwhile, beneath the water's surface, several dark figures stealthily approached. Amy placed the egg on a mat, with the 2 Milotic standing sentinel. As she began preparing lunch, Dayue had not cooked for himself since Amy joined the team. Their meals had notably improved, sparing him from the misery of eating sandwiches. During this time, Dayue began training his Torchic, while the other Pokémon engaged in self-training within their small world. Suddenly, 3 Pokémon burst forth from beneath the water, each adorned with 3 upward-pointing teal horns atop their heads and a broad, hull-like structure on their backs. The moment they emerged, they unleashed a destructive beam of energy aimed directly at the two Milotic, who were caught off guard and struck. At that moment, Amy reacted swiftly, dropping her spoon and rushing toward the lake's edge. From a distance, Dayue, who had been training, also heard the commotion and dashed over with Torchic in tow. Gyarados, what are you doing? Amy exclaimed in alarm, as one Gyarados lunged forward, seizing the Pokémon egg in its jaws and turning to plunge back into the lake. Seeing this, Amy leaped forward, grasping the Gyarados by its dorsal fin, which promptly dove into the water. The other Gyarados followed suit, while the shiny Milotic pursued, although one, having sustained considerable injury, could no longer keep up. Me. Upon seeing Dayue's arrival, the Milotic called out urgently. She pointed her tail at the lake, her face filled with anxiety. Swampert, go. A burst of colorful light heralded the arrival of Mega Swampert. Mega Swampert sped forward, diving into the lake's surface. Dayue then released his Metagross, simultaneously retrieving healing items to tend to the Milotic. Meanwhile, Amy clung tightly to the Gyarados. And just as it was about to navigate through a narrow cave, Mega Swampert arrived, delivering an ice punch that sealed the cave's entrance. The shiny Milotic also reached the scene, unleashing a barrage of water guns, now fully charged with fury. Mega Swampert landed a powerful punch on the Gyarados, causing the egg to be expelled, which Mega Swampert swiftly caught before racing toward Amy to lift her and hastily retreat. At the very moment Mega Swampert departed, a violent surge of water energy struck the Gyarados' back. Roaring with rage, the Milotic disregarded Amy and launched a frenzied attack. Had it not been for Mega Swampert's quick reflexes, Amy could have met a dire fate. Protected by Mega Swampert, she surfaced, gasping for breath. Phew, I nearly thought I was done for. Reflecting on the earlier chaos, Amy felt a shiver of fear. Thank you, Mega Swampert. Just then, Dayue arrived atop Metagross. You're reckless, he chided, a serious expression on his face. Amy stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Dayue, with an exasperated sigh, pulled Amy onto Metagross. A tremendous column of water erupted from beneath the surface, sending a massive wave crashing forth, which Metagross shielded against with its psychic powers. The shiny Milotic and the three Gyarados emerged from the water. The destructive beam followed closely behind, and the four Pokémon began a chaotic assault. Metagross, incapacitate them. Beta. The powerful psychic force locked onto the four Pokémon, swiftly neutralizing the enraged trio. The level suppression was that simple. Soon they reached the shore, where the Milotic joyfully approached the egg upon its return. At that moment, the Magikarp egg emitted a dazzling radiance. Following the bright light, Magikarp appeared before them. Her fins of vibrant blue, her body a blend of earthy yellow and blue, with a somewhat rugged texture, and her eyes reflecting a dazed expression. Pokémon, Magikarp. Type, Water. Ability, Swift Swim. Aptitude, Half-Step Master. Level, Novice. Me. The Milotic nudged Magikarp affectionately. Magikarp. It seemed a bond of lineage, for Magikarp was exceptionally joyful. You finally hatched, I am Amy. Amy embraced Magikarp with affection. Magikarp appeared to recognize Amy as her trainer and nuzzled her back joyfully. Magikarp. Welcome, Magikarp. I am Dayue. Beta. Roar. Dayue and the others approached to greet her. Amy returned Magikarp to her Pokeball and then placed her back in the water. At that moment, the shiny Milotic and the three Gyarados awakened. The shiny Milotic, upon seeing Magikarp, swam over, affectionately circling her while keeping a wary eye on the three Gyarados. The recently awakened Gyarados, upon sighting Milotic, erupted in furious roars. Beta. The voice of Metagross resonated, causing both parties, who were previously on edge, to flinch and lower their heads. Why did you attack the Milotic? Dayue inquired sternly. Roar. Through Metagross's interpretation, Dayue learned their tale. It seemed these three had been bullied by Milotic when they were mere Magikarp, forced to cower in the corners. When they finally evolved and sought revenge, Milotic had already departed, so upon seeing her return today, they sought retribution. The revelation elicited both laughter and tears from the group. Pokémon Gyarados. Type, Water Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Elite Peak. Realizing the champion's potential, Dayue captured them into the small world, using a Pokeball to feign capture while discreetly opening the entrance to their small world. The three Gyarados, upon entering, were immediately targeted by the formidable Chandelure, who warned them not to cause trouble before departing. The three Gyarados trembled in fear, realizing the presence of so many powerful beings. We want to go home. Dayue and Amy spent the night by the lake, setting off once more the following day. At noon the following day, two more ugly fish were born in the small world, along with one sparkling, ugly fish, regrettably possessing only the potential of a champion, while the other displayed the true qualifications of a master. Chapter 17, The Carla Tunnel. Dayu and Amy returned to the city of Canas. The two made their way directly to the Duin Corporation. Kuroda had been waiting for quite some time. Young Master Dayu, you have returned. Long time no see, Kuroda. You seem to be more fierce than ever. Dayu teased Kuroda without hesitation. Kuroda chuckled, having grown accustomed to this, as the young master bore no ill intentions. When Kuroda's gaze fell upon Amy, his eyes brightened slightly. This must be the young mistress. Amy's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly waved her hands. I am not. All right. Don't tease her, Dayu interjected, noticing Amy's embarrassment. By the way, where are my father and Dawu? The president and Master Dawu have returned to Greenridge City. Oh, and President Shirafu has arrived. What brings the head of Shirafu Corporation here? It concerns the construction of the Carla Tunnel. As Dayu and Kuroda exchanged words, Amy followed quietly behind. The trio soon arrived at the meeting, where an elderly man with a scraggly white beard, donning a jazz hat and leaning on a cane, stood. Uncle Shirafu, long time no see. Dayu approached the old man to greet him. This elderly gentleman was a renowned entrepreneur from the Kanto region, the president of Shirafu Corporation. Ah, Dayu, I heard you went on a journey. Yes, I happened to pass through Canas City and thought I'd drop by. Just as the two were conversing, an employee burst in. This is bad. The Carla Tunnel has collapsed. What did you say? The room erupted in gasps. Everyone, quiet down. Dayu's voice rang out, and the crowd fell silent. Kuroda, stay here and keep Uncle Shirafu company. Yes. Kuroda nodded. Amy, you should stay as well. It's too dangerous over there. Amy, initially eager, could only nod in agreement. Excuse me, Uncle Shirafu. Dayu cast an apologetic glance at President Shirafu. Just take care of your business. Don't mind me. President Shirafu replied with a smile, indicating his indifference to the situation. Take me to the scene and tell me what happened. Dayu instructed the employee. From the employee, Dayu learned that Duin Corporation was to build a cable car in the Carla Tunnel, but inexplicably, the tunnel collapsed right at the beginning of the construction. The employee drove Dayu to the Carla Tunnel. Young Master Dayu. Upon seeing Dayu arrive, the anxious workers seemed to find their anchor and gathered around him. What is the situation? 3 workers are trapped inside. You all step back. I'll handle it. The crowd retreated as Dayu produced a Pokeball and tossed it. Metagross, go? Locate the people. As soon as Metagross appeared, it unleashed its formidable psychic powers, heading towards the collapsed area. After a moment, Metagross nodded at Dayu, who understood the signal. Respond to my bond. Unleash your brilliance. Metagross Mega Evolve. The Mega Metagross positioned itself at a 45-degree angle, preparing for Comet Punch. Bursting forth with overwhelming steel energy, it charged towards the collapsed site. The sound of rocks shattering echoed as a large opening appeared before everyone. Soon, Mega Metagross emerged, carrying 3 injured workers who had already lost consciousness. Ambulance. The doctors and nurses, who had been on standby, swiftly loaded the 3 workers into the ambulance. Let us halt work for today. You all return and rest. After the crowd dispersed, Dayu ventured into the Carla Tunnel. The reason for his decision to enter was rooted in his perplexity. He had traversed this tunnel countless times with Dawu without incident. Yet, it was on the very first day of excavation that the tunnel collapsed, leading Dayu to suspect foul play. As he approached the collapsed site, the ground trembled, and rocks cascaded, engulfing the cave. A corpulent, greasy middle-aged man appeared at the tunnel entrance, bearing a striking resemblance to Zvocchi Myuk. Accompanying him was a Boskodora. I sincerely apologize, dear nephew. To acquire Duin Corporation, I must remove you from this world. Initially, I intended to leave it to my elder brother, but unexpectedly, you made use of it. Ha! Uncle, you are too naive. A beam of light pierced through the entrance, and Dayu emerged leisurely from the Carla Tunnel, accompanied by Mega Metagross. How is this possible? You're not dead. Of course, I want he perish, my dear Uncle Zvocchi Myuk. Although Dayu's words were cordial, his tone was frigid. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and retrieved a handkerchief to clean his glasses. Pokémon, Boskodora. Type, male. Ability, sturdy. Qualification, champion. Level, early champion. What if I'm not dead? Watch as I capture you. My elder brother will still hand Duin Corporation over to me. Boskodora, canon. The steel energy converged in its mouth, aimed directly at Dayu. It was not targeting Mega Metagross, but Dayu himself, as Zvocchi Myuk intended for Dayu to perish. Iron Hoof Beam. Countless steel particles enveloped Mega Metagross, transforming into a beam that charged forward. Upon impact, the Iron Hoof Beam devoured the cannon, then continued its relentless trajectory towards Boskodora, which was subsequently overwhelmed by the steel energy. In an instant, a terrifying explosion erupted. with Mega Metagross shielding Diyu from the shockwave. Unfortunately, Zvocchi was not as fortunate, being killed outright by the explosion's aftermath, let alone Boscodora, which was utterly obliterated at the explosion's epicenter. Diyu was no naive saint. The adversary sought both his and his father's lives, so he would never grant him a chance to survive. Once Mega Metagross had secured the area, Diyu departed. He quietly retrieved his communicator and reported the incident to his father, Zvocchi. Just after sending the message, Diyu's communicator rang. It was Zvocchi calling. "Hello? Dad? Diyu, are you alright? Are you injured?" A slight smile crept onto Diyu's lips. He had initially thought his father was calling regarding Zvocchi, but hearing his father's concern warmed his heart. "I'm fine," to reassure Zvocchi. Diyu pointed the camera at himself and gave a thorough check from head to toe. The father and son exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Upon returning to Hoenn Corporation, Diyu plopped down on the couch in his office. "Did you go demolishing houses? You're covered in dust." Amy inquired with curiosity. "I dealt with a minor character," Diyu replied nonchalantly. Not receiving the answer she sought, Amy pouted and leaned against the couch, turning her head away. The next day, the two boarded Hoenn Corporation's private plane, heading to Canon City. Before boarding, Diyu entrusted a Pokeball to Kuroda for delivery to his father. This was his own Boscodora, possessing the strength of a mid-level champion, sufficient to ensure his father's safety. Meanwhile, Canon City was hosting a grand competition, and Amy and Diyu decided to stay and participate. Chapter 18, The Grand Competition and Mikoli. With a week remaining until the grand competition, Diyu resolved to train his Pokemon. The newly recruited Torchic found itself at the mercy of Diyu's rigorous training, nearly questioning its very existence. Skills were honed. Stamina was built. Once physical endurance was established, reflexes were practiced, followed by skill training once more. Aside from mealtimes, even sleep was curtailed. Yet, the progress was markedly evident. Pokemon, Torchic. Gender, male. Trainer, Diyu. Type, fire. Ability, speed boost. Qualification, master. Level, early proficient. Delighted by the data, Diyu found himself in high spirits. Meanwhile, Amy was diligently practicing her signature moves with her little Happiny, while Chincho cheered them on from the sidelines. The grand venue of the Pokemon contest was alive with excitement. "Welcome to the Pokemon contest of the Canon Conference." The host's voice resonated through the microphone, echoing across every corner of the arena, accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. "Now, allow me to introduce the esteemed judges. First, we have Mr. Kankuston, the director of the Contest Affairs Bureau. Hello, everyone. Next is Mr. Sumizuka, the beloved president of the Pokemon Association. This is my favorite. Finally, Miss Joy from Canon City. Everyone, do your best." In the lounge, Diyu was taking a moment to rest, while the other contestants anxiously watched the large screen. Amy, in particular, was pacing nervously as the host announced the commencement of the first round of judging. A man in a light blue tailcoat stepped out of the lounge and made his way to the stage. "Now, please welcome the first contestant, Adam. Let Milotic make a splendid entrance." Milotic emerged before the audience, enveloped in a swirling stream of water, as ethereal lights danced within. Charming voice. Pink fairy energy burst forth, only to vanish into the water. Aquatail. Milotic gathered all the water into its tail, creating a magnificent pink whirlpool that elicited gasps of awe from the audience. With a graceful flick of its tail, the whirlpool transformed into countless pink droplets, cascading to the ground. Adam bowed slightly, and the applause and cheers erupted. "This is my favorite." Mr. Sumizuka was the first to voice his admiration, with the other judges following suit. "Please score the performance." 293 points. "Thank you, Adam, for this splendid display." The contest swiftly progressed to its midpoint. Next, we invite contestant number 16, Amy, to the stage. "Do your best, Happiny. Transform and use charming voice." Upon taking the stage, Happiny curled into a ball and began to spin, with pink fairy energy swirling around. However, perhaps due to her inexperience, Happiny collided with the edge of the stage and fainted. 3 large red crosses appeared on the judges' panel. Amy picked up Happiny and left quietly. "Don't be disheartened. Your performance was commendable." Upon hearing Diyu's comforting words, Amy burst into tears in his embrace. Diyu gently placed her in the lounge, where her emotions began to settle. "Now, please welcome the final contestant of the day, Diyu. Sangyin Renji, go." Substitute. Shadow Ball, Flame Vortex. 2 Sangyin Renji appeared on stage, one conjuring a shadow ball while the other unleashed a flame vortex. Their collision resulted in a mesmerizing purple flame vortex that captivated the audience. Critical hit, Shadow Strike. Both Sangyin Renji dove into the vortex, which transformed into a shower of starlight. Revenge soared to conclude. As the two Tsangyen Renji clashed, the substitute appeared like an illusion, dissipating upon contact. The audience stood in unison, their cheers and screams nearly lifting the venue off its foundations. The judges began scoring, and without a doubt, it was a perfect score of 30 points. In the lounge, Adam murmured to himself, such formidable strength, such mastery of skills. In his eyes, Dayue's performance transcended mere spectacle. It was a demonstration of raw power and exceptional technique. The announcement of the 8 coordinators who passed the first round flashed on the screen, with Dayue's face appearing first, followed closely by Adam's. The second round, a dazzling battle, was about to begin, with a time limit of 5 minutes. The contest would conclude when one side's elegance points were depleted, or if a Pokémon could no longer battle. Coordinators, enjoy the stage. Adam effortlessly showcased Milotic's elegant skills to reach the final stage, while Dayue, with a swift strike, also advanced with ease. Dayue's battle style is indeed formidable, remarked one observer. And Adam's performance was quite impressive as well. Tsangyen Renji go. Milotic, make a splendid entrance. Rain dance. Raindrops fell, enhancing Milotic's beauty. Dayue's elegance points dropped slightly. Flame charge. Flames enveloped Tsangyen Renji, and as the rain met the fire, thick white smoke billowed. Tsangyen Renji charged at Milotic, sending it flying. The smoke shrouded the stage, and Tsangyen Renji became a fleeting shadow. Adam lost half of his points. Milotic, water ring, charming. The water healed Milotic's wounds and swept towards Tsangyen Renji. Dayue's score diminished once more. Revenge sword, shatter the charm. Tsangyen Renji elegantly swung its sword, striking down the charm before relentlessly advancing towards Milotic. Milotic, water cannon. The water cannon struck Tsangyen Renji, who effortlessly severed it, hitting Milotic and rendering it unable to battle. The contest concluded, and Dayue emerged victorious on the final stage. Mr. King Custon, please present Dayue with the esteemed Kana Ribbon Medal. What a spectacular performance. Thank you very much. Dayue accepted the ribbon medal and gave a cheerful gesture towards Amy. Kana Ribbon Medal, acquired. The Kana conference concluded successfully. Upon exiting the venue, Dayue and Amy encountered Adam, who was accompanied by a charming young boy with green hair, exuding elegance. Mr. Adam, Mr. Dayue. The two greeted each other warmly. Macaulay observed Dayue with curiosity. Mr. Dayue, what are your plans next? Will you continue participating in the contest? I do not intend to partake in any more contests. I believe I am more suited to being a trainer. By the way, who is this child? This is my student, Macaulay, and I am also the gym leader of the Luminous Gym. Hello, Mr. Dayue. Macaulay greeted Dayue with grace. You are about the same age as my younger brother, so you can call me Dayue-ji. This familiarity made Macaulay feel somewhat uncomfortable. During their conversation, they learned that Macaulay would embark on his journey next year. Dayue then presented a master-quality Chinchou to Macaulay, which astonished him greatly. Adam, who had previously trained a Chinchou himself, his Milotic having evolved from one, was equally astounded by the precious gift Dayue had bestowed. In the original story, Macaulay was often referred to as the weakest champion, primarily due to his starter Pokémon not reaching master level. After bidding farewell, Dayue proposed a challenge for a gym battle at the Luminous Gym, to which Adam nodded in agreement. Chapter 19, The Pokémon Breeding House. Leaving Kana City, Dayue and Amy ventured into a vast wilderness. Dayue, look ahead. There's a house. Amy exclaimed excitedly, having spent 2 days in the wild. Oh, there's actually a house here. Hurry up. While Dayue pondered, Amy dashed ahead. So troublesome, he sighed as he followed her. They arrived at a house marked with a Pokémon house sign. Amy knocked on the door. Is anyone home? An elderly man opened the door. What brings you here? Hello, sir. Before Amy could finish, Dayue interrupted. Greetings. I would like to purchase some Pokémon eggs. Please come in. Upon hearing they were there to buy Pokémon eggs, the initially puzzled elder welcomed Dayue and Amy into his home with warmth. I am Ao, the owner of this breeding house. Amy gradually realized that this was, in fact, a breeding house. Then I shall call you Grandpa Ao, she declared. Feel free to choose any Pokémon egg you desire. May I take a look first? Of course. Aishio has a guest. An elderly woman emerged from the house. Hello, I am Aishio. Greetings, Grandma Aishio. The group entered the house, where a multitude of colorful Pokémon eggs were displayed upon the shelves. So many Pokémon eggs! Amy exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Dayue's gaze was immediately drawn to a brownish-green egg nestled among some grayish-brown ones. I want all of these eggs, Dayue proclaimed with grandiosity, leaving the 3 people beside him utterly astonished. How many alliance coins do I owe you, Grandpa Ao? Young man, there are a total of 72 Pokémon eggs here. Are you certain you want them all? Yes, I intend to place some Pokémon in my backyard. That will be 34 million alliance coins. but I will only charge you 8 million. 8 million is quite a sum. Amy's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Unfazed by Amy's Navi reaction, Dayue nonchalantly produced his black card and swiped it through the card reader. Instantly, 9 million was transferred to Grandpa Ao's account. I am not one to take advantage of others, Dayue stated with an air of pride, though inwardly he felt a surge of joy, having recognized the identity of that brownish-green Pokémon egg. Upon seeing the money credited, Grandpa Ao grew even fonder of Dayue and Amy. Dayue stepped forward to retrieve the brownish-green Pokémon egg and turned to Amy. If you fancy any Pokémon egg, you may select one too. Without hesitation, Amy approached and picked a brownish-yellow Pokémon egg. Dayue then summoned his Shinado to carry the Pokémon eggs away, explaining to everyone that he was sending them to the Pokémon Center in Kana City for shipping, when in reality, they were being placed into a small world. After sending off the Pokémon eggs, Dayue suggested they stay overnight at the breeding house, and the two elders warmly welcomed them. That night, Amy leaned in curiously towards Dayue and asked, "Do you know something?" "Not really. I have no idea," Dayue replied dismissively as he turned away to sleep. Frustrated, Amy stamped her foot and gave Dayue a light punch before angrily going to bed herself. Dayue paid her no mind and continued to slumber. The following morning, Dayue took Amy and departed from the breeding house. "Why did you call me away so early?" Amy yawned as they walked. "This egg is about to hatch." Dayue indicated the egg he was holding. "What kind of Pokémon egg is it?" "You will know soon enough," Dayue replied mysteriously. "Humph, you stingy boy. That egg is an EV egg, you know." "How do you know that? Have you forgotten that I once published a theory on EV's evolutions?" Amy's eyes widened in realization, and she affectionately kissed the EV egg. Just then, the egg in Dayue's arms began to glow. Carefully, he placed the egg on the soft grass. The light grew brighter, almost blinding. Dayue's smile widened as he understood that the higher the Pokémon's potential, the brighter the egg shone upon hatching. As the brilliance dissipated, a small, green dinosaur-like Pokémon appeared before them. Yubi. It had rock-like gray-green skin, a blunt horn atop its head, red eyes, short arms, and each foot bore a single toe. Its abdomen was covered with a diamond-shaped red scale, and there were 4 diamond-shaped black holes around its waist. The tail tapered to a point, encircled by a ring of plate-like structures. Pokémon, Youngurus. Gender, male. Owner, Dayue. Type, rock ground. Ability, sand veil. Potential, half-step gym leader. Level, beginner. Held item, none. Moves, tackle, leer, bite, dragon dance. The moment Dayue saw the data, he bent down, attempting to lift Youngurus, struggling greatly, but managing to hold it. Knowing that Youngurus officially weighed 72 kilograms, and even as a newborn, it exceeded 60 kilograms. Yubi. Youngurus was overjoyed to be cradled by Dayue. Amy was left speechless beside them, realizing that this was indeed a quasi-legendary Pokémon. At that moment, she comprehended why Dayue had been so eager to leave the breeding house. He had stumbled upon a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Dayue successfully captured Youngurus, and Amy leaned closer to him, asking, "Did you already know that was Youngurus's egg?" "I merely guessed," Dayue replied. "However, besides Youngurus, there was also an EV egg and a herdier egg. Most others were merely caterpies." "Really? What reason would I have to deceive you? These 2 old folks in this remote area hardly possess many good Pokémon eggs. Most are fillers, probably collected or found in nearby caves. Within the small world, Dayue administered a potential enhancement serum to Youngurus. Pokémon, Youngurus. Gender, male. Owner, Dayue. Type, rock ground. Ability, sand veil. Potential, gym leader. Level, intermediate beginner. Held item, none. Moves, tackle, leer, bite, dragon dance, rock slide, bite, earthquake, stone edge, knock off, rampage, sandstorm. Since Youngurus had just hatched, its strength had not drastically increased, but it bypassed the juvenile stage and could commence training immediately. Over the next few days, the Pokémon eggs gradually hatched, yielding 55 caterpies, 5 sandshrews, 9 pidgeys, and 1 herdier. Amy's EV also hatched. The EV appeared fox-like, predominantly covered in brown fur, with characteristic fluffy butter-colored fur around its neck and tail. It had short, slender legs with 3 toes and pink pads. With brown eyes, long rabbit-like ears, and a small black nose, it was unmistakably adorable. Pokémon EV. Type, normal. Ability, anticipation. Potential, elite. Level, beginner. Amy's baby team welcomed a new member. After traversing the wilderness, the duo finally arrived at Zhejiang City. Chapter 20. The Zhejiang City Electric Badge in Zhejiang City. At the Pokémon Salon, Dayue and Amy approached the front desk. The receptionist warmly welcomed them. "Welcome to the Pokémon Salon. We would like the best breeder to pamper our Pokémon with a grooming massage, Dayue requested directly. No problem. Dayue and Amy released their Pokémon while they relaxed in the waiting room. On their first day in Zhejiang City, Dayue spent the entire time at the Pokémon Salon. The following day, they visited the Zhejiang Gym. Upon entering, they encountered a scruffy man with lightning-shaped hair. Hello. I am Dayue, here to challenge the Zhejiang Gym. I am Amy. Greetings. I am Taixian. Let us engage in an electrifying battle. Very well. I look forward to your guidance, Mr. Taixian. Now, the Zhejiang Gym battle commences. Each side may use 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when all of one side's Pokémon are unable to continue fighting. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Feel the electrifying shock. Magnemite. Take the stage. Magnemite's body was gray, featuring a single eye at its center, flanked by 2 horseshoe-shaped magnets, with opposing magnetic poles. A large screw adorned its head, accompanied by 2 smaller screws on its front. Pokémon, Magnemite. Type, Electric Steel. Ability, Magnet Pull. Potential, Gym. Level, Intermediate Proficient. I entrust you, Torchic. The challenger struck first. Torchic, lightning quick. The fiery chick surged forth, colliding directly with the little magnetic monster, which was knocked aside, yet sustained little harm. Feel the allure of lightning. Little magnetic monster. Electric terrain. The entire battlefield was enveloped in an electric field. Bounce, flame vortex. The fiery chick leapt into the air, descending with a spiraling flame that enveloped the little magnetic monster. The effect was quite pronounced, leaving the little magnetic monster burned. Thunderbolt. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from the little magnetic monster, aimed directly at the fiery chick. Feather dance. The fiery chick scattered countless feathers, which dulled the impact of the electrical current, resulting in negligible damage upon striking the fiery chick. Charging flame strike. Cannon beam. The fiery chick was surrounded by flames, moving swiftly across the field, while the little magnetic monster unleashed a beam of light towards it. The fiery chick deftly evaded the attack, crashing into the little magnetic monster, which fell to the ground. Get up quickly, little magnetic monster. Iron Spin exclaimed anxiously. At last, the little magnetic monster rose, but flames erupted from its body, igniting it further. The little magnetic monster was rendered utterly incapable of battle. The fiery chick danced joyfully in place, a brilliant white light illuminating its form. And as the glow faded, a brand new Pokémon appeared before all. It was primarily composed of light yellow and orange hues, adorned with exceptionally sharp claws. Pokémon, Blaziken. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayue. Type, firefighting. Ability, speed boost. Aptitude, master. Level, elite beginner. Wonderful. I have finally evolved into Blaziken. The little magnetic monster has lost its ability to battle. Please have Iron Spin replace it with another Pokémon. Enter, Mischievous Electrode. The Mischievous Electrode resembled an inverted Pokeball, red on the bottom and white on the top. Pokémon, Mischievous Electrode. Type, electric. Ability, static. Aptitude, near champion. Level, elite peak. Return, Blaziken. Go Conkeldurr. Upon its entrance, the electric terrain transformed into a grassy field. Mischievous Electrode, Odd Wave. A peculiar electric wave descended upon Conkeldurr, causing discomfort. Use Boom Burst. The sound wave slammed into Mischievous Electrode, sending it flying. Yet the electric wave remained entangled around Conkeldurr. Euro Ball. Mischievous Electrode rolled towards Conkeldurr, who sidestepped, only for Mischievous Electrode to return. Due to the electric wave, Conkeldurr could not evade a second time, taking significant damage. Quick return. Conkeldurr charged at Mischievous Electrode, striking once before retreating back into its Pokeball. Gastrodon then emerged onto the battlefield. Mischievous Electrode, self-destruct. A red light emanated from Mischievous Electrode, followed by a tremendous explosion that reverberated throughout the arena. After the explosion, Mischievous Electrode lay on the ground, incapacitated, while Gastrodon remained unscathed. I apologize, Iron Spin. My Gastrodon's ability is moisture, rendering self-destruct ineffective. How careless of me. Iron Spin lamented, smacking his forehead. With Mischievous Electrode unable to battle, please send out your next Pokémon, Iron Spin. Last lightning, enter Ampharos. Ampharos's skin was yellow, adorned with a red orb on its tail and forehead, its abdomen white. With flat hands and a single toe, its neck, ears, and parts of its tail bearing yellow and black patterns. Pokémon, Ampharos. Type, electric. Ability, static. Aptitude, champion. Level, gym beginner. Ampharos, Dragon Pulse. A purple energy wave transformed into a colossal dragon, charging towards Gastrodon. Water Cannon, counter. The powerful water cannon collided with the dragon's energy. Earth power. The ground beneath Ampharos surged upward, controlled by Gastrodon. Substitute. The stationary Ampharos morphed into a cotton ball. Truly impressive, Iron Spin. Gastrodon, Rain Dance. Rain began to pour over the battlefield. Ampharos, Magical Shine. A pink fairy-like sparkle shot towards Gastrodon. Dayuea raised the keystone high, which radiated a dazzling rainbow light. Forming a bond with Gastrodon. Respond to our connection. Shine forth, Gastrodon Mega Evolve. As the rainbow light dissipated, Mega Gastrodon swiftly dodged the magical shine. Ice Punch. Fire Punch. The two punches collided, the Ice Punch enveloping the Fire Punch and encasing Ampharos in ice. Mega Gastrodon, Hydro Pump. A powerful torrent surged towards Ampharos, shattering the ice. While cotton balls floated into the air. Cotton Guard, indeed. Hee how about my Cotton Guard? Iron Spin remarked. However, Mega Gastrodon, High Horsepower. Defend. Mega Gastrodon charged at Ampharos. A green protective shield enveloping it. Useless, Mega Gastrodon, crush him. Mega Gastrodon shattered the shield, landing a heavy blow on Ampharos. Ampharos lost its ability to battle, and with all of Iron Spin's Pokémon incapacitated, the challenger Dayuea emerged victorious. What a splendid battle. Here is the electric badge, please accept it. Thank you so much. Dayuea replied, receiving the electric badge. Electric badge acquired. Hooray! Amy cheered beside him. Chapter 21, The Abandoned Power Plant. Having obtained the gym badge, Dayuea ventured with Amy to the abandoned power plant near Zijing City. Dayuea's purpose for this journey was to seek out an exceptionally gifted electric-type Pokémon. Is there really going to be any Pokémon in such desolation? Amy remarked, following Dayuea through the barren power plant. Look, Dayuea pointed to the distant sky, where dark clouds loomed, thunder crackled, and lightning occasionally struck the ground. In this environment, can there be no electric-type Pokémon? Moreover, their strength is undeniably formidable. With that, Dayuea released his Cinderace and Metagross, now both having reached the pinnacle of their respective strengths. Cinderace remained at mid-champion, Gastrodon had reached gym peak. Conkeldurr was at gym late stage, and Larvitar had just entered early proficiency. The other Pokémon had only made slight advancements. This highlighted the importance of aptitude. In the days to come, the 5 Pokémon with gym leader-grade aptitude would continue to flourish, while the others would gradually fall behind. The two pressed on towards the stormy region. The closer they got, the more they could sense the terror within. Beta. Flame. A bolt of lightning struck towards Dayuea and Amy, with Cinderace and Metagross shielding them, using their abilities to deflect the lightning. You scared me. I almost thought I would be struck by lightning. I owe you both. Amy exclaimed, still shaken as she patted her chest. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the sky, colliding and unleashing electric energy that illuminated the entire sky. Their forms were revealed by the flash of lightning. One was a bird-like Pokémon adorned with yellow feathers, its eyes encircled by black feather rings, sporting an orange long pointed beak. Its wings and tail bore numerous spiked feathers, and its back and tail feathers were lined with black feathers. Its crest was entirely formed of sharp feathers, while its legs were earthy yellow, devoid of feathers on the thighs, and its feet had 4 toes. It's Zapdos. Amy exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Zapdos. What about the other yellow cat Pokémon? It's the mythical Pokémon, Zeraora. Zeraora resembled a standing cat. His hands are adorned with azure pads, while his body is embellished with patterns reminiscent of lightning, predominantly in shades of blue or black, especially on his upper half. His fur is primarily yellow and black, with thinner, darker fur on his shins, lower body, upper arms, and face, contrasting with the thicker, yellower fur found elsewhere. A sinuous black stripe graces his thigh, accompanied by 2 more on his forearms. A small tuft of pale blue fur rests on his chest, and a longer cluster adorns his forehead. Each cheek boasts a lightning-shaped blue whisker. A long, tail-like tuft of fur extends from between his shoulders. Zeraora possesses a pair of large ears lined with black, and his eyes shimmer in blue. His front paws feature 4 clawed digits and light blue pads, while his hind paws have 3 clawed toes. They are all legendary Pokémon. Just as 2 of these mythical creatures engaged in battle, a beastly roar echoed through the heavens. Raikou made his entrance, swiftly joining the fray. Raikou resembles a saber-toothed tiger, adorned with golden fur, robust limbs, and sharp fangs. A black metallic adornment crowns Raikou's forehead, encasing his brow, nose, and mouth, beneath which lies an X-shaped whisker pattern. His tail, shaped like a lightning bolt, ends in a spark. The clash of 3 legendary electric-type Pokémon is indeed a perilous affair. Cinderace, stay back and protect Amy. Mega Metagross, prepare for battle. Flare. Beta. Dayuea. Amy, this place is dangerous. If a fight breaks out, I cannot shield you. Amy nodded in response. Answer my bond. Shine forth your brilliance. Mega Evolve Metagross. The majestic Mega Metagross emerged, and Duyue leaped atop its head. Pokémon, Raikou. Type, Electric. Ability, Pressure. Rank, Master. Level, Mid-Champion. Pokémon, Zeraora. Type, Electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Rank, Master. Level, Early Champion. Pokémon, Zapdos. Type, Electric Flying. Ability, Pressure. Rank, Master. Level, Early Champion. What a formidable trio of champions. Were it not for Mega Metagross achieving its current level of half a master, I would scarcely dare to engage. Upon reaching the pinnacle of champion status, Mega Metagross's power escalated directly to that of half a master. Gazing at the tempest of thunder and lightning, even the seasoned Duyue felt a shiver run down his spine, enveloping himself and Mega Metagross in a protective aura before the battle commenced. As Duyue approached, the three legendary Pokémon ceased their skirmish, turning their attention towards him. Continue your battle. I merely passed through. No sooner had Duyue spoken than three electric strikes hurtled toward him. Mega Metagross took a defensive stance, erecting a steel wall just in time to deflect the onslaught. Truly, these legendary Pokémon are formidable. Despite the level disparity, they unleash such terrifying power. Duyue was certain that had Cinderace been the one to absorb the attack, it would have sustained grave injuries. Comet Punch, smash that foolish bird. Mega Metagross charged at Zapdos. Enraged by the approach of Mega Metagross, Zapdos enveloped itself in electricity, unleashing Volt Tackle. As their attacks were about to collide, Mega Metagross executed a swift turn, crashing into Zapdos's flank. The electric bird screeched in pain, plummeting to the ground. Surprise! Are you astonished? Duyue waved at the startled Raikou and Zeraora. The two exchanged glances before bolting in opposite directions. High-speed movement. Comet Punch. Mega Metagross darted forward, tracing a Z-shaped path through the air. The fleeing Raikou and Zeraora were struck down by Mega Metagross's assault. The three legendary Pokémon lay together, defeated. Mega Metagross descended, its overwhelming psychic force pinning the three Pokémon to the ground, rendering them immobile. Are you convinced now? Still baring your teeth? Duyue taunted them provocatively. The three Pokémon roared in fury. Beta. A beam of iron tail sliced through the air above them, instilling a sense of dread in their hearts. The three creatures exchanged glances and, in unison, chose to submit. Duyue tossed three Pokeballs, successfully capturing them. He refrained from immediately placing them in his small world, knowing that the Pokémon within could not contain their power. Duyue then searched the surroundings, capturing 5 each of Electabuzz and Thunderbolt. After completing these tasks, he rode Mega Metagross to reunite with Amy. Duyue, did you truly capture Zapdos, Raikou, and Zeraora? Of course. He then tossed 3 Pokeballs, and the legendary Pokémon materialized before Amy. How wonderful! When they gazed at Mega Metagross, they all instinctively recoiled. Truly, Mega Metagross is a formidable presence. Even the most powerful Pokémon dare not confront him. Mega Metagross looked at his trainer, exasperated. After placing them all into the small world, Duyue discovered that all the Caterpies had evolved into Metapods. Chapter 22, The Forbidden Forest. Duyue and Amy departed from Xene City, heading towards Fuyin Town. At that moment, the two were traversing a dense jungle. These trees are so tall, Amy exclaimed, gazing up at the towering giants. It seems we might be lost. Duyue pulled out the navigator, which had lost signal. No way, how unfortunate. Amy's expression fell. Well, it's getting late. Let us set up camp here and continue tomorrow. All right, I'll gather firewood. Amy took her Happiny and Eevee to collect branches, while Duyue set up the tent with his Corvisquire and young Gibble. Mega Metagross and Cinderace were on patrol, while Conkeldurr and Swampert focused on training. As Amy and Happiny gathered twigs, Eevee frolicked through the forest, curiously peering around. Eevee, don't wander off. Suddenly, from the underbrush emerged a Pokémon that collided with the running Eevee. Darne. This creature is a quadruped, reminiscent of a toad, with striking red eyes, white pupils, and sclera. It features a pair of prominent ears atop its head, a short, blunt nose, and a wide mouth, revealing a pair of small, sharp teeth when it opens its jaws. Its skin is a bluish-green adorned with deep green patterns, and each stout leg ends in 3 toes, each tipped with white claws. Boy, Eevee rubbed its head, gazing curiously at this unfamiliar Pokémon. Darne. The Pokémon mirrored Eevee's actions. Eevee, what are you doing? Amy, clutching a branch, approached Eevee. Oh, what Pokémon is this? So cute. Just as she instinctively turned to ask Duyue, she realized he was no longer beside her. In a hurry, she pulled out her Pokédex to scan the creature. A mechanical voice announced, Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. After birth, it will draw nutrients from the seed on its back to grow for a period. It's a Bulbasaur. Upon noticing Amy's approach, Bulbasaur turned and fled. vanishing into the thicket. Oh no, it got away, what a pity. Booey booey. At that moment, Evie called out frantically to Amy. What's wrong, Evie? As Amy crouched down, a sudden pain struck her head, and darkness enveloped her. After what felt like an eternity, Amy opened her eyes, bewildered by the dim surroundings. Where am I? My head hurts. A beam of light illuminated her face as a young boy approached, holding a torch. A fool like you shouldn't be a vandal, right? Who are you calling a fool? Of course it's you. The two individuals exchanged heated words before succumbing to a heavy silence. At which point Amy broke the stillness. Where are we? She inquired. This is the Forbidden Forest. To not even know where you are, and yet dare to venture here. I lost my way with my companion, which is why we ended up here. The boy paused momentarily before elucidating to Amy. Long ago, many sought to capture grass-type Pokémon and entered this forest, provoking the wrath of the local grass-type Pokémon. They began to attack all intruding humans. And thus the forest reverted to a completely primal state. Eventually, people reflected upon their transgressions and erected a gate, designating the other side as a forbidden zone, guarded by elders and a few residents to prevent any intrusions. Despite this, the grass-type Pokémon continued to attack any encroaching humans and drive them away. However, we did not pass through the gate, nor did we encounter any guardians. I am the guardian. Were it not for your unintentional trespass, your life would have already been forfeit. Yet, I surmise you may have come from another forest, hence your failure to pass through the gate. Akin has come out for dinner. Very well, Elder, you should join us. The boy named Akin responded and turned to Amy. So your name is Akin? I'm Amy. Akin paid her no heed and continued walking ahead. Soon, a yurt came into view, where an elder and a youth were preparing a meal. Akin approached to relay Amy's predicament to the elder. Little girl, you may stay here for the night, and tomorrow we shall escort you out of the Forbidden Forest. Thank you, grandfather. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The great Houndum's evil aura. Get down. Akin swiftly tackled Amy to the ground. A man in black attire and a mask appeared before them. Who are you to attack without provocation? Amy exclaimed, her face contorted with anger. He is the Destroyer. Before the intruder could respond, the elder shouted. The man known as the Destroyer wasted no time, commanding his Houndum to attack once more. Houndum bite. The beast lunged at Amy, causing her to pale in fear. At that moment, a Happiny leapt forth, shielding Amy with its tiny form. The Happiny was struck, crashing heavily to the ground, and the Houndum halted its assault. Happiny, are you all right? It's all my fault for being so useless. Amy cried as she rushed to embrace the unconscious Happiny. Just as the Houndum prepared to pounce on Amy again, a thick vine lashed out, striking the Houndum and sending it flying. A massive Venusaur appeared beside Amy. Vena. Countless thorns erupted from the ground, piercing towards the Destroyer and the Houndum. Following a piercing scream, both the Houndum and the Destroyer lay in a pool of blood, while the Venusaur turned and departed. Amy's face drained of color. At that moment, a silver light shot in from a distance, causing the enormous Venusaur to halt its departure. Beta. The silhouette of a Mega Metagross materialized before Amy as Dua leapt down from its back. Amy, are you unharmed? Vena. Countless petals surged towards Dua, and the previously pale Amy suddenly shouted, no? A terrifying psychic force materialized, dispersing the petals. Pokémon, Venusaur dominant. Type, Grass Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Aptitude, Master. Level, Mid-Champion. Am I being provoked? Dua regarded the Venusaur with icy indifference. Vena. Dua, do not harm him. He just saved me, Amy implored, grasping Dua's arm. Dua patted Amy's head, signaling that all was well. The radiant colors faded as Metagross reverted from its Mega Evolution state, yet its aura remained formidable. Dua then summoned Shiny to heal Happiny. Happiny quickly regained consciousness, and upon seeing it awake, the gloom on Amy's face dissipated. Happiny, you were so brave. Thank you. Happiny. The following morning, Akin led Dua and Amy out of the Forbidden Forest. Before departing, Dua captured the colossal Venusaur. There was no other choice. Dua had brought Metagross and Chandelure to confront him at midnight, making refusal impossible, and he ultimately acquiesced. Upon exiting the forest, the navigator received a signal, realizing they were heading toward Autumn Leaf Town. However, in Dua's plan, he intended to defeat the fiery gym before proceeding to Autumn Leaf Town, thus arriving earlier than anticipated. Chapter 23, Iron Dumbbell Plains. After leaving the Forbidden Forest, Dua and his companion arrived at a vast plain. As they gazed across the landscape, they were astounded to find not just any Pokémon, but a multitude of steel-type quasi-deities known as Iron Dumbbells, and in considerable numbers. Each Iron Dumbbell bore a crown-like formation atop its head, with a long trunk and a massive claw at its rear. Its head was nearly spherical, fitted into the ball-and-socket joint at the front of its trunk, with a large red eye at its center. Dua pinched Amy's cheek with force. "What are you doing, Dua? That hurts." Amy rubbed her reddened face. "I merely wished to ascertain whether I was dreaming. It appears that I am indeed awake." Dua tossed a Pokeball, and the dazzling Metagross emerged. Beta. Upon its arrival, a multitude of iron dumbbells turned their attention toward it, drawing nearer with expressions of admiration. Beta. 5 Metagross appeared in Dua's view. 3 were of the ordinary coloration, while the other 2 shone in gold and silver. By the heavens, a golden Metagross. Upon sighting the golden and silver Metagross, Dua's eyes glimmered with envy. Pokémon, Metagross, golden. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Aptitude, Master. Level, Early Champion. Pokémon, Metagross, silver. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Aptitude, Master. Level, Mid-Quasi Champion. Pokémon, Metagross. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Late Elite. The golden Metagross was at the champion level, the silver Metagross at the quasi-champion level, while the 3 ordinary Metagross were at the elite level. Additionally, about 10 metal coatings trailed behind them. The leading golden Metagross eyed Dua's Metagross warily. Beta. Beta. The 2 Metagross roared in unison before charging at each other, colliding fiercely. The golden Metagross was sent flying by Dua's Metagross. The other Metagross rushed in to gang up on Dua's Metagross, but each was met with a comet punch from the latter. Centered around Dua's Metagross, 5 of the opposing Metagross toppled over. The onlooking metal coatings and iron dumbbells erupted in cheers, for Dua's Metagross's victory signified his ascendancy as the new leader of the territory. The 5 defeated Metagross slowly rose, bowing their heads in submission to Dua's Metagross. Beta. The Iron Dumbbell clan's allegiance surged through him, and as his champion-level aura reached its zenith, a more potent force erupted from within Metagross, successfully advancing him to the threshold of master level. Pokémon, Metagross, Shiny. Gender, None. Trainer, Dua. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body, Light Metal. Aptitude, Gym Leader. Level, Early Half Master. Held item, Iron Plate, Metagross Megastone. Skills, Iron Fist Double Strike, Iron Head, Arm Hammer, Bullet Punch. Psychic Strong Thought, Iron Wall, High Speed Movement, Telekinetic Head Hammer, Comet Punch, Metal Claw, Electromagnetic Levitation, Freezing Punch, Thunder Punch, Cannon Light Cannon, Meteor Beam, Iron Hoof Ray. Wide Area Combat Power. Gaoyu gazed perplexedly at his Metagross as he examined the data panel, his eyes widening at the sight of a brand new skill, Iron Fist Double Strike. However, this skill was exclusive to Melmetal. Could it be that upon reaching the threshold of a half-master, one could acquire the exclusive skills of legendary Pokémon? Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion, recalling that in the animation, not a single master-level trainer had ever been observed with a Pokémon capable of learning the skills of legendary beings. The only plausible explanation was the steel plate. At that moment, Metagross had already reigned in its imposing aura, and the surrounding Beldum were in even greater awe of it. Metagross retrieved Gaoyu's Pokeball and tossed it toward the 2 Metagross, 1 gold and 1 silver. Both were promptly captured, and it handed the ball back to Gaoyu before using its psychic abilities to lead the other Beldum away, disappearing from Gaoyu and Amy's sight. After a considerable time, it returned, flashing a toothy grin at Gaoyu, who reciprocated with a smile. Metagross had placed the other Beldum into Gaoyu's little world, pretending to lead them away to avoid arousing Amy's suspicion. The entrance to this little world had already been positioned atop Metagross's head by Gaoyu. Within this small realm now resided an additional 3 Metagross, 15 Metong, and 37 Beldum, a veritable bounty. Why are there so many Beldum here? Amy finally voiced her curiosity upon seeing Metagross's return. Gaoyu shook his head and gestured toward Metagross. I am uncertain, but Metagross should know. Beta. Metagross soared into the distance, prompting Gaoyu and Amy to hastily follow. Soon, a sheer rock wall emerged before them. Beta. Metagross unleashed a comet punch against the wall, shattering it to reveal a mound of steel gems and metal coatings. Just as Gaoyu approached, a voice echoed nearby. Registeel. In an instant, a Pokémon burst forth from the mound, and Metagross swiftly positioned itself in front of Gaoyu. Registeel. Pokémon, Registeel. Type, Steel. Ability, Clear Body. Aptitude, Master. Level, Late Champion. Registeel's upper body was gray and spherical, adorned with black stripes, and its face bore a hexagonal pattern formed by 7 red dots. Each of Registeel's black arms featured 3 fingers, and its legs were cylindrical in shape. Yu, what kind of Pokémon is Registeel? Amy inquired, her curiosity piqued by the peculiar creature. Registeel is known as the Steel Guardian and is one of the Pokémon created by the legendary Regigigas. The others include Regirock, Regice, Regieleki, and Regidrago, Yu patiently explained. Then it must be a legendary Pokémon. Yu nodded in affirmation. While the two conversed, Registeel had already engaged in battle with Metagross. The outcome was swift. Against the might of the half-master Metagross, Registeel could only endure a barrage of blows. Despite its formidable defenses, even after absorbing several punches from Metagross, Registeel remained standing. Arm hammer. With one final punch, Registeel fell, and Yu captured it in a Pokeball. Meanwhile, all the Steel-type items were absorbed by Metagross, effectively returning to the little world. Continuing onward, a stone statue of a lion-like Pokémon appeared before them. What Pokémon is this? It's so majestic. Amy's curiosity surged once more. Solgaleo, the legendary Pokémon of the Alola region. I've never heard of the Alola region. The Alola region is akin to an archipelago. It's also a splendid vacation spot. You look. There's something in its mouth. Amy exclaimed, pointing at the statue's mouth. You reached inside and retrieved a bracelet. A Z-ring. The sight of the Z-ring exhilarated Yu, especially as it was adorned with a diamond-shaped silver stone featuring a Steel-type emblem. Steel Z. After emerging from the rock wall, Yu clutched the Z-ring, grinning foolishly. What exactly is this? Amy queried, observing Yu's goofy smile. With this, Metagross can unleash the ultimate spiral combo. Yu replied nonchalantly, a smirk adorning his lips. What a ridiculous move. Amy huffed, running ahead, with Eevee and Happiny trailing behind. Upon arriving near Autumn Leaf Town, Yu led Amy to the entrance of a cave. As they ventured inside, they were greeted by a dense array of stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Delving deeper, they encountered a waterfall, broad as several spans, cascading like an enraged silver dragon from the heavens, crashing into the pool below. The sound of water roared, stirring fierce winds and unleashing a hail of droplets. How spectacular! Amy exclaimed, sprinting toward the waterfall, the refreshing mist enveloping her. Metagross, go? The shiny Metagross appeared before the waterfall as Yu and Amy mounted it. Metagross conjured a psychic barrier, levitating them through the waterfall. A larger cavern unfolded before their eyes. What a hidden paradise. Amy marveled at the surroundings. Indeed, this truly lives up to the name Meteor Falls. Yu mused. What a beautiful name. Have you heard of Rayquaza? Of course. It's the legendary Pokémon of Hoenn, dwelling within the ozone layer of outer space. It is said to descend when Kyogre and Groudon battle, intervening to halt their conflict. Amy elaborated. You seem quite knowledgeable, even aware of the non-flying fish. What do you mean by non-flying fish? Groudon and Kyogre, Yu chuckled. Enough with the jokes. Long, long ago, meteor showers streaked across the night sky, and the ancient Groudon and Kyogre clashed. Ultimately, the ancient Pokémon Rayquaza intervened. A millennium later, a meteor fell to the present-day luminous city, awakening Groudon and Kyogre. The inheritors of that era stood upon the Rainbow Stone, praying for Rayquaza's return in hopes of facilitating its mega evolution. After a fierce battle, Groudon and Kyogre retreated to the depths of the earth and ocean, while Rayquaza returned to the skies. The meteor people established the Sky Pillar to commemorate their deity, adorning the inner walls with murals. The meteor people reside within Meteor Falls, in a place known as Meteor Village. Amy listened intently as Yu recounted the tale of Rayquaza. However, there is something else about Meteor Falls that is lesser known. What is it? It is well known that Hoenn possesses two quasi-legendaries. One is Beldum, and the other is, are you saying there's a Bagon here? Before Yu could finish, Amy gasped in excitement. Yu nodded. Bagon. As they conversed, a voice echoed nearby. They turned to see a small dinosaur appear before them. Its blue body with exposed teeth, a hard skull, and tiny arms. Pokémon, Bagon. Type, Dragon. Ability, Rock Head. Aptitude, Near Champion. Level, Late Proficient. It's a Bagon. Just as Amy was about to approach and embrace the little creature, Bagon shot her a fierce glare, startling her. Haha. Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Yu. Amy called out, exasperated. I generally don't laugh, unless I can't help it. As the two individuals engaged in playful banter, a thunderous roar resonated from within the cave. A blood-winged dragon emerged, its magnificent crimson wings stretching wide, accompanied by a long, sinuous tail. Its body was a deep azure, with the insides of its neck, limbs, and tail adorned in blood-red hues, while its jaw and abdomen were shielded by 3 sturdy plates. Above its piercing eyes, 2 crimson protrusions stood out, and on either side of its head, 3 small triangular wings were displayed. This Pokémon was known as the Bloodwing Dragon, a creature of dragon and flying types, boasting the abilities of Intimidate and Overconfidence, with qualifications at the semi-leader level and a champion's initial rank. Bloodwing Dragon, exclaimed Dayua, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had finally discovered the last Pokémon that met his criteria. Metagross, I implore you, I must capture this one. With a resolute cry, the Bloodwing Dragon soared toward Baby Dragon, casting a menacing glare at Dayua and his companion. Let us battle, Dayua declared, initiating the capture contest. Yet the Bloodwing Dragon disregarded his challenge, seizing Baby Dragon in its jaws and depositing it upon its back before flying deeper into the cave. Dayua hurriedly pursued, and after a considerable time, a radiant light appeared before them. Before their eyes lay a breathtaking flower field, teeming with blossoms of every hue. Among the flowers, several baby dragons frolicked, while a few Bloodwing Dragons lounged on a distant stone platform, the very one Dayua sought resting among them. Another Pokémon caught their attention, encased in a white shell that revealed only its eyes and limbs. Its body was enveloped in a shell resembling bone, segmented into 6 nearly equal parts that enveloped its form, with 3 parts displaying raised patterns. This was the Shellmet, completing the evolutionary chain of the Bloodwing Dragon family. The Bloodwing Dragons turned their gazes toward Dayua and his companion, prompting Dayua to step forward, brandishing a Pokeball toward the Bloodwing Dragon he had seen earlier. Capture contest, he announced. This time, the Bloodwing Dragon accepted, gliding gracefully to Dayua's side. Metagross, it's your turn, Dayua commanded, as the green dragon claws lunged toward Metagross. Instinctively, Metagross activated its iron defense, producing a metallic clash that sent both creatures recoiling. Dayua refrained from giving further commands, eager to witness the true prowess of the Bloodwing Dragon. The dragon unleashed a torrent of dark energy, while Metagross summoned electrical energy to its claws, executing a thunder punch. The two forces collided, causing the Bloodwing Dragon to be pushed back, yet Metagross pressed the advantage with an ice punch. Just as the icy attack was about to connect, the Bloodwing Dragon flapped its wings, releasing a warm gust that melted the ice energy. Fascinating. Such a quick reaction. The timing of that heat wave was impeccable. Dayua observed intently, analyzing the dragon's combat performance. Meanwhile, Amy sighed at the failure of the ice punch to inflict damage. Metagross too sensed that this potential ally would prove to be quite a challenge. As steel energy gathered, a cannon beam struck the Bloodwing Dragon, leading to its defeat. Dayua successfully captured the Bloodwing Dragon. Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon gender, male owner, Dayua type, dragon flying ability, Intimidate. Overconfidence qualification, semi-leader level, champion early stage held item, Dragon Fang skills, fly, dual wings, outrage, dragon claw, dragon tail, protect, crunch, mind headbutt, flamethrower, dragon dance, body slam, earthquake, thunder fang, aerial ace, rock slide, meteor shower, hurricane, oblivion wing, final impact. Dayua's Bloodwing Dragon was the leader of its clan, prompting him to bring the remaining members of the Bloodwing Dragon family into his small world. In total, he now possessed 7 Bloodwing Dragons, 14 Shellmets, and 41 baby dragons. Beside him, Amy stood in astonishment. Dayua had chosen to reveal this to her for future convenience, having come to trust her during their time together. He explained that this was a power bestowed by his divine strength, which Amy reluctantly accepted. Dayua administered the final vial of aptitude enhancer to the Bloodwing Dragon, elevating its qualifications to leader level, though its rank remained unchanged. Thus, Dayua's team was complete: Shiny Metagross, Shiny Talonflame, Swampert, Conkeldurr, Yungoos, and the Bloodwing Dragon, all Pokémon of leader level potential. Chapter 25. The Marvelous Ring Tournament. Departing from the Meteor Falls, Dayua and his companion arrived at Autumn Leaf Town, which was hosting the Marvelous Ring Tournament. The arena was set on both land and in the sky, with spectators seated on the ground, while the finish line was also located on land. Contestants would compete in hot air balloons, while rings dangled from balloons soaring high above. The Pokémon would engage in battles mid-air to snatch the rings, and the first team to successfully hang a ring onto their target hook would claim victory. The competition consisted of 6 rounds. Without hesitation, Dayua entered the tournament, eager to bond with his Bloodwing Dragon. Although Amy was equally enthusiastic, she lacked a flying Pokémon. Dayua summoned a Butterfree from his small world and gifted it to her. This Butterfree was a deep blue-purple, sporting large white wings with black veins, while the female's lower wings bore black spots. Unlike real insects, this Butterfree possessed only 4 legs, colored a pastel green. and its head featured a similar pastel green organ resembling a nose. All of Dayue's Metapod army had fully evolved, and the Butterfree given to Amy boasted elite-level qualifications, having reached the early stage of its elite rank, making it the most promising among all Butterfrees. Amy joyfully registered for the tournament and soon released her Butterfree, and the two quickly became engrossed in play. The following day, the venue for the Marvelous Ring tournament was a bustling hive of activity, with throngs of spectators filling the area. Welcome to the Marvelous Ring tournament. I am your host, Dodo. The crowd responded with enthusiastic cheers to the host's introduction. There were a total of 64 participants, and the 6 rounds of competition would determine who could hang a ring on the target hook to claim victory. The ultimate winner would earn the prestigious title of Honorary Townsfolk. The tournament commenced swiftly, with trainers aboard their hot air balloons and their flying Pokémon soaring ahead. The first round was about to begin, with last year's reigning champion, Au, and his Swellow on the left, and Dayue from Canas City with his Bloodwing Dragon on the right. The appearance of the Bloodwing Dragon incited cheers from the crowd, a testament to the popularity of this Hoenn demigod. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the competition officially began. Swellow, take to the skies and seize the ring. Bloodwing Dragon, catch the wind and grab the ring. The Bloodwing Dragon, utilizing its tailwind, swiftly snatched the ring ahead of Swellow. Swellow, brave bird. The Bloodwing Dragon launched the ring into the air, countering with Thunder Fong. The dragon decisively tossed the ring skyward, as electrical energy gathered in its mouth to meet Swellow's assault. Swellow was paralyzed and plummeted to the ground, allowing the Bloodwing Dragon to catch the ring once more. Get up, Swellow, Au urged anxiously, but Swellow lay incapacitated. Honestly, do you think you're Ash? Or do you believe your Swellow is a bug Pokémon that can withstand electric-type moves? Dayue remarked, exasperated. The Bloodwing Dragon soared, executing Dragon Dive toward the finish line. An immense surge of Dragon-type energy coalesced as the Bloodwing Dragon dove downwards. Upon reaching the finish, Dayue was declared the victor, heralded as the representative from Canas City. As the host announced the result, the audience erupted in cheers. Soon, the final match of the first round approached. On the left was Afong from Autumn Leaf with his Venomoth, and on the right was Amy from Liu City with her Butterfree. Venomoth, go for the ring. Butterfree, use Confusion Ray. Afong chose to directly seize the ring, while Amy commanded her Butterfree to employ psychic skills against the Venomoth. Caught off guard, the Venomoth was struck, and the effect was remarkable. Its body began to plummet. Butterfree dashed towards the ring. The Venomoth steadied itself, launching a toxic needle attack. Butterfree, unleash your whirlwind. This time, the Venomoth was swept away by the tempest, losing its ability to fight. With the ring in tow, Butterfree raced towards the finish line. Upon reaching the end, the victor was revealed to be Amy, the contestant from Liu City. Huzzah! Well done, Butterfree. Amy flashed a peace sign at the camera. The competition progressed swiftly, with Dayue and Amy advancing, as the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. Congratulations to Dayue for securing a ticket to the finals. The final match of the 5th round is about to commence, with one side featuring Amy from Liu City and the other side presenting Huaiyue from Changhua City. Is this the future Dark-type master from Fangyuan? Amy is in peril. Dayue also watched Amy's match. A Pokémon soared in front of Huaiyue. Pokémon, Corviknight. Type, Dark Flying. Ability, Overconfidence. Qualification, Champion. Level, Elite Peak. Corviknight is entirely black, with white feathers on its face and chest, and red feathers on the inner side of its wings. A large tuft of red fluff adorns its tail, and it wears a grand gentleman's hat atop its head. Corviknight unleashed Trickery and Heatwave. Both competitors simultaneously opted not to seize the ring, engaging in battle right where they stood. Butterfree was severely injured, as Corviknight unleashed a Blade of Air, incapacitating Butterfree. Ultimately, Amy fell in the top 4. Now, the finals of the Wondrous Ring competition commence, with Huaiyue on the left, who swept through opponents with her brutal tactics, and Dayue on the right, whose unpredictable style keeps everyone guessing. Hello, Huaiyue. Dayue greeted Huaiyue directly, with a cheeky grin. Huaiyue tilted her head slightly. If you wish to greet me, you must first defeat me. The weak are unworthy. Trickery. Tailwind. Both sides launched skills advantageous to themselves. Bloodwing Dragon raced for the ring. Corviknight unleashed Dark Pulse. Bloodwing Dragon executed a quick return. Bloodwing Dragon clutched the ring and spun, evading Dark Pulse while maneuvering behind Corviknight. Corviknight is behind you. Quick, use Delay. Fortify, then unleash Dragon Pulse. A powerful surge of dragon energy coalesced as a gigantic dragon-shaped, purple energy pillar shot towards Corviknight. Corviknight. Substitute. The purple energy pillar struck Corviknight, scattering a plume of feathers, while Corviknight ascended directly above Bloodwing Dragon. Meteor shower. A massive surge of dragon energy was launched high into the sky by Bloodwing Dragon, dispersing into countless small energy fragments that rained down. Corviknight was struck and lost its ability to battle, while Bloodwing Dragon flung the ring towards the finish line. I declare the champion of the wondrous ring competition to be Dayue and his Bloodwing Dragon. Hooray! Dayue has triumphed. Amy cheered from the sidelines. With a triumphant roar, Bloodwing Dragon joined in the celebration. Dayue and Bloodwing Dragon approached the podium to receive their award and pose for photos. The wondrous ring competition concluded splendidly. As Dayue and Amy exited the venue, Huayue waited at the exit, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Dayue smiled slightly and approached Huayue. Hello. I'm Huayue from Changhua City. Hello. I'm Dayue from Canas City. The two shook hands and exchanged smiles. Chapter 26. Smoke Peak. From Huayue, Dayue learned that the gym leader of the Fiery Path Gym is the Fire-type master, Mura. It was because of his defeat by Mura that he came to Akihabara for intensive training. Upon learning that Dayue also intended to challenge the Fiery Path Gym, Huayue expressed a desire to accompany him. The three of them ventured together to Smoke Peak. The future Dark-type master, Huayue, has returned. Huayue called out to Smoke Peak. After spending several days together, Dayue grew increasingly familiar with Huayue. The Pokémon Huayue currently held included Absol, Corviknight, Crawdaunt, Dusknoir, and Nuzleaf. Dayue remarked that she truly deserved the title of future Dark-type master, as all her Pokémon were of the Dark type. Larvitar, go! Dayue tossed out the Pokeball for Larvitar. Larvitar was ready to begin training, as the Pokémon along the way would serve as its opponents. Larvitar responded, racing towards the nearest Magcargo. Seeing Larvitar dash off, Huayue's eyes sparkled. Dayue actually has a Larvitar. Larvitar, Huayue exclaimed, shaking Dayue's shoulder with excitement, causing him to feel dizzy. Calm down, Huayue. Stop shaking, or Dayue will faint. Amy intervened, pulling Huayue away, allowing Dayue a moment to recover. You're in for it now. Just as Dayue was regaining composure, he playfully retaliated with a light punch to Huayue. Meanwhile, Larvitar had already dispatched the Magcargo. Ouch, that hurt. Huayue clutched her head, casting a mournful glance at Dayue. Dayue shot a fierce glare at Huayue, who shrank back, while Amy chuckled nearby. Why were you so excited to see Larvitar? Dayue has so many rare Pokémon. Amy inquired curiously. Don't you know I'm specialized in dark types? Huayue replied. What do dark types have to do with ground and rock? Dayue shook his head at this statement, but explained, Larvitar's final evolution is the rock dark-type Tyranitar. Is that so? Amy asked, her eyes wide in innocence, prompting Dayue and Huayue to nod helplessly. Many Pokémon change types upon evolution, like Eevee's various evolutions. Steelix and Onix are similar. Dayue's mini-lecture resumed. Larvitar's call echoed from afar, prompting Dayue to cease his lesson and look towards the sound, only to witness Larvitar emanating a dazzling white light. It was evolving. The three watched in rapt attention as Larvitar underwent its transformation, and as the light faded, a brand new Pokémon stood before them. Sandslash. A Pokémon enveloped in a gray-blue shell appeared before the trio, adorned with 4 sharp spikes on either side and 3 small horns on its forehead. Its eyes were red, peering through 2 holes in its shell, with 2 triangular holes above its eye sockets. Pokémon, Sandslash. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayue. Type, rock ground. Ability, shed skin. Qualification, gym leader. Level, late elite. Item, Tyranitar Megastone, Sandstone. Moves, tackle, glare, bite, dragon dance, rock slide, bite down, earthquake, spike attack, knock off, rampage, sandstorm, iron defense, hyper beam, rock wrecker, dark pulse. Outrage. It has evolved into Sandslash. After Sandslash's evolution, Dayue withdrew it, and the trio continued onward. Along the way, Huayue continued to inquire about Dark-type Pokémon. Upon discovering that the Unova legendary Pokémon is also Dark-type, Huayue jumped with excitement, making Amy roll her eyes. While the three were chatting, a fiery line shot towards them, and Dayue swiftly dove to tackle Huayue and Amy to the ground. That hurt. It was a Dairubi. The trio slowly rose, encountering a black dog-like Pokémon before them, adorned with 2 bony protrusions on its back, an orange abdomen and mouth, and bone-like structures on its ankles, complete with a short, stubby tail. Pokémon, Dairubi. Type, Dark Fire. Ability, Intimidate. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Proficient. Damn it. Happiny used Sing. Amy angrily sent out Happiny. Happiny. A melodious sound emanated from the mouth of the little Gardenia, accompanied by a surge of fairy energy directed towards Darubian. In response, Darubian let out a fierce roar, while the Gardenia transformed into a radiant red light, returning to Amy's Pokeball. It's a roar. Amy, allow me to take over. I implore you, Absol. Absol appeared before Darubian, its pristine white fur contrasting with the slate blue patches on its body. A bow-like horn adorned the right side of its head. Pokemon Absol. Type, Dark. Ability, Justified. Potential, Champion. Level, Mid-Stage Gym. With a sudden strike, Absol launched its attack. Darubian, poised to unleash a roar, was abruptly interrupted by Absol. Amy, who had intended to interject, was silenced by Dayue. This Darubian is quite suited to Huayue. Upon hearing Dayue's words, Amy refrained from further comment and stood by, observing intently. The rebuffed Darubian unleashed a fiery blast towards Absol. With deft agility, Absol evaded the attack and retaliated with Night Slash. A blade of energy emanated from its horn, striking Darubian down. Now is the moment. Go forth, Pokeball, and become my partner, Darubian. The Pokeball flickered incessantly, swaying until it finally settled. Marvelous. I have captured Darubian. Thank you, Absol. Huayue picked up Darubian's Pokeball and embraced Absol in gratitude. Congratulations, Huayue, on successfully capturing Darubian. Dayue stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Thank you. Come forth, Darubian. Huayue promptly released Darubian. Darubian. Upon emerging, Darubian dashed off into the distance. Where are you going, Darubian? Huayue chased after Darubian, with Amy and Dayue following closely behind. As they ran, the trio arrived at a hollow within a withered tree, where a weary Houndoom lay languishing. Is it ill? Amy began to retrieve a healing item, but Dayue halted her. This Houndoom is far too old. It is nearing its end. It seems Darubian attacked us to protect this aging Houndoom. Darubian scampered to the side of Houndoom, nudging its head against it and whimpering softly. Huayue approached Houndoom, gently stroking its head. Don't worry, Houndoom. I shall take good care of Darubian. Houndoom nodded in acknowledgement, casting a reluctant glance at Darubian before finally closing its eyes. Departing from this world, the trio laid Houndoom to rest before leaving the Smoke Peak Mountain. Soon, they arrived at the town of Fiery Furnace. Dayue skillfully led them to the finest hotel in Fiery Furnace, and Huayue benefited from his good fortune by staying there as well. After a night of rest, the trio rose early to stand before the Fiery Furnace Gym. Chapter 27. The Champion Battle at Fiery Furnace Gym, Part 1. Gazing at the firmly closed door, Huayue stepped forward to knock. Is Champion Mura there? After a few moments of knocking, the door finally swung open, revealing Champion Mura emerging from within the arena. Ah, Dayue. Long time no see, Mura remarked, spotting Dayue not far off. It's been a while, Champion Mura. Dayue replied. Hello, Champion Mura, I am Amy. Both Dayue and Amy greeted Mura warmly. Ah, it's you again, Mura exclaimed, turning to Huayue. And you are that young lad. What is your name? I am Huayue. Huayue introduced himself. My apologies, young man. My memory isn't what it used to be, Mura said sheepishly, scratching his head. The four entered the Fiery Furnace Gym, where Mura turned to Dayue. So, you are here to challenge the Fiery Furnace Gym? Indeed, Champion Mura. I wish to engage you in a 3-on-3 championship battle. Mura paused slightly at this response, while Huayue and Amy looked on in astonishment. Very well, but should you lose, I shan't grant you the badge. Mura replied with a smile. The Fiery Furnace Gym battle commences now. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when all Pokémon from one side are rendered unable to battle. Only the challenger may switch Pokémon. Champion Mura was the first to send forth a Pokémon. I entrust this battle to you, Camerupt. The fiery Camerupt materialized onto the battlefield. Camerupt's form was predominantly orange-red, with pale skin around its mouth and 3 vivid blue circles adorning each side of its body. Its back featured a rocky structure resembling a hump, crowned with 3 tufts of fur, and it possessed hooves. The female Camerupt was smaller and bore a larger hump. The Mega Camerupt evolved from a dual-humped form into a single-humped one, with a significantly larger volcanic structure on its back. Pokémon, Camerupt. Type, Fireground. Ability, Solid Rock. Potential, Champion. Level, Mid-Stage Champion. Go, Chandelure. Chandelure appeared opposite Camerupt as Dayue quietly tucked his glasses into the pocket of his lab coat. The challenger strikes first. Swords Dance. Chandelure began its attack. Camerupt retaliated with Yawn and Curse. It exhaled a puff of air towards Chandelure, while a ghostly energy emanated from its body. Clear Smog. Chandelure expelled a cloud of smoke towards the yawn emitted by Camerupt. Well done, Dayue. Unleash Flamethrower. Camerupt unleashed a stream of flames directed at Chandelure. Chandelure charged forward, wielding its Requiem Blade. As the flames struck Chandelure, it pressed on, its dual blades glowing with a ghostly purple light. The flames struck Chandelure, yet it advanced, its blades slicing into Camerupt. Camerupt, it grunted, stumbling back. Is that the blaze ability at work? Then Camerupt, use earth power. Ground energy began to ripple beneath Chandelure. Block it. As the smoke cleared, Chandelure was enveloped in a green energy shield, emerging unscathed. Just as the energy shield faded, a puff of air engulfed Chandelure. It turned out that after using earth power, Camerupt followed up with another yawn. Chandelure soon found itself drowsy and fell asleep. Camerupt, heavy slam. As Camerupt charged toward Chandelure, the latter, in a daze, managed to execute a flame burst. The fiery vortex enveloped Camerupt. Fortune smiles upon you. You have unleashed flame burst. Dayue sighed with relief. You possess quite the audacity to use dream talk. Isn't it your cunning, Champion Mura, always attempting to lull my Chandelure to sleep? Nonetheless, it is futile. For Camerupt charges out. Camerupt broke through the flame burst, and Dayue invoked the power of the sanctuary, enveloping Chandelure first. Chandelure was sent flying, but sustained little harm. Awakening in the process. Earthquake, fissure. Camerupt unleashed a formidable attack, causing the ground to crack open. Chandelure, caught off guard, was swallowed by the immense chasm. Destiny Bond. Dayue shook his head helplessly, issuing his final command. A wave of ghostly energy erupted from the incapacitated Chandelure towards Camerupt. Stealth Rock. Just before Chandelure succumbed to Destiny Bond, a surge of rock energy sank into the ground, and soon after, Camerupt collapsed as well. Both Chandelure and Camerupt have lost their ability to battle. Please send forth the next Pokémon from both sides. What a thrilling match. Dayue and Amy applauded from the sidelines. Well done, Dayue. Next up is Houndoom. Pokémon, Houndoom. Type, Dark Fire. Ability, Early Bird. Potential, Champion. Level, Mid-Stage Champion. Bloodwing Dragon, go. Both Pokémon faced off on the battlefield. Rocks from beneath surged towards Bloodwing Dragon, causing it pain. Come forth. My blazing flames have ignited. Unleash your fiercest fire. Houndoom, Mega Evolve. Mura revealed the keystone concealed beneath his collar, which emanated a dazzling array of colors, connecting with the Black Houndoom. After the radiant display, the Black Houndoom underwent Mega Evolution. Pokémon, Mega Houndoom. Type, Dark Fire. Ability, Solar Power. Potential, Champion. Level, Pinnacle of Champions. The dual horns of Mega Houndoom twisted upward, adorned with protrusions resembling a bony structure around its neck, culminating in 3 pointed appendages. A singular bony structure on its back extended forward into a sharp spike. The circular bony formations on its forelimbs separated, while those on its hind limbs vanished, and its claws sharpened to a sanguine hue. The tail's base was encircled with 3 spiked bony structures, splitting into a fork at the triangular tip. In that case, let us respond to my bond. Illuminate the battlefield. Mega Evolution, Bloodwing Dragon. Pokémon, Mega Bloodwing Dragon. Gender, male. Trainer, DU. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Aerolate. Potential, Gym Leader. Level, Late Champion. The kaleidoscopic glow enveloped the Bloodwing Dragon, completing its Mega Evolution. The wings of Mega Bloodwing Dragon, twisted by immense energy, fused into a colossal crescent-shaped wing. Its head, neck, and torso became slender, its limbs shortened, and its tail elongated. The upper pair of triangular wings on either side of its head grew significantly, while the middle pair extended forward to its nostrils, and the lower pair remained unchanged. The gray shell on its lower jaw shed, revealing smooth crimson skin, with red semi-rings at the base of its hind legs. Why can Houndoom and Bloodwing Dragon evolve again? Beside them, Dayue stared in astonishment, while Amy began to educate him on the intricacies of Pokémon Mega Evolution. Can Absol undergo Mega Evolution? I am uncertain. Perhaps you should inquire with DU later. Amy shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. I never anticipated that you, King Mura, would discover the Mega Stone so swiftly. Fortune smiled upon me. I stumbled upon it within a relic. Mega Houndoom, Sunny Day? Mega Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Dance. Both Pokémon expertly initiated their enhancements. Flame Burst. Roar. A colossal pillar of fire surged toward Mega Bloodwing Dragon, accompanied by a tremendous roar. As the two collided, an explosive sound reverberated throughout the arena. Indeed, the power of the sun is impressive. It appears that I cannot conceal anything from you, the herald of Mega Evolution. I should inform King Mura that the ability of Mega Bloodwing Dragon is Aerolate. Aerolate, a novel ability? Currently, only Mega Bloodwing Dragon and Mega Pinsir possess this ability, allowing them to convert normal-type moves into flying-type moves. I see. King Mura nodded with a smile. Chapter 28, Fiery Inferno Gym Championship Battle, Part 2. As the smoke cleared, Mega Bloodwing Dragon and Mega Houndoom stood in the arena. Miasma, Fire Whirlwind. Poison gas merged with the flames, coating the Fire Whirlwind in a layer of purple. Fly away. Mega Bloodwing Dragon ascended to the highest point of the arena, evading Mega Houndoom's attack. Dragon Dive. Flying Dragon Dive. Mega Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a surge of dragon energy, diving toward Mega Houndoom from above. Quick, defend. As Mega Houndoom activated its defense, the attack shattered it, sending Mega Houndoom crashing against the wall, creating a deep crater. Mega Bloodwing Dragon pursued relentlessly with Dragon Claw. Solar Beam. Mega Houndoom, rising from the ground, unleashed a grass-type energy toward the approaching Mega Bloodwing Dragon, striking it and halting its momentum. Thunder Fawn. Mega Houndoom lunged at Mega Bloodwing Dragon, channeling electrical energy, and sank its fangs into Mega Bloodwing Dragon's neck. A cry of pain erupted. Counterscale. The eyes of Mega Bloodwing Dragon turned a vivid crimson, and a torrent of dragon energy surged forth uncontrollably. Do not relent. Continue with Thunder Fawn. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce struggle. Ultimately, Mega Bloodwing Dragon succumbed first, reverting from its Mega Evolution state. Bloodwing Dragon has lost its fighting ability. Please switch Pokémon. Challenger. You did well, Bloodwing Dragon. Dayu recalled his Pokémon. It's all up to you now. Partner. Metagross, go? Dayu's Metagross emerged onto the battlefield. Stealth Rock. It initiated, but for Metagross, it was merely a tickle. Opposite, Mega Houndoom was panting heavily. The previous battle had clearly taken a toll. Meteor Mash finished the fight. Before Mura and Mega Houndoom could react, Metagross struck Mega Houndoom directly. Mega Houndoom also reverted from its Mega Evolution, losing its fighting ability. Houndoom has lost its fighting ability. Please switch Pokémon. Gym Leader Mura. What a formidable Metagross. This battle has been exhilarating. For the final showdown, I entrust you, Blaziken. Blaziken appeared opposite Metagross. Pokémon, Blaziken. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Potential, Half-Master. Level, Early Half-Master. Erupting flames encircled Blaziken like a scarf. Iron Defense. Fire Oath. Metagross maintained its iron defense strategy, while Blaziken pressed its hands to the ground, causing pillars of fire to erupt from below, enveloping Metagross instantly. Continue with Iron Defense. Ignoring the flames surrounding it, Metagross persisted with its iron defense. Blaziken Flare Blitz. As Metagross executed Iron Defense, Blaziken, engulfed in fierce flames, charged toward it. Metagross swiftly fortified itself, transforming its forelimbs into a flurry of fists, striking at the oncoming Blaziken. Blaziken was forcefully repelled. Blaziken, are you alright? Blaze. Blaziken signaled back to Mura, indicating it was fine. What a brilliant strategy. The pinnacle of defense is indeed the finest offense. It is truly a pleasure to have you in Hoenn, Dayu. You are too kind, King Mura. As a soon-to-be retired champion, Mura had dedicated his life to the growth of the Hoenn League. Finally nearing retirement, he was gratified to witness such promising talent. Let's continue. Alright. They exchanged determined glances, and the battle resumed. Area attack. Concentrating powerful psychic energy, Metagross charged at Blaziken once more. Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch Fire Punch. Blaziken unleashed a fire punch with its left hand and a thunder punch with its right, meeting Metagross head-on. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, each strike resonating with intensity, creating a brutal spectacle. After a lengthy exchange, they separated, both Pokémon panting heavily. Iron Fist Double Strike. Explosive Flames. Blaziken unleashed a fiery tempest toward Metagross, who countered by swinging its limbs to meet the attack. Metagross tore through the inferno, crashing into Blaziken. Blaziken fell to the ground, while Metagross stood nearby, battered but resolute. Blaziken, get up. I believe the fire within you is still burning brightly. In response, Blaziken erupted in flames. Blaze. Has Blaziken reached its limit? Be cautious, Metagross. Beta. Psychic. Flame Burst. A torrent of flames enveloped Metagross, engulfing it in a fiery embrace. Ice Beam. A misty fog filled the arena. Utilizing Ice-type moves to diminish the flame's potency, Blaziken charged with Flare Blitz. Metagross darted around the arena, evading Blaziken's approach. Blaziken encircled the battlefield with Fire Whirlwind. Metagross leaped into the air, evading the fiery vortex. Now, Flare Blitz. The Metagross was struck into a fiery abyss by the Blaziken. Beta. The anguished roar of Metagross echoed, and had it not been for De's divine power, it would have already succumbed. They had both reached their limits. Onlookers in the stands, including Huayue, began to speak. Come on, Metagross. Beta. Dayu raised his right hand, adorned with the Z-ring, which illuminated with a dazzling spectrum of colors. A surge of indomitable will erupted, culminating in a supreme spiral combo. Both Dayue and Metagross leaped in an extraordinary dance. As the dance concluded, a formidable steel energy coalesced, and with its final strength, Metagross charged towards the Blaziken. Flame charge. A powerful shockwave erupted, rendering those nearby unable to open their eyes. As the aftershocks faded, both Pokémon lay defeated upon the ground. Both sides had lost their Pokémon. Beta. Metagross trembled but managed to rise. The Blaziken was rendered incapable of battle, and all three Pokémon of Gym Leader Mura had also been defeated, thus declaring the challenger Dayue the victor. Old friend, are you alright? Dayue rushed to Metagross's side, gazing with concern at the exhausted creature. Beta. Though weary, Metagross conveyed a reassuring glance to Dayue. Hooray! Dayue has triumphed. Amy and Huaiwe cheered joyously. Congratulations, Dayue. You've won the Flame Badge. Mura retrieved the Blaziken and presented the badge to Dayue. Thank you. Dayue accepted the badge. Flame Badge acquired. Beta. It seems you've stumbled upon something remarkable. Mura observed Dayue's zeroing. I only recently discovered it. It's said to be unique to the Alola region. I plan to visit Alola after the league tournament concludes. I eagerly await the day you become the Hoenn League champion. Mura smiled, placing a hand on Dayue's shoulder. With the gym battle concluded, Dayue took his three Pokémon to the Pokémon Center. After a day and night of treatment, the three injured Pokémon fully recovered. On the morning of the third day, Dayue and Amy arrived outside Hoenn Town. Wait. Huaiwe hurriedly approached from a distance. Dayue, are you leaving? Yes. We. As Huaiwe began to speak, Dayue interrupted. Let us meet again at the league tournament. After all, you are my fierce rival. Am I really your rival? Hearing Dayue refer to her as such filled Huaiwe with excitement. After the gym battle at Hoenn, she had come to fully comprehend the disparity between herself and Dayue. Dayue nodded and waved goodbye to Huaiwe. Farewell. Goodbye. After walking a short distance, Amy curiously asked Dayue, You truly regard her as a rival? Of course not. I was just teasing her. Ha. Amy burst into laughter. Chapter 29, Misty Mountains. After departing from Hoenn Town, the duo set their sights on Inu City. That day, they arrived at a mountain enveloped in fog. The mist is so thick, I can't see a thing, Dayue exclaimed, as Amy halted, gazing at the blank expanse before them. My navigator has lost signal as well. We haven't wandered into another forbidden zone, have we? Dayue shook his head at the now silent navigator. Just then, a girl dressed as a nun emerged from the mist. Hello, I am Maya. As Amy was about to step forward to greet her, Dayue swiftly restrained her. Casting a wary glance at Maya. Who are you, and why are you alone in this place? Please don't misunderstand. This is Misty Mountain, and I am the guardian of the ruins here. I just returned from the town with supplies. Upon hearing Maya's explanation, Dayue slightly relaxed his guard. Although he remained skeptical and scanned Maya with his true vision ability. Still, nothing seemed amiss. Could I have been mistaken? Dayue murmured. However, unbeknownst to him, Maya revealed a sinister smile. The two followed Maya to a magnificent ruin. Miss Maya, is this the ruin you protect? Amy marveled at the grand structure. Indeed. It's getting dark soon, so you should stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I will take you to the town. Maya sweetly smiled at Dayue and Amy. Thank you, Miss Maya. They both expressed their gratitude. As dusk fell, the thick fog intensified, shrouding their surroundings in a mere meter of visibility. Woo, come play with me. An eerie cry echoed from within the ruins. Who is there? Dayue, previously in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened and nudged Amy, who was sleeping soundly nearby. Amy, wake up. Something is amiss in this ruin. What's wrong, Dayue? Amy groggily sat up. I heard a strange crying sound. Are you having a nightmare? Just go back to sleep. I'm so tired. With that, she lay back down and fell asleep again. Amy, observing the peacefully slumbering Amy, Dayue shook his head and then stood up. Woo, come play with me. The eerie voice resounded once more, prompting Dayue to retrieve a powerful flashlight and venture deeper into the ruins. Come forth, Zeraora. Dayue summoned Zeraora to accompany him into the depths. Woo, come play with me. The voice grew increasingly closer. As they turned a corner, Maya's figure appeared before Dayue. At that moment, she was enveloped in dark energy, a black portal materializing behind her. Woo, come play with me. Maya's mouth stretched wide, a sinister grin directed at Dayue. What are you? Zeraora, Plasma Fist. Dayue commanded. A terrifying surge of electricity coalesced in Zeraora's hand and struck Maya, but the attack passed through her form, impacting the black portal behind her. With a creaking sound, the portal swung open, a terrifying suction force emanating from within, drawing Maya directly into it. Not good. The violent pull surged towards Dayue and Zeraora. Dayue grasped a pillar tightly, while Zeraora embedded its claws into the wall. Under the immense force, Both the wall and pillar began to crumble, and Dayue and Zeraora were sucked into the black portal. After a whirl of chaos, Dayue and Zeraora found themselves standing in a realm suffused with a blood-red glow, a nightmarish, hellish landscape. Towering demonic statues loomed, each stained with crimson blood. Sprawling demon fortresses resembled grotesque skulls, standing amidst a sea of endless bones. Great mountains of skeletal remains towered, with rivers of blood rushing past the statues, fortresses, and mountains. This can't be the underworld. As if to affirm Dayue's thoughts, countless souls and ghost-type Pokémon surged forth from the blood rivers, statues, fortresses, and skeletal mountains. Dayue and Zeraora immediately braced themselves, and Dayue summoned Metagross, halting mid-motion. A humanoid Pokémon emerged, seemingly composed of misty gray shadows. Its facial region resembled a helmet, crowned with two twisted horns and a small horn between its ears. Its eyes glowed orange-red, with yellow pupils, each adorned with a yellow oval marking above. Each wrist bore a small bulge, and a smoking collar encircled its neck, while shadows trailed from its feet. Pokémon, Marshadao. Type, Fighting Ghost. Ability, Technician. Qualification, Half-Step Champion. Level, Master Apex. Upon witnessing Marshadao's level, Dayue entirely abandoned the thought of releasing other Pokémon, for even the mightiest would be rendered powerless before a Master Apex. Greetings, Marshadao, we mean no harm. We merely stumbled into this place by accident, Dayue declared, activating his sacred domain power. Marsha, greetings, human. I am Marshadao, the guardian of the Rainbow Warriors. Your arrival here is by my design. I sense the essence of Reiku within you. A voice echoed into Yu's mind. Come forth, Reiku. Dayu summoned Reiku, who immediately regarded Marshadao with hostility. Calm down, Reiku. Dayu quickly interjected to prevent Reiku from unleashing its fury. Do you still remember me, little one? Marshadao's voice resonated once more into Yu's mind. Do you two know each other? Dayu inquired. This little fellow was under my care in the past. Had it not been for their chieftain's intervention, it would still be by my side. Dayu glanced at Reiku and then at Marshadao, inwardly lamenting. Given Reiku's demeanor, it was clear that Marshadao had likely bullied it in the past. Can Marshadao lead us out? Of course. However, this little one must stay behind to play with me. Marshadao stated, gesturing towards Reiku as it proposed a condition. Can't they join you? Dayu pointed to the ghost-type Pokémon trailing Marshadao. They can't. They are far too weak. I fear I might inadvertently harm them. Marshadao shook its head. Upon hearing this, Dayu's face contorted in disbelief, while a sudden thought struck him. I can let my champion-level Pokémon accompany you. Really? Release them. Marshado's eyes brightened slightly. They are not here at the moment. Marshado's gaze turned icy. Are you deceiving me? Dayu promptly activated his small world, momentarily stunning the previously agitated Marshadao. Who are you in relation to Palkia? This is a power bestowed upon me by Arceus. Dayu referred to Arceus instead of Palkia. Arceus, the creator deity of the Pokémon world, certainly held more weight than Palkia. Marshadao slightly bowed in respect. I have encountered the divine emissary. This left Dayu momentarily speechless, and eventually, with a dumbfounded expression. Marshadao slipped into Dayu's Pokeball. The other ghost-type Pokémon also entered Dayu's small world, contributing to an increase of 33 Jengar, 3 Golett, 35 Mismagius, and 2 Spiritomb. Finally, Dayu was teleported out of the underworld. As he emerged, he found himself not amidst ruins, but rather in a desolate mountain range. Chapter 30, The Pokémon Double Battle Tournament, Part 1. Dayu, why are we sleeping on a barren mountain? Aimi rubbed her shoulders. You almost became a ghost's meal. That ruin was conjured by spirits. Is that true? Meanwhile, Dayu had lost interest in answering Aimi, as he was engaged in a conversation with Marshadao. Through their exchange, Dayu learned that Marshadao was not as unwaveringly loyal to Ho-Oh as the legendary beasts. It had been forcibly recruited by Ho-Oh and sought to leverage Dayu's connection to Arceus to escape its grasp. However, Dayu alone knew that he had no connection to Arceus. His abilities stemmed solely from the system, which was currently dormant. Nonetheless, the thought of his 6 Pokémon with gym leader potential offered him a modicum of comfort. As long as his Pokémon reached gym leader level, Ho-Oh could do as it pleased. Hello, I am Maya. Just as Dayu pondered, a feminine voice interrupted him. The moment he laid eyes on Maya, his spirit plummeted. Aimi, too, felt something was amiss upon waking in the desolate mountains. She is indeed human. Marshado's voice echoed into Yu's mind, prompting him to signal to Aimi that all was well. Upon further investigation, they discovered that Maya was indeed a nun, residing near the Misty Mountain in the town of Longevity. With Maya's assistance, Dayu and Aimi navigated their way out of Misty Mountain and into Longevity Town, where a Pokémon double battle tournament was underway. Diyu, let us enter the competition. Before Diyu could respond, Aimi dashed off. A white-haired girl and a dark-skinned girl stood at the registration desk. Acknowledging Diyu and Aimi's arrival, they nodded slightly. Hello, I am Aimi from Liu City. Are you here to register for the doubles? Aimi approached the two girls. Yes, hello. I am Furong from Hoenn Town, the dark-skinned girl replied first. Followed by the white-haired girl. Hello, I am Bonnie from Shuijing City. The three girls quickly engaged in conversation. Diyu, however, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing their introductions. Bonnie, the Ice-type champion, and Furong, the Ghost-type champion. These names would undoubtedly resonate throughout Hoenn years later. First, his brother, Hoenn Champion Daigo, then the illustrious Master Mikuri, who also held the title of Hoenn Champion, and the Dark-type champion Huaiwe. Diyu had gathered the future champions of Hoenn, save for the Dragon-type champion, Yuenji. As Diyu's thoughts wandered, Aimi had already completed her registration. Hurry up, Diyu. I have already signed up. I know. Diyu stepped forward to fill out the form, receiving number 7 upon completion. Is it a random draw? Indeed. Bonnie chimed in. Aimi, is he your boyfriend? Furong leaned towards Aimi, gossiping. No way. Aimi's face flushed instantly. Meanwhile, Diyu began selecting his battle Pokémon. Milotic, Blaziken, Shuckle, Swampert, and Conkeldurr. Those would be his contenders. After finalizing his team, Diyu turned his attention back to the three girls, while Aimi was busy complaining about Diyu to them. Diyu, feeling exasperated, left the registration area. At that moment, a flustered young boy collided with Diyu. Had it not been for Diyu's regular training, he might have been knocked over, while the boy tumbled to the ground with a loud thud. Ouch, that hurt. The boy groaned while rubbing his backside. Are you alright? Diyu approached, extending a hand. Thank you. I apologize for bumping into you. I'm Aku from Caillou City. No problem. I'm Diyu from Canas City. After Aku completed his registration, the 5 of them departed the registration area. Diyu instinctively entered the finest hotel in Longevity Town. Hello, how may I assist you? The cheerful attendant greeted them. 5 of us, please arrange a delightful meal. You don't need to go to such lengths, Bonnie shyly interjected. Don't worry about it, Bonnie's sister. He is the heir of one company. Such expenses are trivial for him, Aimi remarked, pulling Bonnie along into the private room with Diyu. After a satisfying meal, Diyu also arranged accommodations for them at the hotel. That evening, they gathered at the venue for the double battle, awaiting their partner assignments. The large screen began spinning, soon coming to a halt. Aimi was paired with Bonnie, while Furong teamed up with Aku. Meanwhile, Diyu was in search of his partner, number 12. Excuse me, are you the number 7 contestant? A blonde boy dressed as a chef approached Diyu. Yes, hello, I'm Diyu. Hello, I'm Jimmy. From the Kalos region. Indeed, it was the future water-type champion of Kalos. After exchanging introductions, Diyu led Jimmy to Aimi's side. The next day, the Pokémon Double Battle Tournament commenced officially. Diyu and Jimmy arrived at Arena 1, while Bonnie and Aimi went to Arena 4. And Furong and Aku settled in Arena 8. Now commencing the double battle. Contestants Diyu and Jimmy against contestants Yura and Abu. Blaziken go. Clawitzer U2. Pokémon, Clawitzer. Type, Water. Ability, Mega Launcher. Qualification, Champion. Level, Elite Mid-Stage. The Cannon Arm Shrimp possesses a colossal right arm capable of launching water projectiles. Its yellow antennae extending from its enormous pincers, while its body remains relatively diminutive, typically curled in a defensive posture. Opposing them are the duck-billed Fire Beast and the Dark Crow. A charged flame rushes toward the Dark Crow, while a wave of water targets the duck-billed Fire Beast. The adversaries swiftly respond. The duck-billed Fire Beast unleashes an explosive inferno, and the Dark Crow conjures a cloud of darkness. The dark mist merges with the explosive flames, colliding head-on with the wave of water, resulting in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the robust chicken confronts the Dark Crow, delivering a powerful strike that sends it crashing to the ground, rendering it incapable of further combat. How infuriating! The duck-billed Fire Beast is spewing smoke. Thick smoke billows toward the robust chicken and the cannon arm shrimp. The robust chicken stands protectively in front of the cannon arm shrimp, bracing itself to shield against the onslaught. The robust chicken rushes forward, erecting a protective green energy shield. Cannon arm shrimp, unleash the dragon wave. The duo of Diyu and Jimmy demonstrate impeccable synergy in their offensive and defensive maneuvers. With the duck-billed Fire Beast incapacitated, Diyu and Jimmy emerge victorious. Well done, you two. The pair departs from the first arena, heading towards the fourth arena where Amy awaits. At this moment, Amy and Bonnie find themselves embroiled in a fierce battle against the Sea Demon Lion and the Little Fortune Egg, pitted against the Mighty and the Houndoom. A power-enhanced punch from the Mighty strikes the Little Fortune Egg, sending it crashing to the ground. Little fortune egg, get up. Little fortune egg. A radiant light of evolution flickers around the little fortune egg. As the brilliance fades, the Jigglypuff makes its grand entrance. Lucky. The Jigglypuff employs its dazzling magic. The Sea Demon Lion retaliates with a blizzard. Under the overwhelming assault from the two Pokémon, both the Mighty and the Houndoom succumb to defeat. Amy and Bonnie successfully advance, while on the other side, Aku and Furong also secure their progression. Chapter 31, Pokémon Double Battle Tournament, Part 2. The morning battles have concluded, and 256 teams have advanced. Everyone takes a moment to recuperate at the Pokémon Center, amidst the fervor of the tournament. Within DU's small world, the Flameblade Ghost and Bloodwing Dragon have both achieved breakthroughs after their battle at the Fuyin Gym, and the Metagross is not far from its own breakthrough. The competition from 256 to 128 now commences. Sandshrew go? Let the Sea Rabbit Pokémon take the stage. Pokémon, Sea Rabbit. Type, Water Ground. Ability, Sand Force. Qualification, Champion. Level, Mid-Elite. The Sea Rabbit boasts horn-like antennae, and its forehead adorned with patterns resembling eyes makes it appear as though it possesses 3 eyes. Its head and back are leaf green, while its belly is sky blue. This Sea Rabbit is from the East Sea, while its counterpart from the West Sea has a reddish-brown head and back with a pink belly. Its opponents are the Electabuzz and the Houndoom. Raise the sands, Sandshrew. Sandstorm. A whirlwind of sand swirls across the arena. Electabuzz approaches Sandshrew, unleashing an icy punch, while Houndoom directs a wave of dark energy at the Sea Rabbit. Electabuzz, harnessing its Ice-type powers, swiftly closes in on Sandshrew, while Houndoom channels its dark energy towards the Sea Rabbit. The Sea Rabbit retaliates with a rock smash, halting Electabuzz's advance. Amy, quick to respond, commands the Sea Rabbit to gather rocky energy, hurling massive boulders at Electabuzz. The first boulder narrowly misses, but the second strikes true, followed by the third and fourth, sending Electabuzz flying. Sandshrew, use Spike Cannon. Pillars of rock erupt from the ground, targeting Houndoom, which manages to shatter 2 pillars with its dark wave before being launched skyward by the remaining columns. Final strike, Destruction Beam. The Yu and Jimmy declare in unison. 2 beams of destruction strike Houndoom and Electabuzz, incapacitating them both. The Yu and Jimmy claim victory. They exchange a knowing glance and a subtle smile, sealing it with a clap. Just as they exit the arena, they encounter Amy and Bonnie, who have just completed their battle, and the 4 of them proceed together to the battlefield of Furong and Aku. Ghastly and the Swablu face off against the Dragonair and Metagross. Furong and the others are up against a formidable semi-divine team. Jimmy crosses his arms, observing the clash. It's not a big deal. The semi-divine Pokémon in the second phase aren't that terrifying. Besides, these 2 have just evolved. Dayu calmly interjects, eliciting a nod of agreement from Amy. You all speak so lightly of it. Bonnie rolls her eyes in response. In the arena, Ghastly's ghostly form flits about, occasionally conjuring shadow balls to strike at Metagross. Meanwhile, Swablu engages Dragonair in a direct assault. Historically, the left side has always faced defeat, and coincidentally, Dragonair occupies that side. After a fierce exchange, both Dragonair and Metagross fall, securing victory for Furong and Aku. Dayu casts a glance at Bonnie, silently affirming his previous assertions. Bonnie, however, disregards Dayu and pulls Amy away to seek out Furong. Dayu shrugs at Jimmy, who shakes his head and follows Bonnie, prompting Dayu to follow suit. After an afternoon of competition, the transition from 256 to 128 concludes, with the next day's matches set for the 128 to 64 round. That night, as everyone slumbers, Dayu stealthily arrives at the training grounds. Come forth. The Pokémon prepared for battle appear before him. Extra training. The Pokémon are accustomed to this routine. In the wild, their elder brothers train rigorously, and in town, they take turns practicing. Morning dawns as Dayu and his companions arrive at the competition venue. Now, the 128 to 64 matches begin. Sandshrew go? Let the Torterra take the stage. Pokémon, Torterra. Type, Water Rock. Ability, Hardened Claws. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Gym. 7 turtle feet firmly affixed to 2 rocks form the body of Torterra, issuing commands from its head to its feet. Torterra has 4 arms, with each arm resembling a turtle foot that bears a single eye. Its body is a striking blend of orange and brown. Opposing them are Steelix and Metacam. Jimmy's opponent is quite bulky. Dayu raises an eyebrow. Then we shall strike multiple times. Jimmy remains unfazed. Torterra sharpens its claws while Sandshrew performs Dragon Dance. Torterra readies itself, and as the sandstorm rises, Steelix unleashes a sandstorm while Metacam emits a metallic sound. The sand swirls, and the cacophony of sound assails Sandshrew and Torterra, causing them visible distress. Torterra, Shell Smash. Torterra rapidly enhances its abilities, blue blades forming on its claws as it charges towards Steelix and Metacam. Heavy Slam. The two call out in unison. Steelix and Metacam gather steel energy and charge at Torterra. Sandshrew Rock Lock. Boulders rise to shield Sandshrew and Torterra from the impending assault. Two Pokémon collided with tremendous force, shattering the rocks as their momentum began to wane. The Turtwig armor arrived just in time, unleashing a water blade that sliced through both Steelix and Kadabra. Both Pokémon let out a pained cry, their attacks interrupted. Such resilience, Jimmy sighed. Dark Pulse. Shaquila's followed up with another Dark Pulse. Dragon Breath, Steelix. Stone Edge, Kadabra. Water Cannon, Turtwig armor. The ferocious skills erupted across the battlefield, and after a prolonged struggle, Steelix and Kadabra finally succumbed. Victory for Yu and Jimmy's team. The two exhaled deeply. You two are so slow. We've been waiting forever. Fu Rong teased. What can we say? They're just too tough. Yu shrugged helplessly. With the morning match concluded, it was time for a break. Chapter 32, Pokémon Double Battle Tournament, Part 3. Now commencing the 64-32 match. Milotic, come forth. Shiny Starmie, take the stage. Pokémon, Shiny Starmie. Type, Water Psychic. Ability, Natural Cure. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Gym. Shiny Starmie resembled a starfish, its main body a soft lavender hue with a golden front. The red gem on its body was enlarged, and a new star had sprouted on its back. Its second set of arms was semi-connected, allowing it to rotate 360 degrees. The opposing team sent out Venusaur and Charizard. You actually have a shiny Milotic. Jimmy cast a wistful glance at Yu, who longed for one as well. Don't dwell on it. The match is what matters. Milotic, Rain Dance. A mass of dark clouds gathered ominously over the battlefield. Sunny day, Venusaur. An extraordinary scene unfolded on the field, half drenched in rain and half basking in sunlight. Starmie, let's invoke the rain as well. Sunny day, Charizard. Both sides vied for meteorological dominance. Solar Beam, Venusaur. As Charizard and Starmie battled for control of the weather, Venusaur unleashed a solar beam in a flash of brilliance. Surf. Starmie. Ice Beam, Milotic. Starmie summoned a massive wave towards the solar beam, freezing it solid. The icy barrier obscured both Starmie and Milotic's forms. Blast Burn, Charizard. Petal Dance. Venusaur. Charizard and Venusaur unleashed their most potent attacks, shattering the ice to reveal Milotic and Starmie. Hold Strong. Shielded by the dual defenses of ice and green energy, Milotic and Starmie withstood the onslaught. Charizard and Venusaur fell into a moment of paralysis. Surf, Starmie. Milotic rode the waves, unleashing widespread energy. Milotic surged upwards, dragon energy coalescing at its tail, striking Charizard and Venusaur. Both cried out in pain, their eyes turning spirals. Victory for Yu and Jimmy's team. Amy and her team also advanced successfully. After a night's rest, the tournament resumed. Now commencing the 32-16 match. Milotic go. Shiny Starmie, take the stage. The opponents sent forth Jengar and Butterfree. Silver Wind. Shadow Ball. The adversary struck first. Jengar and Butterfree fell. Victory for Yu and Jimmy's team. Others also progressed to the next round. At noon, Yu and Jimmy learned that their afternoon opponents were none other than Amy and Bonnie. Now commencing the 16-8 match. Milotic go. Ice Golem, take the stage. Amy and Bonnie sent out their Pokémon. Pokémon, Ice Golem. Type, Ice. Ability, Ice Body. Qualification, Champion. Level, Mid-Gym. Ice Golem took the form of a round Pokémon with a black stone core. Adorned with two large black conical horns on either side of its head, its body cloaked in ice. As the ice receded, its black stone skin was revealed. It possessed icy blue eyes and broad, flat teeth. Swampert go. Experience the art of cooking. Blastoise, take the stage. Pokémon, Blastoise. Type, Water. Ability, Rain Dish. Qualification, Champion. Level, Mid-Gym. Blastoise was a massive turtle-like Pokémon that primarily walked on two legs, but could also use all fours. It had a deep blue body, short and sturdy limbs segmented by joints, each with 3 toes. Its tail was no longer wave-like, but transformed into a thick, short blue appendage. Its underjaw was pale yellow, with triangular ears. Its body was shielded by a large, heavy shell, brown on the back and pale yellow on the belly, with white edges in between. 2 water cannons protruded from the front of its shell, capable of retracting within. We want to hold back. Ice Golem, use Ice Shard. Bonnie called out, as Ice Golem rapidly concentrated ice energy towards Swampert. Ice Beam, Milotic. Milotic directed its ice energy towards Swampert as well. It seems they don't regard you highly. You teased Jimmy, who ignored him and commanded Blastoise to defend. Blastoise spun rapidly, deflecting the attacks. Blastoise withdrew into its shell, which began to spin, blocking the onslaught from Milotic and Ice Golem. Swampert, bulk up! Swampert's muscles bulged, its power amplified. Ice Golem, freeze dry. Hurricane, Milotic. The combined skills surged forth. A frost-laden whirlwind sweeping toward Blastoise and Swampert. Swampert, water spout. A massive water vortex engulfed the icy hurricane, forming a colossal spiraled ice block in the arena. Jimmy, let us play the spinning top. Leave it to me, Blastoise, water tail. The water tail struck the ice top, sending it spinning towards Milotic. Milotic, dragon tail. Send it back. With a swift motion, Milotic redirected the ice top towards Du's side. Swampert, DD Gold Hook, speed it up. Swampert spun towards the ice top, which once again headed for Ice Golem. Ice Golem, Iron Head, shatter it. Steel energy gathered as it charged toward the rapidly spinning ice top. Just as everyone thought the ice top would be smashed, Ice Golem was instead knocked away by it. Bonnie, my speed boost ISNT for nothing. Du called out with a grin. How infuriating. Ice Golem, avalanche. Ice energy manifested above Swampert. Hold strong, then use takedown. Swampert quickly defended against the overhead ice energy before lunging at Ice Golem, knocking it to the ground. Blastoise, Dragon Pulse. Blastoise unleashed a Dragon Pulse towards Milotic, striking it down. Milotic and Ice Golem have lost their fighting capabilities. Victory for Du and Jimmy's team. The intense and exhilarating match finally concluded, culminating in Du and Jimmy advancing to the top 8. Meanwhile, Fu Rong and Aku also secured their spots in the top 8. Upon exiting the venue, Bonnie glared at Du with indignation. Sister, please don't look at me like that. I'll have nightmares. Du quickly hid behind Jimmy, making a face at Bonnie. Du, you're doomed. Bonnie and Du began to circle Jimmy in a playful manner. In the dead of night, a dazzling white light emanated from the training ground, heralding the arrival of Blaziken, adorned with white feathers and a V-shaped comb. Its eyes were a striking blue, and it possessed strong, bandaged claws and powerful legs. Every few years, it would shed its aging feathers to grow vibrant new ones, simultaneously elevating its level to mid-elite. Chapter 33, Pokémon Double Battle Tournament, Part 4. The following morning, the 6 individuals arrived at the competition venue, ready for the quarterfinal matches. Let the battle commence. Go. Rampaging King Kong. It's time for the White Sea Lion to make its entrance. Pokémon, White Sea Lion. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Moist Body. Qualification, Champion. Level, Gym Leaders, Early Stage. The White Sea Lion is adorned with a coat of pure white fur, featuring sharp horns atop its head and 2 downward curving fangs at the corners of its mouth. Its body is equipped with fins and a tail. The opposing team sent forth a Pelipper and a Jolteon, and as Pelipper entered the fray, rain began to pour. Pelipper's ability is Rain Dish. Jimmy spoke up, having already discerned the opponent's strategy. As the skies opened up with rain, an abundance of grass sprouted on the battlefield. Fear not, we have our own terrain. Du replied nonchalantly. After the battle with King Mura, Du could only shake his head upon witnessing the opposing tactics. Pelipper, use Hurricane. Jolteon, Thunder. The tempestuous winds lashed with rain, and lightning cleaved through the sky, all directed towards rampaging King Kong and the White Sea Lion. A storm is upon us. Allow me to add some flair. Rampaging King Kong. Use Sonic Boom and Leaf Tornado. The ferocious sound waves collided with the raging thunder, while the storm of leaves surged against the torrential downpour, filling the air with explosive sounds that resonated throughout the arena. White Sea Lion, Blizzard. Following the storm, a flurry of snow descended upon Pelipper and Jolteon. Jolteon, unleash Flamethrower. Do not grant him a chance. Rampaging King Kong, unleash Frenzy Plant. Countless thorns lashed out towards Jolteon, forcibly shutting its mouth just as it was about to unleash its flamethrower, resulting in an explosion of flames within its mouth. Jolteon succumbed, losing its ability to battle. Quick reflexes. Not too shabby. I'll leave the rest to you. My rampaging King Kong is now immobilized. Alright, White Sea Lion, Absolute Zero. An extreme chill enveloped the arena, encasing Pelipper in ice. Du and Jimmy's team wins. On the other side, Fu Rong and Aku's team also claimed victory, securing their place in the semifinals. In the afternoon, the semifinals commenced, determining the participants for the finals set for the following day. Let the battle begin. Rampaging King Kong. Once again, I entrust you. The opponents dispatched a Machamp and a Hitmonlee. White Sea Lion, Bubble Beam. Countless bubbles surged toward Machamp. Machamp, use Dynamic Punch. Machamp's powerful fists met the Bubble Beam, pushing forward step by step. Just as Macamp drew near to the White Sea Lion, rampaging King Kong sprang into action, executing a dazzling acrobatic maneuver that sent Macamp flying. Meanwhile, Hitmonlee approached rampaging King Kong, delivering a solid fire punch to its back. You let your guard down. Rampaging King Kong, unleash Hydro Pump. White Sea Lion, tail whip. Rampaging King Kong swiftly eliminated Hitmonlee, while the water gun successfully finished off Macamp. Dayu and Ji-Mi's team wins. Fu Rong and Aku also secured their victory without any doubt. As night fell, the group gathered for a meal, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Tomorrow, we shall not lose to you, Aku boldly declared to Dayu, although a hint of uncertainty lingered in his tone. Is that so? I await your challenge. Dayu chuckled, continuing to enjoy his meal. Aku, you need to exude more confidence. Just crush Dayu tomorrow. Bonnie chimed in, with Amy joining in the encouragement, as they had both been eliminated by Dayu and Ji-Mi. Once this battle is over, I shall return to Kalos. Ji-Mi spoke slowly, causing a brief pause among the previously jovial group. You better leave quickly. Your presence annoys me. Dayu's voice boomed as he quietly exited the dining hall. Dayu. Amy began to follow, but was halted by Bonnie. I'll go check on him, Ji-Mi said, standing up to leave the dining room. After several days together, Dayu and Ji-Mi had forged a strong friendship. They trained Pokémon side by side, with Dayu imparting knowledge about Pokémon while Ji-Mi prepared his culinary creations for Dayu. The two made their way to a quaint lakeside. Dayu, Ji-Mi began, but hesitated, words caught in his throat. Here, take this. Dayu handed Ji-Mi a Pokeball. Ji-Mi accepted it, puzzled. What is this? A shiny Magikarp. Dayu replied nonchalantly. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Ji-Mi quickly returned the Pokeball, but Dayu pushed it back towards him. If you truly consider me a brother, then accept it. This child is a descendant of my Milotic. Ji-Mi silently accepted the gift. A night of silence passed, and the double battle finals commenced the following day. Swampert go. Experience the art of cooking. Blastoise, make your entrance. Dayu and Ji-Mi sent forth 2 water-type starters. Gurgiest go. Pokémon, Gurgiest. Type, Ghost Grass. Ability, Frisk. Qualification, Champion. Level, Mid-Stage Gym Leader. Gurgiest possesses a deep purple body and is quite diminutive. Its eyes shine like sapphires, emitting a gem-like glow in the darkness, adorned with gems on its chest and back. Now Lucario, join the fray. Pokémon, Lucario. Type, Fighting Steel. Ability, Justified. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Stage Gym Leader. Lucario resembles a dog, exuding an imposing presence, with spikes on its hands and chest, a lean upper body, and a robust lower body. Respond to my bond. Illuminate the battlefield, Swampert, Mega Evolve. The brilliance of Mega Evolution radiated throughout the arena, as the Super Swampert made a grand entrance. Fu Rong and Aku were left in awe, and despite Ji-Mi's prior preparation, he was equally taken aback. Blastoise summoned the rain. Raindrops began to fall on the battlefield. Super Swampert, unleash Hydro Pump. With remarkable speed, Super Swampert charged towards Gurgiest and Lucario. Leave the back to me, Lucario. Fight with all your might. Ru. Lucario engaged in fierce combat with Super Swampert. If you wish to fight to the bitter end, then Super Swampert. Use Dragon Tail. The 2 Pokémon clashed with palpable intensity. Gurgiest, use Shadow Sneak. Gurgiest vanished from sight, reappearing behind Blastoise. Blastoise, watch your back. Withdraw into your shell and use Iron Defense. Blastoise retreated into its shell, while Gurgiest's attack landed. It inflicted minimal damage. Meanwhile, Super Swampert had dispatched Lucario and swiftly turned to deliver an ice punch to Gurgiest, rendering it unable to battle. The champions of the Pokémon Double Battle Tournament are Dayu and Ji-Mi. The duo ascended the stage to receive their accolades, as the mayor of Changsho Town presented them with 2 comfort bells. With the tournament concluded, Ji-Mi boarded a plane bound for the Kalos region, while Fu Rong and Aku headed towards Orange City, and Bonnie made her way to Fiery Town. Amy and Dayu continued their journey towards Inu City. Before departing, Dayu shared suitable megastones for each of them. Chapter 34, Steel Valley. One day, Dayu and Amy arrived at the entrance of a valley. We have arrived at Steel Valley. Dayu gazed at the valley's walls, which shimmered with a silvery sheen, revealing pure metallic luster. Dayu had come to Steel Valley with the intention of seeking out Dawu, having previously inquired about which path to take before embarking on his journey. Without hesitation, Dawu had chosen to specialize in Steel-type Pokémon. Dayu's earlier visit to the Rock Cave had served a dual purpose, training his Fiba and searching for suitable Pokémon for Dawu, though he was ultimately unable to find a satisfactory candidate. This time, his journey to Steel Valley was once again to find a Pokémon for Dawu. In a bid to facilitate Daigo's rapid growth, Dayue was consumed with concern. He led Amy into Steel Valley, where they were immediately met with the sight of a Steelix accompanied by a cadre of Steel-type Pokémon, mercilessly assaulting a solitary creature. Pokémon, Steelix. Type, Steel Ground. Ability, Sturdy. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Pinnacle of Gym Leader. Steelix's body was a striking gray, its eyes predominantly red, and its tail resembled a formidable spike. Pokémon, Machoke. Type, Fighting. Ability, Guts. Qualification, Master. Level, Late Beginner. Machoke appeared as a small bear standing on its hind legs, its fur a beige hue, exuding a resolute demeanor. It bore white markings concentrated around its head and upper chest, with white fur cascading from the back of its head, giving it the appearance of donning a white headscarf. The unfortunate Pokémon was pitiful indeed. Amy gazed at the beleaguered Machoke with deep sympathy. Go, Swampert. Howl, Swampert. As Swampert emerged, the Steelix turned its attention from Machoke to Dayue and Amy. Steelix. It roared, signaling them to flee swiftly. You're quite audacious. Swampert, Ice Punch. Swampert dashed toward Steelix, delivering an ice punch that struck its face, freezing half of its solid steel. The surrounding armored birds and Magnemite, witnessing their leader's plight, unleashed their attacks upon Swampert. Yet, to the quasi-elite Swampert, these efforts amounted to mere tickles. Having reached the quasi-elite level, Swampert was on par with the advancing Kung Fu King, alongside other key members making strides in their abilities. Howl! Swampert's roar echoed as a colossal jet of water surged forth, toppling the surrounding Steel-type Pokémon like raindrops. Dayue activated his small world, capturing all Steel-type Pokémon except Machoke. The small world now housed 1 Steelix, 8 Magnemite, and 2 armored birds. Just as Dayue procured healing items to tend to Machoke, it abruptly rose and fled. Dayue and Amy had no choice but to pursue it. They followed Machoke deep into Steel Valley, where it entered a cave. Inside, Machoke approached a rock face, beginning to climb. Countless thorns adorned the wall, upon which a massive nest was situated. 2 Pokémon stood guard by the nest, overlooking Machoke. Pokémon, Armored Bird. Type, Steel Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Elite. Pokémon, Armored Bird. Type, Steel Flying. Ability, Sturdy. Qualification, Champion. Level, Mid-Elite. The armored birds were encased in iron-like armor, their robust steel forms appearing heavy yet surprisingly light and slender, shimmering silver as if clad in armor, with their wings displaying a crimson interior. They bore sharp teeth. My goodness! Dayue was taken aback, and while he was still processing the surprise, Machoke had already reached the 2 armored birds. Armored. 1 armored bird soared into the air, then dove towards Dayue and Amy. Oh no, we've been spotted. Bloodwing Dragon, go. Bloodwing Dragon materialized, intercepting the diving armored bird with a swift claw attack. Howl! Armored. Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, scorching the armored bird until it glowed red. The other armored bird, witnessing its companion's injury, abandoned the nest and flew toward Bloodwing Dragon. Once more, Bloodwing Dragon unleashed flames, incapacitating the second armored bird. Dayue captured both Pokémon and, with Amy, mounted Bloodwing Dragon, heading toward the thorny nest. Upon entering the nest, Machoke guarded a rust-colored armored bird, its feathers an unusual green rather than the typical red. Pokémon, Armored Bird, Shiny. Type, Steel Flying. Ability, Shattered Armor. Qualification, Master. Level, Early Beginner, just hatched. Seeing this data, Dayue's eyes sparkled with hope. Daigo's Pokémon had indeed arrived. Dayue leaped into the nest, but Machoke eyed him warily. I merely wish to capture you. My team requires your strength. Dayue silently added in his heart that it was actually the second team that needed it. Indeed, he had begun to scheme for the second team, which currently consisted of a shiny Milotic, a dominant Venusaur, a Blaziken, a golden Metagross, and a silver Metagross. After a series of persuasion and encouragement, Machoke ultimately chose to follow its heart. Dayue captured it in a Pokeball, then turned to the newly hatched shiny armored bird. Little one, your parents are with me. Will you come with me? The armored bird tilted its head and nodded. Dayue cast another Pokeball, successfully capturing the shiny armored bird. Meanwhile, the 2 elite armored birds in the small world shivered on the ground, facing Dayue's ace, Metagross, whose imposing aura radiated power. Beta. All right, Metagross, release them. Upon hearing Dayue's voice, Metagross's presence subsided, allowing the 2 armored birds to exhale in relief. Dayue released the shiny armored bird and Machoke. The little one immediately flew to the 2 armored birds, nuzzling affectionately while they enveloped it in their wings. Machoke observed quietly as Dayue approached. gesturing toward the distant Chandelure and Marshadao. You shall train with them from now on. I believe you will gain much. Machoke nodded, and, sensing their formidable strength, rushed toward them. Dayue watched Machoke depart, then turned his attention to the 3 armored birds. You shall reside here. There is ample food and a secure environment. Do not cause havoc, or else. At this, Dayue pointed to Metagross and made a gesture across his neck. The 2 armored birds recoiled, while the little one looked bewildered. Just as Dayue turned to leave, he added, that little one will train with my brother in due time. With that, Dayue exited the small world, disregarding the armored birds' agreement. Dayue and Amy wandered through Steel Valley once more, discovering a master-qualified Cacnea, which Dayue promptly captured. Having fulfilled their purpose, Dayue and Amy departed from Steel Valley. Chapter 35, Meteor Team. After leaving Steel Valley, Dayue and Amy continued their journey toward Inu City. One day, they arrived at a coastal town. Upon entering, they noticed a throng of people brandishing support signs, heading toward the beach. Amy stopped a girl holding a sign to inquire, is a celebrity visiting here? Don't you know? Lord Yuehong is on vacation here. If I say any more, I might miss my chance to see Lord Yuehong. Here I come, Lord Yuehong. With that, the girl dashed back to the support team, joining the rush toward the beach. Yuehong. That name sounds familiar, Amy murmured. Yuehong is the champion of our Hoenn region, the foremost figure in the Hoenn League, and he ranks 2nd in the World Championships. His ace is Bloodwing Dragon, and he once achieved a flawless victory over the Dragon-type elite, Yuenji, solely with his Bloodwing Dragon. Hence, he is also known as the Dragon Emperor. Dayue enlightened Amy about the current champion of Hoenn, Yuehong. Then let us hasten to meet him. Amy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Dayue's hand, pulling him into the support team. Dayue could only shake his head in resignation. Amidst the throng, Dayue and Amy arrived at the beach, where a cadre of bodyguards clad in black formed a protective circle around an individual at its center. It was none other than the champion of the Hoenn region, Yuehong. Adorned with silver spectacles and possessing a cascade of light blue hair, his chiseled features exuded a refreshing aura, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Clad in elegant attire, he appeared as though a celestial being had descended to the earthly realm. To encapsulate his allure in a single word, handsome, in 2, exceedingly handsome. Observing the fervent supporters around him, several young women had already fainted, necessitating the intervention of the beach security team to escort them to a medical facility. Thank you all for your admiration. I am here to attend to some matters, and once I am finished, I will gladly take photos and sign autographs with you all. Please, disperse for now, Yuehong addressed his fans, gently bowing in appreciation. This gesture elicited a chorus of cheers and ecstatic screams from the multitude of female admirers. Eventually, with the assistance of the security team, the crowd began to gradually disperse. Watching the fans recede, Yuehong let out a subtle sigh of relief. As the throng diminished, Dayue stepped forward to greet Yuehong. Mr. Yu, it has been a long time. Is that not Dr. Dayue? Indeed, it has been quite a while, Yuehong replied, his face lighting up with surprise as he extended his hand for a shake. As Dayue drew closer, he noticed the bracelet adorning Yuehong's wrist, embellished with an array of colorful stones, the most striking of which was a vibrant, multicolored gem, the keystone. Yuehong, noticing Dayue's gaze, remarked, this is all thanks to you. Dr. Dayue, I witnessed your battle with Mura, which enlightened me to the fact that the Bloodwing Dragon could mega-evolve. I was fortunate enough to find this. That fellow Genji is still searching for it. Ah, I see. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, Amy approached. Mr. Yu, greetings. I am Amy, traveling alongside Dr. Dayue. Hello, Miss Amy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Yuehong replied, smiling warmly at her. I am equally delighted to meet you. Amy curtsied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Could I possibly get your autograph? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Amy handed him a piece of paper and a pen, which he accepted and inscribed with a flourish before returning them to her. Elated, Amy carefully tucked the signed paper into her backpack's compartment. Mr. Yu, do you have some task that brings you here? Dayue inquired, glancing at Amy with a hint of exasperation before turning back to Yuehong to discuss matters. Dr. Dayue, have you heard of the Meteor Team? Dayue racked his brain but found no information pertaining to such a group, prompting him to ask, what is the Meteor Team? The Meteor Team is a nefarious organization that has emerged in Hoenn in recent years. They have committed various crimes across cities, stealing meteorites and secrets regarding ancient Pokémon. Despite our efforts, the elite champions and I have only managed to apprehend a few minor members. I am here specifically to investigate their activities, Yuehong patiently explained. Is it possible that there are secrets regarding ancient Pokémon or meteorites in this area? Dayue queried. I am uncertain. Perhaps there are, Yuehong admitted. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I certainly will. After a brief exchange, Dayue and Amy took their leave. Yu Huang smiled as he watched them depart before following his bodyguards away. Dayue and Amy adeptly made their way to the finest hotel in town. That evening, Dayue led Amy to the bustling night market. While they perused the stalls, in a secluded cave along the coastline, a group of individuals clad in garments adorned with meteorite patterns were engaged in excavation. Captain Shi, we have discovered a meteorite. A subordinate announced to the middle-aged man referred to as Captain Shi, who nodded and followed him deeper into the cave. There, in a vast pit, lay a colossal meteorite, with several individuals employing various instruments to examine its properties. Have you attained any results? Captain Shi inquired, approaching one of the devices. Captain Shi, this meteorite contains an immense yet unstable energy, the technician reported. It fluctuates in intensity. It seems our fortunes are substantial. I hope it is indeed that item. Proceed to dissect the meteorite and extract the contents within, he commanded. Understood. The others wheeled in a cutting machine and began the dissection process. After considerable effort, a brilliant blue gemstone emerged from the meteorite. Captain Shi approached to inspect it. Oh, it is this item. This must be what Mei is seeking, he exclaimed, stowing the azure gem away and addressing his subordinates. I will report your accomplishments to the leader. You are now the backbone of the meteor team. We shall inevitably dominate the world. The crowd erupted in cheers to world domination. Long live the meteor team. Long live the leader. Captain Shi nodded in satisfaction before leading his team out of the cave. Arriving at a communication device, Captain Shi activated it, and a screen materialized before him. Do you have any news? A figure sat in a swivel chair, facing away from him. Reporting to the leader, we have not found that item. However, I have acquired an energy core from Deoxys, Captain Shi replied, kneeling in utmost respect. You found Deoxys's energy core? Excellent work. Return promptly, as the League has sent their agents once more. With that, the leader abruptly ended the communication, prompting Captain Shi to rise. Withdraw and erase all traces of our presence here, he commanded his subordinates, who promptly set about executing his orders. After a night of rest, Dayue and Amy resumed their journey. Chapter 36, The Weather Research Institute. Dayue and Amy arrived at a research facility. We have indeed come to the Weather Research Institute. Dayue indicated towards the building before them. Is this the institute dedicated to studying weather patterns? Dayue nodded, leading Amy towards the entrance. A white Pokémon floated gracefully in the air, while 3 researchers below diligently recorded data. Pokémon, Floatzel, Type, Normal, Ability, Forecast, Qualification, Gym Leader, Level, Intermediate Proficiency. Professor Layton, it has been a long time. Dayue called out to one of the elderly researchers. The old man paused, lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, and exclaimed, Dr. Dayue, what a delightful surprise. After exchanging pleasantries, Dayue introduced Amy to Professor Layton. Professor Layton, how do you conduct your weather research? Amy inquired. With this Floatzel, Professor Layton replied, summoning 2 researchers who handed him a computer. Floatzel is influenced by natural forces, transforming into representations of the sun, rain, or snow clouds. The sun form resembles a sun in shape, the rain form takes on the shape of a raindrop, and the snow cloud form appears as if its head is enveloped in clouds, he elucidated, pointing to 3 corresponding images on the screen. The sun form represents Floatzel basking in clear weather, thriving under sunny conditions. If subjected to intense sunlight, it adopts this form, its body radiating warmth that, when touched, feels surprisingly hot. The researchers showcased numerous experimental results on the screen, revealing the intricate studies conducted. Fascinating, Amy exclaimed, as she felt as though she had unlocked the door to a new world, her attention fully captivated. The researchers opened another image of floating bubbles formed by rainwater, introducing it to Dayue and Amy. The appearance of the rainwater resembled the floating bubbles formed when incessant rain falls upon it. Its body slightly expands upon contact with water, yielding a soft, sponge-like texture. Pressing on it releases a trickle of water. The body is also imbued with moisture, rendering it slick and slippery. During the shower experiment, it did not assume this form. Subsequently, the researchers unveiled the final image. The snow cloud appeared as floating bubbles when snow descends upon it, and it takes on this form when struck by hail. Its entire being is as frigid as ice, with a body temperature hovering around -5 degrees Celsius. Its skin feels cold to the touch, almost numbing, and is similarly slick. In the experiment where it was placed in a freezer, it did not transform into this state. Professor Layton concluded that the floating bubbles have acquired the ability to harness the immense forces of nature to protect their delicate forms. Variations in temperature and humidity influence the cellular structure of this Pokémon, thereby altering its appearance. Recent studies have revealed its striking resemblance to water molecules. However, this transformation appears to be a result of chemical reactions rather than a conscious choice. As the weather becomes more severe, its temperament grows increasingly volatile. Truly, it is a remarkable Pokémon, and Professor Layton, your expertise is commendable. Miss Amy, your praise is unwarranted. This is merely our duty. Dayue stepped forward to take the computer, gazing at the data with a hint of contemplation. Why does this seem so familiar? Dr. Dayue, do you have any suggestions? Professor Layton inquired, observing Dayue's murmuring. I possess no substantial suggestions, yet this data evokes memories of 3 particular Pokémon. Oh, which 3? Professor Layton asked. The ocean's sovereign, Kyogre, who always appears amidst torrential storms. The earth's ruler, Groudon, who emerges alongside scorching sunlight. And the sky's monarch, Rayquaza, who descends with colossal gusts of wind, Dayue elucidated. Indeed, there are similarities. While Dayue and Professor Layton delved into their professional discourse, the other 2 researchers escorted Amy on a tour of the Weather Institute. I heard from Lord Yu that a nefarious organization known as Team Meteor has been quite active recently. It is highly likely that their objectives are tied to one of these legendary Pokémon. Due to his experiences as a traveler, Dayue was aware that many malevolent organizations target legendary Pokémon. For instance, the future villainous teams in Hoenn, Team Magma, and Team Aqua aim to capture Kyogre and Groudon, respectively. After spending the morning at the Weather Institute, Amy and Dayue departed to continue their journey to Verdanturf Town. That night, a group of individuals clad in meteorite-patterned attire infiltrated the Weather Institute. Captain Liang, we've captured everyone. Team Meteor members bound Professor Layton and his colleagues before a shifty-eyed, diminutive man. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Professor Layton shouted angrily at Captain Liang. Professor Layton, head of the Weather Institute, dedicated to researching floating bubbles to comprehend the principles of weather changes. Captain Liang replied, evasively. Captain Liang, the information has been recorded. A member reported. Take them away and burn the institute down, Captain Liang stated flatly. You cannot destroy the institute. Please, you mustn't. Professor Layton protested, only to be knocked unconscious by an elbow strike from a Team Meteor member. You're being too noisy. Don't waste time. Let us go, Captain Liang declared, leading the way. The members of Team Meteor followed suit, flames beginning to engulf the Weather Institute. Captain Liang entered a vehicle and arrived at a concealed base. Upon entering, he approached a spacious room where the computer screens illuminated, revealing a familiar executive chair. Subordinate Liang pays respects to the leader, wishing for the leader's desires to come to fruition and dominate the world soon. Captain Liang prostrated himself in utmost reverence. Enough. How has the operation proceeded? The leader of Team Meteor waved his hand dismissively. Leader, I have successfully captured Professor Layton and the others, and I have also brought back the weather data. Additionally, I have burned down the Weather Institute. Captain Liang responded with pride. Fool, why did you destroy the Weather Institute? Are you trying to draw the League's attention to us? The leader's furious voice echoed. I realize my mistake. I realize my mistake. Captain Liang trembled on the ground. Very well, go rendezvous with Qi. Mei and Wang will also join you upon completing their tasks. The Team Meteor leader concluded the communication. Captain Liang rose, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a slight sense of relief. Chapter 37, Dragon-type Champion Yoshiji. One day, Dayue and Amy arrived at a coastal city, preparing to embark on a vessel to Verdanturf Town. They approached the dock, where only a single ship awaited them, emblazoned with the name Breaking Wave. What a familiar name. Dayue scratched his head, struggling to recall. Dayue, let us ask if they're heading to Verdanturf Town, Amy suggested. All right, let us inquire, Dayue agreed, stepping onto the deck. Excuse me, do you happen to be going to Verdanturf Town? Dayue approached a sailor standing on the deck and asked. I'm afraid not. This is a private vessel, and we don't carry passengers. If you wish to go to Verdanturf Town, you may return at noon when a ship will be departing, the sailor explained kindly. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a captain's outfit and sporting a handlebar mustache approached the deck. Dr. Dayue, it was none other than Champion Yoshiji. Now I remember. Your ship is indeed called Breaking Wave, Dayue exclaimed upon recognizing Champion Yoshiji as he approached. Of course, Breaking Wave is my ship. I am a man destined to conquer the seas, Yoshiji stated with a hint of bravado, causing Dayue to facepalm. By the way, Champion Yoshiji, could you take us to Verdanturf Town? Absolutely, leave it to me. However, we must wait for my crew to finish loading supplies, Yoshiji reassured, patting his chest. You are the dragon-type Champion Yoshiji, who was traversed by Lord Yu. Amy pointed at Yoshiji. Yoshiji's expression darkened, and the surrounding atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill, prompting Dayue to facepalm once more. At that moment, Amy realized her words may not have been entirely appropriate. I sincerely apologize. I hope you won't take offense. Amy bowed in apology to Yoshiji. No harm done. Yoshiji waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Dayue. By the way, Dr. Dayue, would you care for a Pokémon battle? I heard from Mura that your skills are quite formidable. Then I shall not refuse, Dayue replied with a slight smile. The group gathered in the center of the deck, where a sailor stepped forward to serve as the referee. We will now commence a Pokémon battle between Captain Yoshiji and Dr. Dayue, each using one Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer continue. Both sides release their Pokémon simultaneously. Tequilas go. Feel the power of the dragon. Kairyu. Take the stage. Pokémon, Kairyu. Type, Dragon. Ability, Dustproof. Qualification, Champion. Level, Elite late stage. Alright, Kairyu, use Zen Headbutt. Kairyu unleashed a Psychic-type move, charging towards Tequilas. Tequilas. Bite. Tequilas harnessed Dark-type energy, obliterating Kairyu's psychic attack, and clamped down on Kairyu, who found itself unable to escape Tequilas' jaws. Kairyu, use Dragon Breath against Tequilas' mouth. Yoshiji remained unperturbed, instructing Kairyu to launch an attack while still ensnared. A formidable surge of draconic energy surged directly into Tequilas' mouth, unleashing a cloud of thick smoke that billowed forth, revealing Tequilas' visage contorted in agony, just as it intended to release the Shelder. Tequilas defied this instinct and instead unleashed a devastating beam of annihilation towards the heavens. This is dire. The Shelder employed its reverse scale. Tequilas lifted its gaze, and the concentrated beam of destruction was released, propelling the Shelder into the sky. The Shelder plummeted from the heights, sustaining considerable injury. Had it not been for the protective shell encasing its body, it might have already succumbed to incapacitation. Are you alright, Shelder? The Shelder gradually rose, shaking off the remnants of battle. Shell. Meanwhile, Tequilas was not faring any better, with smoke emanating from its mouth, collapsing onto the ground. Stand up, Tequilas. I believe in you. Shocky. Tequilas slowly rose, radiating an awe-inspiring glow of evolution that intensified, its form enlarging within the luminous aura. Banji. Pokémon, Banquilas. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayue. Type, Rock Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Potential, Gym Leader. Level, Early Gym Phase. Held items, Banquilas Mega Stone, Sandrock. Moves, Ice Fong, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong Surf. Dragon Dance, Flamethrower, Crunch, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Knock Off. Rampage, Sandstorm, Iron Defense, Destruction Beam, Rock Slide, Dark Pulse. Reverse Scale, Ultimate Impact, Dragon Tail, Shadow Claw, Thunderbolt, Heavy Slam. Ice Beam. Banquilas was adorned with a shell resembling armor, with multiple spines of varying sizes protruding from its head, neck, and the rear of its shoulders, while smaller spines adorned the tip of its tail. It possessed a pair of sharp fangs on both its upper and lower jaws, with its limbs ending in 3 claws. The shell of Banquilas featured triangular holes on either side of its chest, along its back, and at the knees of its legs, revealing a black interior, while its abdomen and lower back displayed diamond-shaped notches that exposed a shell matching the hue of Tequilas' exterior. Banquilas, you have finally completed your evolution. Banji. Banquilas smiled at Dayue, revealing its teeth in a grin. Congratulations, Dr. Dayue. Thank you. But has King Yuanji ever experienced despair? Dayue cast a sly glance at Yuanji. Huh. Yuanji appeared perplexed. Dayue raised the keystone, which emanated a dazzling rainbow light, connecting with Banquilas. Respond to my bond. Illuminate the world with your brilliance. Banquilas Mega Evolution. Banji. As Mega Banquilas emerged, its back split open due to the infusion of immense energy, forming 6 irregular spikes on either side of its body. The spike atop its head elongated into a straight horn, while the spines at the back of its neck shortened, and the spikes on either side of its head extended along its brow. Its knees protruded, adorned with additional spikes, and its tail elongated, culminating in 4 outwardly growing spikes. The shell of Mega Banquilas featured more holes than its standard form, with 5 new openings positioned on either side of its neck and beneath its throat, while the existing 4 holes on its chest expanded, revealing a small red protrusion within the upper 2. The exposed shell on Mega Banquilas' abdomen and back transitioned from blue to red. As Mega Banquilas made its grand entrance, a whirlwind of dust enveloped the entire deck, simultaneously elevating its level to the later stages of the gym. What a massive sandstorm. Amy shielded her eyes with her clothing. Ice Beam, eliminate it. A powerful surge of icy energy mingled with the sandstorm surged towards the shelter. Shelter, quickly use protect. UNG urgently commanded. The green energy shield barely rose before being obliterated by the ice beam, leaving the shelter incapacitated. The shelter has lost its fighting capability. Dr. Dayue is victorious, announced the sailor. That was quite challenging. UNG resignedly withdrew the shelter. Fortune has favored you, King UNG. Dayue chuckled, and together with UNG, they proceeded to the Pokémon Center to heal their Pokémon. Following their treatment, the supplies for the Wavebreaker were also completed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group returned to the Wavebreaker. All right, we set sail, racing across the ocean. UNG piloted the Wavebreaker towards Inu City. Chapter 38, Battle with the Meteor Team. That night, Dayue lay on the deck of the Wavebreaker, gazing at the stars. Not far away, another vessel followed closely behind. A woman stood on the deck, peering through binoculars at the Wavebreaker. Captain Wu, Captain May has contacted you. A Meteor Team member handed a communicator to Captain Wu. Understood, you may leave. Captain Wu accepted the communicator, gesturing for his subordinate to depart, who bowed and retreated. An alluring voice emanated from the communicator. Sister Wu, how are you? I miss you dearly. May, spare me your insincere sentiments. A detached voice resonated from Captain Wu's lips. Qi and Liang have completed their tasks. The leader has instructed us to regroup with them post-mission. Sister, I am about to locate that item. I wonder how you are faring? She cackled. My affairs are not your concern. I will fulfill the leader's orders. Wu maintained her emotionless tone, promptly severing the communication. Infuriated, May smashed the communicator to the ground. How dare she cut me off? This insolent individual is insufferably arrogant. After ending the communication, Wu cast her gaze towards the direction of the Wavebreaker, issuing her command. Everyone, prepare for action. Yes. Her subordinates replied in unison. At this moment, on the deck of the Wavebreaker, UNG approached Dayue. Dr. Dayue, you seem quite relaxed. Still gazing at the stars. What can I say? One cannot witness such beauty in the city. Dayue continued to admire the night sky, enveloped in tranquil serenity, devoid of the clamor of the world or the restlessness of the heart. The night, serene and elegant, resembled a white magnolia, quietly blooming against the pale blue canvas of the sky, its silvery light shimmering around its petals. The moon appeared as a meticulously crafted gemstone, embedded in the night sky, radiant and pure, untouched by any speck of dust. Indeed, it is truly beautiful. Even after countless viewings, one never tires of it. UNG reclined on the deck, joining Dayue in their stargazing. Amy and the other crew members slumbered soundly within the cabin. Icicle crash. Snow woman, blizzard. The tranquil night was abruptly shattered by the unexpected sounds, as a torrent of icy energy surged towards the Wavebreaker. UNG lunged forward, bringing Dayue to the edge of the deck, just as several icy pillars plunged into their previous position. A chill emanated from the depths of Dayue's heart. Truly worthy of the Dragon King, your vigilance is commendable. Wu, accompanied by two Pokémon, materialized before Dayue and UNG. Pokémon, Snow Woman. Type, Ice Ghost. Ability, Snow Cloak. Potential, Champion. Level, Champion Pinnacle. The Snow Woman appeared adorned in a kimono, floating gracefully in the air. Its head resembled a droplet of water turned sideways, with two ice crystals atop and several holes through which its purple skin could be glimpsed. Yellow Scara ice crystals with blue eyes peered out from these apertures. Its arms, resembling ears, hung beside its head, each hand possessing 3 slender fingers, with patches of pale blue illuminating its arms. The semblance of a body appeared to be hollow within. Pokémon, Cloyster. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Skill Link. Potential, Champion. Level, Champion Late Stage. Cloyster was encased in a double shell for protection, with a protruding horn on its body, and its outer shell bore additional protrusions. Its mouth was revealed, yet its true form remained a mystery to none. Its exceptionally hard shell was impervious to destruction, even by incendiary devices, and its piercing spikes were far sturdier than any explosive. It's the Meteor Team. Upon witnessing the arrival of the newcomer, Genji exclaimed, "Since you have recognized us, prepare to pay with your life, Genji." The emotionless Ma replied, "Bloodwing Dragon, emerge. Unleash your fiery breath." As Genji summoned the Bloodwing Dragon, it immediately spewed flames towards Ma. Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Aptitude, Master. Level, Early Half Master. The clash of ice and fire energies enveloped the deck in a veil of white mist. Metagross go? Beta. DU also released Metagross. Just as Metagross appeared, a dozen members of the Meteor Team arrived aboard the Wavebreaker, subsequently releasing a myriad of wheezing. A tremendous explosion ensued. The wheezing emitted blinding light, resulting in a violent detonation that rocked the deck. The deafening sound of the explosion roused everyone in the cabin. The Bloodwing Dragon and Metagross shielded the entrance, bracing against the blast. Gingy, what has transpired? Amy and the crew hurriedly approached. It's an attack from the Meteor team, Gingy replied gravely, casting a serious glance at Captain Maw. Flareon, go? The Meteor team swiftly recalled their wheezing and unleashed Flareon instead. Another powerful explosion engulfed the Wavebreaker, splitting it in two. Amy lost her footing and plunged into the sea. Amy, leapt in after her. Beta, Metagross followed suit, diving into the water. As the explosion subsided, the Meteor team retrieved Flareon and unleashed a flurry of mischievous Electrode. Another round of explosions erupted, claiming the lives of everyone aboard the Wavebreaker save for Gingy. Meteor team. Gingy bellowed in fury towards Maw. Bloodwing Dragon, Meteor Shower. Countless dragon energies surged towards the Meteor team, inflicting severe losses upon them. Meanwhile, Amy and having fallen into the ocean, were caught in the aftermath of the explosion and lost consciousness. Fortunately, Metagross arrived just in time to protect them. As Maw and Gingy clashed fiercely, the Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a Dragon Pulse, toppling the Shereldon. Simultaneously, the Snow Woman sustained grave injuries, while the Bloodwing Dragon itself was also wounded. Damn it, Dragon King, we shall meet again, Maw declared. Snowfall Aurora Veil. Snowflakes began to drift across the sea, and a brilliant aurora flashed before Maw vanished from the water's surface. I will not let the Meteor team escape, Gingy roared at the sky, surveying the devastation of the Wavebreaker. After leaving the battlefield, Maw and the Snow Woman arrived at a small island, entering a cave. Within the cave, several Meteor team members remained stationed and approached Maw, who was cradling her injured arm. The mission has failed. Prepare for withdrawal. Subsequently, Maw entered a private chamber and powered on a computer, revealing the figure of the boss in an armchair on the screen. Leader, I apologize. The mission has failed. I underestimated Gingy's strength. Maw half knelt before the screen. I anticipated this. If the Dragon King were so easily dealt with, how could you persistently face setbacks? Tend to your wounds first, then reunite with Chi and Liang. A calm voice resonated from the computer. Thank you, leader. Indeed. After the communication ended, Maw silently rose, blood seeping from her arm. Gingy, I will settle this score with you one day. Chapter 39, Drifting at Sea. As dawn broke, awoke with a start. Where am I? Ugh, my head aches. Beta. The voice of Metagross came from beneath him. Metagross. Right, Amy. turned to see Amy lying beside him, allowing him to exhale in relief. Metagross, where are Gingy and the others? Metagross shook its head, indicating uncertainty. We must swiftly leave the ocean and head to land to report this situation to the League. Bloodwing Dragon, go. Lifted the unconscious Amy onto the back of the Bloodwing Dragon. Bloodwing Dragon, search for land nearby. With a roar, the Bloodwing Dragon soared into the distance. And after a while, Amy began to regain consciousness. Recounted the events to Amy, who gasped in astonishment, not knowing how long they had flown. The duo and their Pokémon discovered an island. They landed on the shore, where a thunderous roar erupted from within the island, revealing a colossal Pokémon at the water's edge. Pokémon, Jawbreaker Dragon. Type, Rock Dragon. Ability, Strong Jaw. Aptitude, Gym Leader. Level, Gym Peak. The Jawbreaker Dragon was an immense dark red beast, with orange rocky protrusions around its eyes and tail, and sporadic orange markings across its body. Its belly was gray, adorned with 2 white stripes, and it was covered in hexagonal scales. Half of its chin was white fur, while the other half was gray, with a ring of white fur at the junction of its neck and body, giving it the appearance of a regal old king. Its forelimbs were notably short, while its hind limbs were robust. Jawbreaker Dragon. What is that? Amy inquired, gazing at the imposing creature. The Jawbreaker Dragon is a Pokémon from approximately 100 million years ago, known for its invincibility and regal demeanor, a true monarch of the ancient world. Its natural enemy is the Ice Dragon. As explained, the Bloodwing Dragon pinned the Jawbreaker Dragon to the ground. A Pokémon from 100 million years ago. How fascinating. Captured the Jawbreaker Dragon into his mini-world, and they continued toward the island's center. Along the way, caught numerous baby tyrants. The evolutionary form of the Jawbreaker Dragon. The baby tyrant was primarily brown, with 2 orange triangular fins on its head and 1 on its tail. Its lower jaw and belly were light gray, with a ring of white fur around its neck. Its forelimbs were very short, while its hind limbs were quite sturdy, with broad paws and scaly protrusions on its legs. As they approached the island's center, the presence of ancient Pokémon became increasingly abundant and diverse. They encountered various species such as ammonite, spiked ammonite, fossil helm, scythe helm, tentacle, cradley, ancient featherbug, ancient armor, original cover tortoise, ribcage tortoise, Archaeopteryx, ice dragon, and ice giant dragon. Du captured each one he encountered. The duo ventured into the deepest cave of the island. Roar. Pokémon, fossil pterodactyl. Type, rock flying. Ability, intimidate. Aptitude, champion. Level, mid-champion. The fossil pterodactyl appeared before Du and Amy, its body gray with blue pupils and two backward extending horns on its head. Its wings were purple on the inside, armed with sharp claws and serrated teeth. At last, they encountered an ancient Pokémon that met their criteria. Metagross, Ice Punch. Metagross delivered a powerful ice punch, striking the fossil pterodactyl and knocking it down, as it had since reached the mid-half master stage. Du skillfully retrieved the fossil pterodactyl into a Pokeball. Deep within the cave, two multicolored stones, one large and one small, came into view. The Megastone for fossil pterodactyl and the Keystone. Du exclaimed, and with Metagross's assistance, he carefully removed the stones. What a remarkable haul. Du, look. This little one seems to be asleep. Amy nudged Du, pointing at a Pokémon nestled in the corner of the cave. Pokémon, Shield Dragon. Type, Rock Steel. Ability, Soundproof. Aptitude, Master. Level, Early Beginner. The Shield Dragon possesses a diminutive, tawny body, its head resembling a brown shield. However, what appears to be a steel shield is, in fact, its skin. Its eyes are situated slightly below the center of its head, surrounded by skin of the same hue as its body. It moves about on its limbs, which end in small claws. Upon reviewing the data on the Shield Dragon, Du was once again filled with excitement. Daigo had successfully acquired another Pokémon. Du, with a flick of his wrist, tossed a Pokeball at the slumbering Shield Dragon, capturing it effortlessly. This left Amy, who was watching from the side, utterly perplexed. Was that really all it took? Indeed, Du replied nonchalantly. After a fruitless search for additional treasures within the cave, the pair finally exited. Subsequently, Du commanded his Metagross and Bloodwing Dragon to transport all the ancient Pokémon from the island to his small world. This excursion proved to be exceptionally fruitful. 32 Omanite, 7 Kabuto, 41 Shirelden, 5 Cornidos, 23 Lilip, 3 Cradley, 37 Anorith, for Armaldo, 29 Tortuga, 2 Caracosta, 27 Archeops, 3 Braviary, 27 Glacian, 6 Glalie, 32 Cornidos, 2 Tyranitar, 31 Baby Tyranitar, and 6 Shield Dragon. After a day of recuperation, Du and Amy resumed their journey aboard the Bloodwing Dragon towards the city. After 2 days of flying, they finally arrived at Inu City. The duo hastily made their way to the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy contacted Champion Yuanji. Du's communicator had been rendered utterly useless upon entering the ocean. The connection established, Yuanji's visage appeared on the screen. Champion Yuanji, are you alright? Du inquired. Dr. Du, it's a relief to see you're safe. Yuanji responded, his initially vacant expression suddenly brightening. He informed them that, aside from the 3 of them, the remaining crew members had perished in the onslaught by the Meteor team. This revelation ignited a flame of fury within Du and Amy. After concluding the communication with Yuanji, Du reached out to Zvocchi. Du, I'm so relieved to hear you're safe. I was worried sick. Seeing the weariness etched upon Zvocchi's face, Du felt a pang of guilt. He recounted the events to his father. Meteor team, mark my words. I, Zvocchi, will not let this go unpunished. Zvocchi vowed fiercely. The father and son exchanged some intimate words before ending the call. Chapter 40, The Inu Gym and the Wing Badge. The following day, Du and Amy proceeded to the Inu Gym. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small girl standing at the reception. Hello, I am here to challenge the gym. Du announced. Greetings. I am Naki, the gym leader of Inu. The little girl proudly proclaimed. You're the gym leader at such a young age? Amy remarked curiously. Naki, you mustn't tell fibs. I apologize. I am Xiaoi, the gym leader of Inu. This is my younger sister, Naki, Xiaoi said, lifting Naki and sincerely apologizing to Du and Amy. Naki apologized to them. I'm sorry, Naki whispered. No worries, I wish to engage in a gym battle. Du waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no ill will. Furthermore, Du was aware that Naki would ultimately become the gym leader of Inu, so he harbored no doubts upon hearing her name. Of course, no problem. Xiaoi led Du and Amy to the battle arena. Taking their respective positions, the arena began to elevate, rising a full 10 meters. Are you able to adapt? Xiaoi called to Du. No problem. Du signaled an OK gesture. Naki accompanied Amy to the elevated spectator S area. Now, the Inu Gym battle commences. Each side may use 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when all 3 Pokémon of one side can no longer battle. Only the challenger has the right to substitute Pokémon. Go Wingull. Pokémon, Wingull. Type, Water Flying. Ability, Kenai. Qualification, Gym. Level, Elite Beginner. The yellow beak of the Wingull dominates its form. Its feathers are white, while its claws, wingtips, and forehead are blue. Its beak is so large that a child from kindergarten could easily fit inside. Tyranitar, go. Bangira. The challenger strikes first. Tyranitar. Summon a sandstorm. Use sandstorm. A terrifying sandstorm engulfed the entire arena, shrouding even the heights in dust. Wingull, Rain Dance. The rain fell amidst the swirling sand. Yet the storm did not abate. Instead, it intensified, sweeping the raindrops towards the Wingull in the sky, causing it to cry out in pain. Tyranitar's sandstorm was not easily dissipated. Dayue gazed confidently at Xiaoyi. Wingull, Ice Beam. A powerful surge of icy energy coalesced in Wingull's beak. Tyranitar. Do not grant it an opportunity. Use Thunderbolt. Thanks to the rain, the electrical currents surged towards Wingull at incredible speed, striking it while it was still gathering the ice beam. Wingull plummeted from the sky, unable to continue battling. Wingull has lost its ability to battle. The gym leader may substitute Pokémon. You're truly formidable. I entrust you with Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire Flying. Ability, Blaze. Qualification, Semi-Champion. Level, Gym Beginner. Charizard is a bipedal Pokémon bearing the characteristics of a Western dragon. Its skin is primarily orange, lighter than that of its pre-evolution, with a yellowish hue from its belly to the tip of its tail and the soles of its feet. It possesses short, sturdy hind limbs and relatively slender forelimbs, each adorned with 3 sharp claws. Charizard's back is equipped with enormous wings for flight. Their inner surface is a bluish-green, while horn-like protrusions grow at the 3rd joint. It has a long neck, blue eyes, and 2 horn-like protrusions on the back of its head, with a long, thick tail that blazes with fire. Charizard, clear the skies. Dispel all. The sun re-emerged, shooing away the clouds, yet it could not disperse the sandstorm, merely standing in stark contrast to it. Flare Blitz, smash through. Charizard, engulfed in flames, charged into the swirling sands towards Tyranitar. Come on, Tyranitar, bring it down with Stone Edge. Charizard, flying at high speed, was struck down by Tyranitar's colossal rock, followed swiftly by a surge of electrical energy that clamped down on Charizard's shoulder. Charizard, use Flare Blitz again. Fighting-type energy surged into Tyranitar, and even with the protection of the Holy Domain, Tyranitar suffered considerable damage from the quadruple effectiveness. Tyranitar, do not relent, use Stealth Rock. Charizard took a direct hit from a rock-type move at close range, rolling its eyes back as it slumped, losing its ability to battle. Charizard has lost its ability to battle. The gym leader may substitute Pokémon. What a strong Tyranitar. I'm counting on you, my strongest partner, Altaria. Pokémon, Altaria. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Cloud 9. Qualification, Champion. Level, Gym Pinnacle. Altaria boasts a sky-blue form, with fluffy wings resembling cotton. The Mega Altaria appears like an enormous ball of cotton, its tail elongated, and its previously fluffy white feathers are now dispersed across its back rather than its chest. The sandstorm battered against Altaria, yet it seemed unfazed, merely shaking its feathers. Then I shall unleash my full strength. Respond to my bond. Shine forth, Tyranitar Mega Evolve. A cascade of colorful light enveloped the arena as Mega Tyranitar made its grand entrance. Song of Ruin. A haunting melody emanated from the beak of the 7 Evening Bird. Super Bankairas employ Ice Beam. The icy beam hurtled towards the 7 Evening Bird. With a graceful roll in midair, the 7 Evening Bird evaded the attack and unleashed the power of the moon. A pink crescent moon shot forth, striking Super Bankairas directly. Bangiai, roared the afflicted Super Bankairas. Truly, a traitor of the Dragon Clan. What is a traitor of the Dragon Clan? In response to Xiaoyi's puzzled inquiry, Dayue refrained from elaborating and commanded Super Bankairas to unleash Dragon Pulse. Dodge again. Use Meteor Shower. The 7 Evening Bird nimbly evaded Super Bankairas' onslaught, while a barrage of meteors rained down upon the ground. Hold the line. A verdant energy shield blocked the descending meteors. Bring it down, Oblivion Ray. A massive boulder reappeared high in the sky, crashing down upon the 7 Evening Bird, followed closely by a terrifying beam of white light. The 7 Evening Bird succumbed to its loss of combat capability, while Super Bankairas rolled its eyes, initiating the Song of Ruin. Super Bankairas reverted from Mega Evolution, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Both the 7 Evening Bird and Bankairas were rendered incapable of battle, as the gym leader's Pokémon had all fallen. The victor was the challenger, Dayue. The platform slowly descended, and Xiaoyi approached Dayue, presenting him with the badge. This is proof of your victory over the Inu gym. The wing badge. Dayue accepted the wing badge. Winged badge acquired. Banjiai. Dayue, accompanied by Amy, proceeded to the Pokémon Center to heal Bankairas. They rested for another day, after which a representative from the Duin Company delivered a brand new communicator to Dayue. Chapter 41. The Sloth King's Banana Paradise. Departing from Inu City, Dayue and his companion journeyed toward Green Ridge City. On this day, they found themselves amidst a thicket of banana trees. Occasionally, they spotted Sloth Kings lounging upon the branches. Amy activated her long-unused Pokédex. The electronic voice resonated. Sloth King, the Sloth Pokémon, is perpetually reclining, rarely in motion. The Sloth King boasted brownish-gray fur with brown markings on its back, each limb adorned with 2 tiny claws. It possessed a pink nose and brown rings around its eyes. The Sloth King is the initial evolution of the sloth family, Dayue remarked. But what exactly is the lazy trait? Amy inquired, pointing at the trait in the Pokédex. The lazy trait is quite a troublesome one. When a Sloth King attacks, it must subsequently rest, even unwilling to dodge incoming attacks, Dayue explained. How could such a Pokémon even be trained? Would anyone bother? I once encountered a trainer with a Sloth King that was remarkably powerful. This Sloth King could temporarily suppress its laziness, though doing so prolonged its lazy periods afterward. It has been speculated that the sloth family was granted the lazy trait by Arceus due to their overwhelming strength, and it is their sole characteristic, Dayue elaborated, enlightening Amy about the Sloth King and its evolution. How, then, do they manage to grow stronger despite their laziness? There exists a transitional stage between the Sloth King and its evolution, known as the Hyper Monkey. During this phase, the Hyper Monkey is no longer lazy, but rather full of energy. Many trainers often enhance their strengths significantly during this period, Dayue explained as they walked, soon arriving at the heart of the banana grove, which featured a large lake. Towering banana stacks bordered the lake, beside which lay a Pokémon soundly asleep. Pokémon, Snorlax. Type, normal. Ability, thick fat. Qualities, near champion. Level, pinnacle of the Elite Four. Snorlax's body was a shade of blue or navy, with a white belly. Its eyes were perpetually closed, and no one had ever seen them open. So adorable, Amy exclaimed, dashing towards Snorlax and plopping down on its round belly. So soft, so comfortable. Snorlax, feeling the disturbance, scratched its belly with its paw, inadvertently sending Amy tumbling into the pile of bananas. Ha ha. Dayue laughed heartily at Amy's predicament as she emerged from the banana heap. Her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, the Sloth Kings in the distance descended from the trees, each clutching a banana, only to lay down again after a short stroll. Dayue glanced at them but paid them no mind. Snorlax, I shall capture you, Amy declared indignantly at Snorlax. Unfazed, Snorlax continued its slumber. This frustrated Amy, who stamped her feet in annoyance. Minus, Chansey, Butterfree, Eevee, come forth. Amy summoned her Pokémon. Attack Snorlax. The 4 Pokémon unleashed their attacks simultaneously towards Snorlax. The strikes landed, and Snorlax finally sat up slightly. Surveying the 4 assailants, it raised a paw and swatted them away before resuming its nap. Are you all alright? Amy rushed to check on Chansey and the others, who shook off their dazed state and offered Amy a reassuring glance, indicating they were fine. Determined, Amy approached Snorlax once more. With a resounding thud, they were swatted away again. At this moment, Dayue was training his own team. Metagross easily dispatched 5 opponents, pinning the Fireblade ghosts to the ground. Dayue quickly directed his 6 Pokémon in response. This intense coordination was quite challenging for him, leaving no room for distraction. The level disparity among his Pokémon was significant, with Fireblade Ghost and Bloodwing Dragon taking the lead in attack, while Swampert and Conkeldurr provided support, and the weakest, Bankairas, could only linger at a distance. However, facing Metagross, the 5 could only struggle to keep up, with the latter 3 barely managing to follow Dayue's swift commands. Returning to Amy, Snorlax had finally had enough of her persistent interruptions. It unleashed Oblivion Ray, which was barely countered by the simultaneous protects from the 4 Pokémon. Lazy. Just as Snorlax prepared to continue its assault, a sudden voice interrupted, followed by a chorus of sounds. Amy turned to find that the Sloth Kings, who had previously been in the banana grove, had approached Snorlax while carrying bananas. Snorlax bypassed Amy and moved to the side of the Sloth Kings, gratefully accepting the bananas they offered, then dividing half to share with them before indulging in the fruit. How can you steal the Sloth King's bananas? Amy exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation as she pointed at Snorlax. Unperturbed, Snorlax continued devouring the bananas. Circle Bear. Upon hearing this name, Snorlax paused its munching, stood up silently, and approached the other side of the lake. Deiyue noticed Snorlax's movement and raised his hand slightly, signaling the still training Metagross and the others to halt. Two Pokémon then appeared before Snorlax. Pokémon, Circle Bear. Type, Normal. Ability, Grit. Qualification, Gym. Level, Pinnacle of the Gym. Pokémon, Circle Bear. Type, Normal. Ability, Grit. Qualification, Near Elite. Level, Early Elite. The Circle Bear resembled a large brown bear with a yellow circle on its belly. The elite-level Circle Bear charged at Snorlax, while the other Circle Bear made its way toward the Sloth Kings. This is bad. Use water cannon to stop it. Realizing the danger posed by the Circle Bear advancing toward the Sloth Kings, Amy commanded Minus to intervene. The water cannon struck the Circle Bear, forcing it to retreat. As Amy positioned her Pokémon in front of the Sloth Kings, originally intending to return and thwart the Circle Bear, Snorlax, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, turned back and delivered a colossal punch, weighing 1,000,000 tons, to the Circle Bear before him. The Circle Bear, feeling the sting, retaliated with a hammering strike towards Snorlax. Utilizing his psychic powers, Metagross effortlessly levitated both Circle Bears into the air. Daisuke promptly opened a small world, casting them within. Snorlax ambled back, surrounded by the lazy ones who began to dance around him. Although their movements were sporadic, Snorlax continued to beam with joy. It turned out that the lazy ones were providing food for Snorlax as a gesture of gratitude for his protection against the Circle Bear's oppression. Amy approached Snorlax, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry, Snorlax, I misunderstood you." Snorlax. In a display of affection, Snorlax lifted Amy, placing her gently upon his shoulder. After a restful night, Daisuke and his companion prepared to continue their journey. "Farewell, Snorlax. Farewell, lazy ones." Amy waved goodbye. Snorlax. Snorlax dashed to Amy's side, pointing at himself. Just as Amy appeared puzzled, Daisuke interjected, "I believe Snorlax wishes to accompany you." "Really? That's wonderful, Snorlax." Snorlax. Then it's time to enter the Pokeball. Snorlax transformed into a beam of red light, being drawn into the Pokeball. After a flash of brilliance, the capture was successful. Snorlax acquired. Amy exclaimed, holding the Pokeball aloft. "Why are you mimicking me?" Daisuke retorted with mild annoyance. Amy stuck her tongue out at Daisuke and dashed ahead, prompting him to follow suit. Chapter 42, The Drought Cave. Departing from the Banana Grove, Daisuke and his companion continued their journey towards Green Ridge City. On that day, they found themselves seated on a grassy knoll, enjoying their lunch. Nearby, boxes of energy cubes were stacked, and Snorlax was voraciously devouring them. Daisuke, who was sipping soup, wore an expression of disbelief. "I apologize. I had no idea Snorlax could consume so much," Amy said sheepishly. "No worries. I'll have our research team create a special energy cube designed exclusively for Snorlax. However, we must hasten to the next town, or I won't have enough supplies left." The Duin Company boasted its own research and development team, responsible for many of the mechanical devices they utilized. During their stay in Inu City, Daisuke had sent ancient Pokémon genetic data back to the research department, hoping they would swiftly develop a fossil revival machine. As they enjoyed their meal, a wave-like pattern materialized in the air, drifting toward Eevee. Sensing something amiss, Eevee paused its munching, but upon seeing nothing unusual, resumed eating. At that moment, an energy cube floated upwards, disappearing at a certain height. Eevee seemed puzzled, and as it pondered, another energy cube ascended and vanished. Eevee's actions caught the attention of Amy and Daisuke. "What is wrong, Eevee?" Amy inquired with concern as she approached. Just as she arrived, another energy cube floated up and disappeared once more. "Ah!" Amy shrieked, clutching Eevee and retreating behind Daisuke. At that moment, a Pokémon suddenly appeared beside Eevee's lunchbox. Pokémon, Chameleon. Type, Normal. Ability, Adaptive Camouflage. Qualification, Elite. Level, Master Peak. Chameleon resembled a chameleon, adorned in green with red patterns on its abdomen and a curled tail. "What is Chameleon?" Amy asked, peeking out to observe the creature. In simple terms, it's a Pokémon capable of becoming invisible. It possesses the ability to change its body color to blend with its surroundings, approaching its prey unnoticed, although the patterns on its abdomen remain visible. Daisuke imparted knowledge once more. At that moment, upon realizing it had been spotted, Chameleon hastily scurried to a nearby tree, vanishing from sight. After this brief interlude, Daisuke and his companion resumed their journey. Before them lay a rushing river, with a small island at its center. "It seems we've arrived at the Drought Cave." Daisuke pointed towards the island. Indeed, the Drought Cave. It is said that 2/3 of the cave is submerged in water, while the remaining third is scorched land. Amy's knowledge of the Drought Cave surprised Daisuke. How do you know about the Drought Cave? My father once recounted his experiences rescuing Pokémon there. As she spoke, Amy's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. Bloodwing Dragon, go. Daisuke called as he mounted his Bloodwing Dragon, extending a hand to Amy. What are you waiting for? Let us explore the Drought Cave. Amy grasped his hand and climbed onto Bloodwing Dragon's back. The creature soared towards the Drought Cave, where Daisuke recalled Bloodwing Dragon and released his Flame Blade Ghost instead, as the cave was too small for Metagross and Bloodwing Dragon to enter. As they ventured into the cave, the sound of rushing water flowed beneath their feet until they finally stepped onto the scorched earth. The intense sunlight beat down upon them, making it difficult to open their eyes. No wonder the land here is scorched. Anyone exposed to such sunlight would be burned, Amy remarked. Daisuke squinted as they approached a stone wall, where a dazzling multicolored stone shimmered under the sun's rays. Megastone. Daisuke rushed forward, grasping the Megastone. As soon as the stone was removed, the wall began to shift, revealing a massive opening before them. Without pausing to consider which Pokémon the Megastone belonged to, Daisuke strode into the opening, with Amy following closely behind. Stalactites hung from the cavern ceiling, and at the center stood a Pokémon. Pokémon, Regirock. Type, Rock. Ability, Clear Body. Qualification, Master. Level, Champion Peak. Regirock was composed of gray and orange stones, its head adorned with an H-shaped pattern of 7 orange dots. It possessed 2 sturdy rock arms with massive gray stones for hands, and its shoulders were crowned with towering orange spines, connected to its arms by fragments of rock. Its body was a pillar of rock, uneven in surface, with 2 orange patches on the left chest and right thigh. Its legs were short, and 3 orange spikes jutted vertically from its back, while a less conspicuous gray stone tail trailed behind. The rock god, Regirock. Amy observed curiously. Just then, the 7 dots on Regirock's face began to glow, and it abruptly sprang to life. Be careful. Daisuke swiftly pulled Amy behind him, distancing them from Regirock. Regirock. Flame Blade Ghost. Prepare for battle. Flame. The Flame Blade Ghost assumed a combat stance. An electromagnetic cannon shot toward it. Retribution Sword. The Flame Blade Ghost unsheathed its sword, slicing the electromagnetic cannon in 2. Regirock stomped heavily on the ground, causing the cave to tremble. Daisuke and Amy struggled to maintain their balance. Flame Blade Ghost, Solar Blade. The green blade slashed toward Regirock, sending it flying. Following up with a series of solar blades, Regirock was swiftly incapacitated by the Flame Blade Ghost. Daisuke tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing Regirock. Daisuke gazed at the wall damaged by Regirock's impact, furrowing his brow as he approached. Dusting off the debris, a diamond-shaped brown stone appeared before him, prominently displaying a rock-type emblem. A Rock Z. Amy approached and took a glance at Dayue's Rock Z crystal. What skills could this pure crystal unleash? Dayue had previously enlightened Amy about the Z crystals and Z moves, so she recognized the Rock Z crystal. This particular crystal could enable Pokémon skilled in rock-type moves to execute the devastating move known as Continental Crush. The name sounded far more formidable than the Ultra Spiral attack. Amy remarked with a serious expression. Dayue sighed in exasperation. After searching the cave for a while without discovering anything else, they left the Drought Cave and continued their journey towards Greenridge City. Chapter 43. Pokémon Ranger. With their sights set on the Hoenn League, Dayue and Amy found themselves in an expansive wilderness, where a group of Pokémon roamed. Pokémon, Bagworm. Type, Normal. Ability, Courage. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Semi-Champion. The Bagworm's body was predominantly brown, with grayish-yellow ears and underbelly. Its shoulders and legs featured multiple protrusions, while its pouch, located at the front of its abdomen, housed its offspring. The young Bagworm had a light purple body, closely resembling its mother. As Dayue's gaze fell upon the lead Bagworm, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to throw a Pokeball to release a Pokémon, a sudden voice interrupted him. Stop! A rope ensnared Dayue's arm, and a girl with blue hair, clad in a red vest and shorts, appeared mounted on a Pidgeot. Who are you? Amy gripped her Pokeball, eyeing the girl with suspicion. The girl produced her credentials and presented them to Dayue and Amy. I am Pokémon Ranger Xiang. You are under arrest for being poachers. Poachers? What poachers? I don't see anyone. Amy scanned the area but found no one suspicious. We are not poachers. I am a league professor merely passing through. Dayue reached into his lab coat and produced his professor's credentials. After reviewing Dayue's identification, Xiang scratched her head in embarrassment. I apologize, Professor Dayue. I'm truly sorry. Poachers have been rampant lately, which led to this misunderstanding. She bowed repeatedly in apology. It's all right. It is part of your duty as Pokémon Rangers, Dayue replied, willing to forgive her due to her endearing demeanor. By the way, what exactly is a Pokémon Ranger? Amy inquired curiously. Pokémon Rangers gain experience by completing various tasks and may have the potential to advance to Chief Ranger. They use Capture Styler to calm frightened Pokémon, liberate those under duress, and communicate with them to harness their powers. Their tasks include resolving conflicts and even confronting villainous organizations. Upon reaching the rank of Chief Ranger, they receive additional privileges, though the challenges become significantly more formidable. Dayue's mini-lecture resumed. The Capture Styler can launch and manipulate capture discs to establish a psychic bond between Rangers and wild Pokémon, forming temporary partnerships. It also features built-in communication and Pokédex functionalities. Under the control of the Capture Styler, the capture disc spirals around the wild Pokémon, leaving a trail of light that conveys the Ranger's emotions. When a mutual understanding is achieved, the capture is complete, and the wild Pokémon will willingly assist the Ranger. If the light is attacked by the Pokémon, the connection may snap, damaging the Capture Styler and depleting its energy. If the energy reaches zero during capture, the capture disc will explode. How impressive! I had no idea Professor Dayue was so well-versed in Pokémon Rangers. Xiang Nair clapped enthusiastically. It's just that I've read a bit more than usual. It's no big deal. Dayue waved dismissively, downplaying his knowledge. How infuriating that I was outsmarted by him. While the group was engaged in conversation, a massive net soared towards the bagworm group, ensnaring them. A helicopter emerged from the trees, dragging the net away. Oh no! It's poachers! Xiang Nair exclaimed, immediately standing up to chase after the helicopter. Go, capture disc! She swiftly tossed the capture disc from her Capture Styler towards a nearby Dodu. The capture disc spiraled around Dodu, enveloping it in light, and after a flash, Dodu flew towards Xiang Nair, allowing her to mount it as they pursued the helicopter. Bloodwing Dragon, go! Dayue released his Bloodwing Dragon and followed closely behind with Amy. As the helicopter approached a cliff, it suddenly ascended sharply. Xiang Nair abandoned Dodu and used the capture disc to capture a Pidgeot munching on berries. Pidgeot and Bloodwing Dragon soared after the helicopter. This is not a sustainable strategy, Amy said anxiously from Bloodwing Dragon's back. Just as the helicopter flew over a lake, Dayue issued his command. Bloodwing Dragon, use Destructive Beam to shatter that net. A torrent of energy converged and shot toward the net, obliterating it and causing all the bagworms to plummet into the lake below. Curse it! Come forth, Spearow. Use Destructive Beam. A head protruded from the helicopter, throwing out a Pokeball. Pokémon, Spearow. Type, Normal Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Qualification, Gym. Level, Pinnacle Gym. Spearow's feathers were orange, with a creamy white patch between its wings and at the tips. It boasted a red crest on its head and a long, sharp, pink beak. Its neck was elongated, adorned with rough, disheveled feathers, and it had 4 brown tail feathers. Its wings were broad, and its pale pink claws had 4 toes, 3 facing forward and 1 backward. The Destructive Beam shot towards Bloodwing Dragon, which evaded by rolling to the side and retaliated with a Destructive Beam that struck Spearow down. Well done, Bloodwing Dragon! Dayue cheered. Quick, escape! The poachers in the helicopter shouted frantically to each other. The pilot cranked the helicopter's power to the maximum. Use Hurricane! Xiang Nair commanded Pidgeot, unleashing a powerful gust that misaligned the helicopter's rotor blades, causing it to plummet. With a thunderous crash, the helicopter crashed by the lake, and the 2 poachers struggled to crawl out. Bloodwing Dragon and Pidgeot landed beside them. I am Pokémon Ranger Xiang Nair. You are under arrest. Damn it! The 2 were swiftly bound by Xiang Nair, while Dayue and Amy tended to the injured bagworms with healing sprays. The bagworms expressed their gratitude, with a few young ones affectionately clinging to Dayue and Amy's legs, nuzzling against them. Soon, all the bagworms were treated. Thank you for your assistance. I must now escort these poachers to report to the League. Farewell. With that, Xiang Nair mounted Pidgeot with the 2 poachers. Goodbye, Xiang Nair. Dayue and Amy waved as she departed. The pair spent the night beside the bagworm group, and the following day they resumed their journey. After a day of travel, they finally arrived at a town. Upon entering, Dayue and Amy replenished their stock of energy cubes at the Pokémon Mart, as Dayue's original supply had been depleted by Amy's Snorlax. After stocking up on energy cubes, they checked into a hotel for a well-deserved rest. Chapter 44, Mareep Ranch. After a night of rejuvenation, Dayue and Amy set off once more towards Greenridge City. On this day, they arrived at a ranch teeming with Mareep. Pokémon, Mareep. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Qualification, Gym. Level, Late Beginner. Mareep's skin was a deep blue, mostly enveloped in fluffy, pale yellow wool. with the wool on its head styled in curls. Its ears and tail were adorned in a striking pattern of yellow and black, with the tip of its tail resembling an orange bulb. So many Mareep! Amy exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the flock. Greetings. I am Sachiko, the proprietor of this ranch, called out a gentleman sporting a straw hat and wielding a steel rake as he emerged from the fields. Hello, Uncle Sachiko. We are Pokémon trainers passing through, said Dayue. I am Dayue, and this is Amy. Greetings, Uncle Sachiko. I am Amy, she added, following Uncle Sachiko into the ranch. They were welcomed with an assortment of fruits. Beside Sachiko stood an Ampharos, smiling at them. This is my first Mareep evolved into an Ampharos. He is the leader of this ranch. Sachiko proudly introduced his Pokémon. Ampharos. Pokémon, Ampharos. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Aptitude, Elite. Level, Gym Leader Initial. Ampharos boasted a yellow hide, with a red orb on its forehead and tail, its underbelly white, hands flat, and only a single toe per foot. Its neck, ears, and some parts of its tail were adorned with yellow and black patterns. What an exceptional Ampharos! Dayue praised. Thank you for your kind words. Ampharos will be delighted. Won't you, Ampharos? Ampharos. The creature smiled back at Dayue. Uncle Sachiko, I wish to purchase some Mareep. Would that be possible? After reviewing the data on Ampharos, Dayue expressed his desire to buy Mareep. Of course. I shall take you to select them, Sachiko replied, visibly pleased at Dayue's interest in acquiring his Mareep. Entering the ranch, they noticed a solitary pink Mareep leaning against the fence, while the others kept their distance. Pokémon, Mareep. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Novice Initial. As Dayue gazed at the pink Mareep, Sachiko remarked, this Mareep, due to its unique coloration, is shunned by the others and left to play alone. How unfortunate. Amy lamented, approaching the pink Mareep, which, upon seeing her, scurried away. It seems it is rather shy, Sachiko explained. I wish to purchase that pink Mareep, and additionally, I would like to buy 9 more Mareep, Dayue stated. Certainly. Each Mareep is priced at 100,000 Alliance coins, totaling 1,000,000 for 10, Sachiko readily agreed. After selecting 9 more Mareep, Sachiko handed their Pokeballs to Dayue, who transferred 1,900,000 Alliance coins to Sachiko. You have overpaid. It is only 1,000,000. Sachiko remarked. I have not overpaid. Shiny Pokémon are valued at 10 times that of their normal counterparts, so I am still getting a bargain, Dayue replied, leaving Sachiko with no further argument. In truth, for Sachiko, the distinction of shiny or not held little significance, as he sold Mareep for their wool rather than their battle prowess. The allure of shiny Pokémon lay in their enhanced combat abilities, which is why Sachiko initially offered them at such a low price. While Dayue and Sachiko conversed, the pink Mareep bolted from the ranch, with Amy in hot pursuit. Mareep, don't run away. Sachiko expressed his apologies. I'm so sorry. That Mareep has escaped. Allow me to refund you the 1,000,000 Alliance coins. No need for a refund. I'll simply retrieve it, Dayue reassured, pocketing the other 9 Mareep and clutching the Pokeball of the pink Mareep as he dashed outside. The pink Mareep sprinted to the edge of a cliff, where a small hole awaited. It squeezed through, prompting Amy to follow suit, though the entrance proved too narrow, forcing her to crawl in. Beyond the hole lay a forest, and the pink Mareep dashed into its depths, with Amy emerging from the cave. She hurried after the swiftly disappearing pink Mareep, calling out, Mareep, where are you? Echoing through the woods, her voice was met with a response. Mareep. Just then, Amy spotted 5 Houndoom encircling the pink Mareep, their circle gradually tightening. Please, Minaj, use Dragon Tail. Amy released her Milotic, which gathered dragon energy in its tail and struck at the Houndoom, sending them fleeing in disarray. Rushing to the pink Mareep, Amy scooped it up. Are you alright, Mareep? Mareep. The pink creature nodded in response. Glancing around the dense forest, Amy realized she had strayed too far and lost her way back. Amy. A familiar voice called from afar. Dayue appeared, riding his shiny Metagross. Amy, clutching the pink Mareep, hurried to Dayue's side. Thank goodness you're here. I would have been lost otherwise. By the way, here's Mareep. She handed the pink Mareep to Dayue, who gently pushed it back to her. I believe it no longer needs me. It is better suited for you. Handing Amy the Pokeball of the pink Mareep, he affirmed, you can have it. Are you certain? Amy asked, uncertainty in her voice. Dayue nodded, and with excitement, Amy accepted the Pokeball. Mareep, do you wish to be my companion? She inquired, holding the Pokeball before the pink Mareep. Mareep. The creature tapped the switch on the Pokeball and was drawn inside. Wonderful. Amy leaped with joy. Thus, her team was finally complete. Milotic, Chansey, Eevee, Snorlax, Shiny Mareep, and butterfree. However, Snorlax was reluctant to heed her commands, preferring only to eat and sleep. Dayue explained that Snorlax's disobedience stemmed from Amy's insufficient strength as a trainer. Amy could only express her helplessness, soon joining Eevee and the others in play, indifferent to Snorlax's lack of cooperation. Chapter 45, The Wild Frontier. On this day, Dayue and Amy arrived at the Wild Frontier. The Hoenn Wild Frontier? I eagerly anticipate the Pokémon we may encounter, Dayue remarked as they approached the entrance. Greetings. We wish to enter the Wild Frontier to capture Pokémon, he announced. 10,000 Alliance coins per person, totaling 30 wild balls. Pokémon battles for capture are prohibited. Violators will be expelled from the Wild Frontier. Dayue paid 20,000 Alliance coins, and he and Amy stepped into the Wild Frontier. As they entered, a Pokémon appeared before them. Heracross. Pokémon, Heracross. Type, bug fighting. Ability, overconfidence. Aptitude, elite. Level, pinnacle elite. Heracross resembled a colossal rhinoceros beetle, its body encased in armor as hard as iron. A robust horn adorned its forehead, flanked by 2 antennae. Its deep blue exoskeleton glistened, with wings covering its back. Its eyes were oval and yellow, and its forelimbs resembled the digging feet of a rhinoceros. Thicker than its hind legs, adorned with spikes on its wrists and thighs. What luck! It's a Heracross, Dayue exclaimed, producing a jar of nectar. Heracross sniffed the air and approached the nectar. Dayue placed the nectar on the ground, and Heracross eagerly began to feast on it. The diminutive world unfurled directly, enveloping the nectar-sipping Heracross within its embrace. The duo pressed onward, soon encountering 2 Pokémon engaged in playful antics nearby. Pokémon, Little Blacksmith. Type, Fairy Steel. Ability, Carefree. Qualification, Master. Level, Beginner. Pokémon, Little Blade Soldier. Type, Dark Steel. Ability, Inner Focus. Qualification, Master. Level, Beginner. The Little Blade Soldier is a humanoid Pokémon with elongated arms, its hands formed by 2 sharp blades. Beyond the blades adorning its hands, its head and abdomen are similarly equipped with blade-like appendages, giving it the appearance of a creature clad in armor. What Pokémon are those? Dayue inquired, noticing the unfamiliar creatures that his Pokédex could not identify. Amy produced her own Pokédex, which displayed a prominent question mark. The pink Pokémon is the Little Blacksmith, a creature native to the Paldea region, embodying both fairy and steel types, while the armored one is the Little Blade Soldier, hailing from the Unova region, embodying both dark and steel types. Dayue patiently elaborated to Amy, perhaps they are Pokémon introduced to the wild area. He approached the 2 small beings. Would you like to come with me? I have an abundance of delectable treats. Dayue revealed energy cubes of steel, fairy, and dark types. The eyes of both Pokémon lit up at the sight of the energy cubes, yet they hesitated to approach, lingering at a distance from Dayue. At that moment, Dayue unleashed his domain power, subtly releasing the steel aura from his Metagross. No longer hesitating, the 2 Pokémon dashed forward to savor the energy cubes. After consuming the cubes, Dayue used a wild ball to capture them. Having successfully captured the Little Blacksmith and Little Blade Soldier, the duo made their way to a nearby sand dune, where numerous Trapinch occasionally emerged from the earth. The Trapinch possesses a disproportionately large, round head and a massive jaw, its orange exoskeleton complemented by 4 short legs. An electronic voice emanated from Amy's Pokédex. Trapinch. The sand pit Pokémon excavates funnel-shaped nests in the desert. Its formidable jaw is capable of crushing hard rocks. What are we doing at the sand dune? Amy queried. Dayue did not respond, continuing his advance. A colossal green Pokémon lay sleeping amidst the sand. Found it. Pokémon, Desert Dragonfly. Type, Ground Dragon. Ability, Levitate. Qualification, Elite. Level, Early Elite. The Desert Dragonfly is predominantly green, sporting 2 green antennae atop its head. It possesses 2 green wings with red edges, and its tail is composed of 8 segments, alternating between light green and green. A red hemispherical structure protects its eyes from sand damage. Is that the Desert Dragonfly? Yes. Indeed. I cannot believe there is a Desert Dragonfly in this wild area. Sensing Dayue and Amy's approach, the Desert Dragonfly opened its eyes and took to the air, gazing at them with curiosity. Would you like to join me? Dayue offered, holding out ground and dragon energy cubes. Ultimately, lured by the prospect of delicious food, the Desert Dragonfly chose to accompany Dayue. His ease in capturing it stemmed from 2 factors: the Desert Dragonfly's gluttonous nature and its elevated level, rendering ordinary berries insufficient to satiate its appetite. Aligning itself with a trainer was undoubtedly its best choice. The pair then arrived at the lakeside, where a Lapras frolicked with other water-type Pokémon. Pokémon, Lapras. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Hydration. Qualification, Early Elite. Level, Early Elite. The upper half of Lapras is blue, while its underbelly, extending from its chin to tail, is white. It boasts a prominent crest on its head and spiral structures on either side. Its back is adorned with a gray shell, unevenly studded with protrusions. With 4 fins, the front pair is notably larger. Its smooth skin feels cool to the touch. Employing the same strategy, do you capture the Lapras? Are you not going to capture any Pokémon? Do you curiously asked Amy. I'll leave it to fate. I already have 6 Pokémon. Amy nonchalantly shook her head, weighing the wild ball in her hand. Suddenly, a diminutive green Pokémon appeared before Amy. Pokémon, Ralts. Type, Psychic Fairy. Ability, Telepathy. Qualification, Champion. Level, Late Beginner. Ralts possesses a white body, its green hair obscuring much of its face. The hair is parted by 2 flat red horns, one larger and pointed forward, the other smaller and angled back. Its eyes are red. Startled by Ralts while engrossed in playing with the wild ball, Amy inadvertently released it, striking Ralts directly. Ralts transformed into a red light and was drawn into the wild ball, which wobbled briefly before coming to a halt. Du, witnessing the spectacle, was left astounded by the serendipity. Amy, equally bewildered, picked up the wild ball. Did I capture Ralts? She asked uncertainly, glancing at Du, who nodded stiffly in affirmation. The two returned to the entrance of the wild area, exchanging their wild balls for Pokeballs. However, Du opted for his luxurious balls instead of the standard ones provided. After switching their Pokeballs, the duo departed the wild area, setting their sights on Green Ridge City. Chapter 46. Farewell, Butterfree. On this day, the two arrived at a quaint town, adjacent to a picturesque lake, where a throng of trainers had gathered. Hovering amongst them was a Butterfree. Hello, why are there so many trainers with Butterfree here? Amy inquired of a passerby lingering nearby. This is Full Moon Lake. During this season, Butterfree seek mates, prompting many trainers to bring their Butterfree in search of partners. Once paired, the Butterfree will collectively migrate to find suitable locations for breeding, the passerby explained to Amy. After hearing this, Amy released her own Butterfree, Flutter. Upon its release, Butterfree affectionately nuzzled against Amy's face. Haha, that tickles. Observing their playful interaction, Du settled beneath a large tree and released his Herdier, indulging in some canine affection. Pokémon, Herdier. Type, Normal. Ability, Intimidate. Qualification, Elite. Level, Early Elite. Herdier is a small dog-like Pokémon, its body primarily orange-yellow with a creamy underside on its snout, belly, and tail, complemented by black stripes on its back and limbs. Its head features a cream-colored mane. Herdier has a short snout, a black nose, large round ears, and its paws are equipped with brown pads. Having been born around the same time as his partner, Du's Herdier, despite lacking formal training, had honed its abilities under the influence of several experienced trainers, reaching early elite status. While Du enjoyed his time with Herdier, Amy had already taken her Butterfree on a matchmaking venture. As her Butterfree was female and often nourished with premium energy cubes, its coloration was strikingly beautiful, making it the MVP of the gathering. Coupled with Amy's own attractiveness, numerous male trainers eagerly presented their Butterfree in hopes of winning her Pokemon's favor. Yet Amy's Butterfree remained indifferent. In essence, the Butterfree felt that their opponents were rather feeble, often mingling with the Pokemon of Du, and now regarded everyone as weak. As their trainer, Amy could not voice her opinions and merely shook her head in resignation. Although many male Butterfree were enamored with Amy's Butterfree, there was one that stood apart. Surrounding it were a group of female Butterfree, seemingly rivaling Amy's Butterfree. Upon witnessing this scene, Amy's Butterfree, accompanied by its followers, fluttered over. The two leading Butterfree exchanged distant glances. Meanwhile, Du retrieved a vibrant orange-red stone from a small world, its center marked by a flickering flame. This was a precious fire stone, which he handed to his Growlithe, signaling its impending evolution. Woof! As Growlithe clamped its jaws around the fire stone, an iridescent light of evolution erupted from its body, causing it to expand rapidly. When the blinding light receded, a Rapidash appeared beside Du, playfully licking his face. Pokémon, Rapidash. Type, Fire. Ability, Justified. Potential, Champion. Level, Elite Midstage. Rapidash resembled a large canine, adorned with a fluffy, flaxen coat that obscured its face. Its eyes transformed to a rich brown, with its body adorned by tiger-like black and orange stripes, while tufts of fur encircled its legs and a long tail trailed behind. As it sprinted, its form seemed to merge with the wind, exuding an air of majesty. Enough, Rapidash. That tickles. Woof. Du, you should take a look. The Butterfree seemed poised for a confrontation. Just as Du was frolicking with Rapidash, Amy rushed over, her face etched with urgency. Let us go see. Du rose, following Amy and Rapidash to the gathering of Butterfree. At that moment, as the two Butterfree faced off, a Pokémon soared out from the forest. Pokémon, Scyther. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Swarm. Potential, Elite. Level, Elite Pinnacle. Scyther possessed a reptilian head adorned with 3 distinct horns, and its scythe-like arms were honed to a razor's edge. While it had 2 pairs of small wings, it rarely utilized them for flight. Its thighs bristled with sharp protrusions, and its feet bore 3 elongated claws. Upon the arrival of Scyther, the other Butterfree fled, leaving only Amy's Butterfree and the leader Butterfree. Scyther swung its scythe towards the 2 Butterfree, who flapped their wings, unleashing a torrent of air towards it. Yet, the oncoming scythe could not be deterred. Just as the blade was about to strike Amy's Butterfree, the leader Butterfree interposed itself, taking the blow. Butterfree. The leader was knocked to the ground, yet Scyther showed no signs of mercy, continuing its assault. In a moment of desperation, Amy's Butterfree stepped in front of the leader, the scythe poised to strike. At that critical juncture, Du finally arrived. Rapidash, unleash your flames. Woof. A colossal fireball erupted from Rapidash's mouth, directly engulfing Scyther, rendering it unable to fight. Are you alright, Butterfree? Amy rushed to her Butterfree's side, noticing the leader was injured. She retrieved healing supplies from her bag, expertly treating its wounds. Aspiring to be a Pokémon doctor, Amy was well prepared with an array of remedies. Du, having confined Scyther to the small world, returned to Amy's side. Through this harrowing experience, the 2 Butterfree forged a bond as partners. Under the light of the full moon, they joined the other Butterfree in their migration. May you find happiness, Butterfree. Farewell. Amy called to the Butterfree soaring in the sky, her eyes glistening with tears. Butterfree. The 2 Butterfree danced beneath the moonlight, seemingly bidding farewell to Amy. In a hidden base near Shuiting City, a woman clad in revealing attire entered a secret chamber. Within, a man sat in an executive chair, his back turned to her. May, have you uncovered the information? He inquired. Master, I have obtained the details, she replied, kneeling respectfully. Please, elaborate. Indeed, the informant I planted within Meteor has relayed that the Sky Pillar resides in Mushui Town. However, to reach the Sky Pillar, one must defeat its guardians, known as the Lioli people. Moreover, to summon Rayquaza, a successor must ascend to the pinnacle of the Sky Pillar with the Relic of Inheritance. Yet, I have yet to gather information regarding the successor and the relic. After reporting, May exited the chamber. The Sky Pillar, Mushui Town, the Lioli people, the successor, and the Relic of Inheritance. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, murmured the leader of the Meteor team. Chapter 47, Secrets of the Ancient Castle. After bidding farewell to the Butterfree, Du continued toward Green Ridge City. On this day, the 2 arrived at an ancient castle. The rising sun bathed the vast forest in light, penetrating through the lush foliage, revealing an ancient castle encircled by thorns and roses. The castle, seemingly steeped in history, was cloaked in dark green vines that nearly obscured its windows, some even creeping inside, casting an eerie shadow. Yet, before this ominous castle, white roses bloomed in abundance, their petals swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a sweet fragrance that captivated the senses. The delicate white blossoms shimmered like silk, their morning dew resembling crystals, refracting a spectrum of colors in the bright morning sun. What beautiful flowers! Amy exclaimed, approaching the white roses and bending down, inhaling their refreshing scent. How fragrant! Just as Amy became entranced by the white roses, Du remained vigilant, scanning the castle with wary eyes. As a traveler from another world, he was all too familiar with such scenes. After all, vampires in movies resided in castles like this one. Although devoid of red roses, the white ones evoked a similar ambience. However, in this world, vampires did not exist, and the only possibility remained Pokémon, perhaps a Zubat or Lunala. While Du's thoughts wandered, Amy had already reached the castle's entrance. With a creak, the ancient door swung open, releasing a cloud of dust that enveloped Amy. Cough. Cough, how long has this place been abandoned? Why is there so much dust? Amy exclaimed, using a handkerchief to wipe her face. Do not touch anything. This place feels too eerie. At that moment, Du also arrived at the castle's entrance. Just as he approached, dark clouds shrouded the castle, lightning split the sky. Fierce winds snapped branches, and a deafening thunderclap heralded a sudden downpour, with lightning dancing across the heavens. Caught off guard by the torrential rain, the 2 had no choice but to seek refuge within the castle, which was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, curiously, they could clearly see a painting in the castle's grand hall. It depicted an elderly gentleman with a cane, dressed in noble attire. This place doesn't harbor ghosts, does it? Amy trembled, clutching Dayu's hand tightly. Dayu produced a Pokeball containing Marshadao. Come forth, Marshadao. When confronting the supernatural, one must rely on ghost-type Pokémon. Marshadao? Is there something amiss? The voice of Marshadao echoed in Dayu's mind. Please, scan the surroundings for any spirits. This place feels unsettling and eerie. Marshadao surveyed the area, then approached the painting for a closer look, shaking its head at Dayu. There are no unusual occurrences. This left Dayu perplexed, prompting him to release his shiny Jengar. As the moment of the emergence of the fiery blade ghost arrived, the eerie painting began to stir. Amy's piercing scream shattered the heavens, sending ripples that resonated throughout the entire castle. A beam of violet light shot forth from the painting towards the fiery blade ghost, rendering its gaze momentarily vacant as it stood frozen in place. What on earth is happening, Mashadu? Dayu shook the fiery blade ghost's form, but it exhibited no reaction. Subsequently turning to glance at Mashadu. Such pure spectral energy. This must be the power of the spectral tablet. Did you say there is a spectral tablet within? Upon hearing this, Dayu's eyes shifted from anxiousness to exhilaration. To be precise, it is the essence of the spectral tablet, a formidable spectral energy that has been extracted. It is likely a remnant left behind by Lord Arceus. The power is immensely terrifying, sufficient for it to achieve a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Dayu did not dwell excessively on the absence of the spectral tablet. At least the fiery blade ghost was on the brink of another breakthrough. Since the Bloodwing Dragon had joined the team, the fiery blade ghost had been striving even harder, as the disparity between it and the other Pokémon had widened considerably, posing little threat to its standing, excluding the divine beasts for the moment. However, the Bloodwing Dragon was different. It was merely a small realm away, and recently, they had both experienced simultaneous breakthroughs, which only heightened the fiery blade ghost's urgency. Dayu had observed this, often assisting the fiery blade ghost in its training. Yet all of them possessed the potential of a master, thus the competition remained fierce. At that moment, the fiery blade ghost found itself in a pitch-black world, surrounded by darkness. It dashed about, launching attacks, yet the obscurity persisted. Gradually, it grew weary, its eyelids heavy, and succumbed to slumber. Time passed unmeasured until a beam of light cascaded upon the fiery blade ghost, which slightly opened its eyes and reached out to grasp the radiant beam. However, as soon as its hand brushed against the light, it dissipated, plunging the surroundings back into an endless void, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of solitude. The fiery blade ghost's deep purple armor began to dull. The flames that flickered atop its head gradually extinguished, the blades in its hands fell away, and its golden eyes began to dim as waves of exhaustion enveloped its entire being. Fiery blade ghost. Dayu's silhouette emerged before it. Beta. The figure of Metagross materialized beside Dayu. Roar. On Dayu's other side stood the Bloodwing Dragon. Roar Swampert. Beside Metagross was Swampert. Thunder. Flanking the Bloodwing Dragon was Conkeldurr. Banji. Tyranitar also appeared. Bear. The bear apprentice materialized in front of the fiery blade ghost. Countless familiar faces emerged before the fiery blade ghost. Slowly, it rose to its feet, the purple flames atop its head igniting once more, enveloping its arms. While two blades were formed, the once dull armor, now marred with cracks, radiated dazzling purple light, shedding its ashen exterior to reveal the resplendent purple armor anew. Its golden eyes sparkled back to life. Flame. Outside, an overwhelming aura burst forth from the fiery blade ghost, escalating continuously until it reached the pinnacle of the champion level. However, even after this breakthrough, the power surged forth, quickly approaching the threshold of the champion level. With a crack, the fiery blade ghost transcended to the early stages of half-master level. Simultaneously, the dark world shattered like glass, and the fiery blade ghost opened its eyes, its brilliant golden gaze blinding Dayu. Fiery blade ghost, you've transformed magnificently. Dayu rubbed his eyes and patted the fiery blade ghost's shoulder. Flame. Meanwhile, the thunderstorm outside the castle ceased, the wind and rain abated, and the distant painting dimmed, casting the entire castle into profound darkness. Amy, let us depart. We must reach Waterquiet City before nightfall. Dayu urged Amy, hastily leading her away from the castle. Chapter 48, Waterquiet City. After leaving the castle, Dayu and Amy pressed onward towards Waterquiet City without delay. At long last, they arrived in Waterquiet City just before night descended. The following morning, Dayu took Metagross and the others to the training grounds, while the fiery blade ghost remained in its small realm to consolidate its newly acquired strength. Meanwhile, Amy ventured to the Pokémon Culinary Academy to learn how to make Pock Beans. Pock Beans are heart-shaped legumes. and providing Pokémon with their favorite Poké Beans enhances their friendliness. They come in 3 varieties: regular, patterned, and rainbow Poké Beans, with a maximum limit of 255 for each color. Players can obtain Poké Beans in various locations, including the coffee area of Pokémon centers and Poké resorts. Feeding Poké Beans increases satiety. As satiety approaches fullness, the speed at which Pokémon consume them slows down, and when fully satiated, they will cease to eat. Should a Poké Bean be dropped on the ground before feeding, the Pokémon will display a displeased demeanor. Different types of Poké Beans increase friendliness to varying degrees, but the different colors of the same type yield identical effects. In the anime, Poké Beans first appeared in the agreement between Ash and Pikachu. In that episode, Ash and his companions visited a shopping plaza where Poké Beans were sold. The Rotom Poké Dex provided an introduction for Ash, who was unfamiliar with Poké Beans. Mao mentioned that sweet-scent Pokémon loved patterned Poké Beans, yet the Rotom Poké Dex was unaware of such a variety. Ash and Pikachu opted for yellow Poké Beans. In reality, Poké Beans serve as treats for Pokémon, enhancing their bond with trainers. Amy arrived at the Culinary Academy in Waterquiet City. Hello, I am Amy, here for my reservation to learn how to make Poké Beans. Welcome, Amy. I am your instructor for today, Hikesasai. A woman clad in a chef's uniform invited Amy into the academy. I look forward to your guidance, Instructor Hikesasai. They entered the kitchen, which was impeccably tidy. As Hikesasai approached the stove first, various colors of Poké Beans were arranged upon it. It is well known that Poké Beans are categorized into regular, patterned, and rainbow types, with the most basic being the regular Poké Bean. Hikesasai began her lesson, demonstrating as she spoke, and by the end of her instruction, she had completed a batch of Poké Beans. Well, my lesson has concluded. Now it is your turn to practice. With that, Hikesasai exited the kitchen, leaving Amy alone. Come forth, Chansey, Eevee Ralts. Lucky, Boy, Rallo. The 3 Pokémon appeared in the kitchen. Let us make Poké Beans together. Amy began the process of crafting Poké Beans with her Pokémon, Oranberry, Petraberry, and Babiri Berry. Amy placed a pile of berries into the juicer to extract juice, then poured the juice into a pot to cook. While preparing the other ingredients for the Poké Beans, an acrid smell wafted into Amy's nostrils. What is burned? Turning around, she saw the simmering juice emitting a wisp of black smoke. Oh no, the juice has burned. Where's the water? As Amy called out in distress, Ralts used its psychic power to control a basin filled with water, dousing Amy and leaving her drenched. Resigning to the situation, Amy retrieved a towel from the cupboard to dry her soggy hair. She resumed making the juice, this time turning the heat to the lowest setting to prevent burning again. However, after simmering for too long, the juice turned black, leading to yet another failure. Adjusting her mindset, Amy set the heat to medium this time and began to simmer once more. Finally, the berry puree was completed. Amy added the pre-prepared ingredients and mixed them thoroughly before shaping them into Poké Beans. At last, it was time for the final step, placing the Poké Beans into the oven for baking. Amy asked Eevee to stay by the oven while she and Ralts and Chansey tidied up the kitchenware. Not long after Amy departed, Eevee began to play with its tail, chasing after it in a delightful frenzy. As anticipated, mischief ensued, and the Poké Bean was unfortunately ruined. With its head lowered, Eevee stood before Amy, who exclaimed, "Eevee, you've been playful again. Oh dear, what am I to do with you?" However, upon gazing at the adorable creature, Amy could not bring herself to continue scolding it, and instead resolved to recreate the Poké Bean. After several unsuccessful attempts, she finally managed to produce a perfect Poké Bean just as dusk fell. "Hooray, I've finally created a Poké Bean," she exclaimed, holding the vibrant purple bean delicately in her hands. Just then, Eevee leapt into the air and snatched the Poké Bean from her grasp. "Eevee!" Amy was about to reprimand it when a beam of moonlight flooded the kitchen, enveloping Eevee in a dazzling evolutionary glow. The moonlight Eevee's fur shimmered black. Its eyes glowed a brilliant red, and the circular patterns on its body radiated a resplendent gold. As it basked in the lunar energies, the intricate designs began to glow gently, awakening its extraordinary powers. Witnessing Eevee's evolution into Moonlight Eevee filled Amy with immense joy. "Moonlight Eevee, you've finally evolved," she exclaimed, bending down to embrace her beloved companion. Being the one who hatched Moonlight Eevee from an egg, their bond was exceptionally strong. Subsequently, Amy successfully crafted several more Poké Beans before returning with her Pokémon. Upon arrival at the hotel, Amy hurriedly rushed to the training grounds to find Yu. "Why are you in such a rush?" Yu asked, slightly annoyed. Amy opened her backpack to reveal an array of colorful Poké Beans. "Look, these are all the Poké Beans I made," she proudly declared. "Not bad at all," Yu acknowledged, as Moonlight Eevee emerged from behind Amy. "Pokémon, Moonlight Eevee. Type, dark. Ability, inner focus. Potential, champion. Level, elite beginner. So, Eevee has evolved into Moonlight Eevee. I expected you might let it evolve into Fairy Eevee or Sunlight Eevee. You remarked. Moonlight Eevee, upon hearing this, appeared quite displeased. Amy distributed the Pock Beans to the used Pokémon, all of whom were thrilled. When Snorlax appeared, it lifted Amy effortlessly and shook her backpack, causing the remaining Pock Beans to tumble into its mouth. Snorlax. After feasting, Snorlax promptly fell back asleep, and Amy resignedly returned it to its Pock Ball. The other Pokémon, some of whom missed out on the treats, were not disheartened, as Du often prepared special meals for them, thanks to his considerable wealth. Chapter 49, Southern Isle, Part 1. After a night of rest, Amy and Du were finally set to board a ship to Greenridge City. Hurry up, Du. The ship is about to set sail, Amy urged, as Du, having stayed up late training the previous night, overslept. When they arrived at the dock, the ship had already departed. It's all your fault for sleeping in, Amy huffed, glaring at Du as he rushed toward her. I didn't mean to. Just as they stood there in despair, a middle-aged man with a scarf and a red beard approached them. What seems to be the trouble? He inquired. Sir, we missed the ship to Greenridge City, Amy replied. I am Drake, a navigator, and I am commonly known as Captain Redbeard. I happen to be headed to Greenridge City as well. If you don't mind, I can take you along, Drake offered sincerely. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Amy, and this is Du. Amy expressed her gratitude eagerly. They followed Captain Redbeard onto his vessel, which appeared somewhat weathered, equipped with 2 cannons along the railings. The sailors aboard varied in appearance, with some donning eye patches and others sporting wooden legs. Are you pirates? Du asked uncertainly. We used to be pirates. Pirates are also navigators. And we possess countless tales of battles, victories, and defeats. Our lives are filled with drama and tragedy. Though we no longer engage in piracy, our maritime adventures are far from over, Captain Drake proclaimed passionately. You're amazing, Amy exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Oh, it's nothing, Drake replied modestly. Truly impressive. Pokémon, chat it. Type, normal flying. Ability, big pecs. Potential, gym leader. Level, elite pinnacle. Chat it resembled a parrot, its head designed in the shape of a musical note, with a yellow chest and claws, and a blue body with a green belly. Du's Pokémon is incredible. It can actually speak human language. Amy marveled. This is Chat it. Its tongue is quite similar to that of humans, allowing it to adeptly mimic human speech, making it a remarkably talented performer. It learns human language to sing and sways its tail feathers like a metronome to keep time. When companions gather in one place, they learn the same vocabulary. By emitting calls identical to their opponents, they convince others they are allies, thus avoiding attacks. As it matures, it accumulates vast experiences and can even comprehend the meanings of words, Du explained, taking on the role of the educator once more. You know a lot, Du. Such Pokémon are quite rare in Hoenn, Drake complimented. Don't let his appearance fool you. He is genuinely a league doctor, Amy interjected. Doctor, Chatted chimed in. Just then, a banana fell from above, striking Chatted on the head. Everyone looked up to see a Pokémon hanging from the railing. Pokémon, Apom. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Potential, elite. Level, proficient beginner. Apom's body was predominantly purple, with beige on the insides of its ears, face, belly, soles, and the tip of its tail. It had a tuft of fur atop its head. Amy pointed her Pokédex at Apom, and the mechanical voice announced, Apom, the long-tail Pokémon, can use its powerful tail to support its body while hanging from branches. It typically resides in trees. Apom, how delightful, Amy exclaimed, while Du wore a rather complex expression. I can't deny it. This truly embodies the essence of a pirate. A pirate ship, Captain Redbeard, an eye patch, a wooden leg, leather boots, and now a parrot and a monkey, all present. As everyone settled in, Drake took the helm, and the ship set sail. The sailors shared tales of their youthful adventures with Du and Amy, who listened intently. Just as they conversed, ominous clouds began to gather overhead. The weather at sea is notoriously unpredictable. One moment it was clear skies, the next, dark clouds loomed. Soon, a torrential downpour began, and fierce winds whipped the waves toward the vessel. The already aging ship began to leak water from the impact of the waves. This can't be happening, Du exclaimed, releasing his Metagross. Beta, Metagross, create a barrier with your psychic powers to protect the ship. A colossal psychic shield enveloped the vessel, preventing the waves from encroaching any further. We are saved. Du sighed with relief, but just then, Drake rushed over. The ship's propulsion system has been damaged by the waves. We can no longer control the ship's navigation. Du and Amy's expressions fell once more. After their previous experience aboard the Wavebreaker, They were once again set to drift at sea. Fortunately, the storm soon passed, and Metagross retracted its psychic barrier. Dayu released his salamence to help generate wind and accelerate the ship's drift. At last, on the third day, they spotted a small island. On the island, numerous edifices rise, and several vessels the coastline. Soon, the crowd disembarked onto the isle. As Drake and his companions awaited the repair crew for their grand ship by the shore, while Dayu and his companion ventured towards the island's heart. From a kindly elder by the beach, they learned that this place is called Southern Isle, also known as the Southern Solitary Isle. With naught but this singular island in the vicinity, the waters here teem with an abundance of marine life. Had it not been situated on the fringe of the Funyuan region, it would likely have blossomed into a prominent port city long ago. However, a secret remains hidden from most islanders. Residing on this isle are Latios and Latias. Even those who are aware of their existence regard them merely as legends. "The seafood here is exquisite," exclaimed Amy, savoring a freshly purchased grilled fish. "Don't just indulge in eating. Let us explore the island's center," Dayu retorted with mild annoyance. The duo made their way to the island's core, where two towering stone statues stood, flanking a raised platform. "What Pokémon are these?" Amy inquired, pointing at the statues. "Latios and Latias," Dayu replied nonchalantly. "What are Latios and Latias?" Amy pressed on, intrigued. The statue on the left depicts Latios, while the right portrays Latias. They are legendary Pokémon and siblings. Latios possesses an extraordinary intellect, capable of comprehending human speech. It is a gentle creature, shunning conflict, and forms bonds only with the kind-hearted, able to convey its thoughts and visions through images. Even when it vanishes, it retains psychic abilities, allowing it to sense the location and emotions of its companions. By folding its wings and retracting its forelimbs while flying, it reduces air resistance, enabling speeds that surpass those of a jet aircraft. Latias, too, is highly intelligent and understands human language. It communicates emotions through telepathy and is remarkably adept at discerning human sentiments. Often seen in groups, it rarely interacts with humans or Pokémon. Upon sensing hostility, it erects its feathers and emits a fierce cry to intimidate foes before vanishing. It can enshroud itself in glass-like feathers, refracting light to alter its appearance and conceal its form. Dayu's impromptu lecture delighted Amy, who eagerly activated her Pokédex to input Latios' name. A mechanical voice chimed, "Latios, the Ian Pokémon. A Pokémon of remarkable intelligence, it can reduce air resistance by retracting its forelimbs, flying faster than a jet." She quickly followed up with Latias' name. "Latias, the Ian Pokémon. It communicates emotions through telepathy and can transform its appearance using feathers that bend light." "How astonishing. It can metamorphose using light," Amy exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. In a nearby corner, a young girl observed them intently. After departing from the statues, the two began to explore the island. They soon stumbled upon a quaint shop selling trinkets, where an elderly woman lounged in a rocking chair, napping. "Dayu, look. It's a wooden carving of Latias." Amy pointed excitedly at a centerpiece. "Do you also know about Latias?" the old woman inquired, rousing from her slumber. "We saw the statues of Latios and Latias at the island's center," Amy replied. "Ah, I see. I am Hashina, the proprietor of this shop." "Greetings, Hashina. I'm Amy. And I am Dayu." After a brief exchange, the trio grew more familiar. Upon learning that the two had arrived at Southern Isle due to a storm damaging their ship, Hashina expressed her sympathy. "Do you know Latias and Latios as well?" Dayu asked, curiosity piqued. "Indeed, those of my generation hold vivid memories of them. Long ago, this island was desolate. Our ancestors, shipwrecked, found refuge here. Over time, they discovered the surrounding waters were abundant with marine life. Thus, they settled, transforming the barren isle into a vibrant haven. But peace was short-lived. Two colossal Pokémon clashed over the ocean, with one half of the sky drenched in rain while the other basked in sunshine. The aftermath of their battle unleashed monstrous waves that surged towards the isle. Just as despair reached its zenith, Latias and Latios appeared, wielding their formidable powers to shield our ancestors from the impending deluge. In gratitude, the ancestors erected statues in their honor at the island's heart, and the legendary Pokémon lived harmoniously with the islanders. However, one fateful day, a band of cloaked figures arrived, intent on capturing Latias and Latios. The islanders united with the legendary beings to confront these intruders, but a traitor emerged among them. At the pivotal moment of the battle, this turncoat ambushed Latios, nearly resulting in their capture. Fortunately, the other islanders remained steadfast, ultimately repelling the assailants. Yet, after that conflict, Latios and Latias vanished, leading many to believe that Latios departed with Latias due to humanity's betrayal. Hashina shared the tale of Latios and Latias with Dayue and Amy. That traitor is despicable. Amy huffed indignantly. What became of him, Hashina? Dayue inquired. The traitor fled the island with the cloaked figures, Hashina answered. The two conversed with Hashina for quite some time until the sun dipped below the horizon. They bid her farewell and made their way to the island's inn. Later that night, Dayue leaned against the balcony, bathed in moonlight, as a gentle breeze caressed his face, allowing him a rare moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, Captain Drake and his crew slumbered peacefully in their tents on the beach. At the dock, a brand new ship had arrived, disembarking a middle-aged man with a blue beard, followed by 5 sailors. The 6 men stealthily advanced towards the island's center under the cover of darkness. Just as they departed the beach, the red-bearded Drake emerged for a breath of fresh air. What are those men up to? He wondered aloud, setting aside his moment of respite to follow them quietly. The 6 men arrived before the statues of Latias and Latios. Captain Bluebeard, are these the 2 legendary Pokémon? One of the underlings queried. Indeed, this is Latios and Latias. Their tokens lie within these statues. If we shatter them, we can lure them out. Once we capture them, we shall reign supreme across the seas. Captain Bluebeard declared triumphantly. Go, Miss Magius. Use Shadow Claw to shatter the statue. Miss Magius leapt into action, channeling ghostly energy to strike the statue of Latios. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone, and with a resounding crash, the statue crumbled, releasing a radiant orb that floated in the air. Haha, at last, we have found it. Captain Bluebeard rejoiced. Nearby, Dayue, enjoying his tranquil evening, heard the commotion. What is happening? Metagross, let's investigate. Dayue commanded, releasing Metagross and leaping onto its back as it soared towards the source of the noise. Before long, Dayue reached the vicinity of the statues and spotted Captain Bluebeard and his crew, the captain clutching the shimmering orb. The Mega Stone of Latios. Dayue gasped, unable to contain his surprise. Who goes there? Miss Magius, Ice Shard. Captain Bluebeard ordered, directing Miss Magius to attack the source of the voice. Metagross countered with a powerful psychic attack, thwarting the icy assault. Pokémon, Miss Magius. Type, Ghost Ice. Ability, Pressure. Qualification, Champion. Level, Mid-Champion. Mutwo always exudes an air of ferocity, adorned with an oval-shaped golden-yellow gemstone embedded in its forehead. It boasts a crown of vibrant crimson feathers, accentuating its neck and tail, with slender feathers adorning each ear. Its form is predominantly a deep gray, with striking red irises and sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, while its palms and toes are white, equipped with formidable claws. Who are you, and why do you dare to defile the statue? Dayue demanded with a commanding voice. Just as Captain Bluebeard was about to respond, a voice resonated through the skies. Us. Pokémon, Latios. Type, Dragon Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Aptitude, Master. Level, Champion Pinnacle. Latios possesses a streamlined physique, its posterior adorned in blue, with wings reminiscent of jet engines and fins akin to those of a fish. A red triangular pattern graces its chest, while the upper half of its body is white, featuring triangular ears and a white pentagonal design upon its face. The Mega Latios is cloaked in purple, larger in stature, with small pupils and red eyes. Its arms have enlarged, while additional tufts of mane have appeared on its head, and the patterns from its abdomen have transferred to its arms. Chapter 51, Southern Islet, 3. Latios. The sight of Latios left the onlookers utterly astonished. Upon its arrival, Latios cast an indignant glare at Captain Bluebeard and his companions. Latios, do not misconstrue. It was that individual who sought to seize this token. We are here to safeguard it. Sensing Latios's fury, Captain Bluebeard immediately redirected his accusations towards Dayue. Latias turned to glare at Dayue, who appeared unfazed, yet the formidable Metagross at his feet was incensed, unleashing a powerful aura that sent Captain Bluebeard and Latios soaring through the air. Latios, sensing Metagross's might, recoiled slightly and let out a roar into the heavens. Us. Soon. Another voice responded to Latios's call. Yes. Latias soared in from afar. Pokémon, Latias. Type, Dragon Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Aptitude, Master. Level, Late Champion. Latias shares a sleek form, its rear cloaked in red, with wings akin to jet engines and fish-like fins. A blue triangular emblem adorns its chest, while the upper half is white. Its face red with triangular ears and a white pentagonal pattern on its forehead. The Mega Latias is purple, smaller in size, with large pupils and yellow eyes. Its arms have grown, and tufts of mane have emerged, with the abdominal patterns shifting to its arms. However, upon seeing Dayue, Latias displayed no sign of anger, which left Captain Bluebeard and his companions anxious. Latias, that individual is a villain, intent on stealing the token. In response to Captain Bluebeard's words, Latias remained unmoved, instead turning to Latios. Yes, us. Just as the two siblings conversed, Drake emerged from the nearby brush, rushing to Dayu's side and pointing an accusatory finger at Captain Bluebeard. You, Bluebeard. Captain Bluebeard was equally astonished at Drake's appearance. It's you, Redbeard Drake. Drake hurled his Pokeball. Return my brother's life, Bluebeard. Go, Infernape. Pokemon, Infernape. Type, Firefighting. Ability, Blaze. Aptitude, Near Champion. Level, Pinnacle of Elite. Infernape's head is crowned with an ever-burning flame. Its body is predominantly a reddish-brown, with white fur on its head, chest, lower legs, and feet, while golden whirlpool-like scales adorn its shoulders, chest, knuckles, and knees. The markings above Infernape's face have turned red, its eyes vibrant, and blue irises framed by yellow sclera. Its limbs are long and slender, with blue fingers and toes, each possessing 5 digits, wreathed in flames, complemented by a long tail. Infernape, Flame Charge. A terrifying wave of fiery energy enveloped Infernape as it charged towards Bluebeard. Mutwo, Intercept with Ice Wind. Mutwo appeared beside Captain Bluebeard, unleashing an icy gust towards the oncoming Infernape. Infernape's advance faltered only momentarily before it continued its charge towards Mutwo, sending Mutwo hurtling backward. Just as Drake was about to command Infernape to attack again, the dialogue between Latios and Latias came to a conclusion. Latios approached Captain Bluebeard, signaling for the return of the Latios Megastone. Yet, Captain Bluebeard would not acquiesce, promptly stowing the Megastone within his pocket, gritting his teeth before tossing out another Pokeball. Mimikyu, Soul Crash. Pokemon, Mimikyu. Type, Ghost Fairy. Ability, Disguise. Aptitude, Near Champion. Level, Mid-Near Champion. Mimikyu, true to its name, is cloaked in long hair, covering its head and giving the illusion of a long mane. Its robust physique features developed limbs and a pointed nose, with elongated teeth. Upon its arrival, Mimikyu gathered Fairy-type energy and crashed towards Latios. Taken by surprise, Latios was knocked down, rising in fury to confront Mimikyu. Mimikyu, False Kneel. Mimikyu knelt, while Latios, mid-flight, hesitated momentarily upon witnessing Mimikyu's posture. In that instant of distraction, Mimikyu charged again towards Latios. Yes, this time, Latias intervened, unleashing a barrage of air blades against Mimikyu. The attack struck Mimikyu, leaving deep gashes, sending it flying away. A terrifying psychic energy erupted, casting a powerful light towards Captain Bluebeard and his entourage. They were obliterated, leaving only the injured Mutwo and Mimikyu behind. The Latios Megastone fell amidst the chaos. Latias soared to Latios's side, releasing a gentle white light that gradually healed Latios's wounds. Dayu stepped forward to retrieve the Latios Megastone, simultaneously capturing Mimikyu and Mutwo back into their respective Pokeballs. Just as Dayu was about to approach the Latios siblings, a flash descended from the heavens. Before anyone could react, metallic orbs encircled Latios and Latias. Sensing the impending danger, Latios forcefully ejected Latias from the encirclement. As Latios flung Latias away, the metallic spheres converged, transforming into chains of light, with terrifying currents coursing through them. Latios was ensnared by the chains, and at that moment, a spaceship materialized in the sky. A young man appeared aboard the vessel. Though youthful in appearance, his voice bore the weight of age. Latios, Latias, I have returned. Upon hearing this voice, Latios struggled with greater intensity, and the currents in the chains surged. It's you, Sid, you traitor. Just then, Granny Shingnai appeared. Is he the traitor you spoke of? Dayu inquired, drawing closer to Granny Shingnai. Indeed, it is he. I would recognize that voice anywhere. The young man also noticed Granny Shingnai. Shingnai, long time no see. I never wish to see you again, you traitor. This time, I will not let you have your way. Go, Togekiss. Pokemon, Togekiss. Type, Fairy Flying. Ability, Serene Grace. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Early Champion. Chapter 52, Southern Islet, 4. Kiss. Togekiss soared directly beside Elder Shingnai, with its egg-shaped body cloaked in soft, white fur. It boasted expansive triangular wings. Its lower abdomen was adorned with red and blue triangular markings, complemented by 2 diminutive feet positioned closely together. The spiky protrusions on its forehead formed a crown of feathers divided into 3 clusters. The central cluster was entirely white from base to tip, while the left and right tips were distinctly red and blue, respectively. Togekiss rushed to rescue Latios, unleashing an air blade. Countless gusts of wind surged toward Latios's chains, yet the chains remained unscathed, instead emitting powerful currents that caused Latios to cry out in agony. Not at all. This is specifically prepared for Latias and Latios. Sidwa sneered, as several metallic spheres erupted from the spaceship, encircling Latias not far away. Bronzong, Iron Hoof Beam. Just as the metallic spheres were about to converge, a beam of steel-type energy collided with them, sending the spheres flying. Nonetheless, they remained undamaged. Damn it, what material are these spheres made of? They're incredibly resilient, Dayue remarked, glaring at the intact metallic spheres. Sidwa continued to command the spheres to ensnare Latias while tossing out a Pokeball. Perish, you scoundrel. Copperja, crush him. Pokémon, Copperja. Type, Steel. Ability, Heavy Metal. Qualification, Champion. Level, Champion Pinnacle. Compared to its pre-evolution, Copperja was now covered in deep green rust, featuring irregular bronze patterns. It bore enormous bronze pieces on its head, also rusted, with only a few patches of pristine bronze revealed. 2 bronze ears were connected to the sides of its forehead, while its nose began with a bronze hue, though most of it was still cloaked in rust. Beneath its nose were its pristine ivory tusks. Copperja's body was rectangular, with its 4 legs shaped like cylinders. The patterns on its legs became more regular, with white toes encircled by bronze rings, ultimately culminating in deep green rust. The massive Copperja raised its colossal trunk to strike at Dayue, but just as Dayue was about to be hit, Bronzong intercepted the attack. Beta, Dayue exclaimed, his heart racing as he patted his chest, then removed his glasses and stowed them away, casting a cold gaze at Sidwa and Copperja. Respond to my bonds. Shine forth with your brilliance. Bronzong Mega Evolution. A kaleidoscope of light flashed as Mega Bronzong emerged. Incredible. Pokis is using Aura Sphere. Elder Xingni exclaimed joyfully. Yet she did not forget to direct Pokis to strike at Copperja. As Pokis conjured an Aura Sphere, it surged directly toward Copperja's head. Copperja swung its trunk, shattering the Aura Sphere effortlessly. Copperja. Sidwa snarled. Iron Hoof Beam. Take down that pesky creature in the sky. A torrent of violent steel-type energy surged toward Pokis. Mega Bronzong. Stop it. Mega Bronzong promptly positioned itself beside Pokis, erecting a green energy shield that absorbed Copperja's Iron Hoof Beam. A thick cloud of dust billowed from the energy center, obscuring the vision of everyone present. After a considerable duration, as the dust settled, Latias and Latios had vanished, and Sidwa's spaceship had also disappeared. Dayue could not allow him to abscond with Latias and Latios. Pokis, ascend and search for the spaceship. Elder Xingni urged anxiously, while Dayue remained deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Mega Bronzong, Rock Smash. Mega Bronzong delivered a powerful punch to Latias' statue, shattering it and revealing a colorful orb. This orb was indeed Latias' Megastone. Simultaneously, Mega Bronzong struck again, causing a blue bead to emerge from the stone pedestal. Just as I suspected. Beneath the pedestal lies the Heart's Water Drop, Dayue exclaimed, his expression affirming his thoughts. Heart's Water Drop? Uncle Drake and Elder Xingni approached curiously. The Heart's Water Drop is a crystallization of Latias or Latios' soul. It must have been left behind by a previous Latias or Latios after their demise. Thus, even when betrayed, the Latios siblings remained due to this Heart's Water Drop. Dayue began his little lesson. He placed the 2 megastones beside the Heart's Water Drop, and a radiant light illuminated the area, conjuring a phantom of Latias before them. Latias. The ethereal form of Latias emitted a mournful call, then transformed into 2 beams of light that connected to the megastones, extending toward the horizon. Suddenly, Sidwa's spaceship materialized in the previously empty night sky. Well done. We found it. Tyranitar, go. Tyranitar. Tyranitar was released, roaring ferociously. Dayue raised his Z-ring, swapping the steel Z crystal for the rock Z crystal. Awaken, slumbering desert tyrant. Unleash your wrath. Cataclysmic rockfall. 1 person and 1 Pokémon engaged in an extraordinary dance, gathering immense rock energy above the spaceship, which soon coalesced into a colossal boulder. The boulder crashed down upon the spaceship, creating a massive crater upon impact. Damn it, you little brat, Copperja, crush him. Heavy slam. Sidwa's furious voice echoed from the spaceship as Copperja charged toward Dayue. Mega Bronzong, Comet Punch. Steel-type energy enveloped Mega Bronzong's forelimbs as it launched itself like a missile, colliding with Copperja. The once charging Copperja was sent sprawling by a single punch from Mega Bronzong, crashing heavily against the wing of the spaceship, which crumpled under the force. The spaceship, which had intended to take off once more, was rendered incapable of flight. Dayue and his companions surrounded the spaceship, intent on capturing Sidwa. But just as they approached, a massive net descended upon them. Ha ha ha, finally caught you. Prepare to experience the taste of electricity. Just as Cynthia was about to press the remote control for the current, a flash of ghostly purple sword light sliced through the net. The residual force severing Cynthia's hand holding the remote. Cynthia knelt on the ground, clutching his severed wrist in agony. The assailant was Dayue's searing blade ghost, which had swiftly utilized its remorse blade to cut through the net. After all, cutting nets is my specialty. Chapter 53, The Southern Isolated Island, Part 5. The group broke free, their eyes filled with fury as they glared at the wailing Cynthia. Cynthia, you traitor, today you shall reap what you have sown. Elder Xingni seethed, while Cynthia clutched her leg in desperation. Xingni, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. For the sake of our past as lovers, please spare me this once. Cynthia's words left Dayue and Uncle Drake in shock. Tears streamed down Elder Xingni's face as she cried out in anguish. I will not let you escape this time. You betrayed us, and it was my personal feelings that led to the deaths of my parents and loved ones at the hands of those black-clad men. Upon hearing her words, Cynthia's pleading expression darkened, his eyes filled with malice as he suddenly lunged forward, plunging a dagger into Elder Xingni's chest. If you want to let me live, then perish. You Elder Xingni's eyes glazed over as she collapsed to the ground. Elder. This entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Dayue and Uncle Drake momentarily stunned. In a flurry of urgency, Dayue swiftly lifted Granny Xingni, only to discover her heart had ceased to beat. At that moment, Zydo was engulfed in a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha! With a fierce thrust, Drake plunged a dagger into Zydo's chest, causing Zydo's eyes to bulge as he snarled. Just wait. The organization will avenge me. You will all pay. Soon. Zydo succumbed to his injuries. Dayue gently laid Granny Xingni's lifeless body down and turned to enter the spaceship. Inside, Latias and Latios were still ensnared by electric chains. Dayue promptly disconnected the locking mechanism, causing the chains to revert to metallic orbs that clattered to the ground. The moment Latias and Latios broke free, their eyes glowed crimson, unleashing waves of dragon energy toward Dayue. The Tsangyan blade demon swung its swords, deflecting the incoming assault. Was this what it meant to be captured, inevitably enraged? Dayue adjusted his glasses, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Super Metagross, Ice Punch, Tsangyan blade demon, Shadow Claw. The two Pokémon materialized beside Latias and Latios, executing their moves simultaneously and knocking the two Pokémon unconscious, allowing Dayue to capture them with ease. Honestly, I hadn't intended to catch you. I came to save you. And yet you chose to attack me. You shall repay me with the remainder of your lives. Dayue muttered shamelessly to himself. Super Metagross and Tsangyan Blade Demon exchanged disdainful glances at their trainer. As Dayue exited the spaceship, he was met by a throng of islanders. Uncle Drake was engaged in conversation with the leading elder. Amy emerged from the crowd, her eyes glistening with tears. Dayue, what happened? Why is Granny Xingni? As she spoke, sorrow overtook her, and she began to weep. Dayue gently patted her back, remaining silent. After Drake's negotiations, the elder approached Dayue and Amy, bowing slightly. I am Sachis, the island chief of the Southern Isle. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, brave youth, for vanquishing the traitor Zydo. I too lament Granny Xingni's passing, and I hope you bear no ill will. After all, someone as kind as her would not wish for your sorrow. Thank you for your concern, Chief Sachis. Soon, the villagers gathered to give Granny Xingni a proper burial, while Porygon was entrusted to her granddaughter. Drake led Dayue and Amy to the seaside, where they felt the refreshing sea breeze. I once had a brother with a red beard just like mine. His name was Drano. Together, we established the Redbeard Pirate Crew. Under our leadership, it became one of the most infamous pirate crews in Hoenn. As Drake proudly recounted the crew's notoriety, Dayue smirked, muttering to himself, "What infamous pirate crew? I've never even heard of it." Unperturbed by Dayue's reaction, Drake continued, "We swallowed up countless rival pirate crews, reigning supreme over the seas. However, during one ill-fated raid on a merchant vessel, we caught the attention of the Bluebeard pirate crew, and a fierce battle ensued. My brother was slain by that fiend, and many of my comrades were lost as well, though Bluebeard suffered heavy casualties too. After my brother's death, I disbanded the Redbeard pirate crew." Drake's voice fell somber at the end of his tale. "Uncle, do not grieve. The departed are gone. We who remain must live well," Dayue said, comforting him with a pat on the shoulder. "What are your plans now?" Amy inquired. "I intend to assist the people of the Southern Isle with transportation to various locations in Hoenn once repairs are complete," Drake replied resolutely, then turned to Dayue. "How do you plan to leave? Will you wait for my ship to be ready?" Dayue waved his hand dismissively. "No need, uncle. By the time your ship is ready, The Hoenn League will have concluded. I'll seek out a fisherman on the island tomorrow to see if anyone can take us away. If not, I'll hire someone to help us. In response to Dayue's teasing, Drake playfully punched him. You little rascal. The following morning, Dayue found a boatman and chartered a vessel bound for the nearest Reverie Island. The captain, Hoenn, was a well-known miser on the island. And when faced with Dayue's monetary persuasion, he quickly succumbed, hastily setting sail with Dayue and Amy toward Reverie Island. Young Master Dayue, Reverie Island is a splendid place. It is renowned for its abundant pearls, Hoenn babbled excitedly as he regaled the duo with tales of the island. Why is Reverie Island so prolific in pearls? Dayue queried. Reverie Island is the ideal habitat for a Pokémon called Shellder, which produces the pearls, Dayue replied. Upon hearing this, Amy opened her Pokédex to search for information on Shellder. A mechanical voice chimed in, Shellder, the bivalve Pokémon. Its hard shell serves not only as protection, but also to capture prey. Shellder has a pink body encased in blue material, and its shell is also blue. What an adorable Pokémon! Amy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of Shellder's image. Where there are Shellder, there will be Swinub. For the pearls atop Swinub's head are produced by Shellder, and these pearls fetch a high price. Dayue added. The two spent 2 days at sea before finally arriving at Reverie Island. Chapter 54, The Pokémon Fishing Competition. Upon their arrival, Dayue and Amy found themselves amidst the annual Pokémon fishing competition. Dayue, a familiar voice called from behind as they strolled through Reverie Island. Dayue turned around and, to his astonishment, saw Huayue, or rather, Xiaoye. What are you doing here, Xiaoye? Huayue approached confidently, declaring, It's Huayue. I am destined to become the future Dark-type Pokémon Master. All right, Huayue, Dayue replied with a playful grin. By the way, how did you end up here? Don't you know? The fishing competition is about to commence, Huayue stated, shifting her focus to Amy. After some lighthearted banter, the trio decided to participate in the fishing competition together. They arrived at the registration area, which was bustling with people, a sea of bodies stretching as far as the eye could see. This fishing competition is truly thriving, Amy remarked. By the way, Huayue, what brings you here specifically for the fishing competition? Dayue asked. The Pokémon caught in the competition can be taken home. I heard there's a Shiny Sharpedo in this competition. Huayue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon hearing about the Shiny Sharpedo, Dayue shot Huayue a disdainful look, recalling that a Shiny Sharpedo was pink. Why are you looking at me like that? Huayue felt uncomfortable under Dayue's gaze. I didn't realize you had a fondness for pink. Dayue replied, shaking his head in disbelief. I only like dark types. Dark types? Huayue exclaimed, her voice rising. Heads turned in their direction, causing Huayue to feel thoroughly embarrassed. Finally, it was their turn to register, and they quickly completed the process. The competition was set to begin the following day, so the trio headed to a hotel to rest. On the next day, they arrived at the competition venue, where each participant was allowed to bring only one Pokémon, and could only catch one Pokémon during the event. The competitor who caught the heaviest Pokémon would emerge victorious. Dayue's partner was, of course, Swampert, while Amy chose Milotic, and Huayue teamed up with Kingler. The competitors received their respective small boats, and the group, led by Dayue, boarded their vessel with ease. The victory rests upon you, Swampert, Dayue exclaimed to the imposing creature beside him. Go, Milotic, give it your all. Amy encouraged her Pokémon earnestly. Mimi, Crawdaunt. Our goal is first place, Huayue declared confidently to her Crawdaunt. Pokémon, Crawdaunt type, Water Dark ability, Adaptability qualification, Champion level. Gym early stage Crawdaunt bore a 5-pointed star upon its head, with blue patterns adorning its chest. As the starting whistle sounded, the contestants cast their lines. Amy's bobber was the first to begin its descent. Milotic, prepare yourself, we have a catch, she called out. Mimi. With great effort, Amy tugged on the rod, and Milotic executed a dragon tail, slicing through the water's surface to reveal the silhouette of an underwater Pokémon. Pokémon, Love-Disc type, Water ability, Swift swim qualification, Elite level. Intermediate proficient Love-Disc's form resembled that of a snake, adorned with orange semicircular fins on its back and a larger, fan-shaped fin atop its head. Its body was embellished with numerous orange ring-like spots, including around its eyes, and it possessed a large mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its tail resembled the head of a small fish. Love-Disc was swiftly pulled aboard, and Milotic advanced to bind it. Just as Love-Disc attempted to resist, it was swiftly incapacitated by Milotic's dragon breath. Go, Pokeball! Amy exclaimed, tossing the ball, which enveloped Love-Disc in a beam of red light. Love-Disc was successfully captured. Dayue, Huayue, I have completed my capture. Keep it up. Amy called out to her companions as she rode back to the referee area for weighing. Meanwhile, Deiyue and Huaiyue continued to fish, their bait still untouched. Other competitors gradually captured their Pokémon, while Deiyue and Huaiyue's rods remained still. Soon, the sky was painted a blood-red hue by the setting sun. At last, Huaiyue's bobber began to bob, and a tremendous force from beneath the water yanked her in. Seeing its trainer in peril, Crawdaunt leapt into the water with a splash. Crawdaunt clutched Huaiyue and desperately pulled her back, just as a massive figure emerged from the depths. Pokémon, Wailord type, water ability, oblivious qualification, gym level, early elite Wailord. Reminiscent of a spherical whale, swam with its mouth agape, consuming both food and seawater, expelling the excess through its blowhole. Huaiyue surfaced, steadying herself, and commanded Crawdaunt, "Crawdaunt, Crabhammer." Crawdaunt raised its mighty pincers and charged at Wailord, who retaliated by shooting a jet of water that sent Crawdaunt tumbling back into the depths. Dark Pulse. As Wailord attempted to retreat, a surge of dark energy erupted from beneath the surface, striking Wailord painfully. Simultaneously, Crawdaunt leapt from the water, delivering a powerful crab hammer that landed squarely on Wailord's face, rendering it unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, Huaiyue threw a Pokeball to capture Wailord. "Go, Deiyue." Huaiyue paddled away, leaving only Deiyue at the lake, while the other competitors had each caught at least one Pokémon, with Deiyue still empty-handed. Just as the competition neared its conclusion, Deiyue's rod finally moved. With great determination, Deiyue merged his body with the rod and pulled vigorously, a pink figure emerging from the water's surface. Pokémon, Sharpedo type, water dark ability, rough skin qualification, champion level. Mid-elite. The ordinary Sharpedo resembled a shark, its body a striking blue and white. Its fins bore distinctive notches, with red eyes and black gills adorning its sides. The most notable feature was a yellow star pattern on its head and tail. The Mega Evolution of Sharpedo boasts spikes that are transformed teeth, capable of regenerating even after sustaining injury. However, this particular Sharpedo was entirely pink. The shiny variant that Huaiyue had mentioned, Swampert, take it down with Ice Punch, commanded Deiyue. Swampert soared into the air, its fist charged with ice energy, striking the shiny Sharpedo with great force, following up with Arm Thrust, DD Hammerarm, and Superpower. The newly caught Sharpedo was overwhelmed by a flurry of blows from Swampert before losing consciousness. Deiyue swiftly captured it with a Pokeball. As the referee's whistle blew to signal the end of the competition, the victor was declared, Huaiyue, whose Wailord's weight far surpassed that of the other competitors, even putting Deiyue, who had caught the shiny Sharpedo, in the shade. Huaiyue approached the podium to claim her prize, an elite fishing rod and a water stone. After exiting the competition area, Amy handed Love Disc over to Deiyue, who accepted it without hesitation and tossed it into his small world. At that moment, Huaiyue emerged, showcasing her elite fishing rod to Deiyue. Deiyue snatched the Wailord Pokeball from his waist and tossed the shiny Sharpedo's ball to Huaiyue. "I have no use for this. I quite like your Wailord. It would make a fine steed for me," Deiyue said, a proud expression on his face. Overjoyed, Huaiyue hugged Deiyue's back. "Thank you, Deiyue." "Hee. You fool, get off me," Deiyue retorted, while Amy stifled her laughter. Chapter 55, The Pokémon Judge Academy. As Huaiyue also intended to challenge the gym in Green Ridge City, the trio decided to travel together. After concluding the fishing competition, they boarded a boat to the nearby Bomba Island, from where they would journey to Green Ridge City. Notably, Bomba Island is renowned for being home to the Pokémon Judge Academy. In the realm of Pokémon competitions, judges are indispensable. They typically appear at the Pokémon League tournaments and various battle-themed events. Their responsibilities include solemnly announcing the rules of the match before it begins, such as the number of Pokémon each trainer may use and whether trainers can substitute Pokémon during the battle. They also determine when a Pokémon has lost its fighting capability and declare the victor. Judges must clearly communicate the limitations of the match to the participating trainers and clarify the conditions for victory, which generally consist of all opposing Pokémon being rendered unable to battle. With curiosity in their hearts, the trio decided to visit the Pokémon Judge Academy. Along the way, they encountered an intern judge named Alu, a chubby young man accompanied by 3 Pokémon. Pokémon, Croconaw type, water ability, Intimidate qualification, near champion level. Peak proficient Croconaw's body was a striking blue, adorned with a beige pattern on its belly. Its mouth was filled with 48 sharp teeth, and red bony plates were distributed across its head, back, and tail. Pokémon, Torchic type, fire ability, blaze qualification, gym level. Mid-proficient Torchic sported a tuft of fiery plumage atop its head and had elongated its body. The fur covering its form was impervious to flames, rendering it immune to any fire-based attacks. Pokémon, Bayleaf type, Grass ability. Overgrow qualification. Gym level. Mid-proficient. The body of the bay leaf is a vibrant yellow, adorned with small buds nestled among the round, curled leaves encircling its neck. A large, sickle-shaped leaf protrudes from the top of the bay leaf's head, featuring an elliptical notch. It possesses striking red eyes, 4 feet each with a prominent big toe and a diminutive tail. These 3 Pokémon represent the second evolution of the Chengdu starters. Although their potential pales in comparison to that of the illustrious trio from Deyue, their rarity seems to be on par with that of Huaiyue. Alu, you are incredibly fortunate. You've managed to collect all the Chengdu starters, Deyue remarked. Indeed, my luck is quite remarkable, Alu responded with a goofy grin, scratching the back of his head. You really are quite ungracious. Huaiyue chimed in, playfully patting Alu's belly. Faced with Huaiyue's imposing demeanor, Alu instinctively shrank back. Huaiyue, a known ruffian since childhood, instilled fear in anyone who crossed his path. He only respected those stronger than himself, with Deyue being one of them. Moreover, Huaiyue prided himself on his close relationship with Deyue. Otherwise, Deyue wouldn't have gifted him the shiny Gyarados, while Amy was merely an afterthought. What era is this? Still acting like a little delinquent? Deyue quipped, delivering a playful kick to Huaiyue's rear, causing him to stumble slightly. With Huaiyue temporarily out of sight, Alu sighed in relief and began recounting the story of his encounters with the 3 Pokémon. My first Pokémon was a Totodile, and after traveling together for a while, it evolved into a Croconaw, Alu narrated. Once, while we were enjoying a picnic in the forest, we stumbled upon a bay leaf caught in a hunting net. We rescued it, and it ultimately chose to join our team. On another occasion, I discovered a blue pearl in the desert. Coincidentally, a passing explorer took a liking to it and offered to trade it for a fire mouse, which successfully joined us as well. Upon hearing this, the 3 companions were left speechless. Finding a pearl in the desert? That sounds like something out of a novel, Huaiyue exclaimed incredulously. Recalling Alu's tale, Deyue remembered a boy named Jimmy, whom they encountered on Babong Island, who also possessed the second evolutions of the Kanto starters and had similarly outrageous luck. The trio eventually followed Alu to the Pokémon Judge Academy. Upon entering the academy, they were greeted by the sight of many trainers engaged in battles, overseen by the intern judges. After a few days, when a vacant arena became available, Deyue turned to Alu. Alu, come and officiate a match between Huaiyue and me. Can I really do that? Alu asked uncertainly. Stop hesitating, you little chub, just get started. Huaiyue chimed in. All right, I'll take on the role of judge. Just as Alu positioned himself at the judge's stand, a group of individuals clad in academy uniforms approached. One red-haired man sneered at Alu. Isn't this Alu, the incompetent who can't even remember the rules? What makes you think you can be a judge? A few nearby trainees chimed in with laughter. Don't mind them. Let's carry on, Deyue encouraged as Alu lowered his head. That's right, little chub, don't give up. Huaiyue shot Alu an encouraging glance. Alu nodded but still felt a lack of confidence. Now, we commence the Pokémon battle between Huaiyue and Deyue. The match will conclude when one Pokémon is unable to continue fighting. Alu dashed out of the arena, heading towards the nearby woods, ultimately preventing the match from taking place. The trainees nearby erupted into laughter. Deyue and Amy pursued Alu, while Huaiyue approached the group of trainees with a fierce expression, sending them fleeing in terror. Meanwhile, Alu, in his frantic rush, collided with a spider's web. Struggling to tear free, he inadvertently encountered an Ariados barreling toward him. Terrified, Alu covered his eyes, and just as the Ariados lunged, his Pokeball opened, releasing Croconaw to intercept the threat. Croconaw! Alu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his companion, though fear still lingered. At that moment, Deyue and Amy arrived, witnessing Croconaw bravely battling the Ariados. Deyue shouted at Alu, your partner is fighting for you. How can you hesitate? Deyue's words struck Alu like a clarion call, inspiring him to rise with newfound determination. I'm sorry, Croconaw, for leaving you to fight alone. Let's do this together. Croconaw nodded in agreement, radiating a brilliant light of evolution as its body expanded. Feraligatr. A resounding roar echoed as a brand new Pokémon emerged. Pokémon, Feraligatr. Type, Water. Ability, Intimidate. Potential, Semi-Legendary. Level, Elite Initial Stage. Feraligatr's scales glimmered in blue, adorned with prominent rectangular armor, and its forelimbs grew increasingly robust. Its lower jaw and abdomen were protected by beige armor, while serrated red plates decorated its head, back, and tail. Fantastic. You've evolved, Croconaw. No, it's Feraligatr now. Alu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Feraligatr, unleash Hydro Pump. A colossal jet of water erupted from Feraligatr's mouth, sending the Ariados soaring. Subsequently, The group returned to the Judge Academy to continue their earlier match. Now, we begin the Pokémon battle between Dayue and Huayue. Each trainer will use one Pokémon, and the match ends when one Pokémon is unable to battle. Please send out your Pokémon. Go Absol. Banjuru. Let us go. Banjuru, use Stone Edge. Chapter 56, The Mind Badge of Green Ridge Gym. After departing from the Pokémon Judge Academy, the trio set off for the dock to board a ship to Green Ridge City. The next day, they arrived in Green Ridge City. Let's go. We're off to the Green Ridge Gym. Huayue declared eagerly. What are you so excited about? I'm the one challenging first, Dayue stated, striding past Huayue towards the gym, with Amy closely following. Wait for me. Huayue hurried to catch up. In no time, the three reached the Green Ridge Gym. Hello, we're here to challenge the gym, Dayue announced as they entered. All right, just a moment. The receptionist responded, notifying the gym leader. Shortly thereafter, a couple emerged. I am Long, and this is my wife, Qing. We are the gym trainers of Green Ridge Gym. I'm Dayue, here to challenge the gym. I'm Huayue. I'm also here to challenge the gym. Hello, I'm Amy. The trio introduced themselves. So who will go first? Qing inquired, looking at Dayue and Huayue. I'll go first. Dayue stepped forward. They proceeded to the battle arena. Now, the gym battle at Green Ridge Gym begins. Each side may use two Pokémon in a double battle, and neither side may switch Pokémon during the match. Let the battle commence. Natural Bird and Slowbro go. Long and Qing simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. Pokémon, Natural Bird. Type, Psychic Flying. Ability, Synchronize. Potential, Gym. Level, Mid-Gym. Natural Bird boasts long white wings adorned with red and black stripes at their tips. Its neck is black, with a pattern resembling a pair of red eyes on its chest. Two long red feathers extend from the back of its head, and it sports two yellow bands around its waist. Its claws are red, with white-tipped toes. Pokémon, Slowbro. Type, Water Psychic. Ability, Oblivious. Potential, Semi-Legendary. Level, Pinnacle of Gym. Slowbro is entirely pink and walks on two legs. Its head closely resembles that of a Psyduck, with a butter-colored striped pattern on its abdomen, due to bipedal locomotion. The limbs of the Shelmet have elongated, with its forelimbs sprouting 3 claws while its hind limbs possess 2. The gyroscopic shell upon its tail may have evolved from a large clam, with shell teeth tightly gripping the tail, adorned with spines and dark streaks. Bangilas go. Houndoom go. Bangi. Thunder. Bangilas and Houndoom emerged onto the battlefield. At this juncture, Bangilas had reached the late phase of the gym, while Houndoom had attained the early stage of a Quasi-King. Other key Pokémon had also advanced a notch, with Metagross perilously close to the pinnacle of Master Tier. The challenger strikes first. Houndoom summoned a stump drum, causing grass to sprout across the battlefield. Bangilas began to roar, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Bangilas performed Dragon Dance, while Houndoom exhibited its physique. Dayu directly commanded both Pokémon to enhance their abilities. The ethereal image of a purple dragon swirled alongside Bangilas, as Houndoom's muscles bulged and vitality surged. Future Sight. Dragon and Houndoom declared in unison. Numerous pink energy spheres erupted from Natural Bird and Shelmet, spiraling skyward before dissipating into the atmosphere. Houndoom performed acrobatics, while Bangilas continued its dragon dance. The spectral dragon reappeared, and as Bangilas kept dancing, Houndoom executed a somersault towards the airborne Natural Bird. Shelmet, Water Gun. Upon witnessing this, Dragon commanded Shelmet to intercept Houndoom. Shelmet. A powerful stream of water enveloped Shelmet, which propelled itself skyward towards Houndoom. Shelmet struck first, colliding with Houndoom's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground. The grassy terrain activated, healing Houndoom's injuries. Natural Bird unleashed an electromagnetic wave towards Houndoom. A wave of electricity surged from Natural Bird, striking Houndoom just as it landed, leaving it paralyzed. Respond to my bond. Shine forth your brilliance. Bangilas mega-evolved. Observing Houndoom ensnared in paralysis, Dayu raised the keystone. A spectrum of colors enveloped Bangilas as it began its mega-evolution. As the light faded, the formidable Mega Bangilas emerged. Bangi. The sandstorm on the field intensified further. Flower Moon, observing from the stands, was enraptured. Houndoom unleashed a 1,000-volt thunder. Just as Houndoom was still paralyzed, a surge of ground-type energy erupted from its body, expelling the electrical currents. Thunder. It then charged toward Shelmet. Shelmet, defend. A green energy shield surrounded Shelmet, and Houndoom, having used most of its ground-type energy to dispel the electromagnetic wave, failed to break through the defense. Shelmet. What a golden opportunity. Psychic. Shelmet's eyes turned azure as formidable psychic energy surged forth, directed at Houndoom. Just as Houndoom was about to be struck, Mega Bangilas unleashed its dark pulse, obliterating the psychic energy like moths to a flame. Subsequently, it barreled into Shelmet, and at that moment, Future Sight activated, ensnaring Houndoom in its grasp. Following a tremendous explosion, both Shelmet and Houndoom collapsed. Ultimately, due to the level disparity, Houndoom struggled to rise, while Shelmet succumbed to its inability to continue fighting. Mega Bangilas triumphed. Massive boulders descended from above, crushing Natural Bird to the ground. As it landed, countless thorns erupted from the earth, ensnaring Natural Bird. Houndoom activated Frenzy Plant. Natural Bird. The final strike, Dark Pulse. Mega Bangilas unleashed dark energy, incapacitating Natural Bird. With both Shelmet and Natural Bird rendered unable to battle, the challenger DU emerged victorious. Congratulations, this is your proof of defeating the Green Ridge Gym, the Mind Badge. Long stepped forward and handed the Mind Badge to DU. Thank you, I've obtained the Mind Badge. Banji. Thunder. Upon witnessing DU acquire the badge, Flower Moon was eager to participate. Excuse me, when may I challenge the gym? Ching inquired. I apologize, but our Pokémon are all unable to battle. You may return tomorrow. Alright. The three of them departed from the Green Ridge Gym and headed to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Let us go to a hotel. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, Flower Moon suggested. Accustomed to staying at hotels with DU, she led the way without needing his input. DU shook his head and responded, let us go to my house. I lived in Green Ridge City during my childhood. Chapter 57. The brothers DU and Dawu. The trio made their way to DU's home. Soon, they arrived at the seaside villa in Green Ridge City. What a grand villa. Flower Moon gazed at the splendid seaside mansion, her eyes alight with envy for DU. DU approached and pressed the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman clad in a tailcoat with a snowy beard emerged from the villa's entrance. Grandfather Arno. DU exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the elder. Oh, Master DU, welcome home. The butler Arno beamed at DU and promptly ushered the trio inside the villa. Big brother. A voice filled with excitement echoed as Dawu dashed out from a room. You've grown taller, little rascal. DU affectionately ruffled Dawu's hair. This is my younger brother, Dawu. DU introduced Dawu to Flower Moon and AI Me. The three greeted him warmly. After exchanging a few words, DU led them to the battle arena in the backyard while butler Arno went to prepare dinner. Upon reaching the battle arena, DU released 5 Pokeballs. Coco. Armor. Shield. Blade. Smith. 5 Pokémon appeared before Dawu. Gardenia, Shiny Armored Bird, Sheldon, Blade Buddy, and Little Smith. This is my younger brother, Dawu. I will also be your trainer from now on. DU knelt to speak to the 5 Pokémon. At his words, their eyes brightened as they turned to Dawu, rushing towards him and tackling him to the ground. They were aware that their future trainer was DU's brother. It was a challenging life beside DU, surrounded by powerful trainers, making it difficult to stand out. However, Dawu was different. He currently had only 1 Pokémon, and its strength was considerably weaker. The term weaker was relative to DU's team. Instead of being a subordinate to DU, it would be far better to go to Dawu, who would undoubtedly become a big brother in the future. These 5 little ones were quite astute. I have already found the Steel-type team you desire. Combined with your Metagross, it perfectly makes 6. DU stated. Oh wow, thank you big brother. Dawu exclaimed gratefully, then began frolicking with his 5 Pokémon. Gardenia, Shiny Armored Bird, and the other 3 Pokémon I've never seen before. Do you still need a younger brother? I'm not asking for much, just a young Jirachi, and if necessary, I can wait for your Bangilas to lay an egg. Flower Moon chimed in with a pitiful expression. Get lost. DU promptly kicked Flower Moon aside. Hearing her words, Dawu began to scrutinize the 5 Pokémon his brother gifted him. Indeed, apart from Gardenia and Shiny Armored Bird, he had never encountered the other 3. Despite his family's background, he was unaware of their origins. Big brother, what are these 3 Pokémon? DU began the introduction. You should recognize Gardenia and Armored Bird. So I want to elaborate on them. That pink one wielding a hammer is Little Smith, a fairy and steel-type Pokémon. She, like the Tsungyan Blade Demon, is a Pokémon hailing from the Padia region. The little blacksmith raised his hammer in greeting to Daigo. Hello, little blacksmith. Daigo joyfully embraced the little blacksmith. Subsequently, Deo pointed towards the Kota Soldier. This armored Pokémon is the dark and steel-type Kota Soldier, originating from the Unova region. Kota. The Kota Soldier politely bowed to Daigo. Greetings, Kota Soldier. Daigo smiled back at the Kota Soldier. Upon hearing that it was a dark-type Pokémon, Huiwei could no longer contain herself and rushed to Deo's side. I can wait for the young Giratina. How about giving me a Kota Soldier? Get lost. Deo promptly pushed Huiwei aside. Finally, Deo pointed to the Shield Dragon. This self-sufficient little dinosaur is the ancient rock and steel-type Shield Dragon. It is a veritable living fossil. Shield. The shield dragon nuzzled against Daigo, expressing affection. Upon learning that it was a fossil Pokémon, Daigo's mouth formed an A shape in sheer astonishment. Thus, he forgot to respond to the shield dragon, leaving the nearby shield dragon feeling slighted, believing it was not favored by its new master. Coming back to his senses, Daigo noticed the dejected shield dragon and quickly embraced it with his other arm, prompting the shield dragon to smile. The other Pokémon, witnessing this, also wished to snuggle with their new master. Daigo then released his shiny Metagross. Pokémon, Metagross, Shiny. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Qualification, Master. Level, Early Gym. Daigo allowed Metagross to introduce itself to the other 5 Pokémon, while Deo pondered thoughtfully. Daigo, let us have a battle. Hearing Deo's words, Daigo felt a surge of excitement. Alright, I want to battle my brother too. Metagross, prepare for combat. Metagross, previously engaged in play with the 5 little companions, teleported right in front of Daigo. Blaziken, come forth to battle. Deo tossed a Pokeball, and Blaziken appeared before him. Chamo. Daigo, I'm getting serious. Upon finishing his words, Deo raised the Mega Stone, which emitted a dazzling rainbow light. Respond to my bond. Shine forth, Blaziken Mega Evolve. As the multicolored light dissipated, the Super Blaziken made its entrance. Pokémon, Super Blaziken. Gender, male. Trainer, Deo. Type, Firefighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Qualification, Master. Level, Mid-Gym. The feathers atop Super Blaziken stood erect, and its 2 horns merged into one. The pattern of its feathers transformed from yellow to black, resembling flames, while 4 long fiery ribbons adorned its arms. Deo possessed all the Mega Evolution Stones, save for those of legendary Pokémon. However, after capturing Latias and Latios, the number of Mega Stones he lacked was minimal. Metagross, it's our turn. Daigo proclaimed. Let the light of the Mega Stone become our bond. Metagross, Mega Evolve. Metagross. Daigo retrieved the Mega Stone from his brooch, and the radiant light connected with the Mega Stone on shiny Metagross. Metagross began to transform, and soon the Super Metagross shone brilliantly into existence. Pokémon, Super Metagross, Shiny. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Tough Claws. Qualification, Master. Level, Late Gym. Metagross, Super Blaziken. Unleash Flame Charge. Deo commanded, directing Super Blaziken. Enveloped in flames, Super Blaziken moved swiftly across the battlefield. Super Metagross, use Psychic. A powerful psychic force enveloped Super Blaziken, immobilizing it in midair. Meteor Mash. At the same time, Super Metagross launched a Meteor Mash towards Super Blaziken. Daigo, your understanding of Metagross still falls short. Had it been someone else, they might have been defeated by you. But I will not be. Super Blaziken, close combat. What? Just as Super Blaziken was being restrained, it exerted its arms with force, breaking free from the psychic grip. Just as Super Metagross Meteor Mash was about to connect, Super Blaziken leapt and landed atop Super Metagross, initiating close combat. Super Metagross was knocked to the ground. Press the advantage, Blaze Kick. Super Blaziken lifted its leg, channeling fiery energy into a heavy stomp onto Super Metagross. Super Metagross, use Strong Mind. Daigo quickly issued commands in response. It's over, Scorching Sands. Countless scalding sands surged towards Super Metagross, causing it to fall and revert from Mega Evolution. You've worked hard, Metagross. It's my poor command. Daigo approached, expressing concern for his Metagross. Brother, I won't lose next time. Deo replied. I look forward to the day you triumph. After the battle concluded, the group entered the villa for dinner. Chapter 58, Daigo vs. Hoenn. The following day, Deo and the 4 arrived at the Green Ridge Gym. Hoenn was also set to challenge the Green Ridge Gym. The Green Ridge Gym battle begins now. Each side may use 2 Pokémon in a double battle format. During the battle, neither side may switch Pokémon. The match begins now. Long and Ching released their Duskull and Swablu, while Hoenn sent out her Crawdaunt and Honchkrow. Utilizing her type advantages with a direct approach, Hoenn successfully defeated Long and Ching, earning the Mind Badge. Leaving the gym, Hoenn beamed as she admired her Mind Badge. Meanwhile, Daigo regarded her with disdain. He found his brother's friend quite unremarkable. Were it not for his brother's influence, he wouldn't even want to speak to her. Winning solely through type advantages, he also held disdain for Amy, thinking her an ignorant woman unworthy of traveling with his brother. The once suave and poised young master now appeared as a devoted brother, convinced of his brother's superiority and correctness. Both Amy and Hoenn sensed Daigo's cold demeanor towards them over the past few days. Deo noticed this, but said nothing. It was normal for children to not see eye to eye. After 4 days back at the villa, Deo pulled Hoenn aside and whispered a few words. Hoenn nodded. Daigo, let us have a Pokémon battle. Huaiwe challenged Daigo to a duel. Bring it on. Daigo accepted without hesitation. I'll be the referee, Deo added, and the four made their way to the backyard battleground. Now commencing the Pokémon battle between Daigo and Huaiwe, one-on-one. Let the match begin. Huaiwe was the first to toss her Pokeball. Come forth, Absol. Absol. Pokémon Absol. Type, Dark. Ability, Justified. Qualification, Champion. Level, Peak Gym. In that case, go forth. My partner, Metagross. Daigo released his shiny Metagross. Metagross. The light of the Mega Stone transformed into their bond as Daigo commanded Metagross to Mega Evolve. Shiny Mega Metagross versus Absol. Absol, Swords Dance. Mega Metagross, Cosmic Power. Both Pokémon simultaneously executed their enhancement skills. Absol. Metagross. Absol, Night Slash. Absol's scythe-like horn coalesced into a blade aimed at Mega Metagross. Mega Metagross, use Hypnosis. Mega Metagross's eyes glowed blue as the approaching blade was controlled by Hypnosis, redirecting it skyward. Absol Dark Pulse. As the razor-sharp blade was deflected by the formidable Metagross, Absol seized the opportunity to materialize before it, delivering a heavy blow to Metagross's head, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Now, let's see how you respond to this. Huaiwe taunted, her expression brimming with provocation as she gazed at Daigo. Do not underestimate my Metagross. Hyper Beam. As the dust settled, Metagross concentrated Steel-type energy, transforming it into a brilliant beam that struck Absol directly. Upon impact, a faint glow enveloped Absol. Being hit by Hyper Beam will diminish Absol's endurance. Daigo retorted sharply. With Huaiwe's command, Absol executed Shadow Clone and Shadow Claw. In a swift display, it multiplied into 7 clones, each adorned with ethereal purple claws, charging towards Metagross. Metagross. Evade swiftly. Metagross maneuvered at high speed, weaving through the onslaught of 7 Absols, rendering their Shadow Claws ineffective, ultimately causing all but one of Absol's clones to dissipate. Counter with Meteor Mash. Metagross converged into a radiant projectile aimed at Absol. Absol, do not concede. Dance fiercely to meet it. Absol's curved horns gathered dark energy, launching itself towards Metagross's Meteor Mash. The two forces collided, holding their ground for mere seconds before Absol was sent flying by Metagross's might. With its Mega Evolution ability, Metagross's tough claws enhanced the power of contact moves significantly. Witnessing Absol's retreat, Daigo addressed Huaiwe, that cunning brat. I had intended to save this for my battle with Daisuke, but it seems I shall employ it against you first. With that, Huaiwe retrieved a pendant from her collar, revealing a radiant keystone. Dark energy, grant me greater strength. Transform the keystone into a bond, and let Absol Mega Evolve. A cascade of multicolored light linked Huaiwe and Absol, altering Absol's form. As the vibrant glow faded, Mega Absol emerged. Pokémon, Mega Absol. Type, Dark. Ability, Magic Bounce. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Semi-Champion. Mega Absol appeared more robust, infused with the energy of Mega Evolution. Its fur standing on end. However, these were not wings, rendering it incapable of flight, and its mane obscured its left eye. Huaiwe has found a Megastone too. It seems this year's colorful tournament will be quite thrilling. Daigo mused, smiling at the sight of Mega Absol and Huaiwe. Mega Absol, Shadow Claw. Mega Absol concentrated ghostly energy once more and charged at Metagross. Metagross, Iron Roll. Metagross transformed into a luminous wheel, racing towards Mega Absol, while the battlefield became riddled with craters. Go, Metagross. Charge, Mega Absol. The two Pokémon collided, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt. After a prolonged moment, the dust settled, revealing both Pokémon shimmering with colors as they reverted from their Mega states, simultaneously losing their combat abilities. With both Absol and Metagross incapacitated, Daigo announced the match result. This battle ends in a draw. Well done, Metagross. Daigo approached his Pokémon with concern. You did great, Absol. Huaiwe praised, giving a thumbs up to her Pokémon. As Daigo and Huaiwe shared a knowing glance, they nodded in mutual acknowledgement. You're quite impressive, kid, Huaiwe remarked. You're not too shabby yourself. I suppose you can be considered somewhat formidable, Daigo replied, his tone tinged with pride, albeit still with an air of arrogance. What an exhilarating battle, Daigo affirmed, stepping forward to commend both trainers. Chapter 59, Deoxys, Part 1. After a restful night, Daigo prepared to venture towards Ryuri City. Joined by Daigo on this journey, the four of them made their way to an ocean museum, where the curator, Kusunoki, was an old friend of Zvocchi's. Thus, Daigo and Daigo decided to pay a visit to curator Kusunoki. Upon entering the museum, the quartet, aided by the staff, arrived at Kusunoki's office. Daigo lightly knocked on the door 3 times. "Come in." A cultured voice called from inside. The 4 entered to find a middle-aged man, donned with a top hat and sporting a goatee, examining a box with a gentle expression. "Is that not Daigo and Daigo?" Kusunoki exclaimed, surprised to see the brothers. "It's been a while, Kusunoki uncle." Daigo greeted warmly, with the others following suit. "How much you've all grown." Kusunoki stood, approaching the brothers and patting their shoulders, as they exchanged pleasantries. At this moment, Daigo's attention was drawn to the ornate box on Kusunoki's desk, embellished with intricate patterns and images. "Uncle Kusunoki, what is this box for?" Kusunoki took the box and handed it to Daigo. "This was recently salvaged from an underwater ruin, but it remains unopened. You, being an Alliance researcher, might have insights." Daigo examined the box closely, and the others gathered around. "Brother, the image here looks remarkably like Deoxys." Daigo pointed to the central image on the box. "Indeed, it is Deoxys." Daigo affirmed with a nod. "What is Deoxys?" Huiwei and Amy asked in unison. "Check your Pokédex," Daigo suggested. Amy activated the Pokédex, and the familiar electronic voice chimed in. "Deoxys, the DNA Pokémon. It is a Pokémon generated from the DNA of a cosmic virus that mutated after being exposed to laser beams. The crystal on its chest appears to function as its brain." "Incredible," Huiwei gasped. Deoxys is a Pokémon that emerges from the DNA of a cosmic virus attached to a meteorite after exposure to laser beams, often seen near auroras. It possesses high intelligence and can manipulate psychic abilities, with the crystal on its chest resembling its brain. It can emit laser beams from the crystal and changes form when it appears under an aurora. Daigo took on a teaching tone. Deoxys has 4 forms: normal, attack, defense, and speed. The attack form can shift its shape to confuse opponents, while the defense form can absorb attacks by altering its cellular structure. The speed form is particularly well suited for rapid movement. Daigo gazed at Daigo with admiration. "So, Daigo, do you have any way to open this box?" Curator Kusunoki inquired. "Currently, I have not found a method to unlock this box, but given some time for research, I might find a solution," Daigo pondered, studying the patterns. "In that case, let it remain with you for now." Daigo hesitated, attempting to return the box to Kusunoki. "This box is soon to be handed over to Bug-type Elite Carter, who ultimately intends to give it to you." "To me?" Daigo was taken aback. "Indeed, Dr. Dolan and Professor Layton have gone missing, and their research facility was destroyed. Dr. Eisen is being protected by Fire-type Elite Mura, so presently, you are the only one in Hoenn capable of unlocking the secrets of this box," Kusunoki explained. "What is happening? How could Dr. Duyet and Professor Layton have vanished?" Dr. Duyet was equally perplexed. "They have been captured by the Meteor team." A deep, resonant voice echoed through the room. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man donning a straw hat and dressed in the attire of a fruit farmer, standing at the office entrance. It was none other than the Bug-type champion, Carter, accompanied by a Pokémon. The Pokémon, Scyther. Type, Bug Steel. Ability, Technician. Qualification, Champion. Level, Champion Peak. Scyther was clad in a vivid crimson armor, with 2 pairs of translucent wings on its back, yet it could not take to the skies. The patterns on its pincers resembled eyes. "Dr. Duyet, it has been a while," Carter smiled as he addressed him. "Carter, you've finally arrived." Director Kusunoki stepped forward to shake hands with Carter. Dr. Duyet and the others also approached to greet the Bug-type champion. "Since Dr. Duyet is here, it saves me the trouble of searching through each town for you," Carter continued. "You mentioned that the disappearance of Dr. Duyet and Professor Layton is linked to the Meteor team. After several encounters with them, we have discovered their grand ambitions. The current disappearances of the researchers are connected to their previous collection of meteorites and ancient Pokémon secrets," Carter revealed, aware that Dr. Duyet might also be a target of the Meteor team and needed to be prepared. As the conversation unfolded, a tremendous explosion resonated from the Ocean Museum, sending countless debris crashing down. Fortunately, Carter's Scyther reacted swiftly, shielding Dr. Duyet and the others. Before they could comprehend the situation, a massive hole was blown open above Director Kusunoki's office. A Pokémon appeared above the breach. The Pokémon, Deoxys. Type, Psychic. Ability, Pressure. Qualification, Near Master. Level, Near Master Peak. Deoxys resembled an alien bipedal creature with 4 distinct forms, each emphasizing different abilities. All forms shared common features: a predominantly orange-red body, bluish-green facial tones, and 3 bluish-green dots on its back. A purplish stripe ran across its face, and its chest housed crystalline tracheae. Its rectangular black eye sockets contained round white eyes. "Deoxys!" Dr. Duyet exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha! It's been a long time, Bug-type champion Carter." A man appeared above the opening. "Gee, it's you." Moments later, A dozen individuals clad in Meteor Team uniforms stormed into the Ocean Museum. Dr. Diet, please accompany us. She addressed Dr. Diet directly, ignoring Carter. Scyther, it seems we are being disregarded. Let him experience the might of bug-type Pokémon. Scyther Mega Evolve, Carter declared, producing a pocket watch adorned with a keystone. Chapter 60, Deoxys, Part 2. A myriad of colors connected Carter and Scyther. Scyther began to ascend as the kaleidoscopic glow dissipated, revealing a completely transformed Pokémon before everyone. Pokémon, Mega Scyther. Type, Bug Steel. Ability, Technician. Qualification, Champion. Level, Near Master Initial, Temporary Breakthrough. Mega Scyther's pincers morphed into a fearsome form capable of shredding anything it grasped. With 3 spikes protruding beneath its massive claws. Its head and shoulders were reinforced with armor-like structures. Mega Scyther, use X-Scissor, Carter commanded, directing his newly evolved Pokémon towards Deoxys in the air with a powerful bug-type attack. Deoxys instantly shifted to its attack for me, raising its appendages to unleash the fighting-type move, Brick Break, to confront Mega Scyther's X-Scissor. The 2 attacks collided with a resounding crash, sending Mega Scyther tumbling to the ground and creating a large crater. Metagross, go! Dr. Diet called forth his ace, the shiny Metagross. Respond to my bond. Shine forth your brilliance. Metagross Mega evolved upon its arrival. David, you and the others protect Uncle Kusunoji. I will handle them, Dr. Diet declared, removing his glasses and placing them in his pocket, unleashing the full force of his sacred domain, enveloping Mega Metagross. Although Mega Metagross had also reached the near master peak, it was merely a temporary enhancement. The further one advanced in Mega Evolution, the less it provided a temporary increase in rank. Instead, the Pokémon itself would experience a more significant boost, though still inferior to a genuine increase in strength. Against ordinary Pokémon, it might suffice, but facing legendary Pokémon was an entirely different matter. Thus, Dr. Diet concentrated all his sacred domain power into Mega Metagross. Mega Metagross, use Iron Defense. Silver light radiated from Mega Metagross, fortifying its metallic body, making it even sturdier and more polished. Seeing Dr. Diet's actions, Chi swiftly threw out 2 Pokeballs. Blaziken. Rapidash, go! Blaze. Rapid. Pokémon, Blaziken. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Qualification, Champion. Level, Champion Peak. Blaziken appeared more robust, its fur resembling flames, with even its breath ablaze. Its arms resembled massive cannon barrels, adorned with flame-like patterns. Pokémon, Rapidash. Type, Fire. Ability, Flame Body. Qualification, Champion. Level, Champion Peak. Rapidash, resembling a horse, was considerably larger than a Ponyta, sporting a light yellow body and a mane of roaring flames stretching from its head to its tail. A horn-like formation sprouted from its head, with fiery red eyes. Both use Flamethrower. Deoxys, unleash your attack as well. 2 fierce columns of fire surged toward Mega Metagross, while Deoxys released its psychic attack, Psychic, in tandem. Mega Metagross, use Ice Punch double hit. Mega Metagross concentrated ice and steel-type energy in its fists, spinning toward the flames. As the fire columns made contact with Mega Metagross, a thick mist enveloped the area. Soon, Mega Metagross burst through the fog to meet Deoxys's Psychic, its ice-type energy dissipating as its steel-type energy erupted into a powerful blast. Mega Metagross sliced through Psychic as effortlessly as cutting tofu, advancing toward Deoxys. Seeing the impending danger, Deoxys instantly transformed into its defense for me, erecting a green energy barrier to withstand Mega Metagross's assault. David, may I borrow your keystone? Dr. Diet called to David nearby. David promptly removed his pin and tossed it to Dr. Diet, who caught it deftly and produced 2 more Pokeballs. Chandelure, Bloodwing Dragon, go! Bloodwing Dragon, Mega Evolve. Both Mega Bloodwing Dragon and Chandelure materialized on the battlefield as Carter's Mega Scyther rose from the crater. Mega Metagross, Meteor Beam. Chandelure, use Hex. Mega Bloodwing Dragon, unleash Oblivion Wing. Mega Scyther, use Hyper Beam. The 4 beams of energy intertwined and surged toward Chi in a flash. Deoxys swiftly transformed into its speed for me, vanishing along with Chi and his 2 Pokémon. Dr. Diet, I will return. Chi's voice echoed in the air, but he had already disappeared. While Chi may have escaped, his accompanying Meteor Team members were not so fortunate, as they were struck by the 4 beams of energy, suffering devastating losses. Soon, Miss Junxiao arrived, accompanied by police officers who apprehended the members of Team Meteor. Meanwhile, Miss Joy joined the doctors in tending to the injured staff and Pokémon. Amy released her Lickitung to assist as well. Meanwhile, Professor Daiwa followed Champion Carter outside the museum. Professor Daiwa, this place is too perilous. I must ensure your safety. Rest assured, Rayquaza will arrive shortly, Champion Carter said gravely. Is Rayquaza coming too? Daiwa, undeterred by the threats from Team Meteor, inquired about Rayquaza. After all, he possessed a Marshadao as his trump card, a force not to be trifled with. He is on his way. Just as Carter finished speaking, a voice resounded nearby. Professor Daiwa, Carter, I'm here. A figure with slicked-back blonde hair approached. It was Rayquaza, one of the current Elite Four of Hoenn. Greetings, Rayquaza, Daiwa politely greeted him. Rayquaza smiled slightly and extended his hand for a handshake. You are quite slow, Rayquaza. We almost captured that fellow, Carter remarked irritably. I apologize. I encountered that scheming fellow. Wrong, Rayquaza replied helplessly. Are you alright, Rayquaza? Daiwa asked with concern. I'm fine. Rung fled midway. In retrospect, it seems you all triumphed, prompting his retreat, Rayquaza explained. After exchanging a few words, the three proceeded to a hotel in town, while Dayu and the others remained with Director Kusunoji. For Team Meteor was not a threat they could confront alone. At that moment, Dayu and his companions were still engaged in rescue efforts. Dayu's shiny Metagross used its telekinesis to lift heavy stones, allowing rescue personnel to quickly carry the trapped workers onto stretchers. Chapter 61, Deoxys, Part 3. Upon arriving at the hotel, the three settled onto a sofa and began examining the box adorned with the image of Deoxys. What if we smash it open? Rayquaza suddenly stood up and suggested. No. Daiwa and Champion Carter exclaimed in unison. Rayquaza sulkily returned to the sofa. Professor Daiwa, do you have any other methods? Carter turned to Daiwa. Let me give it a try. With that, a surge of sacred domain energy erupted from Daiwa, manifesting as countless threads that flowed into the box, causing it to radiate light. The illumination followed the intricate patterns, which began to glow progressively. Ultimately, the light converged on the central image of Deoxys. Beads of sweat formed on Daiwa's forehead, yet he continued to channel the sacred domain energy into the box. At last, the image of Deoxys illuminated fully, and with a click, the box opened, revealing a green gem before their eyes. This gem is... Rayquaza began, but Daiwa, brimming with excitement, interjected. This is the energy core of Deoxys. Disregarding his own fatigue. Is this truly the energy core of Deoxys? Carter asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Daiwa nodded emphatically. Just then, the energy core of Deoxys emitted a dazzling light, blinding the trio. Buzz. A Deoxys with a green core materialized before them. Pokémon, Deoxys. Type, Psychic. Ability, Pressure. Aptitude, Half-Step Master. Level, Early Champion. Deoxys. The three exclaimed in astonishment, while Deoxys curiously observed them. Come forth, Electrode. Rayquaza released Electrode, eyeing Deoxys warily. Electrode. Pokémon, Electrode. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Champion Peak. Electrode's body was blue, moving on 4 legs, with yellow mane-like fur adorning its head and body, and its eyes were red. Wait. Daiwa quickly halted Rayquaza, who was poised to attack. Greetings, Deoxys. I am Daiwa. As Daiwa approached Deoxys, the glass of the room's floor-to-ceiling windows shattered unexpectedly. I didn't anticipate there would be another Deoxys here. Appeared Ji and Rong, bringing forth a Deoxys with a blue core before Daiwa and the others. Go, Donphan and Scizor. You too. Join in with Rapidash and Blaziken. Pokémon, Donphan. Type, Ground. Ability, Sturdy. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Champion Peak. Donphan's body was gray, enveloped in an exceptionally tough skin, akin to rock, that rendered it impervious to ordinary attacks. Its black nose extended to its tail, showcasing a pair of sharp, hard teeth. Pokémon, Scizor. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Technician. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Champion Peak. Scizor exhibited characteristics of both a scorpion and a bat, its body a hue of grayish-purple. Its ears, arms, and abdomen were red, complemented by large, bright yellow eyes. A massive pair of black bat wings unfurled from its back, distinct from its arms. Once again, Team Meteor, Daiwa and Champion Carter simultaneously released their Pokémon. Metagross and Scizor appeared beside Electrode, their expressions grave as they regarded Ji and Rong. The keystone glowed, and the 3 Pokémon underwent Mega Evolution. Pokémon, Mega Electrode. Type, Electric. Ability, Intimidate. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Early Half-Step Master, Temporary Breakthrough. The surface area of Mega Electrode's yellow mane expanded dramatically, taking on a lightning shape that enveloped its body, with horn-like hair sprouting from its head. The quantity of hair on other parts of its body also increased. Mega Scizor vs. Blaziken and Rapidash. Mega Electrode vs. Donphan and Scizor. Mega Metagross vs. Deoxys, Blue Core. Mega Scizor, Bullet Punch. Mega Scizor transformed its pincers into a myriad of punching shadows directed at Donphan. Donphan rolled into a ball, while Scizor executed a cross-chop from above. Mega Scizor retaliated against the airborne Scizor with a cannon beam. A beam of white light shot towards Scizor, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon collision, while Donphan crashed into Mega Scizor. Concurrently, Rayquaza commanded Mega Electrode to confront G. Mega Electrode, use electric terrain, summon rain. Instantly, the room was enveloped in an electric field, and rain began to pour. Blaziken unleashed a flare blitz, while Rapidash charged through the flames, engulfed in fire, surging toward Mega Electrode. We will unleash Volt Tackle. A powerful electric current encased Mega Electrode, readying for a clash of thunder and fire. The scene then returned to Daiwa and Mega Metagross. Just as Mega Metagross prepared to strike Deoxys, Blue Core, Deoxys, Green Core, suddenly flew out from beside Daiwa. Nodding at Daiwa, it transformed into its attacking form and charged toward Deoxys, Blue Core. The two Deoxys engaged in a fierce struggle, with the one bearing the Green Core evidently at a disadvantage. The battle was on the verge of erupting, with countless energies intertwining within the room, leaving Mega Metagross and Daiwa utterly bewildered. Could it be that the box is, in fact, an energy absorption device for Dialga, Green Core, which has drawn near to me due to its siphoning of my divine power? Dialga pondered within his mind. Super Metagross, assist me. Comet Punch. Ultimately, Dialga commanded Super Metagross to aid Dialga, Green Core. Super Metagross concentrated its Steel-type energy, transforming into a radiant streak that surged into the battlefield. The conflict was exceedingly fierce, with both sides clashing from within the room and spilling outside the hotel. The overwhelming force of their battle left the hotel in ruins. However, the participants remained indifferent to the destruction. Qi and Liang, the antagonists, had no concern for reparations. They simply departed after the skirmish. As for the Kings Carter and Ray, their expenses would be fully covered by the League, rendering any damage inconsequential. Dialga was even less concerned. After all, the Duin Company was the wealthiest in Hoenn. A mere hotel would be of little consequence, as compensation was trivial, a grand display of nonchalance. Just as the battle reached its zenith, the sky grew increasingly ominous, followed by a resounding roar echoing through the heavens. The crowd looked skyward to witness a colossal green figure materializing above. Roar. Rayquaza. Chapter 62. Dialga 4. Pokémon. Rayquaza. Type. Dragon Flying. Ability. Airlock. Qualification. Master. Level. Peak Master. Rayquaza is a magnificent dragon, predominantly green in hue, with red-edged wings resembling a rudder on its shoulders and beneath its body. Its tail ends in fins of a similar design. Encircling its body are yellow ring-like patterns that extend to a yellow halo atop its head. It possesses 2 limbs adorned with 3 clawed appendages. 2 long, flat structures resembling horns crown its head, accompanied by 2 smaller ones beneath. Rayquaza showcases prominent gums, with 2 distinct fangs visible at the tip of its upper jaw, while its other teeth appear entirely enveloped by its gum tissue. Its small yellow eyes are accentuated with black pupils. Super Caterpie has also arrived. Dialga gazed at the sky with a grave expression. Meanwhile, both sides ceased their combat. Without hesitation, Rayquaza unleashed a meteor swarm. Enormous energy transformed into countless meteoric projectiles hurtling towards the Pokémon below, particularly singling out the 2 Dialgas for special attention. The 2 Dialgas shifted into their speed forms. Weaving through the meteor shower, Super Metagross and Dialga swiftly vacated the battlefield, as the onslaught from Rayquaza rendered the other Pokémon incapable of continuing the fight. It was fortunate that it refrained from attacking humans. Otherwise, Kings Carter, Ray, Qi, and Liang would have been obliterated. The 4 of them recalled their Pokémon, their expressions solemn as they observed the fierce clash between the 2 Dialgas and Rayquaza. On a nearby hill, Mei and Wong were watching the battle through binoculars. Is this the powerful sky dragon the leader desires? Truly formidable, Mei remarked with a smile. Enough watching. How is the data collection going, as per the leader's instructions? Wong's cold voice interjected. Rest assured, the device has been activated. With that, Mei resumed her gaze at the aerial duel. At this moment, the 2 Dialgas had abandoned their earlier rivalry, now cooperating to confront Rayquaza. They simultaneously unleashed their signature attacks towards Rayquaza. In response, Rayquaza effortlessly evaded their strikes, retaliating with a dragon pulse imbued with fury. The terrifying dragon-type energy surged through the skies, casting a shadow over the world. The 2 Dialgas were driven underground, while Rayquaza dove from the heavens, delivering a decisive blow. The overwhelming pressure left all present gasping for breath. Even Mei and Wong, at a distance, felt the weight of the atmosphere. Marshadao, I entrust you with this. Dayu, shielded by Super Metagross, summoned Marshadao. My goodness, how did you provoke Rayquaza? Marshadao was immediately intimidated by Rayquaza's presence. Preparing Z-move. Dayu produced a green Z crystal adorned with Marshadao's emblem. This Z crystal was indeed Marshadao's Z, enabling it to execute its exclusive Z move, Soul-Stealing 7-Star Strike. This very Z crystal had been gifted to Dayu by Marshadao itself. O spirits of darkness, let the sky become eternal night. Soul-Stealing 7-Star Strike. Dayu and Marshadao unleashed a formidable power, transforming their original Shadow Sneak into the Soul-Stealing 7-Star Strike. Marshadao melded into the shadows, appearing before Rayquaza in an instant, delivering a flurry of 7 kicks that met Rayquaza's decisive strike. The resulting shockwave overturned everyone nearby, uprooting countless trees, while even Super Metagross exhausted its Mega Stone's power, reverting from Mega Evolution. Beta. Despite this, the potent psychic barrier steadfastly shielded Dayu. Following their clash, Rayquaza was propelled into the sky, while Marshadao landed gracefully on the ground. In that encounter, Marshadao emerged victorious, but the ensuing battle remained uncertain. Just as Dayu anticipated Rayquaza would continue its assault, it let out a triumphant roar and ascended towards the ozone layer. Upon witnessing Rayquaza's departure, Dayu exhaled a sigh of relief, while the two Dialgas also emerged, with the green core approaching Dayu and the blue core nearing Chi Marshadao. Marshadao returned to Dayu's side, while Chi and Liang broke into a cold sweat, staring at Marshadao. At that moment, a massive smoke bomb detonated between the two factions, enveloping Dayu in a blinding fog. Emerging from the smoke, Dayu spotted Chi and Liang boarding an aircraft to flee. With a resigned shake of his head, he returned to retrieve Kings Carter and Ray, who were still trapped in the haze. Soon, Miss Junsha and Dawu arrived, setting up a perimeter for security. Are you all right, brother? Dawu approached Dayu with concern. I'm fine. They seem to be in worse shape, Dayu replied with a reassuring smile, gesturing towards the disheveled figures of Kings Carter and Ray in the distance. Observing the two league leaders in such a disarray, Dawu erupted into laughter, causing considerable embarrassment for the two champions. As dusk approached, the two leaders came to bid farewell to Dayu. Dr. Dayu, we must take our leave. The league requires our presence. Until we meet again, King Carter stated as he stepped forward. No need for formality. Safe travels, gentlemen, Dayu replied. Come forth, Zebstrika. Arise. Ancient Dragonfly. Pokémon, Zebstrika. Type, Electric. Ability, Sap Sipper. Qualification, Champion. Level, Late Champion. Zebstrika boasts a predominantly black coat adorned with numerous white patterns and stripes. Its head resembles that of a horse, with two lightning-like white horns protruding from the top. Flanking its horns are black ears with blue interiors. The snout features a darker patch of skin that mimics a nose, with a short white stripe extending from its nose to its forehead. Zebstrika's eyes are yellow, with blue irises and triangular markings at the corners resembling spikes. The mane cascades from the top of its head down to its neck and extends to its tail. The white stripes across Zebstrika's body are densely packed and appear electrifying. It possesses 4 sturdy legs, each adorned with 2 white ring-like markings, and its hooves are gray. The white mane on its back transitions into a tail that bursts forth in an explosive, spark-like form. Pokémon, Ancient Dragonfly. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Speed Boost. Qualification, Champion. Level, Late Champion. The body of the ancient dragonfly is an army green, adorned with numerous red spots. It possesses 3 pairs of legs and 3 pairs of wings, adorned with red spots at the ends of the wings on its abdomen. The two individuals leaped onto their Pokémon and departed from the quaint town, heading toward the headquarters of the Hoenn League in Celadon City. The presence of Marshadao in Dayue's possession eased the concerns of the two Elite Four members, allowing Dayue to embark on his journey without apprehension. In turn, Dayue was thrilled to have successfully captured Deoxys. The 4 companions continued their adventure toward Luminous City. Chapter 63, Daigo and Mikuri. At long last, Dayue and his companions arrived at Swaging City. Milotic, use Water Ring. The quartet, strolling through the streets, heard a vibrant commotion nearby. They observed a green-haired youth commanding his Milotic to execute a dazzling display of skills, captivating the onlookers. Use Mystical Veil. A radiant white light enveloped Milotic, accentuating its resplendence. Now unleash Hydro Pump. Countless star-shaped energies surged toward the water flow, culminating in a brilliant explosion of starlight. The surrounding crowd was enraptured, erupting into applause. The boy bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Pokémon, Milotic type, water ability, Marvel scale qualification, master level, mid-elite, isn't that Mikuri? Dayue's voice resonated through the crowd. Dayue, Amy, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Dayue's voice, Mikuri was filled with excitement and hurriedly approached him with Milotic in tow. Of course, I am here to challenge the luminous gym, Dayue replied with a smile. Milotic affectionately nuzzled Dayue, prompting him to gently stroke its head. Have you evolved? You look magnificent, Dayue complimented. Do you know this fellow? Hanasaki interjected. Thus, Dayue recounted the tale of his encounter with Mikuri and the gift of a Fiba. Mikuri repeatedly called him Big Brother Dayue, causing Daigo, Mikuri's genuine younger brother, to feel somewhat envious. Come forth, Milotic. Dayue released his shiny Milotic, and the two Milotics joyfully touched their heads together. Shall we engage in a battle as a warm-up before the gym match? Dayue proposed. I want to team up with my brother. Daigo and Mikuri exclaimed simultaneously. However, Dayue pointed to Hanasaki. I'll pair with Hanasaki, Daigo. You and Mikuri can engage in a doubles battle with us. Sounds great, Hanasaki exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of battling alongside Dayue. Completely forgetting how Daigo had previously bested her, Daigo and Mikuri exchanged glances before turning away. The five of them proceeded to an open area, where Amy stepped forward to serve as the referee. The battle between Dayue and Hanasaki versus Daigo and Mikuri is about to commence. Let the match begin. Milotic, go? Let's do this, my partner, Metagross. Daigo and Mikuri unleashed their Pokémon first. Blaziken, it's your turn. Go, Dusk main Necrozma. Pokémon, Dusk main Necrozma type, Psychic Steel ability, Prism armor qualification, champion level. Mid-gym Dusk main Necrozma's body radiated a brilliant green hue, its yellow eyes gleaming with intensity. Deep green spines adorned its limbs, neck, and torso, extending from its front. Atop its head rested a triangular, inverted spiked structure resembling a crown, darker than its body. You may attack first. Dayue beckoned, directing his gaze toward Daigo and Mikuri. Metagross, unleash flash cannon. Milotic, surf. Just as Metagross was gathering steel energy, a colossal wave surged toward it, interrupting its attack and sweeping Metagross aside. What are you doing? Why did you allow Milotic to attack Metagross? Daigo glared at Mikuri with irritation. Your Metagross blocked Milotic's attack. Mikuri retorted defiantly. Meanwhile, the wave continued its advance toward Dusk main Necrozma and Blaziken. Dusk main Necrozma remained stationary, while Blaziken leaped into action, bending low to expel flames, evaporating the remaining water. Dusk main Necrozma, Leaf Storm. Countless leaves spiraled into a tempest targeting Metagross and Milotic. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. Blaziken infused the Leaf Storm with fiery energy, propelling it toward their opponents. Milotic, Hydro Pump. Metagross, use Psychic. Milotic's Hydro Pump surged forward, only to be entrapped within the fiery Leaf Storm and directed straight at Metagross. To its dismay, Metagross's psychic abilities faltered against the onslaught, and it was sent flying. You truly are a nuisance. Daigo fumed at Mikuri, abandoning his usual noble demeanor. Your Metagross should have dodged. It could never withstand such an attack. Mikuri retaliated. Let me show you my true strength, you shallow-minded fool. Let the Keystone's light become our bond. Metagross, Mega Evolve. Yet, this time, Metagross failed to undergo Mega Evolution. What is going on? Daigo expressed disbelief, staring at his Keystone. Dusk main Necrozma, Seed Bomb. Blaziken, explode with flames. Dayue and Hanasaki seized the opportunity, instructing their Pokémon to deliver the final blow. Grass energy fueled the flames, sending a formidable inferno toward Metagross and Milotic. As the flames subsided, both Pokémon lay defeated on the ground. Metagross and Milotic are unable to battle. Dayue and Hanasaki are victorious. With Amy's declaration, the match concluded. Daigo and Mikuri, accompanied by their Pokémon, made their way to the Pokémon Center. Dayue sighed, shaking his head in resignation, while Hanasaki celebrated with Dusk main Necrozma. The group arrived at the Pokémon Center, where Daigo and Mikuri sat in silence. Heads downcast. Come with me, you two, Dayue said calmly, leading them outside the Pokémon Center. Do you understand why you lost? Dayue inquired. It's all his fault. They both pointed at each other in unison. Dayue shook his head. It is because you lack trust in one another, resorting to harsh words instead. Daigo, your inability to Mega Evolve stems from your impulsiveness, failing to attune to Metagross's presence. Your solitary actions reflect a lack of responsibility toward your Pokémon. Faced with Dayue's admonition, both lowered their heads in shame. I'm sorry, big brother. I'm sorry, Dayue. You need not apologize to me. You should apologize to your Pokémon. Dayue replied. The trio returned to the Pokémon Center, where Metagross and Milotic had already recovered. The two trainers approached their Pokémon to express their apologies, and the Pokémon reassured them that it was all right. However, later that night, while Dayue and the others were asleep, the two of them engaged in another match. Although the outcome remained a mystery, the next morning, Dayue awoke to find them sprawled on the lawn, sound asleep. Chapter 64. The Luminous Gym and the Raindrop Badge, Part 1. Dayue dragged the two back to their room. During this time, Hanasaki had already made her way to the Luminous Gym. These two are sleeping like logs. I dragged them all the way without waking them, Dayue panted, gazing at the slumbering duo. What were they up to last night? Why are they sleeping so soundly? Amy had just emerged from her room, heading toward Daigo's quarters. It is estimated that the two engaged in a clandestine battle throughout the night, and when I arrived, they were fast asleep on the lawn. Dayue remarked, somewhat exasperated. It was not until noon that Dowu and me coolly finally stirred from their slumber. My back aches terribly, Dowu winced, feeling a burning discomfort in his back. Mi Cooley, too, grimaced as he experienced a similar pain. Upon seeing the two awaken, Dayue set off towards the Lioli Gym. Brother, you didn't drag us back, did you? Dowu inquired, glancing at Dayue ahead. How could that be? I carried you both back. It's likely that you two were lounging around outside, Dayue awkwardly replied, discreetly touching his nose, relieved that Dowu and Mi Cooley had not witnessed his embarrassment. As the group arrived at the entrance of the Lioli Gym, they spotted the dejected Huayu emerging from within. Huayu, you're here, Dayue exclaimed. You all have arrived, Huayu replied weakly. It seems you lost, Dayue observed. Huayu nodded in resignation. The five of them entered the Lioli Gym. Young Master Mi Cooley, you have returned. Lord Adam is awaiting you. A butler-like figure greeted Mi Cooley with a bow. Mi Cooley acknowledged him and led Dayue and the others into the battle arena. Master, I am back. Mi Cooley joyfully embraced Adam. Good to see you again, Mr. Dayue. Adam greeted with a smile as Dayue approached. Ah, Mr. Dayue. It's been quite a while, Adam continued, returning the smile. Shall we engage in a proper gym battle? Dayue proposed, issuing a challenge. It would be my honor. Adam nodded in agreement. The gym battle commenced, consisting of two halves where each side could utilize 5 Pokémon. The battle would begin with a double battle, followed by a 3-on-3 matchup. The contest concluded when all 5 Pokémon on one side were incapacitated, with only the challenger permitted to substitute Pokémon. I entrust you. Lovefish and Catfish King. Pokémon, Lovefish. Type, Water. Ability, Swift Swim. Qualification, Gym. Level, Mid-Tier Gym. Lovefish is characterized by its pink body, with a mouth and blush of a lighter pink hue, resembling a heart rotated 90 degrees. Pokémon, Catfish King. Type, Water Ground. Ability, Hydration. Qualification, Gym. Level, Peak Gym. Catfish King appears as a massive catfish with deep blue skin and a yellow underbelly. It possesses sponge-like light blue lips, elongated yellow whiskers at the corners of its mouth, and a W-shaped yellow pattern on its forehead. Its pectoral and pelvic fins match its skin color, while its dorsal fin is light blue adorned with 3 black spots. These two are my companions, Dayue announced. Conkeldurr. Blaziken. Pokémon, Conkeldurr. Gender, male. Trainer, Dayue. Type, Grass. Ability, Harvest. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Mid-Tier Champion. Item, Assault Vest. Skills, Hammer Arm, Volt Tackle, Roar, Boom Burst, Protect, Bulk Up, Leaf Storm, Wood Hammer, Taunt, Leaf Storm, Acrobatics, U-Turn, Grass Knot, Swords Dance, Grassy Terrain. Grass Oath, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, and Light of Ruin. Blaziken vs. Lovefish and Catfish King. The challenger strikes first. Blaziken uses Sunny Day, Conkeldurr follows with Solar Beam. The battlefield is half covered in lush green grass, while the other half forms a water pool, basking in the brilliant sunlight. Simultaneously, powerful grass energy converges towards Catfish King. Catfish King submerges in the water. Lovefish calls for rain. As Catfish King dives below, Lovefish begins to conjure rain clouds in the sky. Just as the clouds are about to obscure the sun, Blaziken's fire energy erupts, transforming the sky into a spectacle of half rain and half sunshine. Grass Oath, Fire Oath. The Grass Oath amplifies the Fire Oath, creating an effect greater than the sum of its parts. The potent fire energy evaporates the water in the pool, causing scalding steam to envelop Lovefish and Catfish King. However, Catfish King's burns soon fade as its hydration ability activates, healing its ailments in the rain. Water Gun, Earthquake. Lovefish is engulfed by a torrent of water, hurtling towards Blaziken, while Catfish King shakes the ground. Jump, Acrobatics. Just as Lovefish is about to strike Blaziken, the latter leaps into the air, and Lovefish redirects its course towards Conkeldurr, who also jumps simultaneously, causing the ground to tremble. Use the momentum to evade the earthquake. As Blaziken descends, it uses Conkeldurr's body to leap again, while Conkeldurr performs a backflip, utilizing Blaziken's form to spring upward once more. This leaves Catfish King, executing its move on the ground, utterly helpless. Both use Water Pulse. Two colossal streams of water surge towards the airborne Pokémon. Since they are merely leveraging their momentum, they become easy targets. Both Pokémon crash to the ground, their stamina waning. Final move, Leaf Storm, exploding flames. Flames engulf the thorns erupting from the ground, launching them towards Lovefish and Catfish King. Double Water Pulse. The massive water columns collide with the fiery thorns, creating an energy wave that blinds the onlookers. As the energy dissipates, both Lovefish and Catfish King collapse to the ground. Well done, Diyu. You must avenge me. Upon witnessing Diyu's victory, Huayu cheered, raising a fist in triumph, prompting Amy beside him to discreetly distance herself. With Lovefish and Catfish King incapacitated, the double battle was won by the challenger Diyu, and the 3-on-3 battle was set to commence. Please, Gym Leader, release your Pokémon first. Swampert go. Pokémon, Swampert. Type, Water Ground. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Gym. Level, Mid-Tier Gym. Swampert boasts a plump, light blue body, with two dot-like eyes and a large mouth. Its back and tail are adorned with purple and dark green stripes, and its body is perpetually slick. Beneath go. The Desert Tyrant was unleashed by Diyu. The challenger attacks first. Raise a sandstorm beneath. The sunny and rainy conditions on the battlefield are swiftly engulfed by the sandstorm, creating an obscured vision for both Pokémon in the arena. Beneath, Dragon Dance. In the midst of the sandstorm, a translucent dragon figure swirls around beneath. Swampert, use Toxic. Swampert unleashes a cloud of purple poison, striking Beneath and inflicting it with poison. Return, Beneath. Observing Beneath afflicted with poison, Diyu temporarily recalls it. Milotic, take the stage. Pokémon, Milotic, Shiny. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Qualification, Master. Level, Peak Gym. After a long absence from battle, Shiny Milotic is finally sent out by Diyu. Since the formation of Diyu's main team, Milotic's appearances have dwindled, even less frequent than Blaziken's recent outings. Mr. Adam, my Milotic has been waiting for this moment. Diyu remarked with a knowing smile. I eagerly anticipate its performance. After all, it has triumphed over my Milotic before. Adam replied with a smile. Milotic, coil up. Milotic curls its tail. Swampert, use Toxic. The purple poison mist once again spews forth, and just as it is about to envelop Milotic, a radiant glow emanates from Milotic, dissipating the toxic gas. Milotic autonomously employs Mystical Shield. Charge in, Milotic, and use Wide Area Destruction. Milotic charges straight towards Swampert. Swampert, use Dark Mist and Poison Jab. The Swampert unleashed a plume of black mist directly at the Milotic, obscuring its vision, while simultaneously, the purple toxic spikes burrowed into the ground. Although the Milotic's sight was hindered, it still managed to strike the Swampert with its tail, sending the creature flying. In a final blow, the Milotic unleashed an Ice Beam. A formidable surge of icy energy surged towards the Swampert. Swampert, evade. Just as the Swampert attempted to rise, the Ice Beam bore down upon it, producing a resounding crash as it was encased in ice, rendering it incapable of further combat. The referee declared, Swampert has lost its ability to battle. Please, Gym Leader, substitute your Pokémon. Golduck, I entrust you. Pokémon, Golduck. Type, Water. Ability, Cloud 9. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Gym Peak. Golduck's physique was a striking blue, adorned with a red gem on its forehead. Its eyes, though small, sparkled with intensity. It possessed a narrow, pointed beak and 4 spiky protrusions atop its head. With elongated limbs, its hands featured 3 fingers while its feet had 4 toes, one of which faced backward. The webbing between its fingers and toes was white, complemented by a long tail. Return, Milotic. Tyranitar, go. The poisoned Tyranitar re-entered the fray. Golduck, meditate. Ignoring the Tyranitar before it, Golduck commenced its meditation. Tyranitar, use Surf and Earthquake. With a powerful stomp, Tyranitar caused the ground to tremble, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of water that swept across the battlefield, dislodging all toxic spikes. What a brilliant tactic, utilizing Earthquake to uproot the toxic spikes and Surf to wash them away. Truly ingenious, remarked Daigo, resting his chin in contemplation, as Mikuri and Hanazuki nodded in agreement. How unexpected. Golduck, unleash Brick Break. Golduck darted towards Tyranitar, ready to deliver a blow that would deal quadruple damage upon impact. Tyranitar braced itself, determined to retaliate with a last resort. Observing the poisoned Tyranitar, Daigo gritted his teeth and commanded it to engage fully. Golduck maneuvered around Tyranitar to strike from the side. You think you can evade me, Tyranitar? How naive. Daigo's grin widened. Remarkably, Tyranitar pivoted to face Golduck. Its speed astonishing. The two clashed, a powerful force sending dust and debris into the air. As the dust settled, Tyranitar lay on the ground, incapacitated. While Golduck too bore injuries. Tyranitar has lost its ability to battle. Please, Challenger, substitute your Pokémon. Milotic, re-emerge. Golduck, Hydro Pump. A torrent of potent water energy surged toward Milotic. The two Pokémon unleashed a barrage of Hydro Pumps against each other, followed by Water Pulse and Surf. Countless water-type moves wreaked havoc on the battlefield, transforming it into a small pond. Ultimately, Milotic emerged victorious, while Golduck collapsed, unable to continue. Golduck has lost its ability to battle. Please, Gym Leader, substitute your Pokémon. What a thrilling battle! Adam exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Indeed, Mr. Adam, Daigo replied. Prepare to witness my prowess. I call upon my partner, Milotic. Pokémon, Milotic. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Qualification, Elite. Level, Mid-Elite. Dragon Tail. Adam's Milotic instantly dispatched Daigo's Milotic in a swift maneuver. Milotic has lost its ability to battle. Please, Challenger, substitute your Pokémon. Daigo shook his head with a wry smile. Come forth for our final clash. Swampert, go. Pokémon, Swampert. Gender, male. Trainer, Daigo. Type, Waterground. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Peak Semi-Elite. Holding the Mega Stone aloft, Daigo activated it. Swampert, let Adam feel the strength of our bond. Radiate your brilliance and Mega Evolve. The Mega Swampert emerged, now at mid-elite level. Swampert, Rain Dance. Raindrops began to fall steadily. Milotic, Light Screen. A golden barrier appeared before Milotic, though it quickly vanished. Mega Swampert, Ice Punch. The Ice Punch was a signature move of the Mega Swampert, which then propelled itself towards Milotic with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful blow that sent Milotic flying. Milotic, recover. A radiant light enveloped Milotic, healing its wounds. Use Hydro Pump to charge at Milotic. Do not afford it a moment's respite. Ground-type energy surged into Mega Swampert as it lunged forward, striking Milotic with tremendous force. Milotic, dive, then recover. Seeing the situation, Milotic submerged itself beneath the water for recovery. Swirling tide raised the water surface. Under Mega Swampert's control, the water began to churn. Milotic, Whirlwind. A tempest rose from the depths, sweeping the swirling water toward Mega Swampert. Ravage him, Mega Swampert. Deliver the final blow with DD Gold Arm. Mega Swampert began to spin towards the water vortex, its immense power tearing through the whirlpool and revealing Milotic below. Undeterred, Mega Swampert charged at Milotic, while torrents of water cascaded from above, splattering everywhere. Soon, Milotic floated on the water's surface, its eyes swirling in a daze. Milotic has lost its ability to battle. Therefore, the victor is Challenger Daigo. Congratulations, Daigo. Here is your proof of victory, the Water Drop Badge. Daigo accepted the Water Drop Badge from Adam. Water Drop Badge acquired. The familiar sound of celebration echoed once more. Chapter 66. The Legendary Trio of Hoenn, Part 1. Leader, the citizens of Luminous City have arrived. The four captains of the shadowy team knelt before the man seated in the grand chair. The man's figure emerged before the quartet, donning silver spectacles and possessing a head of light blue hair. His chiseled features exuded an aura of refreshing elegance, akin to a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. This man was none other than the current champion of the Hoenn League, Ye, also known as the leader of Team Meteor. Let us depart and bring it back. A peculiar smile crept across his face as he spoke softly. Understood. With that, the four departed, leaving Ye alone. Rayquaza, you shall be mine. He cackled. In Luminous City, as Hanazuki had yet to obtain the gym badge from the Luminous Gym, Daigo and the others remained behind. In the training grounds, Daigo was conducting special training with Hanazuki, who faced Daigo's Metagross. The Metagross effortlessly handled the onslaught of Hanazuki's 6 Pokémon. However, the 6 Pokémon were already quite fatigued, and commanding them all posed a significant challenge for Hanazuki. To become a formidable trainer, engaging in diverse battles is an essential element. Meanwhile, Amy had returned to her home in Luminous City. Mom, Uncle, I'm back. Amy burst into her house, where a middle-aged woman was tidying up. Amy's home. The sight of Amy brought joy to the woman's face. This woman, named Ryador, was Amy's mother and a Pokémon nurse. Hearing the commotion, a young man emerged, accompanied by a pregnant woman whom he supported. The man was Amy's uncle, Ryan, and the woman was his wife, Mina. Mina also bears the identity of Micoli's elder sister. Within her womb resides the future Ruachia, a celebrated idol of the Pokémon contest in the Hoenn region, as enamored with the grandeur of contests as her uncle Micoli, and affectionately referred to as Leoji. At the moment when Amy's family is reunited, an unforeseen calamity befalls the Luminous Gym. Due to his newfound camaraderie with Micoli, Daigo finds himself at the Luminous Gym. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberates through the air above the gym. Bang! One of the 4 commanders of Team Meteor, May, makes her dramatic entrance, shattering the roof of the gym. Who are you? Adam reacts swiftly, shielding Daigo and Micoli behind him. They are Team Meteor, Daigo exclaims, recognizing their attire. Take them all away. May disregards Adam's protest, commanding her subordinates to apprehend everyone. Go, Milotic. Adam sends forth his Milotic, which swiftly sends the Team Meteor members flying with a powerful tail whip. No mere insect will shake the tree. Go, Charm and Poo Poo Pig. May releases 2 Pokeballs, summoning her Pokémon. Pokémon, Charm. Type, Fighting Psychic. Ability, Telepathy. Qualification, Champion. Level, Champion Peak. Charm resembles a humanoid Pokémon with a vibrant red head, legs, and lips adorned with faint yellow spots, while its body is predominantly white. Its upper body is slender, tapering into a more robust lower half. With long arms and 3-fingered hands, a yellow stripe delineates its upper and lower body, and its dark pupils are accompanied by a protruding oval shape atop its head. Pokémon, Poo Poo Pig. Type, Psychic. Ability, Thick Fat. Qualification, Champion. Level, Champion Peak. Poo Poo Pig is a bipedal pig adorned with 2 small black pearls on its head. Its ears, arms, legs, belly, and hindquarters are black, while the insides of its ears, its snout, and its long tail are pink, with the rest of its body displaying a rich purple hue. A black pearl, slightly flatter than the one on its head, is also positioned at the center of its body. Meanwhile, unnoticed in a corner, the butler quietly slips out of the Luminous Gym, heading toward Daigo. Can you do it, Huaiwe? Daigo glances at Huaiwe, who is gasping for breath on the ground, alongside his 6 Pokémon. Huff, puff, who can match your absurdity? With both psychic abilities and such commanding skills? Huaiwe exclaims, panting heavily. Mr. Daigo, Mr. Daigo. At that moment, a voice calls out from a distance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Daigo furrows his brow. What has happened, Mr. Butler? The butler rushes to Daigo, breathless. A group of mysterious individuals has invaded the Luminous Gym. They appear to be called Team Meteor. Indeed, it is Team Meteor, the butler affirms. Damn it, Metagross, let us go, Daigo declares, sprinting toward the Luminous Gym with Metagross in tow. Wait for me. Huaiwe struggles to rise, but Daigo's voice halts him. You should head to the Pokémon Center first. Your Pokémon have already exhausted their strength. Hearing this, Huaiwe reluctantly abandons his pursuit. At this moment, Adam, having sustained injuries, finds his Milotic incapacitated, while Micoli and Daigo have been restrained. Let us go, May declares, making her exit. You cannot. Adam attempts to intervene, but is ultimately powerless to stop her. We must catch up. We must catch up. Daigo exerts himself to pursue, though he finds himself distanced. Upon his arrival, Team Meteor's vessel has already departed. Entering the Luminous Gym, he is greeted by the sight of its ravaged walls and the fallen Adam. Mr. Adam. Daigo rushes to Adam's side. Daigo. Hurry to the Sky Pillar. Daigo and Micoli have been captured by Team Meteor. With those words, Adam loses consciousness. Mr. Adam. Mr. Adam. Daigo, left with no choice, carries Adam toward the hospital, where he soon encounters a familiar face, the Dragon-type champion, Genji. Champion Genji. Daigo exclaims in astonishment. Professor Daigo, a crisis has erupted. The 4 commanders of Team Meteor are launching attacks throughout Hoenn. Genji replies anxiously. Meanwhile, medical personnel have taken Adam into the hospital. I understand. My brother Daigo has also been taken. Their target is the Sky Pillar, Daigo asserts. Then let us head to the Sky Pillar. Just as Genji is about to set off, Daigo shakes his head. We must go to Meteor Falls. That is Team Meteor's true destination. Only the people of Meteor know how to summon Rayquaza. Very well. After a brief discussion, they decide to head to Meteor Falls, while the other champions proceed to Mukshui Town. Chapter 67, The 3 Gods of Hoenn, Part 2. Daigo and Genji soar toward Shoya Town on their respective Bloodwing dragons. Daigo activates his communicator, calling his father, Zvocchi Mijin, and the connection is quickly established. Is that you, Daigo? It has been a while since I heard from you. Zvocchi's voice resonates through the device. Dad, Daigo has been captured by Team Meteor. A moment of silence falls on the other end of the line. Daigo recounts the unfolding events in detail to Zvocchi. You must prioritize your safety. Do your best regarding Daigo's situation. Zvocchi states with difficulty, as a father, he wishes for the safety of all his children. Yet, if he must witness one child endanger themselves to save another, he would rather prevent Daigo from taking such risks. Team Meteor is exceedingly dangerous. Over the past 2 years, the casualties in the Hoenn League have primarily been due to their actions. Don't worry, Dad. I will return safely with Daigo. Daigo understands his father's concerns, but he cannot allow Daigo to come to harm, even at the cost of his own life. With that, Daigo ends the call. From the information available, it is clear that Team Meteor's target is the Sky Pillar, and to access it, the presence of the people of Luminous is essential. Given the current circumstances, Macaulay likely belongs to that group. Daigo believes that Daigo has been mistakenly captured, putting him in considerable danger. Genji slowly analyzes the situation alongside Daigo. This is merely to access the Sky Pillar, to summon Rayquaza. One requires a legacy artifact from the people of Luminous. The appearance of Rayquaza is often accompanied by the emergence of powerful legendary Pokémon. Throughout Hoenn's history, whenever Groudon and Kyogre awaken, their clash of land and sea leads to the arrival of Rayquaza, the sovereign of the skies, to halt their conflict. Thus, they may also be attempting to awaken Kyogre and Groudon. Daigo's words leave Genji astounded. Then I must contact them immediately and direct them to Smoke Peak. No need. There are multiple Groudon and Kyogre, just like Rayquaza, Daigo interrupts. The priority is to reach Meteor Falls. Genji reluctantly nods. Though he is unsure why Daigo insists that there are multiple Groudon and Kyogre, the importance of the people of Luminous is indisputable. Meanwhile, at Meteor Falls, Chi has surrounded the area with his team. At the entrance of Meteor Falls, an elder and a youth stand guard, accompanied by 2 Pokémon. The elder is the current leader of the people of Luminous, Shilong, and beside him stands his grandson, Zikaxi. Pokémon, Dragonite. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Multiscale. Qualification, Master. Level, Half-Step Master Peak. Dragonite is a bipedal dragon Pokémon, entirely orange-yellow in hue. It possesses large gray eyes, a smooth snout, and small nostrils. 2 long, slender antennae and a small horn adorn the top of its head. Its striped belly is butter yellow, extending to the tip of its long tail. The stout limbs of Dragonite are each adorned with 3 claws. The junction between its legs and body is distinctly defined, while the connection between its arms and torso is notably smooth. The wings of Dragonite appear relatively diminutive compared to its body, featuring a membranous structure capable of lifting it aloft into the skies. Pokémon, Dual-Edged Dragon. Type, Dragon. Ability, Exceptional. Qualification, Champion. Level, Pinnacle of the Elite Four. The Dual-Edged Dragon is enveloped in a formidable armor, possessing teeth so robust that they can slice through hardened steel without dulling. Its body is adorned with stripes, predominantly in olive green, while the sharpest points of its fangs, fingers, and toes are crimson. The remainder is shrouded in black. Spines protrude from its neck in a segmented fashion. The structure of its body gradually segments from the head to the neck, and its tail is comparatively elongated. Are you the Starfall tribe? Chi sneered, promptly unleashing his fire horse and duckbill flame beast. You wretches seeking to desecrate the divine, vacate Starfall Waterfall at once, or we shall show no mercy. Hikasi glared at Chi with fury. Ignorant little brat, fire horse, unleash your flames. The fire horse exhaled a torrent of fire towards Hikasi. But Dragonite, quick to react, flapped its powerful wings, creating a tempest that blew the flames back. The flames struck the fire horse, which absorbed the fire without sustaining any damage. Dual-Edged Dragon, Dragon Pulse. The Dual-Edged Dragon roared, sending forth a wave of purple dragon energy toward the fire horse. The fire horse stomped down with its front hooves, obliterating the Dragon Pulse in an instant. Damn it, how strong. Hikasi clenched his fists in anger. Dragonite, Meteor Shower. We cannot allow these miscreants to enter Starfall. With that, Dragonite launched meteors into the sky, which transformed into countless shards plummeting down, imbued with potent dragon energy. Just as the attack was about to strike Chi's Pokémon, the fire horse and duckbill flame beast simultaneously conjured a green energy shield, barely deflecting Dragonite's assault. Meanwhile, as Chi battled the Starfall team, Ling arrived at a desolate volcanic crater. Lord Ling, I have arrived. A member of the Starfall team respectfully announced, holding a crimson gem and gazing down into the crater. Groudon, said to be the embodiment of the earth, has long been depicted in myth as the Pokémon that creates land and expands continents. It possesses the power to dissipate rain clouds and, with intense light and heat, evaporate moisture to expand the earth, appearing as a savior to those suffering from floods. Legend has it that in its quest for natural energy, it perpetually clashed with Kyogre. until Rayquaza mediated their conflict. After a fierce battle with Kyogre, it fell into slumber within the molten depths, said to awaken with the eruption of a volcano. Ling paused momentarily before continuing. Awaken, sovereign of the earth. Transform the oceans into land. With that, he cast the crimson gem into the volcano. Not far off, a red-haired man watched Ling's actions with reverence. His name was Cinderpine. Indeed, he was the leader of the magma team from the Hoenn saga, with ambitions to harness the legendary Pokémon Groudon's power to dry up the seas and expand the land, thereby increasing the space for terrestrial life. As the crimson gem descended into the volcano, molten lava began to surge, and the ground trembled, causing many to struggle to maintain their footing. Quickly to the ship, Ling commanded, and the group boarded the vessel just as the lava began to erupt, accompanied by a terrifying heat that incinerated everything in its vicinity. Groudon. A tremendous roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking the earth, causing countless Pokémon to flee in terror. A pair of sharp claws emerged from the volcano, tearing it asunder. Chapter 68. The Three Guardians of Hoenn, Part 3. The Sovereign of the Earth, Groudon, has awakened. Pokémon, Groudon. Type, Ground. Ability, Drought. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Mid-level Half-Step Gym Leader. Groudon is a Pokémon enveloped in red, scaly skin. Its darker side appears gray, with large spikes protruding from its head, torso, and tail. Each of Groudon's hands bears 4 claws, and its tail ends in 4 shovel-like teeth. Each foot has 3 claws, with gray markings on the soles. Blue spikes also emerge from the seams of its skin, visible when Groudon is gathering power. Simultaneously, the intense sunlight bathed the land. While Groudon's gaze was not directed at Ling and his companions, but rather toward the sea, each step accompanied by lava that incinerated the surrounding vegetation. In an underwater cavern, Mistral led a group to a marine eye, holding an indigo jewel in her hand. She gazed at the marine eye and spoke softly. Kyogre, said to be the embodiment of the ocean, possesses the power to control water, and in myth is known as the Pokémon that floods the land with torrential rains and monstrous waves to expand the sea. It can summon rain clouds vast enough to obscure the entire sky and unleash deluges powerful enough to save those suffering from drought. Legend has it that in its quest for natural energy, it perpetually battled Groudon until Rayquaza mediated their conflict. After a fierce struggle with Groudon, it fell into slumber at the ocean's depths. Now, it is time for the Sovereign of the Sea, Kyogre, to awaken and engulf the land and ocean. With that, she cast the indigo jewel into the sea. Not far from this scene, a fervent water willow watched, filled with a yearning for Kyogre. This water willow was destined to become the leader of the ocean team, in stark contrast to Cinderpine's ideology, as he sought to use Kyogre's power to transform land into ocean. As the indigo jewel sank into the marine eye, the cavern began to tremble and the waters surged. Quickly, we must leave. This place is about to collapse, Mistral urged, leading everyone swiftly out of the cavern, just as it began to collapse, with endless seawater pouring in and dark clouds gathering overhead. Kyogre. A colossal roar echoed across the sea, as countless aquatic Pokémon fled toward the land. The Sovereign of the Sea, Kyogre, has awakened. Pokémon, Kyogre. Type, Water. Ability, Drizzle. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Mid-level Half-Step Gym Leader. Kyogre resembles a whale, equipped with 2 massive pectoral fins, each fin adorned with 4 white square structures. Its body is a deep blue, with a white chin that features 2 pointed white protrusions. Above its eyes, there are 2 white oval spots. Red stripes adorn its chin, eyes, the backs of its fins, and its torso. When Kyogre is charged with energy, these stripes emit a radiant glow. Its tail splits into 4 elongated, strip-like structures, with the inner strips smaller than the outer ones. Kyogre's eyes are relatively small and yellow, with dark sclera. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Groudon sensed Kyogre's presence and altered its course toward it. Kyogre, too, seemed to sense Groudon and moved in its direction. A tempestuous storm accompanied by towering waves surged wherever Kyogre traveled. Yuji's communicator rang, and he answered the call. What? Upon hearing the news, Yuji gasped in astonishment. What has happened? Dayue inquired. Groudon and Kyogre have awakened. Have they awakened so soon? This is a conspiracy, even if they fail to summon Rayquaza. We must summon Rayquaza ourselves, or all of Hoenn will be doomed, Dayue declared solemnly. We must hasten our pace, otherwise, countless will be injured. With that, the two immediately commanded their respective Bloodwing dragons to mega-evolve, setting forth with all their might towards Starfall Waterfall. In the town of Mushi, before the Pillar of the Sky, Mei waited alongside Dawu and Mikuli. Mikuli, We must devise a means of escape, Dawu whispered, stealthily leaning towards Mikuli. Agreed. We shall make our move when they are not paying attention. Mikuli nodded in affirmation, speaking softly. Not far from them, Kings Carter, Lei Ju, and Yu Huang were intently observing the scene before them. Boss, let us advance, Lei Ju urged, turning to Yu Huang. With a nod, Yu Huang released his Pokémon. Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Aptitude, Master. Level, Early Master. As Bloodwing Dragon emerged, Lei Ju summoned Thunder Beast, while Carter unleashed Scyther. The three simultaneously initiated Mega Evolution, Mega Bloodwing Dragon, Mega Thunder Beast, and Mega Scyther charged towards Mei. Sensing the formidable aura, Mei rolled to the side and summoned Shireen and Poo Poo Pig. The rabble of the Alliance arrived swiftly. Mei remarked, Surrender, for our champion from Hoenn is personally intervening. Lei Ju taunted. Shireen, Mega Evolve. Mei commanded, brandishing her keystone to enable Shireen's transformation. Pokémon, Mega Shireen. Type, Psychic Fighting. Ability, Telepathy. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Early Half-Master, temporarily breaking limits. Mega Shireen sprouted 4 ribbons, adorned with yellow rings on its arms. Its head turned white. The number of yellow stripes at its body junction increased, and its eyes shrank, with blue pupils. A pale yellow oval spot emerged at the center of its head, slightly protruding compared to before. Mega Shireen, Fire Punch. Poo Poo Pig, Psychic. Mega Shireen darted in front of Mega Scyther, landing a fire punch upon it, while Poo Poo Pig unleashed psychic energy to control Mega Thunder Beast. Mega Scyther, Bullet Punch, Counterattack. Mega Thunder Beast attempted to break free with Volt Tackle. The crimson pincers of Mega Scyther transformed into illusions as they struck towards Mega Shireen, while Mega Thunder Beast, enveloped in electricity, broke free from psychic control and charged at Poo Poo Pig. Let Mega Bloodwing Dragon finish them off with Sonic Boom. Yu Huang commanded with a sinister grin. You are doomed. Our boss has made his move. Lei Ju laughed, but his mirth quickly evaporated as disbelief washed over him. Mega Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a terrifying sound wave, which, accompanied by a powerful gust, struck Mega Thunder Beast. What are you doing, Yu Huang? Carter exclaimed in disbelief, watching as Lei Ju rushed to the side of the now incapacitated Mega Thunder Beast, which lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Yu Huang, Lei Ju roared. The offensive from Mega Bloodwing Dragon continued unabated towards Mega Scyther. Scyther. Mega Scyther shrieked as it too reverted from Mega Evolution. What am I doing? I aim to eradicate you Alliance scum. My purpose in founding Team Meteor was to overthrow the Alliance. At this moment, Yu Huang had shed his previous gentility, replaced by ferocity and brutality. Salutations, leader. Mei bowed respectfully to Yu Huang. You are the leader of Team Meteor, Fengdu. Carter exclaimed incredulously. Correct. As a reward, I shall grant you the gift of death. Mega Bloodwing Dragon, Oblivion Beam. A chilling cruelty etched across Yu Huang's visage as Mega Bloodwing Dragon released a devastating energy beam, sweeping away everything in its path. Lei Ju and Carter stood no chance of resistance, struck by the beam, their bodies riddled with cracks, bloodied and soon lifeless. Just like Thunder Beast and Scyther, Carter has fallen. Lei Ju has fallen. Meanwhile, Dawu and Mikuli, having never witnessed such horror, trembled and collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by terror. Are they the people of Lioli? Yu Huang coldly regarded Dawu and Mikuli. According to the leader's words, the green-haired one is of the Lioli people, and the silver-haired boy is Dayu's younger brother, Mei respectfully reported. Oh, Dayu's brother, how intriguing. Then let us use him as bait to draw Dayu here. Yu Huang grinned maliciously as he fixed his gaze upon Dawu. Brother, please don't come. Please don't come. Dawu silently prayed, having witnessed the grim fate of Lei Ju and Carter in its entirety. Yu Huang approached Mikuli, his icy stare piercing into him. What do you want? Mikuli stammered, shrinking back in fear. Yu Huang remained silent, merely gesturing to Mei, who promptly stepped forward to escort Mikuli to the entrance of the Pillar of the Sky. Just then, a radiant, multicolored light erupted from Mikuli, revealing a prismatic mark on the back of his right hand. The Pillar of the Sky, previously shrouded in mysterious energies, suddenly erupted with immense power, and the entrance was opened. Yu Huang strode inside, and as Mei attempted to follow, she was abruptly repelled. You cannot enter. Only the Lioli people and those chosen by Rayquaza may pass. Not even the Lioli can enter. You must remain at the entrance, Yu Huang declared, turning his back as he delved deeper, leaving Mei and her companions outside. Outside the meteor falls, as Chi and Shilong were locked in a standoff. A streak of light surged towards Chi Mega Metagross, Comet Punch. Beta, Mega Metagross, exuding an overwhelming aura, transformed into a stream of light, crashing down upon Chi. Before Chi could react, it struck with the force of a meteor, embedding him and his Pokémon into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Mega Metagross soared into the air, blood dripping from its body, its sharp claws glinting ominously, causing Shikashi to feel a chill down his spine, cold sweat soaking his back. Dayu and Yuanji descended from the sky atop Mega Bloodwing Dragon. Who are you? Shikashi stammered, gulping nervously. Greetings. I am the current Dragon King of the Alliance, Yuanji. Due to Team Meteor's actions, Groudon and Kyogre have awakened, and according to reports, they will clash by tomorrow at the latest, an encounter that will devastate all of Hoenn. Thus, we require Rayquaza's assistance to quell this conflict. Yuanji spoke first. We cannot assist you. Team Meteor's target is Lord Rayquaza, and I cannot allow him to be in danger. Shilong retorted. Dragon King Yuanji, our time is limited, and there is no time for discussions. If they refuse, I will force them to comply. Song Yin Blade Ghost, go. As Song Yin Blade Ghost emerged, it charged towards Dragonite, swinging its Requiem blade in a fierce slash, while Dragonite gathered dragon energy to counter. Dayu, disregarding all caution, drew his Steel Z and placed it into the Z-Ring S slot. With an Iron Will, Absolute Spiral Barrage, the Mega Evolution Z move unleashed a powerful force coursing through Mega Metagross, which then began to spin and dive towards Meteor Falls. The waterfall split asunder. An overwhelming force continued forward, rocks shattered, dust filled the air, and the entire Meteor Falls trembled. Cease. We are willing to assist. Shilong, witnessing the terrifying might of Mega Metagross, could only relent. Dayu smiled faintly before commanding the Super Mega Gyarados to halt. While the Flame Blade Spectre leaped backward to rejoin Dayu's side, Shilong produced an ancient box and handed it to Zvocchi. Take Dragonite to the Sky Pillar and awaken the Lord of Dragons. Zvocchi nodded, reluctantly mounting Dragonite. The trio swiftly made their way to Mushui Town, when suddenly, Yuanji's communicator began to ring. There's trouble with Yu Huang and the others. I can't reach them. I am unable to hold off Groudon and Kyogre alone. Mu La's anxious voice echoed from the other end. I will head over immediately and send Dayu to the Sky Pillar. With Yu Huang there, I trust they will be safe. With that, Yuanji ended the call and turned to Dayu. Dayu, I am counting on you at the Sky Pillar. Mu La cannot manage alone, and Yu Huang's group is unreachable. I must assist Mu La and try to slow down Kyogre and Groudon, buying you some time. Rest assured. Champion Yuanji, leave it to me. Dayu affirmed with a nod, prompting Yuanji to redirect the Super Bloodwing Dragon toward Lioli City. Meanwhile, Dayu and Zvocchi continued their journey toward Mushui Town. In Lioli City, Amy and Huaiwe were at the Pokémon Center, assisting Nurse Joy in treating the injured Pokémon. Due to the unrest caused by Groudon and Kyogre, numerous wild Pokémon were wounded, and there was a severe shortage of manpower. Nearby Nurse Joys were rushing over, yet an unceasing stream of injured Pokémon continued to be brought in. Chapter 70, The Three Guardians of Hoenn, Part 5. Mu La rode his Rapidash, directing the Super Black Houndoom to incessantly harass Groudon, unleashing torrents of fire upon it. However, Groudon merely scratched the attacked area, continuing its relentless march toward the shoreline. How infuriating. I can't inflict any damage on it. Mu La gritted his teeth, watching as Groudon moved further away. Just as Mu La prepared to pursue Groudon, two beams of energy obstructed his path. Long time no see, Mu La. Ling emerged from behind a massive rock, accompanied by Scorpius and Donphan. Ling. Mu La was taken aback by Ling's appearance, his expression shifting to one of deep wariness. Do not think you can thwart the leader's plan. You are not worthy to stop Groudon. Ling stated his intentions, mockingly regarding Mu La. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. Blaziken, unleash your flames. Mu La promptly summoned Blaziken's Pokeball, and as Blaziken appeared, a colossal column of fire erupted forth. Donphan roll. Donphan curled its limbs into a ball and charged toward the fire column. Ling had anticipated breaking through the flames, only to witness Donphan being engulfed. Soon, Donphan emerged from the fire, its body scorched and severely burned. My Blaziken is not a Pokémon that can be withstood by a champion level, Mu La declared confidently, arms crossed. Fire Blast. How irritating. Then allow me to unveil my secret weapon. Steelix, come forth, Mega Evolve. Pokémon, Mega Steelix. Type, Steel Ground. Ability, Sand Force. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Half Master, Temporary Breakthrough. Mega Steelix grew even larger, adorned with a ring of floating metallic fragments around its neck, divided into 6 groups rotating clockwise. Its eye color shifted from red to blue, with 6 fang-like protrusions appearing on either side of its mouth. The 3 pairs of rod-like protrusions transformed into a crystalline, diamond-like material. And the tip of its tail became diamond as well, with each of the 4 segments without rod-like protrusions now bearing a blue hexagonal pattern. In truth, the 4 commanders of Team Meteor had all been granted Mega Stones by Fengdu, though Ji met with misfortune and was ambushed by Diyu, resulting in his demise. Upon seeing Mega Steelix, Mu La's expression grew grave. Super Black Houndoom, unleash your flames. Blaziken, fire explosion. In the expansive sunny weather summoned by Groudon's ability Drought. Combined with Super Black Houndoom's solar power, the potency of its fire-type moves was greatly enhanced, rivaling Blaziken's fire explosion. The 2 fiery assaults converged, sweeping toward Mega Steelix. Mega Steelix, defend. Mega Steelix raised a massive green energy shield to block the fiery assault, but it was soon shattered. While the shield was broken, it still mitigated a considerable portion of the fire damage, and with Mega Steelix's formidable defense, it ultimately weathered the attack without serious harm. Mega Steelix, Dragon Breath. Scorpius. Ultimate Impact. Super Black Houndoom unleashed a fire vortex, while Blaziken executed a flare blitz. As Mu La and Ling engaged in fierce combat, unrest brewed elsewhere. In the waters near Liuli City, Yuanji, riding his Super Bloodwing Dragon, finally arrived. Upon witnessing Kyogre rampaging through the waves, Yuanji felt a tightening in his chest. Super Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Pulse. The Super Bloodwing Dragon dove down, positioning itself beside Kyogre, channeling dragon energy into its mouth. The purple dragon phantom shot straight towards Kyogre, piercing through the tempest and striking Kyogre's massive form, leaving a small black mark that was washed away by the waves. Kyogre cast a sidelong glance at Super Bloodwing Dragon and Yuanji, sending a chill down Yuanji's spine as he gulped nervously, while Super Bloodwing Dragon ascended rapidly, distancing itself from Kyogre. Seeing Yuanji retreat, Kyogre continued its advance toward Liuli City. Yuanji wiped the rain from his face, casting a wary glance at the retreating Kyogre before gritting his teeth and pursuing it once more. Just then, an icy energy struck Super Bloodwing Dragon's wing, causing it to falter and plummet, leaving Yuanji clinging tightly to its neck. In the instant before crashing into the ocean, Super Bloodwing Dragon regained its balance. Yuanji exhaled a heavy sigh of relief and looked toward the source of the attack. There stood Wong on a large reef, accompanied by a Pokémon. Pokémon, Mega Frostlass. Type, Ice. Ability, Ice Body. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Half-Master, Temporary Breakthrough. Mega Frostlass boasted a vast mouth, split into 2 halves. Surrounding its mouth were black whiskers, and a blue ice-like horn protruded from its forehead, with its original horns radiating a blue glow. Yuanji, we meet again. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't get away. Wong's cold face betrayed no hint of emotion. Upon recognizing Wong as the attacker, Yuanji's eyes turned crimson. You vile woman, I will send you to hell. For the brothers of mine who were slain aboard the Wavebreaker. Yuanji hurled a Pokeball, releasing the shiny Noctowl, and leapt onto its back. Super Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Dive. The Super Bloodwing Dragon dove downward, accompanied by the purple dragon phantom, roaring as it charged at Mega Frostlass. Ultimate Impact. Due to its Ice Body ability, what would have been a standard Ultimate Impact transformed into an Ice-type move. The cold aura enveloped Mega Frostlass as it met the descending Super Bloodwing Dragon. The two clashed heavily, sending Mega Frostlass plummeting into the sea. Thanks to the tremendous force of the dive, Super Bloodwing Dragon gained the upper hand, but it also sustained significant injuries, being 4 times weak to Ice-type attacks. Had it not been for its high level, the damage would have been far worse. Before long, Mega Frostlass soared out of the water. Blizzard. Mega Frostlass opened its vast mouth, unleashing a flurry of snow upon Super Bloodwing Dragon. Due to the relentless rain, ice crystallized with remarkable ease. As the frigid energy surged toward the Super Bloodwing Dragon, the Super Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. A colossal sound wave accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rain hurtled toward the blizzard, shattering the ice blocks condensed within it into fragments, which were then scattered by the ensuing hurricane. Dragon Claw. Iron Head. The Super Bloodwing Dragon engaged in close combat with the Super Ice Guardian. At that moment, while Yuanji clashed with Wong, Diyu and Hikashi finally arrived at Mushy Town. Chapter 71. The Three Gods of Hoenn, Part 6. The two descended near the Pillar of Sky. What greeted their eyes was a blood-soaked ground, strewn with rocks, and a sinuous gully. What on earth transpired here? Hikashi surveyed the ravaged terrain, then turned his gaze toward the gully, where a mangled corpse lay, accompanied by severed limbs and a head. Lord Raichu. Diyu approached for a closer look. He recognized that head all too well, It belonged to the electric-type king, Lord Raichu, who had fought alongside him against Dialga and Palkia not long ago. Nearby lay another body, its head missing, leaving only the lower half. But a straw hat caught Dayu's attention. His pupils constricted, for the hat unmistakably belonged to Cater, the bug-type king. Cater, what on earth has happened here? Dayu then spotted the corpses of Scyther and Electabuzz. You must be Dayu. May appeared before Dayu and Kakashi. Meteor Punch. Without uttering a word, Dayu commanded his Super Metagross to unleash its Meteor Punch. Super Metacam and Spoink hurried forward to intercept the attack. A green energy shield expanded. Yet it was shattered by the sheer force of the Super Metagross's strike. Both Pokémon were hurled against the nearby cliff. This left May in a state of shock. And in that fleeting moment of distraction, the blade of the Cinderblade Pokémon was already poised at her throat. Speak. Where have my brother Dawu and the others gone? Who killed Lord Raichu and Lord Cater? Dayu advanced, his voice icy. Sensing the fear of death, May pointed toward some nearby bushes. Dayu, accompanied by Super Metagross, approached to investigate, discovering Mikoli and Dawu unconscious, leaning against a tree. Nearby, Dr. Dolan and Professor Layton were also incapacitated. Seeing they were unharmed, Dayu let out a heavy sigh of relief. He turned to give the Cinderblade Pokémon a glance, which swiftly executed May. Dayu placed Dawu and the others in a safe location before entering the Pillar of Sky with Hikashi. Meanwhile, the battle between Mura and Ling had reached a fever pitch. The Super Steelix tightly ensnared the Super Houndoom with its tail, eliciting a pained response as Firefang clamped down fiercely on the Steelix's body. Steelix retaliated with Iron Head, causing Houndoom to revert from its Mega Evolution and lose its combat capability. Scyther seized Blaziken by the shoulders, yet Blaziken retaliated with a blast of flames, overpowering Scyther and rendering it unable to fight. Blaziken then glared at the Super Steelix, letting out a roar before enveloping itself in flames and charging at Steelix. Blaziken, Flare Blitz, Steelix, Iron Tail. The Super Steelix sidestepped, raising its tail to strike Blaziken, who leaped to evade the attack, crashing into Steelix instead. The Super Steelix was instantly inflicted with a burn status. Steelix, Sand Tomb. Countless sands erupted beneath Blaziken, causing it to sink. Blaziken struggled fiercely to escape. But the more it fought, the deeper it sank. Now's your chance. Super Steelix, Body Slam. The Super Steelix charged directly at the ensnared Blaziken. Revival. Just as Blaziken was struck by the Super Steelix, Fighting-type energy converged on its forepaw, delivering a powerful blow to Steelix, which collapsed, losing its combat capability and reverting from Megaform. This move was a true stroke of fortune. Interestingly, the spot where Steelix fell happened to be where Ling stood, causing Ling to be knocked unconscious beneath Steelix's weight. Mura, however, paid no mind to Ling and pursued Groudon. Meanwhile, Yuanji had thoroughly subdued the Super Ice Guardian. Yuanji, even if I lose, you shan't have it easy. The Super Ice Guardian self-destructed. Not good. Super Bloodwing Dragon, stop him. A blinding light erupted from the Super Ice Guardian, followed by a tremendous explosion that engulfed a radius of 100 meters, devastating everything in its wake, including Wong. Yuanji was shielded by the 7 Stars bird and remained unharmed, but the energy generated by the Super Ice Guardian's self-detonation was immense, causing the 7 Stars bird to plummet into the sea. The Super Bloodwing Dragon also fell heavily into the water, sustaining serious injuries, while Yuanji himself was not without wounds. However, Wong perished in the explosion. Yuanji quickly ascended from the ocean's depths, releasing his desert dragonfly from its Pokeball. Observing the incapacitated 7 Stars bird, Yuanji recalled it, while simultaneously retrieving the gravely injured Super Bloodwing Dragon. He then climbed onto the back of the desert dragonfly, pursuing Kyogre. Although the two kings had strived to halt Groudon and Kyogre's advance, they ultimately collided. Upon their meeting, crimson and indigo gemstones materialized above their heads, merging with Groudon and Kyogre's forms. Both Pokémon entered their primal reversion states. Pokémon, Primal Groudon. Type, Ground Fire. Ability, Desolate Land. Qualification, Leader. Level, Half-Step Leader Pinnacle. Primal Groudon's skin seems displayed a lava-like orange hue. The circular area at the base of its arms bore an emblem, identical to that on the Crimson Gem. Pokémon, Primal Kyogre. Type, Water. Ability, Primordial Sea. Qualification, Leader. Level, Half-Step Leader Pinnacle. Primal Kyogre's body became semi-transparent, emanating a yellow light from within, with similar emblems appearing on its forehead and fin-like wings, mirroring the design on the Indigo Gem. Primal Groudon radiated with rolling lava, while Primal Kyogre was surrounded by towering waves. Primal Groudon's massive claws slammed down onto the ground, gathering vast amounts of ground energy, which transformed into blades aimed at Primal Kyogre. Primal Groudon unleashed its cliff sword, sending Kyogre's belly crashing above the ocean's surface before plummeting back into the depths. Subsequently, countless azure-white beams shot forth from Primal Kyogre toward Primal Groudon. Kyogre initiated its origin pulse, striking Primal Groudon down. Primal Groudon slowly rose from the ground, unleashing a solar beam, while Primal Kyogre followed suit with an ice beam. Once more, they unleashed their attacks, yet neither side gained the upper hand. Witnessing this, both charged at one another, engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Liu City was not faring any better, as countless buildings crumbled, and the injured populace and Pokémon were innumerable. Amy tended to the wounded with Chansey, while Huayue collaborated with Miss Junsha to evacuate the crowds. At this moment, Yuanji and Mura finally crossed paths. Yuanji, how did you sustain such grievous injuries? An unexpected incident occurred. Let's not dwell on that now. We must quickly evacuate the people and hope that you can summon Rayquaza soon. With that, the two threw themselves into the rescue efforts. Chapter 72, The Three Gods of Hoenn, Part 7. Entering the Pillar of Sky, they were met with towering staircases that reached the clouds. Dayu and Hikashi ascended the steps, the sound of their footsteps reverberating within the Pillar of Sky. The staircase was lengthy, and the higher they climbed, the stronger the currents became. Fortunately, with the protection of Metagross and Dragonite, Dayu and his companion were not swept away by the winds. To conserve his strength, Dayu promptly reverted Metagross from its Mega Evolution upon entering the Sky Pillar. The wind grew increasingly ferocious, wild and unrestrained, akin to an unstoppable army, ruthlessly tearing at everything in its path. The hair of both Dayu and his companion was tossed about, their clothing flapping violently. The howling gales whipped up sand and gravel, inflicting sharp, stinging pain upon their arms and legs. Occasionally, when their vision was obscured, they would merely rub their eyes and continue their ascent. After an indeterminate period of climbing, the two finally beheld a flat expanse, arriving at the pinnacle of the Sky Pillar. Surprisingly, at the summit, there was not a whisper of wind. We have finally arrived. Dayu exhaled heavily in relief. You've made it, Dayu, came the voice of Yu Huang, accompanied by his blood-winged dragon. Mr. Yu Huang, what brings you here? Dayu inquired, astonished by Yu Huang's unexpected appearance. I just chased away the leader of the meteor team. Upon hearing from Mura that you would summon Rayquaza here, I decided to wait for you. Yu Huang replied with a smile, though Dayu felt something was amiss. He chose not to dwell on it. With the potential clash between Kyogre and Groudon looming, he had little time for contemplation. Zvocchi, I leave this to you, he said. Leave it to me, Zvocchi responded, producing a box given to him by Soren and opening it to reveal a verdant gemstone. Carrying the gem, he approached the massive stone at the center. At that moment, Yu Huang's blood-winged dragon suddenly lunged, its claws striking Zvocchi with ferocity. Zvocchi was sent flying, blood gushing from his wounds, while the gemstone fell to the ground. Yu Huang stepped forward to retrieve the gem, brushing off the dust. Seeing Zvocchi attacked, Dragonite charged furiously at the blood-winged dragon, and the two Pokémon engaged in a fierce struggle. What are you doing, Yu Huang? Dayu shouted in anger. What am I doing? I am, of course, seizing the legacy artifact to summon Rayquaza. Yu Huang grinned menacingly, his face twisted in mockery. Why would you do such a thing? Dayu demanded. Because I am the sovereign of the underworld, the leader of the meteor team. What? This revelation took Dayu completely by surprise. I thank you for delivering the legacy artifact to me, but you must die nonetheless. Come forth, Garchomp. Pokémon, Garchomp. Type, Dragon Ground. Ability, Rough Skin. Aptitude, Master. Level, Midmaster. With an appearance reminiscent of a hammerhead shark, Garchomp boasted a deep blue body, a crimson underbelly from its jaw to its upper abdomen, and a yellow lower abdomen. Two protrusions adorned its head, while a yellow star-shaped mark marked its snout, showcasing its sharp teeth. 3 gill slits were present on either side of its neck. Its claws were white and single-toed, while its feet were 3-toed, with 2 white spikes on each arm and thigh. Garchomp's wings were situated on its forearms, resembling shark pectoral fins. When it curled its body and spread its wings, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a jet aircraft. Prepare for battle. Beta. Shiny Metagross versus Garchomp. Answer my bond. Illuminate the battlefield. Metagross Mega Evolves. Due to the overwhelming disparity in power, Dayu commanded Metagross to Mega Evolve immediately. Super Metagross. Use Iron Defense. Garchomp. Swords Dance. Dragon Claw. As Super Metagross shimmered with silvery light, Garchomp, having completed its enhancement, lunged at Super Metagross. With silver glints in his eyes, Dayu removed his glasses and summoned all his domain's power towards Super Metagross. Just then, Garchomp's attack struck, delivering a powerful blow to Super Metagross's head, sending it crashing against a nearby pillar, which shattered and collapsed atop it. Beta. A surge of psychic energy erupted, allowing Super Metagross to push aside the pillar and rise once more. Though disheveled, it sustained minimal injuries. What a resilient creature, Yu Huang sneered. Garchomp, Mega Evolve. The keystone on Yu Huang's ring glowed in resonance with Garchomp, enveloping it in a kaleidoscope of colors. Pokémon, Mega Garchomp. Type, Dragon Ground. Ability, Sand Force. Aptitude, Master. Level, Late Master. Mega Garchomp's physique grew more imposing, with its head and shoulders becoming leaner. The yellow skin on its lower abdomen extended upwards, forming a nearly inverted triangular protrusion. 5 pairs of white spikes sprouted from its sides, and red spikes emerged on its knees. Due to excess energy, Mega Garchomp's hands and wings melted, transforming into enormous scythe-like appendages. Garchomp Side Slash. Mega Garchomp swung its twin sides down heavily towards Super Metagross. Super Metagross, Ice Punch. Super Metagross attempted to block with Ice Punch, but to no avail. It was knocked to the ground, and the force of the attack sent Dayue flying, crashing into the pillar. With a muffled grunt, Dayue landed heavily on the ground. As he gazed at the fallen Super Metagross and himself, Yu Huang approached the stone, raising the verdant gemstone high. "O great sky dragon, your faithful follower calls upon you. Please descend." Yet, the stone remained unresponsive, and the gemstone echoed the silence. "This cannot be. I am of the meteor people. Why does it not work?" Yu Huang screamed frantically. "So you are the traitor among the meteor people?" Zvochi's weak voice echoed, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Kill him, Mega Garchomp." Just as Mega Garchomp prepared to strike Zvocchi, Dragonite, disregarding the Bloodwing Dragon's assault, rushed to Zvocchi's side at lightning speed. The sharp sides pierced Dragonite's body, its eyes glazing over as blood dripped steadily. "No!" Zvocchi's anguished scream shattered the air. As Mega Garchomp retracted its sides, Dragonite collapsed, having lost its last vestige of strength. Tears and blood flowed freely as Zvocchi crawled towards Dragonite. Having grown up alongside him, Dragonite had protected and cared for him, akin to family. An overwhelming tide of remorse and sorrow engulfed Zvocchi's heart. "Yu Huang, you will not succeed. Rayquaza will not heed the call of one like you." With great effort, Dayue staggered to his feet and slowly approached the suffering Zvocchi. Chapter 73, The Legendary Trio of Hoenn, Part 8. "If I cannot summon it, then you will. Otherwise, Hoenn will face annihilation," Yu Huang declared with a sinister grin. "Despicable." Dayue gritted his teeth. "Thank you for the compliment, Dayue. It seems you are not one of the meteor people, yet you have entered the sky pillar. It appears you are the one chosen by Rayquaza." As Yu Huang regarded Dayue's expression, a realization dawned upon him. He promptly extended the verdant gemstone towards Dayue. With a clenched jaw, Dayue accepted it, and upon grasping the gemstone, it radiated a brilliant light, intricate patterns emerging upon its surface. Simultaneously, the massive stone began to shed its outer layer, revealing a colossal, multicolored gem before all eyes. The resplendent gem illuminated the sky, dispersing the clouds that once loomed above. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as Rayquaza descended from the celestial realm, landing atop the multicolored gem. "Ha ha, I have succeeded," Yu Huang exclaimed with exhilaration at the sight of Rayquaza. However, in that moment, Dayue hurled the verdant gemstone towards Rayquaza with all his might. Rayquaza opened its maw and caught it effortlessly. Simultaneously, both its body and the multicolored gem began to glow, bathing everyone in a blinding radiance. Pokémon, Mega Rayquaza. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Delta Stream. Aptitude, Champion. Level, Early Champion. The Super Rayquaza's emerald skin glimmers brilliantly, reminiscent of a precious gem. Its forehead is adorned with intricate patterns, while its gums have transformed to a golden hue. A pair of formidable horns arches forward from its mouth, embellished with elegant golden streamers at the upper and lower tips, as well as its tail. The tendrils connected to the lower horns echo these designs, and the once circular patterns are now embedded with radiant golden jewels. As the dazzling light faded, the Super Rayquaza emerged before the onlookers, who were still awestruck by its draconic majesty, while it soared skyward towards the battleground of the primal Groudon and primal Kyogre. "Return," thundered the furious voice of the Emperor. "Let us settle this, Mega Metagross." "Beta," came the voice of Dayue. At that moment Mega Metagross rejoined him. Super Shark and Bloodwing Dragon simultaneously unleashed their destructive beams of light towards Dayue and his companion. With an indomitable will, Mega Metagross executed a Z move to barely shield against the onslaught of the two Pokémon. In the waters near Liushi, The clash between Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre raged on, with the city caught in the chaos. The remnants of shattered structures lay strewn about, as countless citizens huddled together, their faces etched with despair. The cries of the people and the lamentations of children filled the air. Just then, a striking green figure pierced the sky. Accompanied by a tremendous gust of wind, the sun was obscured and the rain clouds dispersed, causing the battling Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre to halt their conflict. "It's Rayquaza!" exclaimed Genji. "It's Rayquaza!" echoed Mura. "It's Rayquaza!" called out Huiwe. Countless voices joined in unison, rekindling hope within their hearts. The Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre simultaneously launched their attacks at the Super Rayquaza. Fiery blasts and icy beams hurtled toward it, but the Super Rayquaza evaded with astonishing speed, retaliating by unleashing a barrage of meteor showers that rained down upon the primal foes, causing them to recoil in pain. In that moment, the Super Rayquaza dove down with incredible velocity, executing its signature move, the Dragon Ascent. Its horn grazed the Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre, dislodging the crimson and indigo jewels embedded in their forms, returning them to their normal states. With a mighty roar, the Super Rayquaza signaled its dominance. As Groudon and Kyogre exchanged glances before retreating, while Rayquaza reverted from its mega form and soared into the cosmos. Upon witnessing Rayquaza's intervention, cheers erupted from the people and Pokémon alike. On the Sky Pillar, Dayue struggled to withstand the Emperor's relentless assaults. Since Mashadu had unleashed the 7-star Soul Steel leg, it had succumbed to slumber. None of his other Pokémon were capable of even reaching master level, and summoning them would only result in further casualties, leaving him to endure alongside Mega Metagross. Back to back, Dayue and Mega Metagross gasped for breath, with deep gashes etched into Mega Metagross's forelimbs. "Partner, it seems we are destined to perish here," Dayue remarked with a bitter smile. "Beta," Mega Metagross roared defiantly, vowing to protect him. "Dayue, I've had a change of heart. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall spare your life. We can reform the Meteor team, and I will appoint you as my second in command." The Emperor sneered, looking down upon Dayue. "Bah! I will never join you in your nefarious deeds." Dayue spat defiantly. "Ungrateful fool, then meet your demise." "Super Shark, cleave him," commanded the Emperor. As Super Shark swung down upon Dayue, Mega Metagross desperately shielded him, but was forced back, reverting from its Mega evolution, collapsing nearby, barely clinging to life. Dayue crawled to Mega Metagross's side, his eyes bloodshot, pouring his remaining sacred energy into his partner. Yet, the vitality within Mega Metagross waned, ultimately extinguishing. "Mega Metagross!" Dayue trembled, grasping its forelimb as tears streamed from his eyes, falling onto Mega Metagross. The Keystone and Steel Z were soaked in his sorrow. Memories of their time together flashed through Dayue's mind. How moving! "Super Shark, eliminate him!" The Emperor cackled, clapping his hands. With a chilling demeanor, he ordered Super Shark to finish Dayue. "Fight!" Super Shark lunged toward Dayue. Just then, a blinding light erupted from Mega Metagross, unleashing a torrent of terrifying steel energy that ravaged everything in its vicinity. Beta. Pokémon, Metagross, Shiny. Gender, none. Trainer, Dayue. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body, Light Metal. Potential, Champion. Level, Early Master. Held item, Steel Plate, Control, Metagross Mega Stone. Moves, Bullet Punch, Iron Head, Hammer Arm, Meteor Mash, Psychic, Iron Defense, Agility, Zen Headbutt, Comet Punch. Metal Claw, Magnet Rise, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Hyper Beam, Meteor Beam, Iron Tail, Wide Guard. On the display of Mega Metagross, the steel plate indicated mastery. Meanwhile, Dayue's Steel Z transformed, shifting from a diamond-shaped crystal to a shield-like form adorned with an X pattern. Chapter 74, Farewell, Amy. Mega Metagross, Dayue exclaimed, elated at the revival of his partner. Beta. Mega Metagross nodded at Dayue before crashing heavily to the ground, its formidable presence forcing Super Shark to retreat a few steps. Beta. Mega Metagross glanced back at Dayue, its gaze lingering on Dayue's Sering. It was then that Dayue noticed the transformed Steel Z and nodded at Mega Metagross. Mega Metagross, our strength is far beyond this. Let it feel the power of steel. Defense. Defense. An absolute defense. Let the mightiest shield pierce the heavens. Mega Metagross. Shield of the world. The aura around Mega Metagross surged as myriad steel energies converged, slowly coalescing in the sky into a colossal shield gleaming with metallic luster. Go, commanded Dayue. Beta. The giant shield hurtled towards Super Shark and Bloodwing Dragon. Dodge. The Emperor cried out, but for some inexplicable reason, Super Shark and Bloodwing Dragon stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. The shield descended, crushing them mercilessly, while a powerful gust hurled the Emperor from the pinnacle. As the Emperor plummeted, a Deoxys grasped him, whisking him away at great speed. "Dayue, I shall return," echoed the Emperor's voice from afar, as Dayue exhaled heavily, collapsing to the ground. Ultimately, Mega Metagross utilized its psychic abilities to transport Dayue and the severely injured Hikari away from the Sky Pillar. Outside the Sky Pillar, Daku and the others rushed to Dayue and Hikari's side. Upon their arrival, Dayue finally closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed before Dayue opened his eyes again. "Brother, you're finally awake," Daku exclaimed with excitement. "Where am I?" Dayue surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. "Brother, you're in the hospital in Liushi. You've been unconscious for 2 days," Daku informed him, handing Dayue a glass of water. Dayue took the cup and sipped, then turned to see Hikari, who was wrapped in bandages. "How is Hikari?" "He's quite injured, but most wounds are superficial, though his right arm is severely damaged," Daku replied. Daigo recounted the recent events to Deo. "Deo, are you alright?" Haniwe hurriedly rushed into the hospital room. Observing Haniwe, who was panting from her sprint, Deo chuckled softly and replied, "I am mostly fine. I just need to lie down for a couple of days." Mura also arrived, pushing the injured Genji. "Genji, how did you end up like this?" Genji offered a wry smile as he recounted his battle with the malevolent spirits. "Now, the 3 fiends are dead, and the remaining one has been captured, but Yu Huang has escaped. Nevertheless, the various regional alliances have issued warrants, and I trust we will be notified as soon as there is news." This time, the alliance suffered significant losses. Carter and Leijua perished, compounded by Yu Huang's betrayal. "The champions and kings now consist solely of myself and Genji." Mura informed Deo about the alliance's circumstances. "The alliance hopes you will ascend to king." He then revealed the purpose of their visit, for Deo's victory over Yu Huang was well known. "As for being a king, I aspire to be a champion. Once I have assembled my team, I will proudly embark on the path to victory." Deo declined the offer to become king at this time. Yet Mura did not appear disheartened. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two departed. Amy burst into the hospital room, accompanied by a brand new Pokémon. Happiness. The Pokémon, Chansey, bore a large, egg-shaped body, with its upper half in pink and the lower half in white, topped with a tuft of curly hair. It sported white wings on its shoulders, and a white pattern encircled its body, with a pocket containing an egg on its belly. Chansey was exclusively female, lacking a corresponding male counterpart. Your Happiny has evolved. Indeed, she has transformed into Chansey. That day, during the battle between Groudon and Kyogre, many injured Pokémon were sent to the Pokémon Center. Happiny used Heal Bell. The melodious chimes brought comfort and tranquility to the wounded Pokémon. Amy proceeded to administer healing sprays to the injured creatures. Chansey used Heal Pulse. Chansey released a pink wave towards the severely injured Pokémon, alleviating their suffering. Thus, Amy and Chansey navigated through the throng of injured Pokémon, yet more continued to arrive. Eventually, Chansey became exhausted, and Amy hastily paused her work, rushing to Chansey's side with concern. "Chansey, are you alright? It's my fault for not noticing your condition. Please rest, I can handle things here." Chansey shook its head, struggling to remain upright, but due to the frequent use of healing abilities, its energy had nearly depleted, and it collapsed again. "Chansey!" Amy exclaimed in alarm. Just then, a light of evolution enveloped Chansey, and soon, Happiny appeared before Amy. "Chansey, you've evolved, how wonderful." Amy joyfully embraced Chansey. Thus, she informed Deo and the others of Chansey's evolution. "You are remarkable, Chansey." Deo smiled as he gently patted Chansey's head. "Chansey." Chansey smiled back at Deo. "By the way, Deo, I have come to say goodbye. The best medical school in the Alliance has extended an invitation to me, and I may not be able to travel with you anymore. I'm sorry." As she spoke, Amy's mood began to sink. "Silly girl, there is no need for apologies. How wonderful it is that you can attend the best medical school. We are all proud of you. This way, you can acquire more knowledge and ultimately fulfill your dream of becoming an outstanding Pokémon doctor." Deo gently reassured her. He then retrieved a box from his pocket. "I had intended to give this to you after the Alliance competition, but it seems I must present it to you now." He handed the box to Amy, who opened it to find a keystone and a megastone inside. "This is the megastone for Gardevoir. I hope it will assist you in the future," Deo smiled. "Thank you, Deo." Amy leaped into Deo's embrace, beginning to sob. Deo gently stroked her pink hair. Finally, Amy bid farewell to everyone and departed the hospital, embarking on her medical journey. After spending 2 days in the hospital, Deo also left. While Hikashi was cared for by the Alliance staff, Haniwe remained in Lioli City to challenge the gym. Deo and Daigo set off towards Kaiju City. Chapter 75, Encountering Shindai. On this day, the two brothers, Deo and Daigo, arrived at a camping site. A middle-aged man emerged from a tent. Shindai? Upon seeing the man's figure, Deo instinctively called out. The man looked up, gazing curiously at the two brothers. Do you know me? Deo realized he had misspoken, and thus explained, Hello, I am Deo. I have heard Dr. Dolan mention you. Deo had to fabricate a story, for Dr. Dolan would not have spoken of Shindai. Presently, Shindai was merely an ordinary archaeologist. Although he would later become a pioneering leader in the Kanto region, dubbed the Pharaoh of the Pyramid, and achieve considerable standing in both the archaeological and adventure circles. At this moment, Shindai could only be regarded as a relatively formidable passerby. Dr. Dolan mentioned me. Shindai's eyes lit up with excitement as he shook Deo's hand vigorously. At that moment, a young man stepped out and saw Shindai holding Deo. Upon recognizing Deo's face, his eyes brightened, and he quickly approached, respectfully stating, Are you Dr. Deo? Deo found the newcomer somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place where he had seen him before. I am. May I ask who you are? I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Kwangmu, a student of Professor Okido. Upon hearing Kwangmu's introduction, Deo remembered him as the future professor of the Chengdu region. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard of your name. Discovering Pikachu's pre-evolution, Piku, is quite remarkable. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Hearing Deo acknowledge him, Kwangmu was quite pleased. Who is this? Shindai inquired curiously. This is Dr. Deo, the youngest doctor in the history of the Alliance, as well as the discoverer of Mega Evolution and the Fairy type. Kwangmu introduced Deo with great reverence. How impressive. So you are the discoverer of the Fairy type and Mega Stones, Dr. Deo. Shindai expressed his astonishment. You flatter me, Deo replied with a smile. By the way, Dr. Deo, what research topic are you currently pursuing? Kwangmu asked. Shindai and Daigo perked up their ears, eager to learn about Deo's recent research. I am currently studying the resurrection of Pokémon fossils, reviving those fossilized Pokémon, Deo stated calmly. However, the other three were taken aback. The thought of resurrecting ancient Pokémon was beyond their wildest imaginations. I am attempting to extract and recombine the genes within the fossils to resurrect the Pokémon. Deo elaborated. Following this, Deo and Kwangmu engaged in a discussion on academic matters, leaving Daigo and Shindai feeling somewhat lost. From their conversation, Deo learned that Kwangmu's research focused on Pokémon breeding and eggs, realizing that Kwangmu had attained the title of doctor due to his discovery of egg groups. Egg groups were introduced in the second generation and, similar to types, a Pokémon could belong to one or two egg groups, classified by biological characteristics. 1. Monster, resembling monsters or exhibiting a wild nature. 2. Water 1, capable of amphibious or multi-environmental existence. 3. Bug, resembling insects in appearance. 4. Flying, creatures resembling birds, bats, and other flying organisms. 5. Land, the largest egg group, encompassing Pokémon that predominantly inhabit terrestrial environments. 6. Fairy, typically small or endearingly cute in appearance. 7. Plant, resembling flora in their outward characteristics. 8. Humanoid, bipedal in locomotion. 9. Water 3, aquatic invertebrates. 10. Mineral, crystalline or silicon-based entities. 11. Amorphous, lacking a definitive form. 12. Water 2, vertebrates akin to fish. 13. Ditto, as its name implies, Ditto is the sole Pokémon in this category that can breed with any Pokémon, excluding those in the undiscovered category and Ditto's own group, disregarding gender. 14. Dragon, creatures that bear a resemblance to dragons. 15. Undiscovered, incapable of breeding with any Pokémon. In total, there are 15 distinct egg groups. Just as the two individuals were engrossed in their fervent discussion, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. A piercing avian cry echoed, prompting the crowd to look up and behold a Zapdos soaring through the heavens. Pokémon, Zapdos. Type, electric flying. Ability, pressure. Qualification, half master. Level, late champion. To think it's Zapdos, exclaimed Akamatsu in astonishment. I shall capture it, declared Kamishiro, brimming with excitement. Deju was about to intervene, aware of the formidable level of Zapdos, but Kamishiro had already thrown forth 2 Pokeballs. I beseech you, Articuno and Moltres. Pokémon, Articuno. Type, ice flying. Ability, pressure. Qualification, half master. Level, peak champion. Articuno is a majestic avian Pokémon adorned with splendid blue plumage, said to be formed of ice. Its head is crowned with 3 deep blue, diamond-shaped feathers, and its eyes gleam of vibrant red. Its beak is short and gray, matching the color of its long, slender legs. Articuno boasts a lengthy, flag-like tail that exceeds its body length, fluttering gracefully as it takes flight. Pokémon, Moltres. Type, Fire Flying. Ability, Pressure. Qualification, Half-Master. Level, Mid-Champion. Moltres is a bird-like Pokémon cloaked in brilliant red feathers. Its beak is straight and pointed, resembling a shade of brown skin. It features a long, sleek crown and a tail that undulates like flames, both composed of fire. Its wings are similarly adorned with fiery feathers. Upon witnessing Articuno and Moltres, Daiju was momentarily awestruck. In his previous life within the game, Kamishiro indeed possessed the 3 legendary birds, yet he never anticipated that he would now command 2 of them. Observing the current situation, it appeared he was on the verge of uniting them all. As Articuno and Moltres appeared, Zapdos emitted a sharp cry, glaring fiercely at the 2 Pokémon. The 3 minions of Lugia were notorious for their ferocity, as demonstrated in the movie Lugia's Explosive Birth, where they sought to usurp Lugia's position. Articuno, Blizzard. Moltres, Firestorm. The combined skills of the 2 Pokémon unleashed a reinforced blizzard directly towards Zapdos. Zapdos retaliated with an electric move, yet found itself at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by a 2-on-1 confrontation. After a single exchange, Zapdos contemplated fleeing and unleashed a thunderbolt towards the weaker Moltres, who adeptly evaded the attack. In that moment, Zapdos accelerated with all its might, aiming for the opening created by Moltres' sidestep. Just as Zapdos attempted to make its escape, a freezing beam struck its wing, causing it to freeze instantly and plummet from the sky, crashing into a row of trees. Go Pokeball! Kamishiro hurled a ball at Zapdos, but it was deflected. Just as Zapdos attempted to rise, Moltres unleashed a fiery blast directly at its face. Enraged by the opportunity lost, Moltres unleashed a relentless barrage of fire attacks upon Zapdos, ultimately rendering it incapable of further combat. At last, Kamishiro successfully captured Zapdos. That evening, Daiju and Daigo camped overnight, and the following day, they resumed their journey towards Sayu City. Chapter 76, The Water-Type Fighting Tournament. On this day, the 2 brothers, Daiju and Daigo, arrived at a small town near Sayu City, where the triennial Water-Type Pokémon Fighting Tournament was in full swing. The tournament takes place in water, and thus all participating Pokémon are of the Water type. These Pokémon are prohibited from using moves and must rely solely on physical combat, with victory achieved by throwing the opponent ashore. Naturally, Daiju chose to participate, as his Swampert was on the brink of ascending to champion status, an excellent opportunity indeed. Hello, I would like to register for the Water-type fighting tournament, Daiju announced as he approached the registration desk with Daigo. Certainly, please fill out your identification information and the Pokémon you intend to battle with, the staff member replied, handing Daiju a form. Daiju promptly filled it out and returned it to the staff. Once confirmed, the staff directed him to the waiting area. Soon, the tournament commenced, and fortune smiled upon Daiju as he was the first to enter the arena. The battle took place in a large pool, with underwater cameras set up and the aquatic conditions displayed on a large screen. Now, let us commence the first match of the Water-type fighting tournament. Please welcome the competitors, the announcer proclaimed with fervor. Daiju's opponent was a wrinkled, older gentleman. Go Tentacruel. Pokémon, Tentacruel. Type, Water Poison. Ability, Clear Body. Qualification, Elite. Level, Mid-Elite. Tentacruel's head is blue, adorned with 2 large and 1 small red, gem-like structures. Its eyes are located on the lower black portion, and it has developed blue appendages resembling pincers. Typically, it possesses around 80 poisonous tentacles, though their number diminishes with age. The old man was the first to send forth his Pokémon, a Tentacruel. Swampert, go. Let us do this. Swampert plunged into the pool, gazing intently at Tentacruel from a distance. As the referee's whistle blew, both Pokémon submerged into the water. Tentacruel, bind him. Tentacruel extended its tentacles, ensnaring Swampert's limbs and tightening its grip around Swampert's neck. Swampert broke free, seizing Tentacruel's tentacles and flinging it out of the water. In an explosive display of strength, Swampert's muscles bulged, releasing a torrent of power that tore Tentacruel's tentacles apart, before firmly grasping 4 of its appendages. Not good. Tentacruel, break free. The old man called anxiously from beneath the water. Yet it was to no avail. Swampert's formidable strength propelled Tentacruel out of the water, landing at a staggering 10 meters away from the competition area. The referee blew the whistle, declaring Daiju the victor. The old man shook his head in resignation and turned to retrieve his Tentacruel. Soon, round after round of matches commenced and concluded swiftly. Swampert's terrifying power proved unmatched, as any opponent caught in its grasp was inevitably tossed from the water. Before long, the tournament reached the semifinals, where Daiju faced a girl clad in a martial arts uniform. She sported a high ponytail and cast a piercing glare at Daju. As the referee's whistle sounded, the girl swiftly threw a Pokeball into the arena. I entrust you, Masquerain. Pokémon, Masquerain. Type, Water Bug. Ability, Swift Swim. Qualification, Gym. Level, Early Gym. Masquerain's body is adorned in a striking blue hue. It possesses robust arms with 3-fingered appendages, seemingly donning white gloves, while its feet are devoid of toes. Its eyes protrude prominently from its head, often half open and half closed. The white expanse of its belly is adorned with swirling black patterns. Its body fat percentage is virtually zero. Upon witnessing the emergence of the mosquito swimmer, Dayue promptly dispatched his Swampert. The two Pokémon submerged directly into the water, with Swampert opting for a preemptive strike. Lunging towards the mosquito swimmer, the mosquito swimmer swiftly evaded and sought an opportunity to counterattack. With remarkable swimming prowess, the mosquito swimmer deftly dodged Swampert's attempts to seize it, and seizing the moment, delivered 2 punches that left Swampert rather vexed. Maintaining composure, Swampert resolved not to be swayed by emotion. It attuned itself to the nuances of the water flow, preparing for a decisive blow. Responding to Dayue's command, Swampert ceased its aggressive actions. Closing its eyes, it sank quietly to the bottom, sensing the shifting currents. Meanwhile, the mosquito swimmer circled around Swampert, plotting a surprise assault. Just then, Swampert suddenly opened its eyes and reached out towards the mosquito swimmer. The mosquito swimmer skillfully dodged, but Swampert's other hand grasped its leg. Alarmed, the mosquito swimmer struggled to break free. At that moment, it was too late. Swampert swung it forcefully, creating a whirlpool beneath the water. The mosquito swimmer was spun into a daze before being hurled out of the water, landing on solid ground. Dayue emerged victorious. Following the referee's announcement, Dayue secured a ticket to the finals, where he would face a bespectacled opponent, dressed in a tech-savvy manner, clutching a laptop. The grand finale of the water-type fighting tournament was about to commence. Go, Empoleon. Pokémon, Empoleon. Type, Water Steel. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Late Gym Stage. Empoleon's skin is black, adorned with blue patterns. Its most striking feature is the 3 crown-like horns extending from its beak. As Empoleon made its entrance, Dayue naturally sent out Swampert. Meanwhile, the bespectacled opponent sat cross-legged, furiously typing on his laptop. With the referee's whistle, both Pokémon plunged into the depths. Empoleon chose to spiral downwards, resembling a drill, while Swampert had only submerged halfway when Empoleon reached the bottom. From a 45-degree angle to the upper left, Empoleon launched its attack, targeting the precise location where Swampert was about to descend. Swampert raised its arms to block the assault. 30 degrees to the lower left. Empoleon swiftly adapted, striking towards Swampert, this time successfully landing a hit. Swampert seized Empoleon, determined not to let it escape. With an environmentally conscious stance, Swampert advanced towards Empoleon. Empoleon lowered its head, preparing for an attack from 70 degrees to the upper right. Empoleon ducked just in time to evade Swampert's assault, but as it prepared to strike, Swampert executed a swift turn, its tail slapping Empoleon square in the face. The blow left Empoleon dazed, allowing Swampert to grasp it and throw it aside. I declare Dayue the victor of this water-type fighting tournament. He shall receive a unique fruit and an ancient scroll. The host presented the prizes to Dayue, who graciously accepted them. Meanwhile, Swampert successfully ascended to the elite level. Chapter 77, The Intercepting Trainer. One day, Dayue and Daigo arrived at a flower field, the passage to the venue of the Alliance tournament in Caillou City. In a corner unnoticed by the two, a figure observed them intently. Brother, are we about to reach Caillou City? Daigo pointed ahead. Indeed, right beyond the flower field lies Caillou City, Dayue replied, adjusting his glasses while glancing at the ancient scroll he had won in the water-type fighting tournament. At that moment, a man emerged from the flower field, dirty and disheveled. Help me. He extended his hand towards Dayue and Daigo, only for it to fall limply as he fainted. Daigo hurried to check on the man's condition and turned to Dayue. Brother, this fellow seems to be exhausted. Dayue regarded the man with a faint glance, surveying the surroundings, a sense of suspicion filling his mind. Daigo poured water from his bottle into the man's mouth, as he was accustomed to being the pampered son. Forcefully opening the man's mouth to pour the water in, the man suddenly opened his eyes wide, turning his head to expel the water, followed by a fit of frantic coughing. After a considerable time, the man ceased coughing, resting his hand on his chest to regain composure, glaring at Daigo in indignation. Are you trying to drown me? Daigo scratched his head in embarrassment and inquired, what are you doing out here? Did you encounter any trouble? I got lost, and my food ran out. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Are you heading to the Caillou tournament? The man recounted his ordeal, quickly shifting the conversation to the tournament. Yes, my brother has already obtained 8 badges, Daigo replied proudly. Impressive. The man's expression lit up with admiration. Just as Daigo basked in his moment of pride, the man flashed a strange smile, quickly retracting it before Daigo noticed, yet Daigo perceived it distinctly. After some conversation, Daigo and Daigo learned that the man's name was Amo and that he too was a trainer. As night fell, Daigo decided to camp overnight and continue to Caillou City in the morning. The three gathered around the campfire for dinner when Amo suddenly spoke up. Daigo, may I see your badges? Amo gazed at Daigo with eager anticipation. Hearing this, Daigo smiled faintly, sensing a twist in the tale. Sure. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a badge case filled with 8 neatly arranged badges. Handing the case to Amo, Daigo watched as Amo excitedly inspected each badge, his eyes brimming with longing. After a considerable examination, Amo returned the badge case to Daigo, who once again stowed it away. After chatting for a while longer, they settled down for the night. And soon, the sounds of snoring filled the air. Once Daigo and Daigo were confirmed to be asleep, Amo quietly rose, stealthily approaching Daigo. His hand stealthily reached for Daigo's clothing pocket, just as a powerful hand seized his own. What do you think you're doing? Daigo's voice rang out. Startled, Amo hurriedly pulled away and retreated. Daigo rose, disdain evident on his face. A petty clown who can't even make it onto the stage. The commotion roused Daigo, who rubbed his eyes in confusion. What are you two doing awake at this hour? Since you've caught me, I won't pretend anymore. Hand over the badges. With his scheme exposed, Amo no longer concealed his intentions, extending his hand towards Daigo for the badges. Upon hearing this, Daigo became alert, anger flaring in his eyes. You scoundrel! We helped you out of kindness, and you're attempting to steal my brother's badges? Daigo pulled Daigo back. This guy's initial goal was my badges, which is why he pretended to be a lost trainer to deceive us. I didn't deceive you. I truly am a lost trainer. However, with the Caillou tournament approaching, I have no means to obtain badges, so I had no choice but to resort to stealing yours. Come forth, Golem and Infernape. Amo produced his Pokeballs, releasing 2 Pokémon. Pokémon, Golem. Type, Rock Ground. Ability, Sturdy. Qualification, Elite. Level, Late Elite Stage. Golem's form resembled a large sphere covered in rock. The head of the Onix protrudes prominently from the center of its body, with each hand adorned with 3 fingers and each foot with 5, 4 in front and 1 at the back, each equipped with sharp claws. Unlike its pre-evolution, the Onix now possesses striking orange eyes, and its face bears a closer resemblance to that of a turtle, complete with 2 prominent teeth in its lower jaw. In contrast to running on its feet, the Onix typically retracts its head and limbs into its body when it moves swiftly, rolling like a ball. Pokémon, Infernape. Type, Fighting. Ability, Blaze. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Late Elite. The spherical body of Infernape is covered in pale yellow fur. The hair on its limbs has vanished, replaced by black rings, its hands transformed into the appearance of boxing gloves, while its feet resemble human soles, albeit with only 2 toes. Its tail has disappeared, its eyes reduced to mere slits, and a prominent, furious blue vein runs across its forehead. Both Infernape and Onix appeared before Daigo and his companion. After glancing at the data of these 2 Pokémon, it became evident that he had little hope of collecting all 8 badges, let alone engage in a robbery. Tyranitar. Go. Daigo decisively sent out his desert tyrant, Tyranitar. Tyranitar. As Tyranitar emerged, a terrifying sandstorm swept forth, engulfing Onix and Infernape. Infernape, use Flare Blitz. Onix roll. Infernape launched its fist towards Tyranitar, while Onix curled into a ball and barreled toward the same target. Tyranitar used Stone Edge to finish the battle. With a fierce roar, Tyranitar summoned a dreadful surge of rock-type energy from the ground, forming a barrage of spikes that struck Infernape and Onix, sending them crashing down, their eyes spiraling in defeat. AMU stared blankly at his 2 incapacitated Pokémon, sinking heavily to the ground. How could this happen? Tyranitar approached and effortlessly lifted him, roaring in fury, its sharp teeth glinting ominously in the moonlight, causing AMU to faint in terror. Daigo stepped forward and bound him tightly. The following morning, they set off towards Caillou City. By midday, Daigo and his party finally arrived at Caillou City, where Daigo entrusted AMU to Officer Jenny at the police station and recounted the events before departing with his brother, Dawu, towards the Pokémon Center. Chapter 78, The Opening of the Caillou Conference. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center in Caillou City to register for the competition, Daigo approached Nurse Joy, presenting his Pokédex and badge case. Hello, Nurse Joy. Could you please assist me with my registration? Nurse Joy accepted the items and began verifying the information on the computer. You are Daigo from Canas City, correct? Yes, Dayua nodded. Your registration is complete. Please proceed to the contestant village and await further instructions. Nurse Joy returned the badge case and Pokédex to Dayua. Thank you very much. After expressing his gratitude, Dayua led Dowu to the contestant village. Dayua. As soon as they entered the village, a voice called out to him. Turning around, Dayua spotted Furong and Aku waving at him. Furong, Aku, you've arrived. Dayua smiled as he walked towards them. By the way, where's Amy? Furong, noticing Amy's absence, inquired curiously. Amy went to study at the Pokémon Medical Academy, so she couldn't make it. This is my younger brother, Dowu. Dayua explained to Furong, subsequently introducing Dowu to them. Hello, I am Dowu. Dowu greeted them with a graceful demeanor. Furong's eyes lit up as she noticed Dowu. Dayua, your brother is quite handsome, she exclaimed, reaching out to ruffle Dawu's hair. Only for him to hastily retreat behind Dayua. He.s. rather shy, Furong giggled. By the way, isn't Bonnie with you? Dayua shook his head in resignation and asked about Bonnie's whereabouts. It seems Bonnie has encountered a suitor. Just as Furong was about to elaborate, a voice rang out nearby. Bonnie, wait for me. Huayu was seen trotting eagerly after Bonnie, who marched ahead with her arms crossed, exuding an air of indifference. What are you two up to? Dayua waved at them. Dayua, seeing him, Huayu abandoned her pursuit of Bonnie and ran over to Dayua. Bonnie, noticing Dayua as well, approached him. Dayua, you're so slow. I've been here for 2 days already. Look, I've obtained the water drop badge. With that, Huayu produced the badge to show Dayua. You're really quite slow, Dayua, Bonnie added coolly as she joined them. I ran into some issues along the way. Dayua replied with a smile. Mr. Dayua, you're here too. Dayua turned to see Qianli and Mizuko approaching. It's Mr. Qianli and Miss Mizuko, long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while. I've been looking forward to a showdown with you, Qianli said with a smile, shaking Dayua's hand. The group quickly fell into cheerful conversation. Are there any formidable opponents in this competition aside from us? Dayua inquired. Yes. There are 2 in total, an elderly man dressed like an adventurer and a kind-eyed lady adorned with bone jewelry, Huayu casually replied. You must be referring to Mr. Shindai and Miss Doricina, Mizuko added with a smile. Upon hearing Doricina's name, Dayua paused momentarily, recalling that she was likely the dragon-type Elite Four from the future Kalos region. A renowned duchess. Huayu nodded in affirmation. I didn't expect Mr. Shindai to participate in the Caillou conference as well. Dayua expressed his astonishment. What? Dayua, do you know Mr. Shindai? Qianli asked. Indeed, Mr. Shindai is an exceptionally skilled trainer, possessing legendary Pokémon such as Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. His strength is formidable. As for Doricina, like Jimi, she hails from the Kalos region and specializes in dragon-type Pokémon. Dayua shared what he knew with the group. The others displayed expressions of concern. To think there is someone with legendary Pokémon. This is quite troublesome, Furong spoke first. I really hope we don't encounter Mr. Shindai, Aku added, raising his hands in resignation. Dayua acknowledged Shindai's prowess, but if the opponent were Doricina, the situation would be uncertain. Doricina undoubtedly possessed the strength to be an Elite Four member, and this Caillou conference might very well be her final league competition before achieving that status. As the group engaged in lively conversation, a kind-eyed lady adorned with bone jewelry approached. Are you discussing me? Doricina appeared beside Dayua and his friends. Hello, Miss Doricina. Dayua greeted her with a smile. Mr. Dayua, I have long admired your reputation. I hope to have the opportunity to compete against you in this conference. With that, Doricina turned and walked away, not engaging with the others. It will certainly happen, Dayua remarked to her departing figure. Hearing his words, a smile graced Doricina's face. I can't believe this lady just ignored me. Huayu fumed as she watched Doricina leave. After chatting for a while longer, the group headed to the cafeteria, where the food prepared for the contestants was abundant and varied. Big brother, that looks like Mr. Shindai. Dawu pointed to a figure dining not far away. Indeed. Let us go say hello, Dayua replied as he walked toward Shindai's table. Mr. Shindai, you two are participating in the Caillou conference. Upon seeing Dayua approach, Shindai promptly stood, smiling as he greeted him. It turns out to be Dr. Dayua. I hadn't anticipated seeing you again so soon. Did I not mention it during our last encounter? It seems I failed to do so. Shindai bashfully scratched his head. After exchanging a few casual words, Dayua departed to find Huayu and the others. Following their meal, the group returned to their accommodations in the contestants' village. Standing before the expansive glass window, Dayua gazed at the moonlit sky. Brother, why are you still awake? Aren't we to compete tomorrow? I understand. With that, Dayua fell into a deep slumber until dawn. After enjoying breakfast, he made his way to the venue. The Fanyuan Alliance's colorful festival is about to commence. Let the sacred flame ignite, the host proclaimed passionately. Suddenly, a torchbearer charged in, carrying the flame of the Phoenix King, and ignited the sacred fire at the center of the venue. The colorful festival now begins. A fervent cheer erupted from the audience. The crowd roared with excitement. The contestants were electrified, and countless viewers watching the live stream were equally enraptured. In the president's office atop the Hoenn Corporation skyscraper, Zvocchi was intently watching the television. At the Eisen Research Institute in Weiji Town, Dr. Eisen and researcher Oda were closely monitoring their computer screens, which displayed the opening ceremony of the colorful festival. In a vacant classroom at the Pokémon Medical Academy, Amy was also watching the television. Far away in Kalos, at a tastefully decorated restaurant, Jimmy was likewise engrossed in the broadcast. Chapter 79, Preliminary Round, Part 1. Meanwhile, the draw on the large screen commenced, and unsurprisingly, Daewoo was slated for the first match. Facing a young girl adorned with a beret, others did not encounter familiar faces, but Aku found himself up against Dora Serena, a match that would serve as the climactic showdown. The preliminary rounds of the colorful festival were conducted in a doubles battle format. Now, the first round of the preliminaries begins, contestant Daewoo versus contestant Xiaobai, each employing 2 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's 2 Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle, and neither side may switch Pokémon during the contest. The battle commences, with Xiaobai attacking first. I entrust you, Poison Rose and Beautifly. Pokémon, Poison Rose. Type, Grass Poison. Ability, Natural Recovery. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Elite Late Stage. Poison Rose is petite, adorned with 3 thorns atop its head, its body a light green, draped in leafy garb resembling a dress, with a yellow accent on the leaves at its chest. Its eyes are typically closed, framed by long eyelashes, with a blue rose in its left hand and a red rose in its right. Male Poison Roses sport a shorter leafy skirt. Pokémon, Beautifly. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Chlorophyll. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Gym Early Stage. Beautifly's body is green, with round blue eyes and red markings on its cheeks. It boasts 2 vivid red flowers atop its head, accompanied by skirt-like green and yellow leaves, which serve as a substitute for its legs. Minus, Blaziken, step forth to battle. Me, Chamo. Minus and Blaziken versus Poison Rose and Beautifly. Poison Rose unleashes a flurry of petals, while Beautifly summons sunny weather. Beautifly initiates the weather change, as Poison Rose sends forth a storm of petals towards Minus and Blaziken. Blaziken retaliates with a fiery vortex, while Minus executes a widespread attack. Blaziken spews circles of flames, incinerating the falling petals of Poison Rose into ash. Minus charges forward, channeling immense dragon energy through its tail towards Beautifly. Beautifly Solar Beam. A potent grass energy rapidly coalesces, shooting forth at the oncoming Minus. Minus, use Mystical Guard. A radiant white light envelopes Minus, who curls its body to evade the solar beam, which transforms into a pillar. This peculiar battle style leaves Xiaobai astounded. Ultimately, Minus dodges the solar beam, delivering a powerful strike to Beautifly's face with its tail. Poison Rose, Petal Dance. Beautifly use Moonlight. A blizzard of petals swept across the arena, forcing Minus to retreat, while Beautifly seized the opportunity to recover from its injuries. Answer my bond. Shine forth, Blaziken Mega Evolve. With the dazzling light of the Keystone and Blaziken's Mega Stone, Super Blaziken materialized in the battlefield. The audience erupted into even greater applause. Super Blaziken, Explosive Flames. A searing inferno engulfed the entire battle arena, incinerating countless petals, while Beautifly and Poison Rose were consumed by the flames. After a prolonged moment, as the fire subsided, Beautifly and Poison Rose lay on the ground, charred and unable to continue. Beautifly and Poison Rose are unable to battle. Thus, the victor is contestant Daewoo. The referee announced the result, and the crowd erupted in jubilation. Daewoo lived up to expectations, claiming victory, followed closely by Shindai, Huaiwe, Furong, Bonnie, and Shinli, all of whom also triumphed. At last, the final match of the first round of preliminaries arrived. Aku versus Dora Serena. The first round of preliminaries now commences, with contestant Aku facing contestant Dora Serena, each using 2 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's 2 Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle, and neither side may switch Pokémon during the contest. The battle begins, with Dora Serena attacking first. Hello. I am delighted to face such an opponent. This will surely cultivate our Pokémon even better. Go forth, Red-Faced Dragon and Poison Algae Dragon. Dora Serena squinted her eyes, wearing her ever-gentle smile. Pokémon, Red-Faced Dragon. Type, Dragon. Ability, Rough Skin. Qualification, Champion. Level, Peak Semi-Champion. Red-faced dragon stands in a bipedal stance, its body adorned with numerous diamond-like structures and sharp protrusions, complete with 2 wings. Its head is crimson, with skin harder than rock. Its abdomen exhibits segmented structures, and its arms are relatively elongated. Pokémon, Poison Algae Dragon. Type, Poison Dragon. Ability, Poison Touch. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Champion. Poison Algae Dragon possesses purple skin, surrounded by a ring of dried seaweed, resembling a seahorse. A red cross-shaped leaf structure adorns its head, extending 2 horn-like tendrils of dried seaweed. 2 more tendrils resembling antennae extend from the back of its head, while leaf-like appendages extend from either side of its body. Please be gentle with me, Miss Doricina. Go forth, Lucario Master Weasel. Pokémon, Master Weasel. Type, Fighting. Ability, Inner Focus. Qualification, Elite. Level, Late Gym. Red-faced Dragon and Poison Algae Dragon versus Lucario and Master Weasel. Aku pressed the keystone affixed to his wrist. Answer my heart's call. Evolution Keystone. Surpass all, Lucario Mega Evolve. Lu. As a cascade of vibrant colors illuminated the arena, Lucario's form grew taller. Pokémon, Super Lucario. Type, Fighting Steel. Ability, Adaptability. Qualification, Champion. Level, Mid-Semi-Elite. Super Lucario's surface bore more black stripes, its mane thickened, its skin darkened, and its feet turned red. The creamy fur on its body lengthened, and its thighs grew slender. More spikes emerged on its knuckles and soles. Red-faced Dragon, Dragon Scale. Poison Algae Dragon, Poison Tail. The red-faced dragon unleashed a barrage of scales towards Super Lucario and Master Weasel, followed closely by Poison Algae Dragon, whose tail emitted a purple glow. Master Weasel jumped to evade, while Super Lucario remained focused. Master Weasel leapt gracefully, successfully dodging the scale barrage. However, Poison Algae Dragon suddenly sprang up, delivering a powerful tail strike to Master Weasel, who was sent crashing to the ground, enveloped in purple light, succumbing to poison. Super Lucario adeptly sidestepped the scale attack with ease. Master Weasel retaliated. Super Lucario, Aura Sphere. Master Itachi exerted himself to rise, delivering a powerful punch against the toxic leech dragon, followed closely by the Aura Sphere unleashed by Mega Lucario, striking the toxic leech dragon. Simultaneously, the poisoning effect activated, causing Master Itachi to kneel on the ground. Crimson-faced Dragon, Meteor Shower. The draconic energy ravaged the battlefield, as Mega Lucario deftly evaded the barrage of meteors, while Master Itachi was far less fortunate, being engulfed by the celestial onslaught. As the dust settled, Master Itachi lay defeated on the ground. Aku is in grave danger, Furong remarked gravely, gazing at the fallen Master Itachi. We must have faith in Aku. He will not succumb so easily, Bonnie encouraged, clenching her fists. Aku has lost, and Doricina is still warming up, Diyu suddenly interjected. Indeed. Doricina has yet to take things seriously, Shindai concurred. Hearing Shindai's agreement with Diyu, a somber expression fell over the group. On the battlefield, Mega Lucario found itself besieged by both the toxic leech dragon and the crimson-faced dragon. Swords Dance, Meteor Mash. After enhancing its abilities, Mega Lucario charged toward the toxic leech dragon, immune to its poison-type attacks. The toxic leech dragon retaliated with Water Tail, while the crimson-faced dragon slashed with its claws. Despite Mega Lucario's enhancements, it was pushed back by the toxic leech dragon, and as it exposed its flank, it was struck heavily by the crimson-faced dragon, crashing to the ground. Mega Lucario, do not concede. Use reversal. Mega Lucario mounted a final counterattack, springing to its feet as an overwhelming fighting power coalesced in its fists, aimed at both the toxic leech dragon and the crimson-faced dragon. Dragon Pulse. Both opponents unleashed their dragon pulses simultaneously, submerging Mega Lucario in a tempest of purple draconic energy. As the energy wave dissipated, Mega Lucario reverted from its mega form, rendered unable to continue fighting. Lucario. Master Itachi has lost his fighting capability. Competitor Doricina is victorious. Did we really lose? Aku stood frozen in place, while Furong and Bonnie rushed over to lead him away. Outside the arena, Aku could no longer hold back his tears. Why has everyone tried so hard, yet I still fell in the first round? Aku lamented, his frustration palpable. Despite his evident strength, he felt unlucky to be eliminated in the preliminary rounds. Aku. Furong looked at him with concern. Doricina is the backup champion of the Kalos region. Diyu's voice broke through unexpectedly. The group exchanged puzzled glances, and Aku ceased his weeping to focus on Diyu. What do you mean, Diyu? Furong asked uncertainly. Doricina is the backup champion of the Kalos region. After the colorful festival concludes, she will return to Kalos to serve as the dragon-type champion. Do you truly believe that Aku's strength can contend with those near champions and champions? Dayu's words sent shivers through the crowd, wiping the tears from his face. Aku turned to Dayu and asked, "Is that true?" Dayu nodded affirmatively. Later that evening, Dawu approached Dayu, who was engrossed in reading. "Brother, do you feel confident facing Doricena while still engrossed in a book?" Dayu glanced up at Dawu before returning to his silence. "Come on, speak. If not, I shall accompany you for special training," Dawu urged, shaking Dayu's arm. Dayu retaliated with a swift strike to Dawu's head. "Ouch, that hurts." Dawu clutched his head. "Leave me be. Allow me to read in peace." "Such a rare opportunity for rest," Dayu replied flatly. Frustrated, Dawu exited the room and found himself at the training grounds. "Dawu, why haven't you taken a break?" Huaiwe, training with his Pokémon, approached him. "Aren't you also not resting?" Dawu retorted. "Did you have a quarrel with Dayu?" Huaiwe inquired curiously. "No." Dawu shook his head, turning to see Bonnie, Furong, Shindai, and Qianli all training their Pokémon. "Why are all of you training?" "We have no choice. Doricena is exceptionally strong, and without hard work, we stand no chance." Bonnie sighed, continuing her training. "Bonnie, have you forgotten? Among us, there is one who surpasses even Doricena," Huaiwe countered. Dawu had never witnessed Dayu's peak battle against Mura. Although he had seen a few encounters with the Meteor team, they ended before any serious exchanges occurred. Let alone the battle between Dayu and Yu Huang, known only to the higher-ups of the Alliance and Zvocchi. The following day, the second round of the preliminary competition commenced. Doricena took to the stage first, facing no opposition, while Dayu was the final competitor. Doricena effortlessly secured victory, and Mr. Shindai sent forth his 3 legendary birds, who also triumphed with ease, as did Huaiwe and the others. Finally, it was Dayu's turn to compete, facing off against a burly man clad in a leather jacket. Now commencing the final match of the second round of the preliminaries, Dayu will battle against Listening Wind, each using 2 Pokémon. The battle concludes when either side's Pokémon are unable to continue fighting, and neither side may switch Pokémon during the match. Let the battle begin. Dayu will strike first. Blaziken, go Conkeldurr. Dayu sent forth a duo of starter Pokémon. Upon Conkeldurr's entry, the battlefield was overgrown with grass. Go Meowth and Furfrou. Pokémon Meowth. Type, Normal. Ability, Technician. Rank, Gym. Level, Mid-Gym. Meowth resembles a feline quadruped. After evolution, it bears a red gem atop its head. Though the color differs from Alolan Meowth, the composition remains similar. Its fur has lost any brown hue, becoming entirely milky white. Its ears have rounded, its pupils are red, and it features 3 whiskers on each side of its face. Post-evolution, Meowth resembles a lion more closely. Pokémon, Furfrou. Type, Normal. Ability, Intimidate. Rank, Gym. Level, Late Gym. Furfrou's light yellow facial fur resembles a long beard, with short black tufts sprouting on either side of its nose. Its brown fur is obscured by longer hair, with deep blue fur on its upper body and light gray on its lower body, its eyes exuding an intimidating presence. Thanks to its long and warm coat, it is well equipped to withstand the cold. Its proud whiskers determine its status within its pack. What an intriguing duo. Blaziken. Strike first with Fire Kick. Conkeldurr, use Grass Slide. Blaziken launched a flying kick toward Furfrou, while Conkeldurr slid across the grass toward Meowth. Meowth, intercept with Fury Swipes. Furfrou, retaliate. Meowth swiped with its claws at Conkeldurr, yet was still sent flying by Conkeldurr's charge. Meanwhile, Furfrou collided with Blaziken after being struck, sending it hurtling away. Respond to my bond. Radiate your brilliance. Blaziken Mega Evolve. The battlefield saw the emergence of Mega Blaziken. Chapter 81. The second round of the preliminary competition. Mega Blaziken unleashed its fire oath, while Conkeldurr summoned Frenzy Plant. Columns of fire erupted from the ground, accompanied by countless thorns. The fiery thorns reappeared, transforming the arena into a sea of flames due to the grass-type energy. Furfrou and Meowth were directly battered by the fiery thorns. Furfrou, Meowth, quickly use Protect. The 2 Pokémon joined forces to raise a green energy shield to withstand the onslaught of the fiery thorns. Super Flame Chicken, incinerate everything. Explosive Flames. The Super Flame Chicken unleashed its ultimate attack. The raging inferno shattered the defenses, while the fiery thorns sent Meowth and Furfrou flying. Both Pokémon crashed heavily against the wall at the edge of the arena, losing their battle capability. Meowth and Furfrou are incapacitated, and the victor is Dayu. Dayu has triumphantly secured victory in the second round of the preliminaries, and with a win in the third round, he will enter the top 16. Today's matches have concluded, and the big screen will determine the participants for tomorrow. The first match features Shindai, followed by Dayu, then Furong versus Huaiwe, and lastly, Qianli and Doricena versus Bonnie. Huaiwe gazed at Furong with fierce determination, and Furong nodded back in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Bonnie felt disheartened, as she was to face a formidable opponent. Akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, a one-way ticket to defeat. The following day, the battles commenced as scheduled. Shindai stormed into the top 16 with overwhelming dominance, and now it was Dayue's turn. The third round of preliminaries commenced with Dayue facing a Yong, each using 2 Pokémon. The match concludes once either side loses both Pokémon, and neither may switch during the battle. Now, let the match begin. A Yong strikes first. Bring me victory, Sound Bug, Beedrill. Pokémon, Sound Bug. Type, Bug. Ability, Bug Sense. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Peak Gym Leader. The Sound Bug, resplendent in crimson, boasts a pair of lengthy whiskers. Its antennae, red and elongated, connect to its head with 2 red orbs. Its abdomen resembles a violin, adorned with black spots, and a beige vertical pattern runs from its neck to the central spots, featuring a black line in the middle. The lower half of its abdomen is a deep crimson, with a beige section extending to the rear. Its limbs are elongated, and it possesses a pair of black wings that conceal its flying capabilities beneath. Pokémon, Beedrill. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, Mid-Stage Near Champion. Beedrill resembles a bee, its eyes a striking crimson with white pupils, topped with structures akin to rubies. Tiny wings adorn its orange facial sides. Its limbs and body are black, with a bulbous lower body that curves inward at the end, showcasing yellow and black stripes that resemble a beehive from below. Hidden beneath is a pale yellow structure akin to an insect's stinger, accompanied by 2 black antennae. Beedrill is exclusively female, lacking a corresponding male counterpart. 2 bugs from Sinnoh. Milotic, Swampert go. Swampert and Milotic versus Beedrill and Soundbug. Respond to our bond. Shine with your brilliance. Swampert, Mega Evolve. In a burst of vivid light, Mega Swampert materialized on the battlefield. The Soundbug began to sing, its melodious chirping resonating through the arena, causing Milotic and Mega Swampert to feel increasingly drowsy, until both Pokémon succumbed to slumber. Beedrill's gem-like eyes glowed red as it launched an attack towards Mega Swampert. Dream Talk. Mega Swampert staggered upright, a green energy shield enveloping it, deflecting Beedrill's assault. Milotic also let out a cry, summoning dark clouds that rapidly coalesced. And soon raindrops began to fall upon the 4 battling Pokémon. Mega Swampert and Milotic shivered as they opened their eyes. Mega Punch, Milotic Surf. Sound Bug, Bug Buzz. Mega Swampert concentrated its ice energy into its fists, striking the Sound Bug, which illuminated in red as it countered with its own ice punch. Meanwhile, Beedrill emitted a sharp bug buzz, causing discomfort to both Milotic and Mega Swampert, disrupting the water energy Milotic had just gathered. Milotic, Ice Beam. Mega Swampert. Ignore Beedrill's interference and unleash a full-force strike. Meow. Swampert. Mega Swampert unleashed its full power, the strength of a champion erupting as it landed a heavy punch upon the Soundbug, then turned to charge at Beedrill. At that moment, Milotic's Ice Beam struck, sending Beedrill crashing to the ground. Beedrill and Soundbug are unable to battle. Dayue emerges victorious. As Dayue concluded his match and stepped down, Furong and Huaiwe awaited in the waiting area. Now, the third match of the preliminaries begins, with Huaiwe facing Furong, each employing 2 Pokémon. The battle will conclude when one side loses both Pokémon, and neither may switch during the contest. The match commences now. Huaiwe strikes first. Go Honchkrow Absol. U2. Spiritomb, Nightshade. Pokémon, Spiritomb. Type, Ghost. Ability, Intimidate. Qualification, Champion. Level, Peak Gym Leader. Spiritomb is predominantly black, with a ghostly tail and no visible legs. Its head is gray, adorned with a yellow circular antenna atop. A yellow band runs across its forehead, beneath which lies a glaring eye with a yellow iris and red pupil, surrounded by a black sclera. Connecting its head to its body is a collar-like structure encircled by 6 petal-like appendages. Its body features 2 almond-shaped markings resembling eyes and a yellow horizontal line that opens like a mouth, giving the impression of an angry face. On its back, another face-like marking appears, with round eyes and a smiling horizontal line. Spiritomb now boasts fully formed arms, with 2 yellow bands adorning its black wrists, connected by a black ring, while its palms are gray. Absol and Honchkrow vs. Spiritomb and Nightshade. Chapter 82, Preliminaries, 4. Huaiwe raised the keystone and connected it to Absol. Dark energy, grant me greater strength. Transform the keystone into our bond. Mega Evolve, Absol. Furong retrieved the keystone from her hairpin and connected it to Spiritome. Eerie Ghost. Transcend all. Unleash our bond. Mega Evolve. Spiritome. Pokémon. Mega Spiritome. Type. Dark Ghost. Ability. Magic Mirror. Qualification. Champion. Level. Late stage near champion. Mega Spiritome's eyes became larger, resembling rubies, as it concealed itself behind a gem even larger than itself. Both Mega Absol and Mega Spiritome appeared simultaneously on the battlefield. Mega Absol, Swords Dance. Honchkrow Trick. Mega Spiritome executed a surprise attack, interrupting Mega Absol's enhancement. Meanwhile, Honchkrow completed its boost, just as the battlefield became shrouded in a strange energy, completing Spiritome's trick room. Spiritome. Shadow Punch. Mega Spiritome, kick it down. Mega Spiritome kicked at Mega Absol's forelegs, sending it sprawling, while Spiritome's attack struck true. Mega Absol, Song of Ruin. Honchkrow, defend. An eerie melody rang out as Honchkrow activated a green energy shield. Swift and decisive, Mega Spiritome, Shadow Sneak. Spiritome, Shadow Punch. The Super Jengar vanished seamlessly into the shadows, as the Dark Knight Spirit amassed its ghostly energy, launching a shadowy punch towards the Super Absol. The Super Absol, with keen insight, discerned the impending threat, the ominous wave from the Crow leader. Suddenly, the Super Jengar reappeared behind the Super Absol as the shadowy punch reached its target. With a flicker of determination in its eyes, the Super Absol evaded the attack by sidestepping, causing the punch to collide with the Super Jengar instead. Simultaneously, the Crow leader unleashed a sinister light wave directed at the Dark Knight Spirit, pushing it back with force. What followed was a fierce close-quarters battle between Super Absol and Super Jengar, while the Crow leader and Dark Knight Spirit exchanged long-range blows. At last, the effect of the Song of Destruction activated, bringing the Dark Knight Spirit to the ground, yet the Super Jengar remained unfazed. Upon Mega-Evolving, the Super Jengar's ability transformed into Magic Bounce, rendering change-type moves ineffective and reflecting them back. My Super Absol also possesses the Magic Bounce ability, Hoenn calmly declared. What? Exclaimed Huiwe, who had hoped to replace the Super Absol with the Dark Knight Spirit, only to discover that the Super Absol shared the same ability. Now, she felt utterly bereft of hope. Ultimately, the Super Jengar succumbed to the combined onslaught of the Super Absol and the Crow leader. Jengar and Dark Knight Spirit are unable to battle. Huiwe is victorious. Ha ha ha, my sincerest apologies. Huiwe cheerfully remarked to Fuyun. How infuriating. Fuyun huffed as she walked away. In the fourth preliminary match, Qianli also met expectations by securing victory in the fourth battle. Now, we proceed to the third round of the preliminary matches, the fifth battle, featuring contestant Bonnie against contestant Doricena, each utilizing 2 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's 2 Pokémon have lost all combat capability, and neither side is permitted to switch Pokémon during the battle. The match commences now, with Bonnie taking the first move. Go, Glacian and Abomasnow. What an exhilarating battle is about to unfold. Noivern and Dragapult, take the stage. Pokémon, Abomasnow type, Grass Ice ability, Snow Warning qualification, Champion level. Early semi-champion Abomasnow stands upright on its hind legs, its body cloaked in fluffy white fur, with deep purple eyes framed by bushy brows. Strands of long fur obscure its mouth, while 2 clusters of longer fur sprout from its chest and back. Its short, stout limbs and tail are a deep green, and 4 pinecone-like spikes adorn its back. Pokémon, Noivern type, Flying Dragon ability, Frisk qualification, Champion level. Early champion Noivern is a large bat-like Pokémon boasting enormous ears and a collar of white fluff around its neck. Its vast wings, black on the inside and purple on the outside, feature cyan membranes and 2 red claws. When it opens its mouth, 2 sharp fangs are visible. Noivern and Dragapult versus Abomasnow and Glacian. Bonnie's white gloves glimmer with a keystone, which she presses, connecting with Abomasnow. Stand tall amidst the vast ice and snow. Let the sacred frost become our bond. Abomasnow Mega Evolves. Pokémon, Mega Abomasnow type, Grass Ice ability, Snow Warning qualification, Champion level. Late semi-champion, the 4 new shoots on Mega Abomasnow's back grow into massive ice pillars. Its fur lengthens, enveloping its entire body in a fluffy mantle, particularly around its head. The green fur and remaining buds encircle the base of the ice pillars, while the central part of the pillars is surrounded by white fur. As the kaleidoscopic light fades, Mega Abomasnow emerges onto the field, accompanied by a hailstorm. Mega Abomasnow. Unleash Blizzard. Glacian, use Ice Shard. The battlefield becomes a realm of ice and snow, as ice-type energy swirls around. Dragapult breathes fire, and Noivern emits sound waves. The flames clash against the icy energy, creating a dense fog. Just as both Pokémon struggle to see through the mist, a resounding dragon roar pierces the air, followed by the onslaught of sound waves. The powerful wave sends Glacian crashing into the wall at the edge of the battlefield. Fortunately, Mega Abomasnow's massive size prevents it from being knocked away. Mega Abomasnow, use Wood Hammer. Glacian, employ Freeze Dry. As Mega Abomasnow swings a hammer imbued with Grass-type energy to meet the approaching Dragapult, the dragon's claws shimmer with green energy. The hammer strikes Dragapult squarely in the face, while Dragapult's claws rake across Mega Abomasnow's belly. Dragapult withstands the blow, but Mega Abomasnow is toppled to the ground, rendered unable to battle. Meanwhile, Glacian releases Ice-type energy toward Noivern, who deftly maneuvers in midair to evade the attack. After performing a series of acrobatic flips, Noivern lands a blow on Glacian's head, causing it to collapse and lose its combat capability. Abomasnow and Glacian are unable to battle. Doricena is the victor. Ultimately, Bonnie shook her head in resignation. Bonnie. Huaywa leapt from the audience, rushing to Bonnie's side. Fear not, I shall avenge you, she declared with determination. Who asked you to avenge me? I will win in due time. I am destined to be the future Ice Master, specifically to counter dragon types. Bonnie retorted, aloof as she walked away. However, once Huaywa was distracted, Bonnie revealed a smile before reverting to her usual icy demeanor. Chapter 83, Dayue vs. Qianli, Part 1. The thrilling preliminary matches have concluded, with the remaining 16 contestants advancing to the top 16, where the double battles will transform into a comprehensive 6v6 showdown. Contestants may freely switch their Pokémon until one side's 6 Pokémon have all been rendered unable to battle, concluding the match. Furthermore, if one contestant loses 3 Pokémon first, a mid-match break will be taken. Now, the draw for opponents is underway, and tomorrow's challengers will be displayed on the large screen. As the host announces, the screen begins to scroll. Dayue raises his head in search of his profile, soon locating it in the 5th match against none other than Qianli. Qianli turns to glance at Dayue, a wry smile on his face. Huaywa Shindai and Doricena have not crossed paths, much to Huayue's relief. After a night of silence, the 16-8 matches officially commenced the following day. Now, the 16-8 battles begin, with contestant Dayue facing contestant Qianli, each utilizing 6 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's 6 Pokémon lose all combat capability, and both parties are free to switch their Pokémon. Additionally, if one side loses 3 Pokémon, a mid-match break will take place. The match begins now, with Qianli taking the first move. I've been eagerly awaiting this battle against you, Dayue, Qianli said with a smile, his eyes brimming with battle fervor. I too have looked forward to this moment, Dayue replied, returning the smile. Go, Slaking. Pokémon, Slaking type, normal ability, truant qualification, semi-champion level, late gym leader. Each Slaking boasts a unique pattern of spots, with theoretically 4, 294, 967, 296 combinations. Thus, the probability of encountering another Slaking with identical markings is less than 1 in 40 billion. It is said that enthusiasts delight in the subtle differences in the positioning of these spots. Tyranitar, go. Tyranitar versus Slaking. Slaking, you shake it off. Slaking begins to sway its body rhythmically, dancing gracefully. Tyranitar, unleash your fury. A cloud of dust erupts from the battlefield, engulfing the swaying Slaking entirely. The immense sandstorm disrupted the rhythmic dance of the swaying Pokémon, bringing it to an abrupt halt. The swaying Pokémon deftly defended itself. A radiant beam enveloped the connection between the swaying Pokémon and Tyranitar. Tyranitar unleashed its stone edge attack. Countless spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the swaying Pokémon. The swaying Pokémon mirrored the attack. A multitude of spikes surged forth from its side, colliding with Tyranitar's stone edge, while a whirlwind of debris spiraled upward, heading toward the swaying Pokémon. Just as the spikes drew near, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The swaying Pokémon skillfully navigated through the encirclement of spikes. Truly impressive, Tyranitar unleashed its Dark Pulse. Dark energy surged forth from Tyranitar's maw, yet the swaying Pokémon managed to evade it with its unsteady movements. The swaying Pokémon retaliated with a brick break. Its body, still swaying, darted swiftly in front of Tyranitar and delivered a heavy blow. However, the anticipated roar of pain from Tyranitar failed to materialize. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Tyranitar activated its anger point. Dragon energy surged, igniting Tyranitar's fury as it unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the nearby swaying Pokémon. Even when the swaying Pokémon countered, Tyranitar exhibited no reaction, continuing its relentless assault. Ultimately, the swaying Pokémon succumbed to Tyranitar's onslaught, losing its ability to battle. The swaying Pokémon is unable to continue. Please switch Pokémon, Qianli. Go, Pidgeot. Pokémon, Pidgeot. Type, normal flying. Ability, keen eyes. Potential, elite. Level, late gym. Pidgeot boasts a magnificent physique with an expansive wingspan, its 3 pink toes adorning short claws. Its plumage is predominantly brown, highlighted by vibrant feathers, with most of its feathers being a buttery hue, accented by black around its eyes. The feathers atop its head are red on the sides and yellow in the center, while its fan-shaped tail is crimson. Mega Pidgeot possesses an even larger frame, along with broader and longer wings. The originally buttery feathers have transformed into a pristine white, while the tips of its tail and wings are tinged with blue. Its irises have turned red, with white pupils. Return, Tyranitar. Due to the anger point effect, Tyranitar has succumbed to confusion. Dayue, this Pokémon was entrusted to you by me. Pidgeot, grow strong and show me your prowess. Go, Conkeldurr. Thunderous roars filled the air as Conkeldurr entered the fray, causing lush grass to sprout across the battlefield, though the sandstorm continued to rage. Pidgeot unleashed Hurricane, flapping its wings. Pidgeot summoned a mighty wind directed at Conkeldurr. Return, Conkeldurr. Tyranitar, go. Dayue decisively recalled Conkeldurr, bringing forth the restored Tyranitar. The hurricane battered Tyranitar, yet it effortlessly tore through the wind, negating Pidgeot's attack. Tyranitar unleashed Stone Edge. Rock energy coalesced above Pidgeot. Pidgeot, evade. Alas, it was too late. The rock struck Pidgeot down to the ground. Pidgeot is regaining strength. Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning struck Pidgeot, who was still recuperating, sending it crashing to the ground. Pidgeot is unable to continue. Please switch Pokémon, Qianli. Truly formidable. Dayue, you are a challenge indeed. Go, Dunsparce. Pokémon, Dunsparce. Type, normal. Ability, Serene Grace. Potential, semi-elite. Level, peak gym. Dunsparce's body is a blend of brown and cream, with its tail seamlessly merging with its body, making it difficult to discern where one ends and the other begins. It possesses small arms, the front half brown and the back half cream, with 2 rectangular brown markings beside its mouth. Its ears are pointed, with the lower halves brown and the upper halves cream, while the brown on its head continues down its back. Return, Tyranitar. Conkeldurr, go. Conkeldurr reappears on the battlefield. Dunsparce coiled. Dunsparce curled its tail and began to bolster its strength. Conkeldurr initiated Hammer Arm. Conkeldurr produced a tree stump drum and began to beat it, causing vines to sprout from the ground, aiming toward Dunsparce. Dunsparce evaded, continuing its coiling. Dunsparce deftly dodged the attack and continued to enhance itself. Conkeldurr used Drain Punch. Conkeldurr rushed towards Dunsparce, channeling fighting-type energy into a heavy punch that struck Dunsparce, simultaneously restoring its own health. Dunsparce coiled once more. Dunsparce intensified its enhancements. Realizing the danger, Dayue swiftly commanded Conkeldurr to unleash its most powerful attack. Conkeldurr, bring forth your Frenzy Plant. Countless thorns erupted from the ground, surging towards Dunsparce. Chapter 84, Dayue vs. Qianli continued. Dunsparce tagged out. In a moment of crisis, Qianli instructed Dunsparce to use the switch technique. A flash of red light enveloped Dunsparce, and a brand new Pokémon appeared in its stead. Pokémon, Stantler. Type, normal. Ability, Intimidate. Potential, elite. Level, early semi-elite. Stantler is robust. Its body adorned in a rich brown, with a cream-colored belly and 2 small cream spots on its back. Its face shares the same brown hue, with a deep brown snout and cheek structures resembling cheek pouches. Each of its circular antlers is crowned with a black orb. As the thorn struck Stantler, it remained blissfully unaware, finding the sensation quite pleasant. Simultaneously, Dunsparce's 3 enhancements were conferred upon Stantler. Meanwhile, Conkeldurr found itself immobilized. Return, Conkeldurr. Swampert, go. Swampert replaced Conkeldurr. Facing Stantler. Stantler summoned Sunny Day. A radiant light glimmered upon Stantler's antlers, dispersing the sandstorm and allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the battlefield. Solar Beam. Rain Dance. Just as Stantler gathered grass-type energy, dark clouds obscured the sun overhead. Rain began to fall gently, causing Stantler's grass-type energy to dissipate. Swampert unleashed Muddy Water. Murky waters engulfed the battlefield, submerging Stantler entirely. Stantler employed Hypnosis. Swampert countered with Water Gun. Hypnosis waves emanated from Stantler's antlers, directed at Swampert, who spun in place. Unleashing Water Gun, a Dan Emperor-style defensive maneuver. The Hypnosis waves were scattered by the splashing water. Swampert unleashed Hyper Beam. Swampert barreled toward Stantler, who was slammed against the wall, losing its ability to battle. Stantler is unable to continue. As Qianli has lost 3 Pokémon first, a break shall ensue. After 10 minutes, the battle will resume. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon and retreated to the resting area. Dayue is truly formidable, Mr. Qianli has yet to take down a single Pokémon, Bonnie remarked, observing Qianli's silhouette. Beside her, Mizuko clenched her fists, silently cheering for Qianli. Hanayuki appeared grave. As he and Kamishiro were the only ones remaining uneliminated among the group, he was confident he would not falter against Qianli, yet he could not match Dayue's prowess. Soon, the intermission concluded, and both returned to the battlefield. Tyranitar, go. Dunsparce, I entrust you once more. The emergence of the desert tyrant was accompanied by a terrifying sandstorm that engulfed Dunsparce whole. Tyranitar unleashed its hyper beam. Due to significant energy depletion, Dayue opted not to prolong the battle, commanding Tyranitar to unleash its destructive beam. The powerful light beam struck Dunsparce directly. Dunsparce is unable to continue. Please switch Pokémon. Qianli gritted his teeth and tossed out a Pokeball. Go, Kangaskhan. Pokémon, Kangaskhan. Type, normal. Ability, Scrappy. Potential, Champion. Level, mid-semi-elite. Kangaskhan unleashed its earthquake. The ground began to tremble as the arena succumbed to the tempest of a sandstorm, with the grains of sand surging towards Tyranitar, engulfing it entirely. Tyranitar was rendered incapable of battle. Please, the contestant from DU, substitute your Pokémon. Witnessing Tyranitar's downfall, Qianli exhaled heavily in relief. Conkeldurr, go. Conkeldurr re-entered the fray. Qianli retrieved a bow from her pocket, a cherished gift from Mizuko, adorned with a keystone. Respond to me. Evolution Keystone. Let the unadorned power transform into bonds. Time for Mega Evolution. The radiance of the keystone intertwined with that of the Pokémon, and the small Pokémon emerged from Tyranitar's pouch, growing significantly in size. Pokémon, Mega Kangaskhan. Type, normal. Ability, Parental Bond. Qualification, Champion. Level, Peak of the Elite Four. The Mega Kangaskhan's offspring had greatly increased in size, its eyes a striking red, with a crimson halo beneath. Protrusions had formed along its abdomen and knees, and a sharp spike adorned its tail, while the small Pokémon lacked a pouch. Mega Kangaskhan, make your entrance. Mega Kangaskhan, Fire Punch. Both Kangaskhan and its offspring concentrated flames upon their claws, launching a dual assault toward Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr, Soundwave. Conkeldurr struck its stump drum, unleashing a powerful sound wave that swept across the battlefield, sending the duo of Mega Kangaskhan and its child hurtling back to their original positions. Conkeldurr, Swords Dance. Mega Kangaskhan. Unleash Flamethrower. As Conkeldurr fortified itself, the Kangaskhan duo retaliated with a fiery onslaught. Dodge. Conkeldurr evaded one attack, but was struck by the smaller Kangaskhan. Mega Kangaskhan, Fire Punch. The larger Kangaskhan charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Conkeldurr, with the smaller Kangaskhan quickly following suit. The two Pokémon combined their efforts, battering Conkeldurr until it was left soot-covered. 10,000 horsepower. Conkeldurr gathered ground-type energy, charging toward the Kangaskhan duo, sending both flying. Mega Kangaskhan, Revival. The severely injured Kangaskhan duo unleashed their final strike, landing 2 powerful blows that knocked Conkeldurr to the ground. Conkeldurr was rendered incapable of battle. Please. The contestant from DU, substitute your Pokémon. The audience erupted in cheers for Mizuko, and Qianli responded with a smile. Swampert, go. Do you press the keystone upon his ring? Respond to my bond. Shine forth. Swampert Mega Evolved. Mega Swampert, take the stage. Don't give them a chance. Mega Swampert. Water Spout. A rapid torrent of water erupted before the Kangaskhan duo, knocking them all down, with the small Kangaskhan retreating to the pouch and reverting from Mega Evolution. Kangaskhan is unable to battle. Please, contestant Qianli, substitute your Pokémon. I beg you, my final Pokémon, Slaking. Pokémon, Slaking. Type, normal. Ability, Truant. Qualification, Champion. Level, mid-stage of the Elite Four. Slaking appeared reclining on the battlefield. Mega Swampert, Rain Dance. Rain began to pour once more, and Qianli's expression grew more solemn. Mega Swampert, Hammer Arm. Slaking remained motionless as Mega Swampert charged forward, delivering a heavy punch, which Slaking absorbed effortlessly before retaliating with a punch of its own. Mega Swampert, Revenge. Enduring the immense pain, Mega Swampert struck back at Slaking, who fell to the ground, unable to battle. The anticipated clash of titans was nowhere to be found. Only 3 punches were exchanged before the match concluded. Slaking is unable to battle, as all of contestant Qianli's Pokémon have lost their fighting capability. The victor is contestant DU. Both trainers withdrew their Pokémon and moved to the center of the battlefield to shake hands. What an incredible battle! DU exclaimed with a smile. I concede wholeheartedly. Qianli responded with a grin. Chapter 85. Du vs. Huaiyue, Part 1. On the side of Doricena, she triumphed with a single Charizard, sweeping through to secure a spot in the top 8. Shindai, wielding the legendary birds, also effortlessly claimed victory, advancing to the quarterfinals. Huaiyue faced the weakest opponent among the Sweet 16, a stroke of luck that had carried them this far, but luck eventually runs dry. Upon meeting Huaiyue, they were swiftly eliminated, paving Huaiyue's path into the top 8. Now, let the draw for the quarterfinals commence. The avatars of the top 8 contestants appeared on the large screen, which began to roll. After a considerable wait, the draw concluded, revealing Du's match against Huaiyue. At last, these two were set to clash in the quarterfinals. Bonnie smiled as she glanced at Du and Huaiyue. That night, Du and Huaiyue found themselves by a small lake in the contestants' village, seated on the grass, gazing at the moon's reflection in the water, both lost in silence. Huaiyue stammered, attempting to speak, only to be interrupted by Du. Enough with the hesitations. This isn't the Huaiyue I know. Tomorrow, I won't hold back. I'll pin you down. Upon hearing Du's words, Huaiyue felt no anger, but rather a sense of ease. You won't easily take me down. I, Huaiyue, am destined to become a master of dark-type Pokémon. Huaiyue declared dramatically, pointing at the night sky. The following day at the Kaiyu Conference's quarterfinals, Du and Huaiyue stood poised for battle. Now, let the quarterfinals commence. Contestant Du versus contestant Huaiyue, each deploying 6 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side has lost all 6 Pokémon, with the freedom to swap Pokémon at will. Additionally, a mid-match break will occur once one side has lost 3 Pokémon. Let the battle begin. Du attacks first. Tyranitar, go. Tyranitar entered the battlefield. Mismagius, you are the one. Tyranitar unleashed Flamethrower. Flames erupted from Tyranitar's maw. Mismagius spikes defense. Mismagius elevated its spiked arms, blocking the fiery assault, but still sustaining some damage. Mismagius spikes and toxic spikes. Mismagius scattered spikes and toxic spikes across the arena. Tyranitar, Fire Blast. The blazing inferno struck Mismagius, inflicting a burn status. Mismagius used Destiny Bond. Tyranitar unleashed Fire Blast once more. Same fate. Mismagius, struck by the attack, fell in battle, and a surge of ghost-type energy struck Tyranitar, rendering it incapable of fighting as well. Both Tyranitar and Mismagius were unable to battle. Please, both sides substitute Pokémon. Impressive Huaiyue. Conkeldurr, go. I won't be easily defeated. Shifty, go. Pokémon, Shiftry. Type, Grass Dark. Ability, Chlorophyll. Qualification, Champion. Level, Peak of the Gym Leader. Conkeldurr entered the field, immediately taking damage from the spikes and toxic spikes, falling into a poisoned state. The grass-covered battlefield granted Conkeldurr some healing. Conkeldurr, Grass Slide. Shiftry, Grass Slide. Both Pokémon utilized the grassy terrain to their advantage, charging toward each other. Upon collision, Conkeldurr sent Shiftry soaring, asserting dominance over the terrain it had created. However, the poison began to take its toll, and while the grassy field provided some recovery, it was insufficient against the ongoing drain. Conkeldurr, Earth Power, Sonic Boom. The ground trembled as the mighty Rampardos unleashed its power, sending spikes of both regular and poisoned thorns erupting from the earth. The formidable sound wave attack propelled them directly towards the cunning Honchkrow, who, in a state of distress, was pierced by the thorns and fell into a poisoned condition. Simultaneously, the tumultuous ground and the sonic assault collided with Honchkrow, causing it to crash against the wall in a rather disheveled manner. Honchkrow, Leaf Storm, commanded the cunning bird. Rampardos, Leaf Storm. The swirling leaves spiraled into a tempest directed at each other, yet Rampardos, demonstrating greater strength, absorbed Honchkrow's Leaf Storm and hurled it back at its opponent. The unfortunate Honchkrow was engulfed in the onslaught, eventually landing on the ground, dazed and with swirling eyes. Why am I so unlucky? Lamented Honchkrow. With Honchkrow rendered incapable of battle, the referee called for a substitution from player Huaiyue. Please, Houndoom. Pokémon, Houndoom. Type, Dark Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Qualification, Champion. Level, Peak Gym Leader. Your Darumaka has evolved. Upon seeing Houndoom, Huaiyue was reminded of the Darumaka atop Ember Mountain. Indeed, it was a formidable creature. Huaiyue praised her Houndoom with a smile. Houndoom, Fire Fong. Rampardos, Grass Knot. Houndoom gathered fiery energy in its mouth as it sprinted towards Rampardos. Just then, a grass knot emerged from the grassy terrain, tripping Houndoom and sending it crashing to the ground. Rampardos, 100,000 horsepower. Houndoom rose, launching into Flare Blitz. Ground and fire energies enveloped both Rampardos and Houndoom as they charged at each other. Their tremendous forces collided, sending them both reeling apart. However, Rampardos succumbed to the toxic effects once more, its stamina nearly depleted, collapsing onto the ground. The referee rushed forward to assess the situation. Rampardos is unable to battle. With a groan, Rampardos slowly rose from the ground, enveloped in grass energy, radiating an even more potent aura. At that moment, Rampardos officially ascended to the champion level. Has verdancy activated? Rampardos unleashed its final attack. Countless thorns erupted from the earth, and under the influence of verdancy, this barrage was significantly larger than usual. Houndoom, defend. Houndoom raised a green energy shield, yet it was swiftly shattered by the thorns, which ensnared it completely, squeezing the fighting spirit out of Houndoom. Simultaneously, Rampardos' toxins surged once again, and it too fell, unable to continue. Both Rampardos and Houndoom were rendered incapable of battle. As player Huiwa had lost 3 Pokémon first, a break was called. After 10 minutes, the match resumed, and both trainers returned to their respective resting areas. Big Brother is indeed stronger, Dayue exclaimed excitedly. Huiyue's strategy was already quite commendable. A 3-for-2 exchange is no small feat, Qianli remarked, observing Huiyue's departing figure. Having faced Huiyue directly, Qianli recognized the formidable nature of the trainer and acknowledged that achieving such a position was no trivial accomplishment. Chapter 86, Dayue vs. Huiyue, Part 2. As the intermission concluded, Dayue and Huiyue returned to the battlefield. Swampert go. Sharknado, let us do this. Pokémon, Sharknado, Shiny. Type, Water Dark. Ability, Rough Skin. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Semi-Champion. Respond to our bond. Shine forth. Swampert Mega evolved without further ado. Mega Swampert, Rain Dance. Rain began to pour upon the arena. Water Jet. Water Jet. Both Mega Swampert and Sharknado were engulfed in water columns as they surged towards one another. Ultimately, Mega Swampert's overwhelming strength gained the upper hand, sending Sharknado flying. Sharknado. Scale Shot. Countless scales erupted from Sharknado, hurtling towards Mega Swampert. Mega Swampert, Hammer Arm. Mega Swampert swung its colossal fist, knocking away all incoming scales. Sharknado, Water Jet. Poison Fong, Toxic Bite. Sharknado enveloped itself in water once more, charging towards Mega Swampert, while simultaneously accumulating energies of the poison and psychic types. Mega Swampert, Hydro Cannon. Send him back. Mega Swampert gathered a terrifying amount of water energy, directing it at the oncoming Sharknado. The water column sent Sharknado tumbling through the air, while Mega Swampert fell into a state of rigidity. Sharknado sleep. Huiyue commanded, allowing Sharknado to rest and restore its energy. You truly underestimate me and Mega Swampert. Mega Swampert. Hammer Arm. As Mega Swampert swung its fist down upon the sleeping Sharknado, the latter received a heavy blow without resistance. However, the next moment, Sharknado retaliated with a powerful tail whip, striking Mega Swampert, causing it to stagger back in pain. Is revenge in play? How amusing. Mega Swampert, Double Revenge. Mega Swampert charged towards Sharknado once more, delivering an even more forceful punch, and Sharknado, still in slumber, succumbed to dizziness. Sharknado is unable to battle. Please, player Huiyue. Substitute Pokémon. It's your turn, Honchkrow. Pokémon, Honchkrow. Type, Dark Flying. Ability, Overconfidence. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Semi-Champion. Upon Honchkrow's entrance, Dayue couldn't help but smirk. His Mega Swampert excelled in Ice Punch and Double Revenge, particularly the former, which was exceptionally refined. Even Ice-type Pokémon would struggle against it. Honchkrow Night Slash. Mega Swampert. Ice Punch. Honchkrow dove down, gathering dark energy on its wings, while ice energy surged on Mega Swampert's arms. With a resounding crash, they collided, sending Honchkrow flying while its wings froze, whereas Mega Swampert remained steadfast, unyielding. Your Mega Swampert's ice-type skills are astonishing, Huiyue exclaimed in disbelief, never anticipating that Honchkrow's aerial assault combined with its inherent dark abilities would be so utterly overwhelmed. My Mega Swampert is destined to defeat the Pokémon of Rayquaza, Dayue declared confidently. Cut it out. Honchkrow, you're causing a ruckus. Let us see if you can still use Ice Punch. Honchkrow screeched, flapping its wings, as the ice energy enveloping Mega Swampert receded like a tide. Honchkrow, Heat Wave. Fire energy coalesced around Honchkrow's wings, melting the ice. Receive this heat wave. Mega Swampert. Water Oath. Countless water columns erupted from the ground as a brilliant rainbow appeared in the sky, with boiling water columns launching Honchkrow into the air, inflicting a burn status upon it. Honchkrow, today is just my unlucky day, frozen and then burned. Mega Swampert, Waterfall. Mega Swampert surged upwards, riding the water column, and delivered a powerful punch to Honchkro's head, causing it to lose its fighting capability. Honchkro is unable to battle. Player Huaiwe, please substitute your Pokémon. The last hope. Absol, it's all up to you. Absol, dark energy, grant me strength. Let the keystone become our bond. Mega Evolve, Absol. The final battle, Mega Swampert versus Mega Absol. Mega Absol, Future Sight. Swords Dance. Mega Swampert, bulk up, go all out. Pink orbs materialized on Mega Absol's horn, vanishing into thin air, while shimmering blades of light swirled around it. The supergiant swamp monster's muscles bulged, an explosive surge of power coursing through its fists as it struck towards the Super Absol. The terrifying force collided with the horn of the Super Absol, and the two began to grapple fiercely. Super Absol's Super Horn Attack. Supergiant swamp monster's Ice Punch. This time, the clash of Ice-type and Bug-type energies resulted in the powerful icy force freezing the Super Absol's horn. Yet, rather than retreating, the Super Absol pressed forward, and the two Pokémon battled with the ferocity of gladiators on an ancient Roman battlefield. At that moment, Future Sight activated, and several pink orbs descended from the sky, striking the supergiant swamp monster, forcing it to retreat and create distance from the Super Absol. Super Absol's Song of Ruin. A haunting melody resonated, momentarily disorienting the supergiant swamp monster. This cannot continue, it resolved, unleashing its arm hammer. Super Absol seized through it. The supergiant swamp monster charged directly at the Super Absol, but with a flash of light in its eyes, the Super Absol evaded the attack. Supergiant swamp monster's tackle. However, in that instant, the supergiant swamp monster managed to topple the Super Absol. Super Absol's revenge. The Super Absol's massive horn directly struck the supergiant swamp monster. You've fallen for my trap, supergiant swamp monster. Double the payback. The supergiant swamp monster retaliated with its tail, sending the Super Absol soaring, incapacitated. At that moment, the effect of the Song of Ruin also took hold, causing the supergiant swamp monster to collapse, losing its battle capability. Both the giant swamp monster and Absol fell, and as all 6 Pokémon of player Huaiwe were rendered unable to battle, the victor was player Dayue. I lost to you again, Dayue. You truly are excessive, inflicting such a devastating defeat upon me. If you would be so kind as to grant me a dark-type semi-legendary, I might forgive you, Huaiwe jested as she approached Dayue. Get lost, Dayue replied curtly, kicking her aside before turning and leaving the battlefield. Ouch, that hurt. I don't need a semi-legendary, just a dark-type will suffice. Wait for me. Dayue. Huaiwe hurriedly followed after him. The two departed the battlefield, playfully bickering. Dayue vs. Kamishiro, Part 1. Kamishiro and Doricena also emerged victorious, advancing to the top 4. This time, the drawing screen displayed only 4 avatars. The large screen began to scroll, revealing that in the first round, Doricena would face an individual named Aishing, a middle-aged man who was also fortunate to encounter a relatively weak opponent. Naturally, Dayue found himself matched against Kamishiro. Mr. Kamishiro, I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's battle, Dayue remarked with a smile. You are too kind, Dr. Dayue. I am also looking forward to it. I am quite curious to see your trump card, which I assume you have yet to reveal. Kamishiro responded with a grin, both their eyes gleaming with competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Aishing could only watch with a strained smile beside Doricena, well aware that reaching the top 4 was already a tremendous stroke of luck for him. As expected, in the first round of the next day's competition, Aishing was defeated without scoring a point by Doricena, as the formidable Red Dragon unleashed its victorious roar. Congratulations to contestant Doricena for being the first to advance to the finals. Now let us compete for the final spot in the championship, the commentator exclaimed passionately. The matches now progressed to the semifinals, with player Dayue facing player Kamishiro, each utilizing 6 Pokémon. The battle would conclude when one side's 6 Pokémon were all rendered incapable of fighting, allowing for free substitutions. Additionally, a mid-match break would occur once one side lost 3 Pokémon. Now, let the battle commence. Kamishiro will strike first. Out comes Solrock. Beneath go. Pokémon, Solrock. Type, Rock Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Qualification, Elite. Level, Early Semi-Elite. Solrock's round body shown in orange, with 8 yellow rock spikes protruding from its sides, and patterns crafted from numerous small yellow stones adorned its front and back. Its large, distinctive eyes were framed by thick, semicircular eyelids, revealing crimson irises through narrow black slits. Each eye bore a circular pattern beneath, embellished with 3 black markings. As the 2 Pokémon materialized on the battlefield, a gust of sand swirled around them. Return, Solrock. Go, Mimikyu. Pokémon, Mimikyu. Type, Ghost Ground. Ability, Iron Fist. Qualification, near champion. Level, mid-semi-elite. Mimikyu resembled a gigantic clay figure adorned with numerous enigmatic spiral patterns. With a central design that appeared cracked and some button-like appendages. Kamishiro swiftly replaced Solrock with Mimikyu. Mimikyu burst punch. The Mimikyu's fist shot forth toward Benit. Benit guards. A green energy shield enveloped Benit, successfully deflecting the incoming strike from Mimikyu. Benit, spike attack. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground, aiming for Mimikyu. Mimikyu, earthquake. Mimikyu stomped down hard, causing the ground to tremble, shattering the advancing spikes. Benit staggered, nearly losing its footing. Benit, dark pulse. Dark energy erupted from Benit's mouth, entangling Mimikyu in a fierce assault that caused it to stumble. Mimikyu drain punch. Benit retaliated with rock blast. Mimikyu's legs receded into its body, propelling itself forward like an engine, charging at Benit. Benit unleashed a barrage of rock energy to halt Mimikyu's advance, but Mimikyu deftly evaded the attacks, landing a punch directly on Benit's face, sending it crashing to the ground. Benit strikes back. Benit delivered a heavy blow to Mimikyu, who fell, unable to continue battling. Mimikyu has lost its fighting capability. Please replace it, Mr. Kamishiro. Daiue, you truly have mastered the art of reflecting damage. But let's see how you handle this. Go, Bisharp. Bisharp. Pokémon, Bisharp. Type, Steel Dark. Ability, Heavy Metal. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, Mid-Semi-Elite. As Bisharp appeared, Kamishiro produced a pendant from his collar, which was none other than a keystone. O mysterious keystone, exploring unknown civilizations, respond to my bond. Bisharp Mega Evolved. Kamishiro raised the keystone, and a spectrum of colors connected with Bisharp, causing its body to swell. Pokémon, Mega Bisharp. Type, Steel. Ability, Filter. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, Peak Semi-Elite. The sharp horn on Mega Bisharp's forehead shortened, while a blade-like horn sprouted from its nose, and a downward-pointing spike appeared on its jaw. The shoulder protrusions elongated and curved toward its head, the steel rings on its limbs visibly lengthened, and new spikes emerged from the openings in its arms. Its tail grew sturdier, adorned with 3 silver steel rings. Return, Bisharp. Go, Swampert. Daiue decided to withdraw Benit and tossed out another Pokeball. Giant Swamp Monster, go. As the giant swamp monster emerged, Daiue also pressed the evolution keystone. Respond to my bond. Shine your brilliance. The giant swamp monster Mega Evolved. A cascade of colors enveloped the giant swamp monster, its forelimbs expanding, and soon, the radiance faded, revealing the super giant swamp monster on the battlefield. Super giant swamp monster. Rain dance. Rain cascaded down, washing away the dust and drenching the battlefield. The Super Blastoise unleashed its cannon beam. The Super Swampert was struck directly by the steel energy, accompanied by a burst of white light. Super Swampert's arm hammer. It swiftly navigated through the rain, arriving before Super Blastoise, raising its colossal fist and delivering a devastating blow. The metallic explosion of Super Blastoise. At that moment, a tremendous metallic explosion echoed, sending Super Swampert flying. Truly fierce. Super Swampert initiated earthquake. The ground began to tremble, toppling Super Blastoise to the ground. Return, Super Blastoise. Shindai decided to recall Blastoise. Go, Solrock. Solrock was sent back into the fray. Super Swampert, you return too. Tyranitar, go. Daitu chose to send out Tyranitar once more. Tyranitar's appearance transformed the rain into a sandstorm. Tyranitar surf. Solrock used hypnosis. Just as Tyranitar rode the massive wave, a wave of energy surged toward it. Closing its eyes, Tyranitar plunged into the water. After a while, Tyranitar was washed ashore, collapsing and losing its ability to battle. Meanwhile, the swirling sandstorm also subsided. Tyranitar lost its ability to battle. Daitu must now replace their Pokémon. Go, Conkeldurr. Daitu summoned Conkeldurr. Chapter 88. Daitu vs. Shindai, Part 2. Conkeldurr took center stage, causing lush grass to sprout across the battlefield. Conkeldurr used drum beating. Pulling out a tree stump drum, it began to strike with its drumsticks. 2 vines reached out towards Solrock. Solrock used Psychic. Solrock unleashed its psychic powers, controlling the vines and sending them back towards Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr invoked the Oath of Grass. Grass energy surged from the ground, repelling the vines and subsequently encircling Solrock, sending it crashing to the ground. Take him down, Frenzy Plant. Thorns erupted from the ground, striking towards Solrock. Stealth Rock Explosion. Solrock infused a mass of rock energy into the ground, and in a swift motion, a burst of white light emanated from its body, followed by a resounding bang as Solrock exploded. Caught in a state of paralysis, Conkeldurr suffered severe damage. Solrock lost its ability to battle. Shindai must replace their Pokémon. Super Blastoise, I entrust you. Shindai released Super Blastoise once more. Conkeldurr Mach Punch. Conkeldurr charged towards Super Blastoise, channeling ground energy. Super Blastoise stood its ground, not flinching from the attack. The metallic explosion of Super Blastoise. A powerful metallic detonation resonated, sending Conkeldurr crashing back, unable to continue battling. Conkeldurr lost its ability to battle. Daitu must now replace their Pokémon. Super Swampert go. Super Swampert re-entered the battlefield. Super Swampert summoned rain. Rain clouds gathered once more, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Super Swampert, Mach Punch. Super Blastoise, Heavy Slam. Both Pokémon channeled their full power and charged towards each other, colliding with a tremendous impact that sent both Pokémon sprawling. Super Swampert's Arm Hammer. Super Blastoise's Long Horn. The metallic horn of Super Blastoise gleamed coldly as it aimed for Super Swampert, whose muscular fist met it head-on. The two Pokémon clashed fiercely once again, and this time both were knocked to the ground, reverting from their Mega Evolution states. Both Swampert and Blastoise lost their ability to battle, resulting in 3 Pokémon down for each side, leading to a mid-match break. After 10 minutes, the battle will resume. Who would have thought it would be a 3-3 stalemate? Qianli marveled from the audience. The main event is yet to come, remarked Huiwa softly. It might not be a good show, Daigo said with a mischievous grin, momentarily surprising the crowd. Could it be? Huiwa seemed to have an inkling, but quickly fell silent. The break concluded. Both competitors returned to the battlefield. The second half of the duel commenced, with Shindai throwing a Pokeball first. Moltres, I entrust you. A clear bird call resonated as Moltres flapped its wings, enveloped in flames. Bloodwing Dragon, go! Daitu released the pinnacle champion, Bloodwing Dragon. A ferocious roar echoed through the heavens, causing Dora Serena, watching from the audience, to widen her eyes in surprise. Moltres moved with remarkable speed, unleashing Flamethrower. Bloodwing Dragon performed Dragon Dance. Moltres gracefully maneuvered in the air, breathing fire towards Bloodwing Dragon, who, however, danced elegantly above, evading the flames effortlessly. Bloodwing Dragon finished this with Dragon Claw. Bloodwing Dragon manifested a green claw, charging towards Moltres with its crimson wings. The devastating blow struck Moltres, sending it crashing to the ground, unable to continue battling. Moltres lost its ability to battle. Shindai must now replace their Pokémon. I entrust you, Zapdos. A magnificent Zapdos, crackling with electricity, appeared on the battlefield as thunderclouds rolled in, rumbling ominously. Zapdos used thunder. With a sharp cry, Zapdos unleashed a bolt of lightning from the ominous clouds, striking Bloodwing Dragon, leaving it charred and disheveled. Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Pulse. Bloodwing Dragon expelled a torrent of dragon energy, forming a violet dragon phantom that surged towards Zapdos. Zapdos evaded, unleashing Volt Tackle. Bloodwing Dragon charged recklessly. Wrapped in electricity, Zapdos darted away from Bloodwing Dragon's assault, colliding fiercely with it instead. Bloodwing Dragon, undeterred, charged forward, and the two collided, sending Zapdos crashing to the ground. Zapdos lost its ability to battle. Shindai must replace their Pokémon. Finally, let it be Articuno. Shindai tossed out his last Pokeball. A blue-feathered Articuno appeared on the battlefield, causing the temperature to plummet, a chill enveloping the arena. Articuno, snowstorm, blizzard. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, enveloping the venue in a wintry chill. An icy energy surged towards Bloodwing Dragon, causing immense discomfort amidst the swirling snow. Bloodwing Dragon Meteor. Ignoring Articuno's assault, Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a surge of dragon energy skyward, which rained down in a flurry of small energy orbs that engulfed the battlefield, including Articuno. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the arena, and as the dust settled, Articuno lay defeated, unable to battle. Articuno has lost its ability to battle. Since Shindai's 6 Pokémon have all been unable to fight, the victor is Daitu. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon and met in the center of the battlefield, shaking hands and sharing a smile. Congratulations to Daitu for advancing to the finals. Tomorrow, the champion will be determined between Daitu and Dora Serena, so stay tuned. The announcer's voice rang out fittingly. As they exited the battlefield, they found Dora Serena waiting in the competitor's corridor. Miss Dora Serena, what brings you here? Daitu inquired with a smile. Mr. Dido's strength is formidable. I hope to receive your guidance in tomorrow's match, replied Dora Serena, her warm smile unwavering. Your guidance is truly humbling. I believe Miss Doricina possesses even greater prowess, Diyu replied with a smile. Until tomorrow then. See you tomorrow. With that, Doricina turned and departed, leaving Diyu gazing intently at her retreating figure, a fervent spirit igniting within him. That night, the group gathered in a small room within the contestant village. Big brother, you must secure the championship tomorrow, Dawu exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Dayu. You are destined to surpass me, the future master of the dark type, Huiwe said, draping an arm over Dayu's shoulder. Others joined in to rally support for Dayu. Chapter 89. Dayu vs. Doricena, Part 1. On the following day, at the competition venue, Dayu and Doricena arrived at the battleground. Now commencing the finals of the Fanyuan League Colorful Festival. Contestant Dayu versus contestant Doricena, each utilizing 6 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's 6 Pokémon are rendered unable to battle. Contestants may freely substitute their Pokémon. Additionally, upon the loss of 3 Pokémon by either side, a mid-match break will ensue. Let the battle begin. Doricena will attack first. Go, Executor. Bloodwing Dragon, go. Pokémon. Executor, Alolan form. Type. Grass Dragon ability. Harvest quality. Champion level. Late champion. The Alolan Executor appears reminiscent of a giraffe. Yet its tail boasts a 4th head that operates independently. Unlike its other heads, this one is a light green hue. Designed to confront foes that cannot be attacked by the primary heads from behind. Is that an Executor? Bonnie inquired curiously from the audience. That is the Alolan Executor. The intense sunlight of the Alola region has awakened the hidden powers within its eggs, transforming it into its current form. For it, Alola represents the ideal environment. The inhabitants of Alola take pride in the belief that their Executor is the original form, often depicted in their ancient art and architecture. After flourishing in this serene habitat, it no longer requires its original psychic powers, resulting in a diminishment of its abilities. The head on its tail utilizes faint telepathy to sense its surroundings. However, the dormant dragon power within it has awakened. It excels at using its elongated neck as a whip, delivering forceful strikes with its sturdy head, albeit at the cost of some dizziness. Dawu mimicked Dayu's usual mannerisms as he recounted the details of Alolan Executor, causing the others to express understanding. Executor. Dragon Hammer. The Alolan Executor swung its long neck as a weapon, aiming a blow at the airborne Bloodwing Dragon. The Bloodwing Dragon evaded, unleashing a torrent of flames. As the Bloodwing Dragon soared high to dodge the Alolan Executor's assault, it then dove downward, releasing a fiery beam from its mouth toward the Alolan Executor. Executor, light screen. Reflect wall. A pink barrier and a yellow barrier materialized before the Alolan Executor, absorbing the majority of the fire's damage, leaving it relatively unscathed. Return, Executor. Go, Blaziken. Doricena promptly recalled the Alolan Executor and sent forth Blaziken. Pokémon. Blaziken type. Firefighting ability. Speed boost quality. Champion level. Late champion Blaziken is a large avian Pokémon characterized by a tubular nose, a flat crown, and a shell that resembles a 6-pointed star. Its back is adorned with explosive spines, and its star-shaped chest cavity serves as its weak point, compelling it to face away from its opponents during combat. What Pokémon is this? Huiwe inquired from the audience. This is Blaziken, a Pokémon from the Alola region, nearly unseen in Fanyuan. Blaziken dwells in volcanic regions, and due to its diet of sulfur near volcanic craters, its shell forms a layer of explosive material primarily composed of sulfur. When struck, sparks ignite from the spikes on its shell, resulting in an explosion. It can exhale flames and toxic gas from its nostrils. Its excrement is explosive and has various applications. It mimics the shape of rocks near volcanoes to ambush prey, and when the prey ascends its shell, it seizes the opportunity to strike, detonating its shell. While the exploding shell can be troublesome, it is particularly vulnerable to moisture. On rainy days, Blaziken will remain hidden deep within caves. It releases the winds generated by the explosions on its back from the hollow in its abdomen. Marking a significant weakness, being struck there inflicts considerable damage. Here to enlighten us is the esteemed pharaoh of the pyramid, the commentator announced. Blaziken Dragon Pulse. Blaziken unleashed a purple dragon-shaped wave toward the airborne Bloodwing Dragon. Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Claw. The Bloodwing Dragon's claws coalesced with a green spectral energy as it dove headlong toward the oncoming Dragon Pulse. The Bloodwing Dragon swiped its claws, effortlessly tearing the Dragon Pulse asunder, then continued its momentum toward Blaziken on the ground. Blaziken Trap Shell. Blaziken pivoted, presenting its back to the descending Bloodwing Dragon. The Bloodwing Dragon, undeterred, struck fiercely against Blaziken's back with its claws. At the moment of contact, Blaziken's back erupted, the explosion resonating throughout the arena, enveloping the Bloodwing Dragon in thick smoke. With a furious roar, the Bloodwing Dragon emerged from the smoke, bearing numerous wounds and appearing quite battered. In stark contrast, Blaziken, shielded by its reflect wall and shell, sustained minimal damage. Respond to my bond. Illuminate the arena with your brilliance. Bloodwing Dragon Mega Evolve. Do you command it? Opting for the Mega Evolution of the Bloodwing Dragon. In a flash, the Mega Bloodwing Dragon materialized on the battleground. Mega Bloodwing Dragon Meteor Shower. The Mega Bloodwing Dragon released a barrage of meteorites imbued with potent dragon energy into the sky, which transformed into countless smaller meteors cascading toward Blaziken below. The light screen reappeared, mitigating substantial damage, yet Blaziken still sustained notable injury. Blaziken Spike Cannon. Blaziken launched the spikes from its shell directly at the Mega Bloodwing Dragon, each infused with formidable dragon energy. Mega Bloodwing Dragon Hurricane. The Mega Bloodwing Dragon fanned its crimson wings, conjuring a tempest that blew the spikes aside. Almost immediately, it turned its focus to Blaziken, activating the light screen once more to absorb some of the damage. Blaziken Overheat. Blaziken gathered its fiery energy, directing it toward the Mega Bloodwing Dragon. Mega Bloodwing Dragon Defend. A green energy shield enveloped the Mega Bloodwing Dragon, successfully isolating Blaziken's flames from breaching. Now, Blaziken Self-Destruct. As the Mega Bloodwing Dragon completed its defense, it was caught off guard by the ensuing explosion, plummeting to the ground and sustaining significant damage. While Blaziken was rendered incapable of battle, Blaziken has lost its ability to battle. Doricena, please select your next Pokémon. Go Hydreigon. Doricena tossed out a Pokeball. Pokémon, Hydreigon Type. Dark Dragon Ability. Levitate Quality. Champion Level. Peak Champion Hydreigon is primarily blue, adorned with black fur, possessing 3 pairs of wings on its back, and 2 rows of purple patterns across its abdomen. It has 3 heads, with only the central head being the true head, while the other 2 lack a brain. It has only a tail and no legs. Hydreigon has entered the fray. Chapter 90. Du vs. Doricena, Part 2. It's Hydreigon. Upon witnessing Hydreigon, Huiwe, a fervent fan of dark types, jumped up in excitement, cheering joyously. The 3-headed dragon is a Pokémon of malefic nature, regarded as a quasi-divine entity in the Unova region. Before anyone could pose a question, Huiwe exclaimed with pride. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances at Huiwe before turning their attention back to the ongoing match. The 3-headed dragon unleashed a triple attack. Bolts of electric, icy, and fiery energy erupted from its 3 heads, hurtling towards the Super Bloodwing Dragon that had just landed. The Super Bloodwing Dragon roared. A resounding dragon's cry accompanied by a powerful gust met the 3-headed dragon's assault, resulting in a thunderous collision. The 3-headed dragon executed a double strike. It charged forward, swinging the heads on either side to strike the visage of the Super Bloodwing Dragon. In response, the Super Bloodwing Dragon retaliated with its dragon claw. The Super Bloodwing Dragon deftly countered with 2 swift strikes from its claws, landing squarely on the heads of the 3-headed dragon, which howled in fury. Ascending into the skies, the Super Bloodwing Dragon initiated a dragon dive. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it soared upwards. The 3-headed dragon quickly attempted to thwart it with Dragon Pulse. The Super Bloodwing Dragon dove downwards, unleashing a stream of dragon-type energy that collided with the incoming attack. Soon, the Super Bloodwing Dragon barreled through the Dragon Pulse, charging directly at the 3-headed dragon. The 3-headed dragon countered with its reverse scale, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. It met the Super Bloodwing Dragon head-on, creating a massive cloud of smoke upon impact. As the dust settled, both Pokémon lay incapacitated upon the ground. The 3-headed dragon and the Bloodwing Dragon have both lost their battle capabilities. Both sides, please substitute your Pokémon. Once again, I must rely on you, Alolan Exeggutor. Doricena summoned her Alolan Exeggutor, while Daiwa sent forth his Flame Blade Demon. The Flame Blade Demon initiated Sword's Dance, followed by Requiem Blade, surrounded by swirling sword shadows. The blade energy melded into the Flame Blade Demon, amplifying its might as it brandished its dual swords towards the Alolan Exeggutor. Before the Alolan Exeggutor could react, a streak of sword light cleaved through, sending it crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The Flame Blade Demon had been eagerly awaiting its turn, and with flair, it swiftly dispatched the Alolan Exeggutor. With the Exeggutor incapacitated, and Doricena having lost 3 Pokémon first, an intermission was called, lasting 10 minutes before the match would resume. The 2 competitors exited the battleground to await in the rest area. That Pokémon of Daiuez is incredibly formidable. Although the Exeggutor had sustained some injuries, it was not severe, yet it was still swiftly defeated, Bonnie remarked in astonishment. The Flame Blade Demon has grown alongside my brother. Its strength is indeed formidable, Daiu replied with a smile. Amidst their idle chatter, the 10-minute break swiftly concluded, and Daiu and Doricena returned to the arena. Flame Blade Demon. Go. Dayues summoned his Flame Blade Demon. Onward, Slime Dragon. Doricina released the Pokeball containing the Slime Dragon. Pokémon, Slime Dragon. Type, Dragon. Ability, Slimy. Qualification, Champion. Level, Champion Pinnacle. The robust Slime Dragon possesses a remarkably gentle disposition. Its body is predominantly a smooth purple hue, complemented by a massive tail and green spots encircling its tail and neck. With strong, powerful antennae, it can either attack or hurl adversaries away. Its entire body is coated in a viscous substance, most concentrated on its hands and chin. A Dragon-type Pokémon once again, exclaimed Fuyong in surprise. The Slime Dragon is a quasi-divine Pokémon from the Kalos region, known for its gentle nature and close affinity to humans. It is known for its benevolence, often striving to protect other Pokémon. To preserve its protective slime, slime dragons dwell near water sources and caves. They adore rain, often seen wandering through fields during downpours. Beneath its slimy exterior lies a thick layer of fat, enabling it to absorb attacks and retaliate with immense force, surpassing that of heavyweight boxers by 100-fold. When provoked, it unleashes chaos with a tail capable of uprooting a dump truck. Its gentle demeanor means that if teased, it will retaliate with a sharp jab from its antennae or sweep with its robust tail. It embraces adored trainers, enveloping them in its sticky embrace, leaving them coated in its slime. If neglected, it becomes forlorn, shedding gooey tears. At times, it can be left bewildered by its trainer's commands, its endearing antics making it widely cherished. This time, it was Dayu who elaborated on the Slime Dragon's characteristics. Slime Dragon, deploy Sludge Bomb. The Slime Dragon unleashed a torrent of sludge towards the Flame Blade Demon, showering the arena with purple toxic energy. Flame Blade Demon, utilize Sword's Dance, Requiem Blade. Dayu and his Flame Blade Demon exchanged a knowing glance. The Flame Blade Demon swiftly executed its enhancement, weaving through the sludge bomb with ghostly agility, avoiding any contact with the toxic energy. It then swung its sword, striking the Slime Dragon, sending it flying. Slime Dragon, use Dragon Pulse. The Slime Dragon quickly regained its footing, launching a wave of Dragon-type energy towards the Flame Blade Demon. Without awaiting Dayue's command, the Flame Blade Demon cleaved through the energy wave with its sword. Flame Blade Demon, execute Flare Blitz. Enveloped in flames, the Flame Blade Demon charged towards the Slime Dragon. Quick, use Water Pulse to block it. A wave of water erupted from the Slime Dragon's hands, crashing towards the Flame Blade Demon. As fire and water collided, a dense cloud of steam enveloped the arena, obscuring the view for both sides. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as the Slime Dragon was ejected from the arena, losing its battle capabilities. Slime Dragon has lost its battle capabilities. Doricina, please substitute your Pokémon. I entrust you, Dragon God Pillar Regidrago. Doricina finally opened her squinting eyes. Pokémon, Regidrago. Type, Dragon. Ability, Dragon's Jaw. Qualification, Master. Level, Early Half Master. Regidrago resembles a dark red orb, adorned with 7 blue dots atop its head. Its body etched with jagged patterns reminiscent of sharp teeth. It is encased in a massive structure resembling the skull of a western dragon. Its right side features a black upper jaw, cranium, dragon horns, and prominently visible teeth, exuding an aura of majesty. The left reveals a lower jaw with sharp black teeth protruding. These may also serve as Regidrago's arms. An unverified academic theory posits that the shape of its arms resembles the heads of ancient dragon Pokémon. Regidrago has made its grand entrance. What Pokémon is that? Fuyong instinctively glanced at Dayu. I only heard my brother mention it. I never thought Doricina would possess a legendary beast, Dayu remarked, staring at Regidrago. A legendary beast. The crowd gasped in unison. Indeed, Regidrago is a legendary entity, formed entirely from crystallized dragon energy, with an exceptionally high concentration of energy in its body. It is said to possess the abilities of all dragon Pokémon. Legends tell of how the mythical Pokémon Regigigas once attempted to create Regidrago using crystallized dragon energy, but could only produce its head due to insufficient crystals. Ancient peoples, fearing that the day would come when Regidrago's entire form would be completed, leading to their nation's destruction, sealed it deep within a temple, Dayu elaborated. At this moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Shindai's eyes as he silently resolved to take a particular course of action. Regidrago unleashed Dragon Dance. Ethereal dragon figures swirled around Regidrago, its momentum beginning to rise. Sanyan Renji used Dragon Claw. The dual blades of Sanyan Renji gathered draconic energy and swung toward Regidrago. Regidrago, we shall also employ Dragon Claw. The dragon head and jaw of Regidrago struck out towards Sanyan Renji, The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce exchange, the sound of clashing steel resonating throughout the arena. Sanyin Renji executed the move Requiem Blade. The dual swords transformed, the original green energy replaced by a haunting purple hue. Regidrago retaliated with Dragon Pulse. The dragon head and jaw of Regidrago fused into a singular entity, unleashing a wave of draconic energy that barreled towards the unsuspecting Sanyin Renji. The dual swords of Sanyin Renji severed the energy pulse, striking directly at Regidrago, sending it hurtling through the air. Regidrago summoned its dragon might. In midair, the dragon head of Regidrago reformed, releasing an incredibly pure stream of draconic energy that surged towards Sanyin Renji, catching it off guard and engulfing it in a powerful explosion. Sanyin Renji countered with Dark Night Shadow. Countless shadows erupted from the center of the explosion, coiling around Regidrago. The shadows enveloped Regidrago's form, eliciting a pained cry as it collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to battle. Meanwhile, as the smoke cleared, Sanyin Renji knelt, propped up by one sword. Its body marred by numerous injuries, visibly gravely wounded. Regidrago has lost its ability to battle. Please, contestant Doricena, substitute your Pokémon. I beseech you, my final dragon Xerneas. Pokémon, Xerneas. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Natural Recovery. Aptitude, Master. Level, midway to Master. Xerneas ascended onto the battlefield. Diyue retrieved Sanyin Renji into its Pokeball and tossed forth the final one. My partner, Metagross, go? A shining Metagross materialized on the battleground, marking its debut in this competition. Doricena, if this is the extent of your power, this match is mine, Diyue remarked with a grin directed at Doricena. How about this? Awaken the power of the dragon. Xerneas Mega Evolve. Doricena's eyes widened, her expression fierce as her dragon-themed adornment flipped, revealing the evolution stone within, which emitted a radiant glow that connected to Xerneas, causing its form to swell. Pokémon, Mega Xerneas. Type, Dragon Fairy. Ability, Fairy Aura. Aptitude, Master. Level, late stage to Master. Mega Xerneas now resembled a colossal ball of cotton, its tail elongated, and the once pristine and fluffy feathers were now predominantly scattered across its back instead of its chest. Mega Xerneas used Sing. A melodious bird call resonated through the air, its formidable power spreading out, causing even the spectators in the stands to feel heavy-eyed. Yet Metagross remained utterly oblivious, showing no response. Doricena scrutinized Metagross closely, realizing that a psychic barrier surrounded it, blocking the effects of the song. Mega Xerneas unleashed a fire blast. The flames formed into a large character shape and surged towards Metagross, which remained motionless, with Diyue showing no inclination to command it. Just as the flames were about to make contact, Metagross's eyes glimmered with a blue flash, redirecting the fiery attack skyward. Doricena stood frozen in place, staring at the relaxed Diyue and Metagross, an incredulous thought dawning upon her. Mega Xerneas employed Meteor Shower. Countless meteors imbued with draconic energy cascaded toward the ground. But Metagross deftly maneuvered across the arena, evading every strike with precision. Metagross, conclude this battle with Comet Punch. Metagross raised its front claws, gathering steel energy, and charged toward Mega Xerneas. Not good. Mega Xerneas, Cotton Guard. Mega Xerneas fluffed its fur, enveloping itself in a protective cocoon, but Metagross barreled into the cotton defense, resulting in a resounding impact as Mega Xerneas was sent flying, reverting from its Mega Evolution and losing its ability to battle, crashing heavily to the ground. Xerneas has lost its ability to battle. As contestant Doricena's 6 Pokémon have all been rendered unable to battle, the victor is contestant Diyue. The referee announced the final result. The champion of the Hoenn League's Caillou Conference has emerged. Let us extend our congratulations to contestant Diyue for becoming the champion of this year's Caillou Conference. The commentator's triumphant voice echoed throughout the venue, igniting a fervor among the audience that nearly reached the heavens. Congratulations, Mr. Diyue. Doricena approached Diyue, her demeanor softening into a warm smile as she extended her hand for a handshake. Thank you, Miss Doricena. Diyue replied with a beaming smile. Brother, you were amazing. Diyue rushed down from the stands, enveloping Diyue in a tight embrace. Meanwhile, in front of the television, Zvocchi and Kuroda cheered. Professor Aizen and researcher Otakawa joined in the celebration. Macaulay and Adam cheered. Amy cheered. In the Sinnoh region, in Shinko Town, Sharona and Gardevoir were also watching the results of the Caillou Conference. That guy is so strong, Gardevoir murmured, gazing at Diyue on the screen. Sharona remained silent, her eyes no longer filled with innocence, but rather brimming with competitive spirit. That night, all 16 finalists gathered at the venue, with Diyue, standing atop the winner's podium, flanked by Dorasena and Shindai. I am Mushion, the president of the Hoenn League. A middle-aged man warmly shook Dayue's hand. Greetings, President Mushion. Dayue responded politely. Congratulations on becoming the champion of the Caillou Conference. I hope you will become the champion of Hoenn in the future. Certainly, President. Dayue smiled as he accepted the championship trophy from the president's hands, raising it high, causing confetti to cascade down and a renewed wave of cheers and applause to erupt. Chapter 92. Return to Canas City. The Hoenn League's Caillou Conference concluded successfully. At this moment, in the contestants' village, Dayue was bidding farewell to everyone. Dayue, we must take our leave, Fuyong said to him, standing alongside Aku. So soon? What are your plans for the future? Dayue inquired of Fuyong and Aku. I've decided to travel to the Galar region. I heard from Dayu that there's a ghost-type demigod Pokémon there, and I wish to see what formidable opponents await. Fuyong declared with enthusiasm. I'll accompany Fuyong. This time, I won't be easily eliminated. Aku added. Then I wish you safe travels. Dayue waved at them with a smile. Dayue, we are also leaving. Huaiwe called out to him, with Bonnie standing beside her. Do you have a goal? Dayue asked. I plan to go to the Unova region. I must acquire the three-headed dragon. And I also intend to challenge the Unova League Conference. Plus, I can travel with Bonnie. Huaiwe proclaimed with determination. Just don't hold me back, Bonnie replied coolly. Turning, Huaiwe wrapped her arm around Dayue's shoulder. You'll be able to travel soon, right? Will you miss me while I'm away from Hoenn? Dayu pushed Huaiwe away, a look of disdain on his face. Get off me. Who would miss you? Dayu and Huaiwe had grown quite familiar during this time, often joking and teasing each other. All right, be safe on your journey. Dayue interjected. Dayue, what are your plans next? Huaiwe turned to ask him. I had long since made up my mind. I shall venture to Sinnoh. Upon mentioning Sinnoh, two graceful figures appeared in Dayue's mind. Is Dayue intending to travel to the Sinnoh region? At that moment, Chihiro and Mizuko approached. What about you, Chihiro and Mizuko? Dayue inquired, nodding his head. We are getting married. Chihiro said shyly, scratching his head, while Mizuko blushed deeply, leaning against Chihiro's embrace. Congratulations to you both. Dayue and the others expressed their heartfelt congratulations. Thank you. Chihiro and Mizuko replied with smiles. Everyone is here. I must take my leave. At that moment, Kamishiro also approached. Do you have a goal as well, Mr. Kamishiro? Daigo asked. Indeed. I am someone who seeks adventure in various ruins. This time, I am off to the ruins near Misty Mountain. Kamishiro stated somewhat dramatically. Best of luck. Upon hearing about Misty Mountain, Dayue felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling a certain matter. Soon, everyone departed one by one, leaving only Dayue and his brother. As they exited the competitor village, they spotted Dorasena. Miss Dorasena. Dayue greeted her proactively. Mr. Dayue. Dorasena exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Dayue. Are you heading back to Kalos? Dayue inquired. Yes, I am returning to Kalos to take over as the Dragon-type champion. Dorasena replied with a smile. Congratulations, Miss Dorasena, Dayue said, beaming with joy. Thank you. I look forward to our next battle. Dorasena said, locking eyes with Dayue. Both felt a surge of fighting spirit, yet it eventually transformed into gentle smiles. After bidding farewell to Dorasena, the two brothers made their way towards Canas City. After a fortnight of travel, they finally arrived at the Karagreen Tunnel, through which they would reach Canas City. As they entered the tunnel, they turned on their flashlights and proceeded, when suddenly a shadow darted past, causing Dayue to furrow his brow. He swiftly retrieved a Pokeball and released his Metagross. Metagross, go! A glimmering Metagross appeared beside the brothers, its formidable psychic power enveloping the surroundings as a figure materialized before them. Pokémon, Doublade, Shiny. Type, Steel Ghost. Ability, No Guard. Aptitude, Master. Level, Late Beginner. Doublade resembled a sword, encased in a brown scabbard adorned with patterns reminiscent of a ghastly face. The blue orbs on its hilt were its true form. A long blue ribbon, forked at the end like fingers, was attached to the hilt, allowing it to move freely like a wrist. In battle, it would reveal its blade. While in repose, it concealed itself within the scabbard. This particular Doublade had a brownish-yellow scabbard, pink orbs, and a pink ribbon with a purple-blue tip. Brother, I don't think I've ever mentioned this Pokémon, Daigo remarked, gazing at the shiny Doublade. This is Doublade, quite common in the Kalos region, but rather rare here. And this one is a shiny variant. It is said that Doublade is the reincarnation of a deceased soul that resides within an ancient sword, feeding off the life force of humans. It wraps its blue cloth around the arm of the sword wielder, siphoning their life until they collapse. The soul of one who perished by this sword has become the spirit of Doublade. The long-absent Dayue's mini-lecture re-emerged. due to his intention to venture to the Sinnoh region. He sought new Pokémon, as his team, including Banjiras and others, had all reached the champion level, while Blaziken had entered the semi-champion ranks. Hence, he aspired to capture this Doublade. Hello, little one. Would you care to join me on my journey? Dayue unleashed his Sanctum power, which he had recently discovered had a particular allure for Pokémon with high defensive stats. Sensing Dayue's strength, Doublade approached him willingly. Dayue produced a Pokeball and successfully captured Doublade. Shiny Doublade acquired. Dayue exclaimed with a smile, holding the Pokeball. After securing Doublade, the brothers continued on their way, occasionally encountering Diglett and Sandshrew, but upon seeing Metagross, they all scurried away in fright. The brothers successfully navigated through the Carragreen Tunnel, arriving at the long-awaited Canas City. They took a vehicle to the headquarters of Devon Corporation, where Kuroda awaited them at the entrance with a warm welcome. It's been a while, Kuroda, Dayue greeted with a smile. Indeed, Master Dayue, Master Daigo, Kuroda replied, equally delighted to see them. The trio ascended to the top floor of Devon Corporation via the elevator, where Zvocchi McKinky was engrossed in his machine parts. Father, we are back. Dayue's sudden exclamation startled Zvocchi McKinky, causing screws to clatter to the floor. Dayue and Daigo have returned. Zvocchi McKinky said, shaking his head in exasperation but soon smiling at his two sons. Father, my brother is truly impressive. Daigo recounted everything he had witnessed at the league tournament to Zvocchi McKinky, who listened intently, with Dayue occasionally chiming in, creating a heartwarming scene. Chapter 93, The Fossil Revival Machine. At the headquarters of Devon Corporation, in the Fossil Revival Technology Research Department, Dayue was observing a machine alongside several researchers. Dr. Dayue, the machine is ready. A researcher reported as he approached Dayue. Excellent, please insert the fossil. Dayue instructed, signaling for the staff to place a fossil into the machine. As the machine opened, a staff member, clad in gloves, carefully placed a fossil inside. After securing the fossil, the machine closed. Dayue began to type code on a computer, and soon a genetic chain appeared on the screen as the machine commenced operation. This genetic chain was a complete sequence derived from the blood and fur of ancient Pokémon, aimed at reviving fossils and resurrecting these long-extinct beings. Data was transmitted into the machine, and soon it began to whir, the red lights illuminating. Dayue left a few individuals in the laboratory while he stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. Ever since the conclusion of the Hoenn League's colorful tournament, Dayue had devoted himself to the study of fossil revival technology. That night, Dayue returned to the laboratory with Zvocchi McKinky. After a brief wait, the red light of the machine transformed into green. All right, open the machine, Dayue commanded, simultaneously releasing his Metagross. A fearsome roar echoed through the room. Pokémon, Ancient Armor. Type, Rock Bug. Ability, Battle Armor. Aptitude, Gym Leader. Level, Gym Peak. Ancient Armor was a blue-shelled Pokémon, entirely enveloped in sturdy armor, appearing exceedingly resilient. Yellow patterns adorned its lower jaw, the edges of its wings, and its abdomen. The central area of its head, the tips of its forelimbs, knees, wings, and fin-like structures on its tail were black, with 2 red spots on the black sections of its head. Thin eyes sat on either side of its head. 3 white feather-like appendages with red accents adorned either side of its neck, and a spiked shell rested upon its back, supporting 2 enormous wings. Upon its emergence, Ancient Armor glared fiercely at Dayue and the others. Metagross, restrain it and prevent it from damaging the machinery. Metagross's eyes glowed blue, and Ancient Armor was swiftly pinned to the ground. Nearby staff hastily retrieved prepared Pokeballs to capture Ancient Armor. Witnessing the successful capture of Ancient Armor, Dayue turned to Zvocchi McKinky to explain. Ancient Armor is a species of Pokémon that became extinct long ago. It is understood to be an ancestor of certain bug-type Pokémon. It underwent a transformation from an aquatic existence to life on land, purportedly to facilitate a more convenient terrestrial lifestyle, adopting bipedal locomotion. Although the Ancient Armor typically resides underground, it ventures into the sea while hunting, utilizing its 2 enormous wings for swimming. The shell upon its body can deflect all forms of attack, while its lower half has been reinforced, endowing its tail with formidable destructive power. Its sharp claws serve as its most significant weapon. The 2 retractable giant pincers possess the strength to pierce even iron plates. It employs its keen claws to impale its prey before consuming it. Excellent. It appears that Dev's technology has once again taken the lead, Zvocchi remarked with delight. Numerous experiments are still required to ascertain the technology's perfection, Dayue added. Subsequently, Dayue reorganized a gene chain, instructing the staff to place another fossil into the resurrection machine. The following noon, Dayue returned with Zvocchi, Finding the machine's lights aglow in green, Daiwa signaled for the staff to activate the machine. Pokémon, Cradle Lily. Type, Rock Grass. Ability, Suction Cups. Qualification, Gym Leader. Level, Gym Peak. Cradle Lily is a verdant Pokémon reminiscent of Flora, adorned with various yellow markings on its head, neck, and torso. Its head features a crescent-shaped opening, with a pair of circular yellow eyes and 8 pink tendrils encircling the base of its head. It perches on the ground with its 4 stout legs, its abdomen showcasing an oval yellow target. Upon its emergence, Cradle Lily was swiftly subdued by a prepared Metagross. Daiwa shared Cradle Lily's information with the assembled crowd. Cradle Lily is an ancient carnivorous Pokémon that thrived in warm coastal shallows, dragging its hefty body along the seabed in search of sustenance. During low tide, it ascends onto land to forage for prey, unearthing those concealed in the sands to consume. Its body, akin to a weight, remains impervious to tumultuous ocean waves. Though its short legs impede swift movement, its neck and tendrils can extend thrice their length. Unable to move quickly, it camouflages among seaweed, using its elongated tendrils to procure food. It extends its neck like a branch, ensnaring prey with its 8 tendrils. After capturing its quarry, it secretes potent digestive fluids from its tendrils, dissolving the prey before voraciously consuming it, absorbing the nutrients within. Half a month later, the Fossil Research Institute had successfully manifested numerous Cradle Lilies and ancient armors, all housed within the ancient Pokémon amusement park constructed by Dev. On this day, Daiwa entered the laboratory alongside Daigo, as he believed this particular fossil harbored exceptional qualifications. Daigo was set to embark on his journey the day after. Thus he intended to take it with him. The fossil resurrection machine activated, revealing a diminutive Pokémon before the two. Pokémon, Ancient Wing Insect. Type, Rock Bug. Ability, Battle Armor. Qualification, Champion. Level, Intermediate Proficient. Ancient Wing Insect is a fossil Pokémon characterized by its flat, elongated form. It possesses a pair of pincers and 4 pairs of wings on either side of its body. Daigo acts swiftly, Daiwa urged. Without hesitation, Daigo unleashed his Metagross, successfully capturing the Ancient Wing Insect. Daiwa relayed some fundamental information about Ancient Wing Insect to Daigo and presented him with the ancient Pokémon energy cubes he had developed. The Ancient Wing Insect, resurrected from a fossil, is an ancestor of bug-type Pokémon. It once inhabited the warm seas approximately 100 million years ago, using its developed pincers to grasp prey concealed within rocky seabeds. During its aquatic existence, its 8 legs evolved into wings, enabling it to paddle through the water with remarkable speed. Even if placed in the sea today, it would lack vigor, as the water quality differs significantly from that of its era. A day later, Daiwa once again brought Daigo into the laboratory. Pokémon, Tentacle Lily. Type, Rock Grass. Ability, Hydration. Qualification, Champion. Level, Early Proficient. Tentacle Lily features a black top adorned with 2 yellow eyes. Its upper section is embellished with 8 pink tendrils, the tips of which are darker in hue. Below lies its purple body, decorated with a yellow ring pattern and several circular yellow motifs, each surrounded by a ring. The junction between its body and base is yellow, appearing segmented. Its base resembles a suction cup, with 4 protrusions arranged in a cross pattern. Daigo skillfully captured the Tentacle Lily. Daiwa then shared pertinent details about Tentacle Lily with Daigo. Tentacle Lily once inhabited the warm depths of the ancient sea and became extinct approximately 100 million years ago, revived from a fossil. It uses its powerful suction cups to adhere to the rocky seabed, impervious to any raging waves. Being anchored to the rocks, it cannot move. Instead, using its keen eyes to survey its surroundings for prey, it sways its tendrils, creating the illusion of seaweed, ensnaring unsuspecting prey with its petal-like tendrils before swallowing it whole. After concluding these activities, Daiwa departed the laboratory with Daigo to prepare materials for a paper. On the following morning, Daigo bid farewell to Daiwa and Zvocchi, embarking on his journey as a Pokémon trainer towards the town of Mabuki. Chapter 94, Journey to the Sinnoh region. Following Daigo's departure, Daiwa commenced preparations for the publication of his paper, while Zvocchi arranged a press conference to announce the successful development of the fossil resurrection machine. A week later, the press conference took place, with Zvocchi and Daiwa in attendance. Zvocchi announced the successful development of fossil resurrection technology by Dev, leaving journalists, the archaeological community, and researchers across the regions astounded. Amidst the astonishment, Daiwa took to the podium to present his paper and research findings, showcasing several Cradle Lilies and ancient armors, dispelling any doubts regarding Dev's achievements in fossil resurrection technology. Following the press conference, dev stock prices began to soar. Meanwhile, Daiwa prepared his belongings, as he was soon to embark on his journey to the Sinnoh region. Are you ready to depart? Zvocchi inquired, observing Daiwa as he organized his items. Indeed, it is time for my journey. Daigo called yesterday to inform me he has arrived in Mabuki, Daiwa replied without lifting his gaze, continuing to arrange his belongings. Anticipating outdoor living during his travels, he packed numerous field tools alongside a mountain of energy cubes, as he had many Pokémon to care for in the small world, necessitating ample provisions. The following day, Daiwa set sail from Kanezumi City towards the Sinnoh region. Upon boarding the deck, he retreated into his reserved luxurious cabin to rest. That evening, he ventured to the dining area, finishing his meal while observing a Pokémon battle occurring in the arena. Excuse me, is there a Pokémon competition taking place here? Daiwa inquired of a nearby attendant, who was specifically assigned to cater to guests such as Daiwa residing in luxury cabins. No, sir. This is merely a standard Pokémon duel, designed to entertain guests and alleviate any tedium aboard the ship. The attendant respectfully responded. Daiwa nodded, turning his attention back to the battling Pokémon in the arena. Pokémon, Mini Gardenia. Type, Dragon. Ability, Marvel Scale. Qualification, Master. Level, Early Proficient. Mini Gardenia is a serpentine Pokémon, its body cloaked in pale blue scales, with a bright white underbelly. It possesses purple eyes and a slight white protrusion on its forehead, indicative of developing horns. Its head is flanked by white fins, featuring a large round white nose. Pokémon, Arbok. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Qualification, Elite. Level, Peak Proficient. The Ababak, resembling a colossal purple cobra adorned with slender black stripes, possesses a diminutive head with triangular eyes. Its abdomen showcases a terrifying array of patterns, which, according to local lore, vary significantly depending on its geographical location. Recent studies have revealed that the abdominal designs feature over 20 distinct patterns, with approximately 6 types having been officially recognized. The most prevalent of these patterns resembles a menacing visage, characterized by black eye sockets, eyes of crimson and gold, a black-lipped grin curving upwards, and downward-pointing black eyebrows. In Dayu's eyes, the match appeared to be a foregone conclusion, given the prowess of the mini-dragon. Defeating the Ababak should have been a trivial endeavor. However, upon witnessing the battle unfold, his brows furrowed in concern. The mini-dragon's trainer had chosen to charge directly at the Ababak, and despite the mini-dragon's formidable abilities, its size and strength paled in comparison to the Ababak. The impact sent the mini-dragon hurtling away, and it was soon struck by the Ababak's venomous fangs, succumbing to a state of poisoning and rapidly losing its combat efficacy. Useless. You're utterly worthless. The mini-dragon's trainer spat in frustration, collecting his Pokémon and storming off. Dayu, having lost his appetite, wiped his mouth with a napkin and rose, following the direction of the departing trainer. Upon reaching the deck, he found the mini-dragon's trainer angrily kicking the injured creature, hurling curses at it. You're a complete waste. I paid a fortune for you, and you can't even best an Ababak. The mini-dragon endured the blows in silence. Stop it. What are you doing? Dayu rushed forward, shoving the trainer aside, who fell unceremoniously to the ground. Who the hell are you? The trainer bellowed in anger. Ignoring the outburst, Dayu bent down to inspect the mini-dragon's injuries. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. The trainer, incensed by Dayu's disregard, kicked at his back. Dayu deftly sidestepped, seized the trainer's leg, and yanked it, causing him to lose his balance and land awkwardly in a split, howling in pain. Who gave you the right to mistreat a Pokémon? Dayu questioned coldly, his icy gaze making the man shudder. That's my Pokémon, the trainer stammered. How much? Name your price. Dayu, unfazed by the man's bluster, expressed his desire to acquire the mini-dragon. The trainer, evidently intimidated, quickly blurted out a price of 20 million. Without hesitation, Dayu transferred the funds, cradling the injured mini-dragon as he departed. Back in his cabin, Dayu meticulously tended to the mini-dragon's wounds. Perhaps due to the recent trauma, the creature had fallen into a deep slumber. Dayu gently placed it on his bed, then took a shower before lying down himself to rest. When Dayu awoke the following day, he discovered the mini-dragon still asleep. He softly caressed its body, prompting the creature to shudder awake. Upon seeing Dayu, the mini-dragon leapt from the bed, retreating to a corner of the room, eyeing him warily. Hello, mini-dragon. I'm Dayu, your trainer. He approached the creature, bending slightly and extending a gentle hand. The mini-dragon, however, lunged and collided with Dayu, knocking him to the ground. In that moment, Dayu instinctively unleashed his domain power, enveloping himself in a soft, nurturing energy that spared him from harm. He then moved closer to the mini-dragon, using his domain power to convey his goodwill. This time, the mini-dragon did not push him away but instead climbed onto the Yu's arm, where he tenderly stroked its body. I look forward to working with you, mini-dragon. Mini. The two shared a smile, a bond beginning to form. In the ensuing days, the Yu, alongside the mini-dragon and his trusty sword, engaged in rigorous training, filling his time aboard the ship with purpose. After a week, the vessel finally arrived in the Sinnoh region. The Yu's first destination was clear. He would head to Sangem Town to pay a visit to Professor Rowan.